Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 495, KWM Chapter 493 Communication. A change. Derek looked at Afternoon Town right in front of him, confused. He didn't see anything unusual, it looked no different from the other ruined towns they had explored before, and he didn't sense any unusual aura. Before he could withdraw his gaze, the dilapidated ruins in front of him were pulled away like a dark, decaying curtain, revealing the bustling Afternoon Town enveloped in a dim yellow light. This. What is this? Is this what daylight is, as described in the common knowledge textbooks? The sudden change in front of them sparked discussion among the City of Silver exploration team. As they spoke, they tightened their grip on their weapons, their gazes filled with vigilance as they watched the change unfolding before them, watching the short figure dressed in strange-styled clothing standing at the edge of Afternoon Town's street. Of course, this was only considered short in the eyes of the City of Silver's people. The next moment, they saw the person standing at the edge of Afternoon Town speak. The person spoke in a language they didn't understand, but they could comprehend the intended meaning. Thankfully, I prepared some language comprehension charms in advance. My experiment seems to have affected your exploration. I am very sorry. Once I perfect this illusion, I will withdraw it. If possible, could I ask for some assistance from you? I am not particularly familiar with the past of this continent, and there are still many flaws in the illusion I created. I can pay for this, either with information you need, or mystical item materials and formulas. Chief Colin, as the chief of City of Silver and the leader of this exploration team, did not reply immediately. He clearly knew that some monsters could create terrifying effects by distorting language. The members of the exploration team standing behind Colin also watched this strange, suddenly appearing person warily. For a moment, there was no sound except for the intermittent thunderclaps in the sky. Derek, standing in the center of the exploration team, frowned slightly as he looked at the figure standing at the edge of Afternoon Town. He always felt that the other party was somewhat familiar. Have I seen him? Impossible. I don't know anyone outside of the City of Silver, and he certainly isn't from the City of Silver. That height alone makes it impossible. Seeing no one speak, Leyton sighed helplessly and waved his hand behind him. A crystal ball with flickering starlight inside flew into his hand. The starlight in the crystal ball quickly converged, and Afternoon Town, originally enveloped in the light of dusk, rapidly lost its color, becoming withered, dilapidated, and lifeless. The buildings also collapsed, returning to their original state. After dispelling the illusion covering Afternoon Town, Leyton finally looked at Chief Colin Iliad of the City of Silver, who was standing at the very front, with graying hair and prominent nasolabial folds. He smiled and said, "Can we communicate now? As a demon hunter, you should easily be able to tell if I have ill intentions. Besides, I am stronger than everyone here combined, aren't I? If I wanted to do something to you, you would have no room to resist. A giant above the sequence 5 would just be a bit more resistant to beating." Perhaps Leyton's overly direct words made the faces of the City of Silver exploration team members not look too good. Derek, holding the hurricane axe, had 2 miniature suns contained within his eyes. His vision was exceptionally clear in the darkness. Leyton, standing opposite him at the edge of Afternoon Town street, holding a crystal ball emitting a faint blue glow, always gave him a familiar feeling. In his mind, the figures of the Tarot Club members floated by one, finally stopping at Mr. Tower. He really looks like him. Has Mr. Tower come to the Forsaken Land of the Gods? But he never mentioned it. Should I ask him now, or wait until the next Tarot Club meeting to confirm with Mr. Tower? As Derek pondered, Chief Colin, standing at the forefront, had already spoken in a deep voice. "Are you from the outside world?" Leyton nodded calmly and said, "That's right. West of the Giant King's court, there's a sea of ruins that evolved from a war between gods. You can enter the Forsaken Land of the Gods from there." "The Forsaken Land of the Gods?" Colin murmured in a deep voice, then pressed on. "So, as long as we cross the Giant King's court, we can leave here through that sea of ruins and enter the outside world." All the members of the City of Silver exploration team looked at Leyton, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Even if they didn't trust this suddenly appearing person, they already wanted a definite answer. At least, that would indicate their efforts were correct. Leyton shook his head faintly and said, "No, it's one way. You can only enter, not leave." Colin's face was expressionless, he merely tightened his grip on his straight sword and pressed on in a deep voice. "Then you don't plan to leave?" "Becoming an angel, I naturally have the ability to leave here. Creating errors, utilizing errors, it's not just a mon who can do that." He paused, not giving Colin a chance to ask further questions, then Leyton continued. You want to ask if there's a way to get the entire city of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods? Of course there is, it's in the place you're preparing to explore. However, with the current strength of your city of Silver, you're not yet strong enough to explore there. Chief Colin of the city of Silver's face suddenly became serious. The straight sword tightly gripped in his hand reflected a sharp radiance like the dawn piercing through darkness. His gaze was locked tightly on Leyton. If anything seemed amiss, he would immediately strike, even if the other party hadn't shown direct malice, and even if the other party was likely stronger than him. Are you Mr. Tower? Behind Colin, Derek suddenly asked loudly, his voice a little nervous, still carrying the childishness of a youth that hadn't completely faded. Leyton's gaze passed over Colin and locked onto Derek in the center of the crowd behind him. He had brown-yellow light hair, a tall build, already approaching 1.9 meters in height. After his gaze lingered on Derek for a moment, Leyton suddenly chuckled and said, "Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward." Derek didn't pay attention to the vigilance of the surrounding exploration team members or the distance they suddenly put between them. His gaze, somewhat puzzled, looked at Leyton and asked curiously, "Mr. Tower, why have you come to the forsaken land of the gods?" "To seek an opportunity to advance to Sage, and also to find some high-level characteristics of the Paragon pathway. In the outside world, most of the characteristics of this pathway are controlled by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. I can only place my hopes here, isolated from the outside world." Leyton briefly explained, then looked at Colin, who was still wary of him, and chuckled. "I've cleared out the remaining monsters in Afternoon Town. If you're not afraid of me, you can stay or explore inside. At least it's much safer than camping in the wilderness. I won't be staying here too long. Once I perfect the illusion, I'll leave." Having spoken, Leyton turned and walked deeper into Afternoon Town without waiting for a reply from the City of Silver's people. Colin watched Leyton's retreating figure until he completely disappeared from his sight. Only then did he turn to look at Derek, who was warily surrounded by the exploration team. Looking at Derek, who seemed a bit flustered and at a loss due to the isolation and vigilance of the others, Colin sighed softly and said in a deep voice, "Derek, how much do you know about Mr. Tower? Do you think he will pose a danger to us, to the City of Silver?" "Chief, Derek lowered his head, seemingly struggling with how to answer. After a moment of contemplation, he recounted the information that didn't involve Mr. Fool, finally describing his observations and understanding of Mr. Tower during the Tarot Club meetings. Colin nodded gently and, without much hesitation, said, "Let's go. Enter Afternoon Town and continue this exploration mission." With that, he took the lead and stepped into the boundaries of Afternoon Town. Walking on the ruined and decaying streets, he remained vigilant of his surroundings while explaining in a hoarse voice. A saint preparing to advance to an angel must carry corresponding characteristics with him. Whether they exist as mystical item or as aggregated characteristics, this means he can temporarily exert angel-level power to some extent. Just as Mr. Tower said, he is stronger than our entire exploration team combined. As long as he doesn't show malice, we can provisionally trust him. Of course, we must not let down our guard. Don't leave the team during this time, and we can slow down our exploration speed. After walking for a while on the streets of Afternoon Town, they didn't encounter any monster attacks. It seemed that the monsters in this area had indeed been completely cleared out. A silver-white lightning bolt flashed, and then dots of starlight began to shimmer around them, becoming increasingly dense, moving with a peculiar rhythm and outlining faint blue lines around the abandoned Afternoon Town. Under the wary and uneasy gazes of the City of Silver's people, the starlight gradually became brilliant and hazy. Soon, it reflected a twilight hue, and the originally dilapidated and decaying Afternoon Town rapidly became new and bustling at a visible speed. Shadowy, tall figures appeared on the surrounding streets. Their faces and clothing were indistinct, and the items sold by the surrounding shops and vendors were similarly, some clear, some blurry. As the City of Silver's people observed, the blurry areas gradually became clearer, conforming to the subconscious images that flashed in their minds and were completed. Colin's eyes deepened. He had noticed these changes around him from the very beginning. His gaze swept around, then he took out a bottle of light green ointment from a multi-compartmented leather belt at his waist and applied it to his straight sword. He plunged the sharp, silver-white straight sword into the gray-white stone-paved street beneath his feet. A silver-white light, like the morning glow, burst forth, sweeping across the surrounding streets, houses, and crowds. Wherever the morning glow swept, a cold, indifferent eye containing countless stars was revealed. These eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, watched the City of Silver's people, as if they could reflect the true thoughts in their hearts. What is this? Something that person left behind to monitor and influence us. These eyes are so sinister. I feel like they can see right through me. Beside Derek, several members of the exploration team couldn't help but start discussing. Chief Colin, walking at the very front, raised his free left hand. After the team quieted down, he spoke in a deep voice. It's similar to a psychic analyst's ability. It can see what we're thinking and use that to perfect the people and objects within this illusion. It seems he really isn't from this place. Otherwise, just by reading some circulating books, he could restore many details that are missing from this illusion. His gaze swept around the bustling street, then he continued. This illusion is half true and half false. Unlike illusions created by ordinary monsters, when you are in here, these lights are true. You don't have to worry about monster attacks in the darkness, nor do you have to worry about suddenly disappearing into the darkness. From the coverage of this illusion, it's entirely possible to establish a sizable city here to shelter humanity during the long darkness. A change. Derek looked at Afternoon Town right in front of him, confused. He didn't see anything unusual, it looked no different from the other ruined towns they had explored before, and he didn't sense any unusual aura. Before he could withdraw his gaze, the dilapidated ruins in front of him were pulled away like a dark, decaying curtain, revealing the bustling afternoon town enveloped in a dim yellow light. This. What is this? Is this what daylight is, as described in the common knowledge textbooks? The sudden change in front of them sparked discussion among the City of Silver exploration team. As they spoke, they tightened their grip on their weapons, their gazes filled with vigilance as they watched the change unfolding before them, watching the short figure dressed in strange-styled clothing standing at the edge of Afternoon Town's street. Of course, this was only considered short in the eyes of the City of Silver's people. The next moment, they saw the person standing at the edge of Afternoon Town speak. The person spoke in a language they didn't understand, but they could comprehend the intended meaning. Thankfully, I prepared some language comprehension charms in advance. My experiment seems to have affected your exploration. I am very sorry. Once I perfect this illusion, I will withdraw it. If possible, could I ask for some assistance from you? I am not particularly familiar with the past of this continent, and there are still many flaws in the illusion I created. I can pay for this, either with information you need, or mystical item materials and formulas. Chief Colin, as the chief of City of Silver and the leader of this exploration team, did not reply immediately. He clearly knew that some monsters could create terrifying effects by distorting language. The members of the exploration team standing behind Colin also watched this strange, suddenly appearing person warily. For a moment, there was no sound except for the intermittent thunderclaps in the sky. Derek, standing in the center of the exploration team, frowned slightly as he looked at the figure standing at the edge of Afternoon Town. He always felt that the other party was somewhat familiar. Have I seen him? Impossible. I don't know anyone outside of the City of Silver, and he certainly isn't from the City of Silver. That height alone makes it impossible. Seeing no one speak, Leyton sighed helplessly and waved his hand behind him. A crystal ball with flickering starlight inside flew into his hand. The starlight in the crystal ball quickly converged, and Afternoon Town, originally enveloped in the light of dusk, rapidly lost its color, becoming withered, dilapidated, and lifeless. The buildings also collapsed, returning to their original state. After dispelling the illusion covering Afternoon Town, Leyton finally looked at Chief Colin Iliad of the City of Silver, who was standing at the very front, with graying hair and prominent nasolabial folds. He smiled and said, "Can we communicate now? As a demon hunter, you should easily be able to tell if I have ill intentions. Besides, I am stronger than everyone here combined, aren't I? If I wanted to do something to you, you would have no room to resist. A giant above the sequence 5 would just be a bit more resistant to beating." Perhaps Leyton's overly direct words made the faces of the City of Silver exploration team members not look too good. Derek, holding the hurricane axe, had 2 miniature suns contained within his eyes. His vision was exceptionally clear in the darkness. Leyton, standing opposite him at the edge of Afternoon Town street, holding a crystal ball emitting a faint blue glow, always gave him a familiar feeling. In his mind, the figures of the Tarot Club members floated by one, finally stopping at Mr. Tower. He really looks like him. Has Mr. Tower come to the forsaken land of the gods? But he never mentioned it. Should I ask him now, or wait until the next Tarot Club meeting to confirm with Mr. Tower? As Derek pondered, Chief Colin, standing at the forefront, had already spoken in a deep voice. "Are you from the outside world?" Leyton nodded calmly and said, "That's right. West of the Giant King's court, there's a sea of ruins that evolved from a war between gods. You can enter the forsaken land of the gods from there." "The forsaken land of the gods?" Colin murmured in a deep voice, then pressed on. "So, as long as we cross the Giant King's court, we can leave here through that sea of ruins and enter the outside world." All the members of the City of Silver exploration team looked at Leyton, with a hint of anticipation in their eyes. Even if they didn't trust this suddenly appearing person, they already wanted a definite answer. At least, that would indicate their efforts were correct. Leyton shook his head faintly and said, "No, it's one way. You can only enter, not leave." Colin's face was expressionless, he merely tightened his grip on his straight sword and pressed on in a deep voice. "Then you don't plan to leave?" "Becoming an angel, I naturally have the ability to leave here." Creating errors, utilizing errors, it's not just a Mon who can do that. He paused, not giving Colin a chance to ask further questions, then Leyton continued. You want to ask if there's a way to get the entire city of Silver out of the forsaken land of the gods? Of course there is, it's in the place you're preparing to explore. However, with the current strength of your city of Silver, you're not yet strong enough to explore there. Chief Colin of the city of Silver's face suddenly became serious. The straight sword tightly gripped in his hand reflected a sharp radiance like the dawn piercing through darkness. His gaze was locked tightly on Leyton. If anything seemed amiss, he would immediately strike, even if the other party hadn't shown direct malice, and even if the other party was likely stronger than him. Are you Mr. Tower? Behind Colin, Derek suddenly asked loudly, his voice a little nervous, still carrying the childishness of a youth that hadn't completely faded. Leyton's gaze passed over Colin and locked onto Derek in the center of the crowd behind him. He had brown-yellow light hair, a tall build, already approaching 1.9 meters in height. After his gaze lingered on Derek for a moment, Leyton suddenly chuckled and said, Congratulations, you got it right. But there's no reward. Derek didn't pay attention to the vigilance of the surrounding exploration team members or the distance they suddenly put between them. His gaze, somewhat puzzled, looked at Leyton and asked curiously, Mr. Tower, why have you come to the forsaken land of the gods? To seek an opportunity to advance to Sage, and also to find some high-level characteristics of the Paragon pathway. In the outside world, most of the characteristics of this pathway are controlled by the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. I can only place my hopes here, isolated from the outside world. Leyton briefly explained, then looked at Colin, who was still wary of him, and chuckled. I've cleared out the remaining monsters in Afternoon Town. If you're not afraid of me, you can stay or explore inside. At least it's much safer than camping in the wilderness. I won't be staying here too long. Once I perfect the illusion, I'll leave. Having spoken, Leyton turned and walked deeper into Afternoon Town without waiting for a reply from the City of Silver's people. Colin watched Leyton's retreating figure until he completely disappeared from his sight. Only then did he turn to look at Derek, who was warily surrounded by the exploration team. Looking at Derek, who seemed a bit flustered and at a loss due to the isolation and vigilance of the others, Colin sighed softly and said in a deep voice. Derek, how much do you know about Mr. Tower? Do you think he will pose a danger to us, to the City of Silver? Chief, Derek lowered his head, seemingly struggling with how to answer. After a moment of contemplation, he recounted the information that didn't involve Mr. Fool, finally describing his observations and understanding of Mr. Tower during the Tarot Club meetings. Colin nodded gently and, without much hesitation, said, Let's go. Enter Afternoon Town and continue this exploration mission. With that, he took the lead and stepped into the boundaries of Afternoon Town. Walking on the ruined and decaying streets, he remained vigilant of his surroundings while explaining in a hoarse voice. A saint preparing to advance to an angel must carry corresponding characteristics with him. Whether they exist as mystical item or as aggregated characteristics, this means he can temporarily exert angel-level power to some extent. Just as Mr. Tower said, he is stronger than our entire exploration team combined. As long as he doesn't show malice, we can provisionally trust him. Of course, we must not let down our guard. Don't leave the team during this time, and we can slow down our exploration speed. After walking for a while on the streets of Afternoon Town, they didn't encounter any monster attacks. It seemed that the monsters in this area had indeed been completely cleared out. A silver-white lightning bolt flashed, and then dots of starlight began to shimmer around them, becoming increasingly dense, moving with a peculiar rhythm and outlining faint blue lines around the abandoned Afternoon Town. Under the wary and uneasy gazes of the City of Silver's people, the starlight gradually became brilliant and hazy. Soon, it reflected a twilight hue, and the originally dilapidated and decaying Afternoon Town rapidly became new and bustling at a visible speed. Shadowy, tall figures appeared on the surrounding streets. Their faces and clothing were indistinct, and the items sold by the surrounding shops and vendors were similarly, some clear, some blurry. As the City of Silver's people observed, the blurry areas gradually became clearer, conforming to the subconscious images that flashed in their minds and were completed. Colin's eyes deepened. He had noticed these changes around him from the very beginning. His gaze swept around, then he took out a bottle of light green ointment from a multi-compartmented leather belt at his waist and applied it to his straight sword. He plunged the sharp, silver-white straight sword into the gray-white stone-paved street beneath his feet. A silver-white light, like the morning glow, burst forth, sweeping across the surrounding streets, houses, and crowds. Wherever the morning glow swept, a cold, indifferent eye containing countless stars was revealed. These eyes, cold and devoid of emotion, watched the City of Silver's people, as if they could reflect the true thoughts in their hearts. What is this? Something that person left behind to monitor and influence us. These eyes are so sinister. I feel like they can see right through me. Beside Derek, several members of the exploration team couldn't help but start discussing. Chief Colin, walking at the very front, raised his free left hand. After the team quieted down, he spoke in a deep voice. It's similar to a psychic analyst's ability. It can see what we're thinking and use that to perfect the people and objects within this illusion. It seems he really isn't from this place. Otherwise, just by reading some circulating books, he could restore many details that are missing from this illusion. His gaze swept around the bustling street, then he continued. This illusion is half true and half false. Unlike illusions created by ordinary monsters, when you are in here, these lights are true. You don't have to worry about monster attacks in the darkness, nor do you have to worry about suddenly disappearing into the darkness. From the coverage of this illusion, it's entirely possible to establish a sizable city here to shelter humanity during the long darkness. Chapter 496, KWM Chapter 494 Intruder. Looking at the greatly changed afternoon town, Derek hesitated, turning to Chief Colin of the Council of Six, who was leading the team, and asked, "Chief, are we still exploring this place?" Colin was silent for a moment, then looked towards the square in the center of the city and said, "Let's go meet Mr. Tower, whom you mentioned. If we want to explore this place, we must have him lift the illusion covering it." As he finished speaking, Colin raised his hand in a gesture to remain vigilant, then walked at the front of the team, leading the exploration team members towards the square. Along the way, they saw many figures, large and small, some of whom were much taller than the tallest people in their city of silver. As they got closer to the central area of the city, the tall figures walking on the streets became more detailed, even their expressions became richer. The houses on both sides of the street looked like shops, displaying various goods, some blurry, some clear, many of which they had never seen before. Even without any sound or smell, every member of the exploration team felt novelty and longing. Is this what the outside world looks like? A member of the exploration team, wearing coarse cloth, with red gloves, and about 2.2 meters tall, stood beside Derek and asked curiously. "I don't know, maybe." Derek shook his head, staring blankly at the scene around him, which had only existed in common knowledge textbooks. Boom. 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 The melodious sound of a bell rang out from the tallest bell tower in Afternoon Town, accompanied by a flock of gray pigeons flying across the sky, adding some vividness to this illusion. At the edge of the central square, Leyton gently rubbed his fingers, creating circles of starlight ripples that spread outwards, becoming fainter and fainter, until only the rustling wind passing by his ears remained. Colin, who had brought the exploration team near the square, happened to see this scene. His eyes flickered slightly, and after Leyton finished his hand movements, he led the exploration team closer. After a brief silence, Colin voiced his confusion. Even if an illusion is true, it is still an illusion. Why are you so fixated on creating a completely new illusion? Wouldn't it be simpler to just replicate a place you've already seen? To construct a vast, almost true world in the future. Leyton explained simply, then turned sideways and gestured towards the center of the square. The City of Silver exploration team members followed Leyton and walked to the base of the huge gray stone statue in the center of the square, which Leyton had replaced. He lightly tapped the crystal ball, which shimmered with specks of starlight, with his right index finger, producing a crisp sound. Specks of starlight scattered around, and suddenly, chairs arranged in a circle appeared on the previously empty square, with a quietly burning bonfire in the very center. Having done all this, he turned his head to Colin, who had kept a certain distance from him, and said, "Do you mind if I change afternoon tonight? I think chatting around a bonfire has more atmosphere." Colin looked up at the setting sun on the horizon and nodded slightly. "You can." Snap. Leyton raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The starlight flickering within the crystal ball in his left hand disturbed, and the previously dim yellow sky was quickly replaced by a night sky dotted with stars. The entire afternoon town instantly darkened, but soon, sporadic flames lit up from various places. The members of the City of Silver exploration team looked up at the sky curiously. This star-studded night sky was completely different from the darkness that enveloped the City of Silver and everything around it. It wasn't so terrifying, but rather had a sense of peace and tranquility. Leyton casually pulled a chair closer to him and sat down, then pointed his chin at the other chairs and said, "Just pick a chair and sit down. I can answer some of your questions, but in return, I need to ask you for some information." As he spoke, Leyton extended his right palm upwards, and tiny, fingernail-sized glass bead-like eyes, containing starlight, appeared. "These are my modified peeping eyes. They can help you switch between the true afternoon town and the illusion here. As long as you carry them, you can explore this place normally, and I can also collect some information." Leyton's gaze swept over the somewhat restrained and wary people of the City of Silver, then he chuckled lightly and threw all the peeping eyes he had conjured into Derek's hands. "You take them first. They are similar to mystical items. Just infuse a little spirituality, and you'll be able to use them. You'll naturally understand the specific method of use once you hold them." Okay. Derek fumbled to catch the peeping eyes thrown at him. After examining the peeping eyes in his hand, Derek tried picking up one of the eyes that shimmered with chambless starlight and infused some spirituality into it. In an instant, he felt his vision change. The surrounding exploration team members and the bonfire all disappeared. The peculiar night above was replaced by a thick, all-encompassing darkness, and occasionally, silver-white lightning streaked across the sky. With the help of the occasional silver-white electric light, he clearly saw the surrounding environment, dilapidated, decaying, with ruins of collapsed buildings everywhere. This was the true afternoon town. The one in the illusion was the afternoon town before the Great Cataclysm, restored by Mr. Tower. After a sigh, Derek cut off the spiritual infusion and lightly squeezed the eyes of mystery prying in his right hand. Without a light source, one cannot linger in the darkness. The faint sound of breaking glass emerged, and the afternoon town in the illusion covered the dilapidated and decaying afternoon town like an invisible curtain. Derek, what just happened? Your body suddenly became blurry, just like those figures walking on the street earlier. As soon as Derek came back to his senses, the exploration team member beside him, wearing red gloves, leaned over and asked. I'm fine, Joshua, I just returned to the true afternoon town. Derek said, handing over the glass bead-like eyes he was holding in his left hand. The exploration team member called Joshua hesitated for a moment before taking one. Then, he mimicked Derek's previous action and infused spirituality into it. Under Derek's gaze, Joshua's figure suddenly became ethereal and blurry. He tried to reach out and touch him, but his fingers went straight through. This is just an illusion, to help you discern each other's states. Leyton leaned back in his chair and explained simply. In less than 10 seconds, the illusion left by Joshua quickly became clear and solid. He calmly nodded towards the exploration team members around him who were infusing spirituality. Colin rested one hand on the silver-white straight sword plunged into the ground and the other on his left knee, gently tapping his index finger. He did not stop the exploration team members from trying the eyes of mystery prying, but simply watched them quietly from the side. It wasn't until Derek handed him the last remaining glass bead-like eyes of mystery prying that he took it, examined it for a while, and then spoke in a deep voice. What dangers are hidden in the giant king's court? Leyton's gaze crossed the bonfire, looking at the calm Colin, and said in a deep voice, the evil spirit of the dark angel sleeps there, and there is extremely terrifying pollution. If your sequence is too high, you will be polluted. If your sequence is too low, you won't be able to defeat the evil spirit of the Dark Angel. Dark Angel, evil spirit. Colin's expression was complex as he lowered his eyes and pondered. Derek pursed his lips and interjected, is there any other way? Leyton raised an eyebrow, looking thoughtfully at the huge grey stone statue in the center of the square. His intuition had been touched for a moment, a very slight touch. Wait. Not too far in the future, Mr. Fool will send his blessed over, and he will help you. He twitched the corner of his mouth slightly. As he answered Derek's question, he raised his hand and grasped at the lantern in the hand of the huge grey stone statue in the center of the square. A transparent face floated out from within, black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face. The familiar face instantly froze Leyton's already sparse expression. His right hand unconsciously tightened, and specks of starlight appeared around the transparent face, then instantly retracted, attempting to obliterate that face. The transparent face, surrounded by starlight, distorted for a moment, and the next moment, it appeared by the bonfire. He floated in midair like a wraith or a specter, his lower body completely transparent. As he leisurely pulled out a tangible monocle from his pocket, he spoke with a smile, Heh, how did you find me? Intuition, a casual grab. Leyton replied expressionlessly. He had originally thought that some monster from the darkness had invaded his illusion. The invader he sensed wasn't very powerful, which was why he so casually wanted to grab the other party out. As he spoke, the crystal ball that Leyton had been holding in his left hand suddenly burst forth with an incredibly brilliant starlight. An invisible gravitational force erupted, illuminating the entire illusion in dazzling white. When the light dissipated, all the city of silver people who had been gathered around the bonfire disappeared, leaving only Amon, whose figure was now completely solid, and Leyton. Amon reached up to adjust the monocle on his face, a smile of unknown meaning playing on his lips as he said, You sent them all away. Actually, even if they stayed, I didn't plan to parasitize them. I've already been to that city of silver. Those who can survive in this place will always have some unusual trump cards. Do you want to know what the secret of the city of silver is? You know. Leyton looked at Amon with a suspicious gaze, considering whether to deal with this clone while his aura hadn't reached the demigod level. Amon looked at Leyton with interest and said, You can take a gamble. Perhaps, my true body is very far from here. Chapter 497, KWM Chapter 495, Game with Amon. Leyton ignored Amon's suggestion. After all, with an Amon appearing before him, his illusion was likely already riddled like a sieve by multiple almonds. As the thought crossed his mind, the illusion covering the entire afternoon town suddenly vanished. Under the occasional flashes of lightning from the sky, the surrounding dilapidated houses and streets reappeared, and even the air seemed to carry a hint of stale odor. Amon, wearing a monocle, leaned casually against a half-collapsed wall, one hand tidying a few strands of hair on his forehead, and said, you carry many good things on you. I smelled it even before I got close, the scent of pride and the sun. Leyton lowered his eyes and said nothing, the urge to push Amon and the wall behind him down becoming increasingly strong. He took a deep breath, and a faint deep blue glow shimmered in his eyes, finally suppressing the constantly fluctuating thoughts in his mind. The next moment, his body suddenly became transparent, turning into a statue composed of countless starlight. This statue instantly shattered, transforming into points of brilliant starlight that surged away from the area. The moment the starlight surged past the edge of Afternoon Town, the silver-white glow covering the entire Afternoon Town flickered and vanished. He was back in the square in the center of Afternoon Town, back in front of Amon. Do you want to know the secret of the City of Silver? Amon's voice, tinged with a hint of mischief, echoed in his ears. Leyton ignored him, his eyes still a bit dazed. This situation only lasted for an instant. Soon, he received the new memories in his mind and clarified his current predicament. Oh. You've reacted. That was quite fast. Amon's teasing voice echoed in his ears. Leyton twitched the corner of his mouth, saying somewhat speechlessly, did you steal Ouroboros's fate cycle ability? Amon raised a hand and pressed the edge of the monocle over his right eye, saying in a calm tone, that silly big snake isn't the only one who can restart fate within a certain range. Leyton didn't bother to ponder the truth of his words and instead asked, how did you find me? You couldn't have been sending avatars to follow the people of the City of Silver all this time, could you? Amon curved his lips and said, although I have many avatars, they are not meant to be wasted like that. I sensed some disturbance in fate, and then followed the source of that disturbance to this place. You want to say you haven't done anything yet? Perhaps you're just too unlucky, and the slight ripple you caused happened to be within my observation. Leyton twitched his mouth. He didn't quite believe Amon's explanation, but he didn't refute him either. Amon reached out and pinched his monocle. Suddenly, a bonfire appeared, along with two dark red wooden chairs with many scratches on their surfaces. Where did Amon steal the bonfire and chairs from? The style of the chairs didn't look like they were from the forsaken land of the gods. Do all Amons share one utility room? Leyton mused as he dragged a chair over and sat down. Amon sat on the chair opposite the bonfire, leaning against the wooden chair and saying, as long as it's not a place like the forsaken land of the gods that would block my connection with other avatars, we can freely control what each other steals. All right, you've asked so many questions. Now it's my turn to ask, isn't it? All right. Leyton leaned back slightly in the wooden chair and nodded gently. This Amon is probably at the Sequence 3 level, not too dangerous, but not someone to let your guard down around. Is he doing this on purpose? To be able to coalesce a Sequence 3 avatar so quickly, was he nearby from the start? Or is it some ability I don't know about? Opposite the bonfire, Amon's face was illuminated by a flickering red glow. He held one arm across his chest and propped his chin with the other hand, looking as if he was deep in thought. As more and more chaotic thoughts interacted in Leyton's mind, he finally spoke. Who was that gray stone statue in the illusion just now? Leyton looked at Amon with surprise. Seeing the other party listening intently, he organized his words slightly and said, the erudite, a new belief in the southern continent Paz River Valley. He is the guide for those lost in confusion, the disseminator of knowledge, the supreme being of all mysteries and philosophies. Are you willing to learn about his belief? If I say yes, will you start preaching to me right now? Amon said with a faint smile on his lips, looking very curious. Leyton gently shook his head and said, no, preaching is not my job. This counts as a question too. Heh, no problem. Amon chuckled indifferently, then continued, why are you here? To select a group of loyal believers, or to help him obtain the blasphemy slate in the Giant King's court? Leyton leaned back, resting against the chair, and replied in a calm voice, perhaps only the former, or perhaps both. It depends on your father's choice. Across the bonfire, Amon's expression changed for the first time, and he said in an unusually calm tone, my father is dead. He is just a lingering evil spirit. Leyton acted as if he hadn't noticed Amon's expression and continued to press, if he isn't, why would Ouroboros, the king of angels of the fate pathway, follow him all this time? Madness won't last forever. What if he recovers his sanity one day in the future? Amon gazed deeply at Leyton across the bonfire. Just as Leyton thought he wouldn't answer the question, he spoke in a relaxed tone, as if he didn't care at all, he isn't. That big snake is foolish. Perhaps in his eyes, that lunatic is some continuation of my father, but in my eyes, he isn't. He is just a lunatic who inherited a portion of my father's legacy. Even if he recovers his sanity one day, it will only be a resemblance. Leyton nodded gently. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to ask, what if he retrieves the other half? Amon suddenly straightened his body, which had been leaning against the chair, and a barely perceptible sharpness flashed in his eyes. He said in a deep voice, the other half. Leyton nodded, his tone sounding as if he were making a bold hypothesis. The true creator is your father's humanity. Do you think there's a divine incarnation of him hidden outside? At that time, he had already stepped halfway into that stage. Do you believe he would just die like that? Amon lowered his head, frowning slightly, as if lost in thought. After a moment, he spoke to himself. Most of my father's remaining characteristics were devoured by those 3 traitors. Do you think they would be my father's contingency for resurrection? Perhaps they once were, but certainly not now. The remaining part formed that lunatic who crawled out of my father's corpse. Although he inherited some of my father's memories, emotions, and will, he is not him. The last remaining piece of the author characteristic was taken by that fanatic. Amon's unfinished words suddenly paused. He stood up thoughtfully, looking down at Leyton, who was leaning back in the chair, and said in a deep voice, "Do you know something? Spectators are best at acting and deceiving people's hearts. Is my fanatic brother not what he appears to be? I don't know. After all, I haven't even met your brother." Leyton shrugged. As he spoke, his body transformed into a swirling mass of stardust, scattering and surging throughout Afternoon Town. Amon snorted without raising his head. He raised his hand, pinched the edge of his monocle, and rubbed it lightly twice, a silver-white light flashing past. The entire Afternoon Town was instantly frozen, whether it was the lightning in the sky, the flickering bonfire, or the scattering stardust. The surrounding scene rapidly rewound. The scattered stardust reassembled into Leyton's figure, only to instantly disintegrate into sparkling starlight, invisible gravity, and electromagnetism. Hey, interesting. Amon curved his lips and casually took a step forward. His figure instantly vanished from his original spot, and the next moment he appeared at the edge of Afternoon Town, hundreds of meters away. He gazed in a certain direction, constantly stepping forward, covering hundreds of meters with each step by stealing distance and his own position. In less than half a minute, he caught up with Leyton, who was running in the darkness. The next moment, their positions swapped. He looked at Leyton with burning eyes and said, "Are you walking so slowly because you're waiting for me? Is this the battlefield you chose for yourself? That method you used to escape just now has the style of a high-sequence marauder, the rules of deception. Have you seen Palez? How is he doing? Next time you see him, remember to say hello from me. It's been a long time since we last met, and I've missed him very much. Palez just wants to shout, 'Don't come here.' The mysticism learned from Oldman really doesn't work. I'm not a true marauder. Even if I catch him off guard, it's hard to hide it from Amon. He was mostly just watching the show just now, not genuinely failing to react. And I'm not a mysticism magister. I can only use these mysticism through magic scrolls, which is really inconvenient." After sighing in his heart for a moment, Leyton said somewhat helplessly, "I just thought about it, and I realized that there's no hatred between us, nor any unavoidable conflict. Why can't we be amicable? Isn't it that your reaction whenever you see me is always too intense?" Amon spread his hands, looking innocent. "Perhaps your reputation is too well known." Leyton sighed slightly, paused, and then continued, "So, since we have no conflict, can we part ways now?" Amon smiled and refused, "No, I'm very curious about you coming to the forsaken land of the gods. If you don't want me to follow you, then I'll have to bring my main body here. Or, how about we play a game of cat and mouse?" "No thanks." Leyton refused without thinking. Chapter 498, KWM Chapter 496 Secrets and Storms. After a brief standoff with Amon, Leyton suddenly snapped his fingers. One by one, cold eyes shimmering with brilliant starlight emerged from the surrounding darkness. In the pupils of each eye, an illusory symbol formed by layers of doors was reflected, like illusory, overlapping passages that disrupted and confusedly pieced together the surrounding space. "Interesting," Amon murmured in admiration. His figure suddenly vanished, then reappeared beside one of the eyes shimmering with starlight. The next moment, Leyton felt himself lose control over that eye. He can even parasitize that. Why can't I parasitize it? The sequence 0 of the Marauder pathway is called error, which inherently implies being a parasitic insect on time, fate, and rules. So, as the existence closest to sequence 0 in this pathway, isn't it normal for me to parasitize your beyonder abilities? Amon explained with a light chuckle. As he spoke, he moved through the space, which had been fragmented by the chaos. In less than half a minute, nearly 1/3 of the space fell under his control. It seems we need to add some more fun to our game. As he spoke, Leyton raised his hand and snapped his fingers again. One by one, stars emerged around him, dense and dazzling. These stars moved freely in the air, outlining one strange symbol after another, exhibiting the aura of domains such as ice, mind, fallen, and shadow, like magic scrolls conjured out of thin air. As soon as these strange symbols formed, they transformed into brilliant streaks of starlight, flying away one after another, flashing erratically in the surrounding fragmented space, attracting and repelling each other, making their next appearance unpredictable. Amon stopped, observing the freely moving brilliant starlight with interest. No matter how these streaks of starlight darted about, they always remained just a tiny distance and direction from touching him. After pausing for a moment, Amon casually reached out and grabbed a streak of starlight that approached him. The moment he touched it, the azure starlight turned pitch black, transforming into a viscous liquid full of degenerate aura, continuously climbing up Amon's arm, attempting to completely engulf and corrode him. Amon casually flicked his hand, and the viscous liquid full of degenerate aura was easily shaken off, like ordinary water stains. Some application of the trajectory of the stars. It seems you have a deep understanding of the cosmos above. However, did you forget that I am the most powerful cryptologist in this world? As Amon spoke, he moved freely among the dancing brilliant streaks of starlight. Not even his clothes could be touched by those streaks of starlight. Leyton was silent for a moment, his figure instantly becoming transparent, transforming into flickering starlight, moving freely around, simultaneously disrupting the starlight whose patterns Amon had found, and modifying the eyes that had been parasitized. The struggle between him and Amon made the surrounding area look like a computer screen that had failed to load, with only flickering blue light spots randomly flashing. The erratically flashing scene lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour, then suddenly shut down, turning pitch black in an instant, a pure darkness without a single ray of light. Within the all-encompassing darkness, countless malicious eyes seemed to appear. They were monsters' concealment deep within the darkness, finally becoming active as the light vanished. The lingering aura of the Evernight goddess erupted at this moment. The surroundings were so quiet that not a single sound could be heard. Even Amon, who held the King of Angels' position, found it difficult to break through the restrictions for a time. Before being completely swallowed by the lingering aura of the Evernight goddess, a rather dim star suddenly flickered, and Leyton's voice clearly transmitted. It was a Dragonese word he had recorded in a concealed state when he first entered the forsaken land of the gods. Liataro. As if a switch had been triggered, the divine power of the storm pathway gathered in the air, transforming into streaks of silver-white electric snakes that shot out, carrying an intensely tangible, tyrannical aura of destruction, striking down densely. In an instant, a forest of silver-white lightning engulfed and destroyed everything around it. In Afternoon Town, the City of Silver's exploration team sat around a bonfire. Many of them had wounds and were bandaging and treating each other. Derek's face was a little flustered. The moment Amon's transparent face appeared, he even had the illusion that his heart had stopped beating. He looked at Chief Colin, who was standing upright with a straight sword in his hand, with lingering fear, and asked with some concern. "Chief, was that face that was pulled out of the statue just now Amon?" Colin was silent for a moment before he said in a deep voice. "I haven't seen Amon's main body, so I can't be sure, but judging from Mr. Tower's reaction you mentioned, it should be him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have temporarily banished us in such a panic." Boom. 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 Dense thunderclaps came from the distant horizon, carrying a terrifying, tyrannical, destructive aura. The dazzling silver-white light illuminated the entire northern sky of Afternoon Town. Derek stared blankly into the distance, his brownish-yellow hair slightly raised. He felt a faint tingling sensation on his skin, as if the surrounding air was filled with subtle currents. This. Derek looked at the chief in a daze, only to find that Colin's expression also showed an unprecedented solemnity. Chief Colin, a demon hunter from the City of Silver, was the first to recover. He looked back at the members of the exploration team and said in a deep voice. "Rest for a while. We will suspend the exploration of Afternoon Town. When the next period of frequent lightning strikes occurs, we will return to the City of Silver." In the concealed world, pure, deep blue, almost purple, light continuously flowed in Leyton's eyes, appearing exceptionally sacred and cold, constantly resisting the tranquil and calming effects of the Evernight goddess's residual aura. In the concealed state, everything in the real world appeared to him covered in a dark mist. On the other side of the mist, destructive silver-white electric snakes moved freely, and the dazzling silver-white made him feel as if his hair was standing on end. Fortunately, I had contact with 0 to 17 and was familiar with the Evernight goddess's aura. With the help of the Evernight goddess's residual aura and divine power here, I transformed myself into a concealed state. Even the Lord of Storm's divine punishment cannot penetrate the concealed world and harm me. Leyton sighed inwardly while trying to find Amon's figure. The silver-white electricity engulfed everything. He stared at the real world beyond the dark mist for a long time but could not find Amon's figure. The lightning storm brought by the Lord of Storm's residual divine power did not last too long. In less than half a minute, darkness once again enveloped the area. In the concealed world, Leyton observed that the silver-white light that enveloped the surroundings in the real world had finally disappeared. He let out a long breath, then half-closed his right hand. A slowly rotating ball of stardust quickly formed in his palm. The light was very dim, carrying a feeling of tranquility and serenity. By simulating the Evernight goddess's aura, he leveraged the surrounding concealment power to remove his concealed state. As soon as he returned to reality, Leyton's light golden hair stood on end, like a bristling hedgehog. Burning and stinging sensations constantly came from his skin, the air was full of scorched smells, and the ground beneath his feet had already turned into carbonized powder, forming a large crater. As soon as his figure solidified, it quickly transformed into countless brilliant starlight, flickering and moving away from the area. In the eastern part of the forsaken land of the gods, lightning occasionally streaked across the sky, illuminating the deep and dark gully below. At the edge of the huge gully, a figure dressed in a black classical robe and a matching pointed soft hat sat on the edge of a large rock. He had black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, a thin face, and was playing with a crystal monocle in his hand, with a faint, unenthusiastic smile on his lips. A moment later, countless gray-white light spots emerged from the void, forming an inconspicuous stream of light that completely entered his body. He slightly lowered his gaze, as if thinking about something, listening to something. After a moment, he looked up again, gazing deeply to the west, his gaze seemingly able to cross endless distances to see the people and things there. Hey, interesting. Using the residual aura and divine power of darkness and the storm. After muttering to himself, his figure suddenly vanished from the edge of the large rock. When the next silver-white lightning illuminated the ground, his figure had already appeared thousands of meters away. In Afternoon Town, inside a largely collapsed church, a figure dressed in a simple white robe prostrated on the ground, softly praying towards the altar in front. Chief Colin, the demon hunter, led the exploration team members, including Derek, cautiously gathered on the other side. Tiny, brilliant stardust suddenly poured in from various parts of the church. They converged in midair, outlining and condensing Leyton's figure. As his figure recondensed, his gaze briefly swept around the church, clearly seeing the vigilant city of silver members and the illusory figure praying by the altar. It seems that Amon and I's actions just now broke the balance here. Things that should have been in the concealed world have all run out. As he spoke, Leyton extended his right hand towards the figure prostrated on the ground, praying calmly and selflessly. Dots of starlight spread in his hand, intending to directly erase this figure. Seeing Leyton's action, Derek instinctively spoke to stop him. Wait, Mr. Tower, can we listen to what he's saying? Perhaps we can discover some secrets. You can, but this is just an illusory image and cannot answer your questions. After a slight nod, Leyton suddenly snapped his fingers. In the prayer hall, the voice of the person prostrated on the ground, constantly praying, suddenly magnified greatly. Almighty Lord, I confess, tempted Sassurer. A great disaster will begin here. Chapter 499, KWM Chapter 497 Conversation. The sound of prayer and repentance continued for 2 rounds, and then Leyton raised his hand to create a pure and bright starlight, dissolving and erasing the figure prostrate on the ground. Having done all this, he calmly turned around and looked at the city of silver people behind him, saying, I thought you would leave here directly after the exile ended. It seems your luck isn't bad. I wasn't certain of the exact location of the exile and could only roughly throw you into a not-so-dangerous place, nor could I ensure Amon wouldn't interfere with the exile. Chief Demon Hunter Colin of the City of Silver nodded slightly, bowing his back slightly in a salute, saying, Thank you for your help. Our luck was quite good, we didn't encounter any danger we couldn't resolve. Leyton nodded gently, not asking for more. Derek, still tightly gripping his hurricane axe, also walked over, his face still showing some shyness and worry as he spoke, Mr. Tower, have you escaped Amon? Leyton nodded gently, saying, Almost. I used the residual divine power of Storm and Night here to deal with some of his avatars, but I can't be sure if they were all of his avatars here. If he wants to hide, it's very difficult for me to find him. If you are worried, you can request the attention of Mr. Fool. Amon cannot hide from Mr. Fool's gaze. I understand, thank you, Mr. Tower. Derek nodded, his expression solemn and serious. As he spoke, his gaze swept to Chief Colin of the City of Silver standing nearby. Derek felt as if he had read something from the chief's eyes. He raised his eyelids, somewhat enlightened, then looked at Leyton and continued to ask, Mr. Tower, do you know who the kings mentioned by the phantom praying here just now were? What was the great cataclysm? Also, who tempted Sassurer? Derek asked all the questions in his heart in one breath, then looked at Leyton somewhat nervously, awaiting his answer. Leyton spoke without hesitation. The kings refer to the 8 king of angels who served the ancient sun god. As for the great cataclysm, you already know about it. The person who tempted Sassurer does not exist. What that past clergyman knew was not necessarily true. As for the one he couldn't name, it's one of the 6 gods from the outside world who holds the concealment authority. After a pause, his gaze fell on Chief Colin of the City of Silver, and he chuckled, saying, It's my turn to ask questions. Does your City of Silver have any records about Magister or Demon of Arcana? Colin lowered his eyes slightly, thought for a moment, then slowly shook his head, saying, No, at least not that I know of. If you need, I can help you look up the information after I return to the City of Silver. Leyton nodded gently, not too surprised by this. After all, the City of Silver was once a city-state that believed in the harvest goddess, and later belonged to the ancient sun god. What they had more contact with was related to giants. After a moment of contemplation, he continued to ask, "Do you know, God of Wishes? It has been staying on this land." God of Wishes. That subsidiary god of the demonic wolf. Colin only thought for a moment before he found memories about the God of Wishes in his mind. Leyton nodded gently, saying, "It is, dark demonic wolf Kotor. Sorry, the City of Silver's knowledge of it is limited to a few records left before the Great Cataclysm. We haven't encountered anything related to this God of Wishes in our exploration of the surrounding areas either." Colin slowly shook his head. Regarding the God of Wishes, the City of Silver's limited records only mentioned it among the subsidiary gods of the demonic wolf, and even its name wasn't recorded. Leyton nodded gently, sighed silently in his heart, then turned his head to look at the son Derek, who was a little taller than him, saying, "You'd best pray to Mr. Fool at regular intervals, asking for his gaze. Amon will not leave so easily, whether in the City of Silver or elsewhere. I will be staying in the forsaken land of the gods for a long time. If you have anything, you can contact me through prayer. With some special means, I can respond to prayers within a large range. Then, I'll be leaving first." As his voice fell, his figure instantly became transparent, transforming into a statue composed of countless starlight. This statue instantly shattered, turning into countless dazzling starlight that scattered and flowed. In just a moment, all the starlight in the prayer hall disappeared, leaving only a pale yellow note floating down where Leyton had just stood. Derek subconsciously reached out and caught the note. With the dim yellow light from the candelabras on either side of the hall, he saw the words on the note. They were written in Jotun, but somewhat different from the common Jotun in the City of Silver, though he could still understand them. Blessed of knowledge and mystery. Wise one from the unknown. I that peeks into true. Calamity of the Rorstad Archipelago. Great Altines. After haltingly speaking out the honorific name written on the note, he handed the note to Chief Colin, who was standing nearby. "You keep it." Colin simply replied, not reaching out to take the note. He held a straight sword in each hand and stepped out of the half-collapsed church. Throughout Afternoon Town, roars like those of wild beasts echoed one after another. Scattered lights flickered within the town, as if it had returned to a state of being inhabited. Before Colin had even walked out of the mostly collapsed church, monsters with unique single eyes and faces covered in dense black short fur began to rush in. Thump, thump, thump. Inside the church, two monsters, also covered in beast-like black short fur, rushed out. One had the height of a normal human and two eyes, while the other was like a small giant, with only a single eye on its face. The corruption and madness concealment in this town have completely revealed themselves. Colin, standing upright with two straight swords in hand, sighed, then raised his sword to meet the tallest monster. Derek also quickly formed a battle formation with his companions, attempting to block the two monsters rushing out from inside the church. On the future, constantly flickering starlight illuminated the quiet and peaceful night, like a ship sailing through a sea of stars. Everyone on the ship was in a deep sleep. Some lay in the corners of the cabin, some leaned directly in the stairwell, and others lay in their respective beds. In the dream world, Anderson had somehow conjured a comfortable armchair and was leisurely lying on it, admiring the highly religious and sacred frescoes on the dome. The next moment, Klein, maintaining the appearance of Gehrman Sparrow, pushed open a door from the other side and entered. Anderson remained leisurely lying in the armchair, not even turning his head. Once Klein approached, he suddenly spoke, "We're about to leave this damned sea area. Do you think I should pray to that unknown great existence? According to AL's prophecy, once I leave this sea area, the misfortune on me will erupt in a more imperceptible way. Are you reminding me to throw you into the sea the first chance I get after leaving this sea area?" Klein muttered to himself, then spoke in Gehrman's usual cold voice, "Suit yourself." Anderson twitched his lips, revealing a false smile, saying, "Heh," as expected of the mad adventurer, so cold and ruthless. "I thought after an adventure, we could be considered friends." Klein took a few steps forward and casually asked, "Who do you believe in? The God of knowledge and wisdom, or the Lord of storms, or something else?" Anderson's expression suddenly became a little strange. "I originally believed in the God of knowledge and wisdom, and even studied in the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom school for a considerable amount of time. But those pastors of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom were truly detestable. Just because I failed some subjects in exams, they ignored my ordinary yet handsome face and looked at me like an idiot all day long. Pah. I just didn't want to study those boring courses. In courses like basic drawing, art appreciation, and art knowledge, which I liked, I was always at the top. Only that Edwina, who always had a long face, could compare to me in those subjects. Of course, after coming to see, more or less everyone believes in the Lord of Storms. This guy is really classmates with Vice Admiral Iceberg. If those people on the Golden Dream knew, would they drown this guy with their spit? The Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom style is completely different from other churches. They have a unique intelligence hierarchy. No wonder the faith in the God of Knowledge and Wisdom isn't as widespread as the other 6 gods. Klein couldn't help but make connections in his mind, and only by relying on the facial control ability brought by the faceless stage did he manage to keep himself from laughing. After a brief silence, Klein deliberated his words, saying, "Since your faith is not firm to begin with, then praying to an existence outside your own faith is not a problem." Anderson's mouth twitched. He really wanted to retort that if the people from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom hadn't disliked his intelligence, his faith would actually have been quite firm. After hesitating for a moment, he suddenly asked, "Al said you are a blessed. Which blessed are you? Does he have the authority over the domain of fate?" Klein remained silent. Without waiting for Klein to organize his words and speak, he continued to speak to himself, "Forget it, I'll pray to that fool once I leave the sea area. As a treasure hunter, one always needs a bit of adventurous spirit. Anyway, I haven't heard of anyone losing control, going mad, or dying because they prayed to him. You certainly won't encounter danger because of this, but you also won't be rid of the misfortune on you." Klein rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache, and thought about how to dissuade Anderson from praying to him. Chapter 500, KWM Chapter 498, Strange Forest. In Afternoon Town, Derek rolled forward to dodge the monster's attack, while his hurricane axe, held in his right hand, chopped fiercely into the lower leg of a giant covered in short black fur. Boom. A silver-white lightning bolt struck from thin air, causing the monster to tremble and stiffen in place. Derek calmly stood up. He did not continue to hack with the hurricane axe, but instead spread his arms as if embracing the sun. A clear, brilliant, and pure holy light descended, enveloping the monster in front of him. In the light filled with the aura of the divine sun, the monster covered in short black fur screamed and fell, its body emitting a puff of black mist that instantly melted into the light and vanished into nothingness. On the other side, Chief Colin of City of Silver, holding a silver-white straight sword in each hand, repelled several monsters that approached him. He suddenly retreated a distance, bowed his back slightly, and plunged the straight swords in his hands into the already decaying gray stone ground. Pieces of dawn-like light fragments burst forth from the blades of the 2 straight swords. They were dense and countless, forming a shimmering and violent sharp hurricane that swept out in all directions. The bright dawn light quickly enveloped everything around, cutting, dissolving, and grinding away all the monsters covered in short black fur. The bright dawn light lasted for about half a minute, until Colin stood up from the ground, and the surrounding dawn gradually dissipated, with no monster remaining in sight. After a period of combat, the people of City of Silver had discovered that the monsters here feared strong light. Although the Dawn Paladin's dawn light was not as divine and bright as the light supplicants, the dawn used by Colin, who was already a monster hunter, was no less effective than the holy light summoned by Derek, and it could cover a larger area. As the last monster was dealt with, Afternoon Town suddenly fell silent, with only deep darkness covering everything. Chief Colin of City of Silver looked around and said in a deep voice, "Let's rest, then return to City of Silver." The exploration of Afternoon Town had constantly encountered unexpected events. Although the exploration team had no casualties, they all suffered some injuries, and the sudden appearance of Mr. Tower from the outside world, as well as Amon, made him reconsider the exploration plan for the Giant King's court. In City of Silver, clumps of black hair-like plants grew in patches within the cracks of City of Silver's tall city walls, fluttering like strands of hair in the wailing wind. Leyton stayed at a distance and took a long look towards City of Silver, observing the top of the city wall where a lantern was placed every so often, and the hidden residents patrolling with animal skin lanterns. After a brief observation, his figure became transparent again, transforming into shimmering starlight dots that surged and moved away with the direction of the wind. Leyton sometimes walked, sometimes transformed into surging starlight, and soon traveled a great distance towards the south of City of Silver. He wore a black classical robe with a hood, adorned with many strange symbolic patterns and magical symbols, like scattered stars encircling a cold, indifferent eye. In his left hand, he held a transparent crystal ball emitting a faint starlight, presenting the image of a mysterious wizard from legends, wandering the wilderness. On a dry riverbed, specks of starlight began to converge from within, reforming Leyton's figure. He thoughtfully looked at the riverbed beneath his feet. It wasn't particularly dry, but there was no water either, and the moisture was evenly distributed, not like it had slowly dried up, but more like the river had suddenly disappeared. Had it entered an incomplete concealed state, only returning to reality at completely random or fixed times. As he stood still, his eyes flickered, becoming extremely deep, then clearing again after a moment. There's a lingering aura of the Evernight goddess around here. It seems the river water was indeed concealed. However, it seems there are still people living here, or rather, there once were. Through some scenes glimpsed from the River of Fate, Leyton saw some past events here, including monsters and humans, who showed more or less signs of abnormality, cautiously collecting river water by the river with dim lanterns. Although the exact time could not be determined, the scenes in those images should have happened a long time ago, and the survivors in this area did not continue to struggle in the darkness. Muttering to himself, Leyton followed his intuition and walked into the deep darkness on the right side of the riverbed. Using the lightning bolts that occasionally struck from the sky, he saw a dark, dry, and eerie forest less than 100 meters from the riverbed. There were no leaves, and both the trunks and branches were extremely distorted, with holes of various sizes on the trunks, like distorted, screaming faces. Every tree exuded an aura of decay, coldness, and death, yet also gave a strange, living sensation. Leyton's eyes flowed with deep blue, outlining one complex symbol after another. The next moment, a giant, illusory eye appeared above the forest, its gaze as cold as substance, sweeping over every corner of the forest. Leyton stood still, carefully analyzing the various details of the entire forest that appeared in his mind. It possessed both living and undead characteristics, an incompletely transformed death creature. Can plants also be transformed into undead? Logically speaking, this place lacks light and stable water sources, making it completely unsuitable for plant growth, unless it has mutated into a monster. Were they once monsters animated by the power of the earth domain, later infected by the lingering power of the former death, turning into undead, but due to their inherent uniqueness, this change was incomplete. After pondering for a while, Leyton made the transparent, illusory giant eye above the forest disappear, then gazed deeply at the forest ahead, intending to use prophecy to determine if there was danger ahead. A moment later, he withdrew his gaze, intending to bypass this strange forest directly. These strange trees themselves do not have the ability to harm me, but they, along with the accumulated death, earth, and even divine power from the night domain, form a delicate balance. Once this balance is disturbed, I may not be able to escape the influence of the residual divine power here. As Leyton prepared to cross the forest from the air, a silver-white lightning bolt struck nearby, illuminating the surroundings brightly. Using the brief blinding light brought by the lightning, he noticed an inverted tree buried in the ground at the edge of the forest, and a strip of cloth, similar in color to the tree trunk, seemed to be hanging from the distorted tree. Because it was very close to the tree trunk and almost the same color, if the lightning bolt hadn't struck at just the right spot, he wouldn't have noticed this subtle anomaly. Traces left by humans, did the people who once gathered in this area find a way to coexist with this eerie forest? Muttering to himself, Leyton quickened his steps towards the edge of the forest, and his left hand holding the crystal ball slightly distorted his wrist. The starlight within the crystal ball flickered, and an invisible gravitational disturbance directly pulled the inverted tree out of the ground. Looking at the strange tree that was now fully exposed, Leyton frowned slightly. Perhaps because most of it was buried underground and couldn't grow freely, this tree grew very restrained and very strange. The trunk part was bent, and near the top, a thick branch grew out from each side, with a strange curve, like two separate, struggling arms. Looking from a little further away, it looked like a person bending their back, struggling in pain. Leyton reached out and grabbed the dark-colored cloth strip wrapped around the tree trunk, which also had faint tree bark patterns, and pulled it twice with force. It felt very rough, like coarse sackcloth made of plant fibers. It had grown into the tree trunk, and Leyton pulled it several times with force, but couldn't tear it off. Maintaining his posture, Leyton slightly lowered his head, his eyes flickering and becoming extremely deep, like the sea before a storm, clearly losing focus, his eyes a vast blank. His mind was slightly dazed for a moment, and soon images appeared in his mind. In the darkness, a figure holding an animal skin lantern ran quickly, panting heavily as it ran. Due to the perspective, Leyton could not see the appearance of this figure, only feel the fear and despair that filled its chest, and the distorted, strange trees around it that kept receding. The surrounding trees receded very quickly, and Leyton used this to estimate the speed of the perspective's owner, finding that it was even faster than a pack of wolves running at full speed in the wilderness. A sequence 7 or sequence 6 beyonder, and one who had significant physical enhancement. As thoughts floated, Leyton felt the suffocating despair grow even more intense, and the image in his mind flickered. The trees constantly receding seemed to be changing, they seemed to have come alive, twisting, swaying, and making whimpering sounds. The image in his mind quickly flickered again, turning completely black, as if the constantly running person had dropped his animal skin lantern, leaving only increasingly heavy panting and an even deeper despair that seemed to crush a person. Only when a silver-white lightning bolt streaked across the sky could the surrounding environment be barely seen with the lightning's light. The silver-white light, cut into countless tiny fragments by the cover of the branches, resembled the eyes of monsters hidden deep in the darkness, appearing extremely oppressive. The running person seemed very familiar with the path here, and even without a lantern, with the help of the lightning that occasionally illuminated the surroundings, he could easily distinguish his position and direction. As the image flickered, the figure rushed out of the oppressive, distorted, and eerie forest, and the sound of gurgling water echoed around. At that most relaxed and joyful moment, the image floating in Leyton's mind suddenly ended. An unspeakable feeling floated in his heart, and he subconsciously murmured, "Suffering has no end, and the sun will never rise again." Chapter 501, KWM Chapter 499, Chariot. The dark, bark-textured strip of cloth in Leyton's hand decayed, crumbling into pieces that fell to the ground, breaking into even finer powder as they descended, and then dissipating into the wind. Leyton lowered his eyes, his emotions deeply restrained, and murmured in a voice only he could hear. Is this the last obsession? Too much time has passed, the spirituality has almost completely dissipated, and no more information can be divined. Have the beyonder characteristics on him disappeared, consumed by the monster in the darkness after separating, or did they vitalize into a monster and leave this place? Sighing, Leyton slightly rotated his left wrist, and the abnormal gravity around him suddenly vanished. The distorted tree, which had been suspended in midair, crashed to the ground with a thud. He gazed deeply at the seemingly endless forest. Under the silver-white electric light, the more he looked closely, the more he could feel the sinister nature of this forest. Withdrawing his gaze, Leyton turned and took 2 steps back. In the process, his body rapidly became transparent, disintegrating into tiny, sparkling stardust that shot into the sky with a pale blue glow, surging towards the other side of the forest. On Toscat Island, Anderson, who had left the future, and Klein, who had transformed into Gehrman Sparrow, found a nearby hotel to stay at. After Anderson unlocked the door and entered his room, he seemed to finally shed a heavy burden, throwing himself onto a nearby armchair. After lying quietly for a moment, he suddenly felt thirsty. He slowly got up and poured himself a cup of hot water. As he drank, he pondered what he would do next. Go have some drinks, normal drinks, not the kind from the future that had things added to them. I also need some generous pirates to contribute some pounds to me. Cough. 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 Anderson suddenly began to cough violently. The glass in his hand slipped and fell to the floor, shattering into pieces. His other hand clutched at his throat, as if he couldn't breathe. Cough. Cough. He coughed harder and harder, his entire face turning purple with exertion, and his voice gradually became weak. Then, his eyes flowed with crimson, as if about to ignite with fire, and the veins on the back of his hands wriggled like worms, a sign of losing control. Bang. Anderson fell heavily to the ground as if he had lost all strength, his body twitching a few times before becoming still, even his breathing stopped. About 10 seconds later, Anderson, who had been like a corpse, suddenly straightened his back, sat up from the ground, and cautiously touched his face. I almost choked to death just by drinking water. Thank goodness. Otherwise, I'd be the hunter with the most hilarious cause of death. Is this what they mean by the deadliest dangers often lurking in the most ordinary parts of life? That guy wasn't just trying to scare me. Thank goodness. Before entering that sea area, I spent a fortune on a substitute puppet. As he spoke, Anderson pulled a straw doll from the lining of his vest. It had 2 crudely drawn eyes, a nose, and a mouth in ink. The doll was already corroding, dripping black liquid drop by drop. In less than 10 seconds, it had completely melted into a puddle of dark liquid, lying silently on the floor. After leaving that sea area, my bad luck has truly become more fierce. No, I can't drag this out any longer. I must resolve this bad luck on me as soon as possible, or else I won't even dare to drink water in the future. Muttering a few words to himself, Anderson disregarded his current state and simply sat cross-legged on the floor, head bowed, eyes closed, hands clasped before his mouth and nose, in a posture of devout prayer. The essence of knowledge, the source of mysteries, the light of civilization, the great agnostos theos, you are the upholder of truth. Your faithful worshipper prays to you, praying for a way to resolve the bad luck on him. Anderson repeated his prayer several times in ancient Hermes, but received no response. He rose from the floor, somewhat disheartened, debating whether to try again with a different honorific. Based on my past experience, after bad luck erupts once, I won't be too unlucky for the next 2 or 3 days. Having just experienced almost choking to death from drinking water, I shouldn't immediately be punished by God for not being devout enough. Having made up his mind, Anderson moved to a different spot and began to pray again. The fool who does not belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, you are the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. Your faithful worshipper prays to you, praying for a way to resolve the bad luck on him. Above the gray fog, Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, looking at the scene extended through the crimson star before him. He felt an urge to strike him down with a bolt of lightning and make him shut up completely. He leaned back in the high-backed chair, his gaze sweeping over the high-level items on the table, and murmured. These items don't involve the domain of fate, and I am just an empty shell of a fool. Solving problems like bad luck isn't within my capabilities. If this guy dies from bad luck, maybe he can drop some equipment for me. No, given Anderson's personality, he shouldn't pray to me so suddenly under normal circumstances. He had plenty of opportunities to pray on the future, but he only did so now, just after encountering another bout of bad luck. And a potentially fatal one at that. I didn't notice any commotion, so it must have been a very ordinary, very minor thing. Never mind him for now. I'll find an opportunity to ask Will Septon or Rhodes. After making his decision, Klein intended to sever the connection and leave the gray fog. He had just raised his hand when his movement suddenly paused. Given Anderson's personality, to ensure his own safety, he will most likely cling to me when he is plagued by bad luck. Having a sequence 5 beyonder he knows nearby is always safer than being alone, even if I might also be one of the dangers he encounters. What a hassle. The strongest hunter, and he has an ambiguous relationship with the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. He can be considered a decent resource and connection. As thoughts flickered, he extended his spirituality, enveloping the crimson star representing Anderson, and pulled the other party into the space above the grey fog. Crimson light burst forth, then instantly receded, condensing into a young man wearing a white shirt, black vest, and brown wide-legged pants. His golden short hair was parted in a 3/7 split, and his emerald eyes still held a hint of confusion. In places he couldn't see, a crimson, flame-like symbol, as if steeped in rust and blood, composed of blades, spearheads, bows and arrows, and numerous other weapons, slowly emerged. Is this the symbol of the hunter pathway? Klein glanced at Anderson, who had not yet fully recovered, tapped the edge of the table twice with his finger, making a thudding sound, and then spoke leisurely. Why are you tainted with a trace of Ouroboros's power? Huh. Anderson was stunned for a moment, then quickly recovered, his expression grave as he looked at the figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the mottled long table. He quickly lowered his head again, only his peripheral vision glancing at his surroundings. Many of the ancient texts he had read mentioned that gods cannot be looked at directly. Even if the other party isn't a true god, it's not far off. Anyway, to me, there's no difference. As Anderson reined in his thoughts, he respectfully recounted everything he had encountered in the temple within the War of the Gods ruins, from beginning to end. Finally, he gave a self-deprecating laugh and said, I even almost choked to death just now from drinking a cup of water. If I hadn't spent a fortune on a life-saving substitute doll before, I'd be a corpse currently precipitating beyonder characteristics. He paused, then asked cautiously. Excuse me, can I find a way to remove the bad luck on me here? If so, what price do I need to pay? Klein, leaning back in the high-backed chair, made no movement, seemingly indifferent to the question, and chuckled lightly. I adhere to the principle of equivalent exchange, but you cannot offer me satisfactory compensation right now. He paused, then continued before Anderson could speak eagerly. There will be a regular gathering here. You can seek help from those who participate in the gathering, some of them can solve your problem. Gathering. Anderson looked up in surprise and glanced around. This place certainly looked like it was frequented by people, but, in a place like this, in front of a great existence, holding a regular gathering. Isn't that a bit too bold, too exciting? Anderson reined in his scattered thoughts, lowered his head, and spoke with even greater respect. Excuse me, may I participate in the gathering here? I am a treasure hunter active in the Fog Sea. I've been to many places and discovered many treasures. My knowledge is quite extensive, and I also have my own connections in the beyonder world. This guy's state is completely different from those who were first pulled into the grey fog by me. Although his attitude is respectful, he isn't silent due to caution at all, he talks as much as if he's gossiping with someone. Moreover, are a hunter's connections truly not just a list of enemies? Klein grumbled a few times in his mind. When Anderson fell silent, his expression shifting from calm to uneasy, Klein slowly said. Heh, you can. They use tarot cards as their code names. You can also choose one for yourself. The duplicate ones have already been removed by me. As he spoke, he slightly wiggled his finger, and a set of exquisite tarot cards materialized out of thin air, surrounding Anderson and floating in midair. Anderson looked at the tarot cards floating beside him and couldn't help but murmur. Emperor, would that be too arrogant? No, son. Doesn't seem to have world either. Then chariot it is. I choose the chariot, which overcomes obstacles and achieves victory. Chapter 502, KWM Chapter 500, a road's congratulations. Understood. At the head of the mottled long table, Klein tapped the edge of the table with his finger, making all the tarot cards disappear except for the chariot. To demonstrate his mystery and authority, Klein added. The chariot acts decisively and swiftly, but the faster the chariot, the harder it is to discern the truth of the matter in the current situation, ultimately losing its objective. Anderson paused, but quickly reacted, standing up and bowing respectfully. Thank you for your gift and guidance. He had wanted to say something more, but didn't know how to address this mysterious existence, so he simply ended the conversation. Klein leaned back in his chair and said leisurely, You can call me, Fool. I understand, honored Mr. Fool. Anderson bowed again with a deep, reverent gesture. The gathering is every Monday at 3 p.m. Backlund time. Klein briefly mentioned the time of the gathering, then directly threw him out of the grey fog. Anderson only felt a moment of blurriness, and when he came to, he was already sitting in an armchair in his hotel room. Looking around, Anderson incredulously touched his face and muttered to himself. I'm actually still alive. That mysterious fool didn't directly corrupt me, but he also didn't remove the bad luck from me. Monday, 3 p.m. Backlund time. Good, only 2 days. I should be able to last. To keep this ordinarily handsome face of mine living in this world, I need to work hard to earn some living expenses, and there's also that some German sparrow extorted. Patting his cheek, Anderson rose from the armchair, picked up his clothes from the coat rack, and prepared to go out. The moment his hand touched the doorknob, he suddenly froze. In a trance, he seemed to see a pair of peculiar, indifferent eyes containing countless shining stars staring back at him. Ah! A slight throbbing pain suddenly came from his head, as if some knowledge was being poured into his mind. That knowledge automatically formed in his mind, turning into a scene. A rabbit wearing a special black tailcoat, a red bow tie, and a black top hat. It was holding a milky white die of probability in its hand, staring unblinkingly ahead, as if looking at someone and making eye contact. Anderson murmured as if in a dream, Southern Continent Paws River Valley, it can resolve abnormalities of fate. As his voice fell, Anderson seemed to suddenly wake up, shaking his head twice vigorously. As if he felt he wasn't clear-headed enough, he continued to shake and pat his cheeks. Is this a hint from Mr. Fool? No, he said I couldn't pay a satisfactory price, so he told me to find someone to help at a later gathering. So, those eyes just now, were they that erudite? Oh, for heaven's sake! I prayed to the God of knowledge and wisdom thousands of times before and never got a single response. Why did I suddenly succeed twice in a row? And why is this erudite's response delayed? Am I going to be seen as an undercover agent by both hidden existences? Is this a new development in my bad luck? The more Anderson spoke, the weaker he became, finally leaning against the door with his hands, burying his head deep in his arms. He felt a sense of sorrow, as if only a few minutes of his life remained. He maintained this posture for nearly 10 minutes, then suddenly, as if having made a decision, he looked up and opened the door. Nothing could be worse than this. It was better to take care of the present first and go borrow some money from the pirates. At the same time, in another room across the hallway, Klein, by praying to himself and responding to himself, took up the wireless telegraph machine placed above the gray fog. The wireless telegraph machine on the desk was silent for a moment, then the light in the room suddenly dimmed, and the temperature instantly dropped several degrees. Da-da-da. The illusory, ethereal typing sound continuously rang out, and a somewhat illusory piece of white paper was spit out from the telegraph machine, with sparkling, bright silver-white loan words. Great and Supreme Master, your loyal servant Erodes comes to pay his respects. Congratulations, you have taken another step forward on the path to reclaiming your authority. Your increasingly powerful aura makes me tremble. At the end of the words, there was a small emoji of a fearful yet excited figure. This mirror is very sensitive. It can see that the aura of Sapphira Castle above the gray fog on me is stronger. From its performance, it doesn't seem like an item of the fate pathway. Why can it see my peculiarity? Klein was silent for a moment, then nodded lightly with German Sparrow's cold tone, The telegraph machine on the desk clattered again, spitting out another illusory piece of white paper. Great Master, do you have a question you wish to ask me? Quite self-aware. Klein sighed inwardly, his face expressionless, and nodded lightly. Yes. Do you know what the sequence 4 Beyonder potion corresponding to the seer pathway is called? And where can I obtain its formula and Beyonder potion ingredients? The telegraph machine clattered again, and a new section of illusory white paper emerged. Great Master, are you testing me? The sequence 4 of the seer pathway is called Bizarro Sorcerer. There are only 3 ways to obtain the corresponding Beyonder potion formula. The first is the Church of the Evernight Goddess. They have always had a habit of cultivating seers and also keep mermaids. The second is Zeradal, the leader of the secret order, but he has gone mad. I am very sorry, esteemed Master, due to the limitations of this wireless telegraph machine, I cannot show you related images. The third is the main peak of the Hornaces Mountains, which is the origin of the Antigonus family. My identity in the church is already that of a dead person. I can't find the secret order at all, and even if I did, facing a mad angel, I would be helpless. Can I only go to the Hornaces Mountains? Is this why Queen Mystic prophesied my fate would be in the Hornaces Mountains? Klein looked at the words on the wireless telegraph machine expressionlessly, comparing the various options in his mind, each more dangerous than the last. The clattering sound suddenly rang out again, and new words appeared on the ethereal white paper. Great Master, perhaps there is another possibility, but I cannot be sure. I cannot see through that person, but I instinctively believe he should also understand this knowledge, or he has a way to understand this knowledge. Do you want to know? Yes. Klein nodded calmly. This was the first time he had seen Erodes use words like uncertain or instinct to describe a person. The wireless telegraph machine on the desk clattered again. Great Master, you also know him, Leyton saw from Fainapotter. He also has an identity at sea called Eltines. There are too many hidden things about him, what I can see is very limited, so I cannot confirm whether he has grasped the relevant information. However, beyonder potion formulas are also a kind of knowledge, and as a blessed of knowledge, he must have a way to obtain the knowledge he needs. That sounds reasonable. I can ask about it at the next tarot club. If he has it, great, if not, it won't be worse. Klein nodded lightly, then asked the next question. Who is most suitable to resolve the bad luck curse brought by Ouroboros' murals? The telegraph machine immediately clattered, spitting out a new piece of white paper. Great Master, there are 4 choices most suitable for you. They are respectively: that rabbit Altine's keeps, the die of probability, which evolved from the fate pathway uniqueness, is with it. There is a snake of fate hidden in Backlund. A member of the Life School of Thought's Fate Council is hiding on Oravi Island, currently recuperating there. And there is Destiny, who you previously encountered. He is drifting on the fog sea, seemingly searching for something. Each option is far away. I hope Anderson can hold on. Or I could ask him to pay in advance, so I don't have to worry about him dying before he pays. Klein pondered in silence for a moment, then nodded lightly to the wireless telegraph machine on the desk. That's all for now. The telegraph machine clattered again, spitting out another illusory piece of white paper. Yes, great and supreme master, may you return to the divine throne soon. Your loyal servant awaits your command at any time. Then, I shall take my leave. At the end of the words, there was a small emoji of a person waving goodbye with tears in their eyes. Klein stood calmly in place, saying nothing. The illusory white papers that had emerged from the wireless telegraph machine in front of him instantly became transparent and vanished. The light in the room brightened considerably, and the temperature also rose slightly. Klein, standing in front of the desk, let out an almost imperceptible sigh. A Rhodes doesn't seem to be a simple sealed artifact either. It can see through my peculiarities without having any fate-related characteristics itself. Is it because it is inherently connected to this peculiarity, or does it involve certain special authorities, such as omniscience? Omniscience should be the authority of the god of knowledge and wisdom. With the sequence 0 position occupied, the upper limit of this pathway is sequence 2. Does the magic mirror Rhodes correspond to the beyonder characteristic of sequence 2 of this pathway? Perhaps I can ask Will Septon. Anyway, I was planning to ask him. If I write the words smaller and more densely, I should be able to fit in one more question. Thinking this, Klein quickly walked to the desk, unfolded the paper crane Will Septon had folded, and densely wrote down the questions he wanted to ask with a pencil. How to remove the bad luck curse brought by the Angel of Fate's mural? Where can I obtain the Bizarro Sorcerer's Beyonder potion formula and ingredients? What is the origin of sealed artifact 2-111, the magic mirror Rhodes, collected by the Backlund Church of the God of Steam and Machinery? Chapter 503, KWM Chapter 501, Empty City. In the forsaken land of the gods, after Leyton crossed the eerie forest and walked for about 2 kilometers, he encountered a city that was mostly collapsed, with almost 3/4 of it in ruins. The city was very large, enough to rival 3 afternoon towns, and the buildings here were not as haphazard as those in Afternoon Town. They were built very regularly, and their size was closer to houses suitable for normal human habitation. The houses here were predominantly red, each with a slanted pointed roof covered in dark red tiles. Irregularly distributed on the streets were clock tower-like structures, engraved with large crosses and sun patterns, inlaid with dim crystals. The building materials of the surrounding houses were not uniform. There were black-stained stone slabs, rust-covered metal, and bricks made from fired clay. The people here seemed to have developed a decent industry. I hope there are clues I need. Muttering to himself, Leyton stepped into the city. The streets, paved with stone slabs and fired bricks, were full of potholes, as if they had endured more than one battle. Almost none of the houses on both sides of the street were well preserved. Doors and windows were almost completely damaged, and the walls were covered with large and small holes, but there were also some signs of repair. Although the houses built with giant stones around the giant king's court were a bit simple and crude, they could indeed withstand the test of time better. Leyton walked along the street, sighing as he went. The deep blue light in his eyes slowly flowed, outlining one mysterious and strange symbol after another in his pupils. In this state, he could see significantly more things and was no longer affected by the darkness. After observing his surroundings for a moment, he noticed that there were many pipes made of grayish-white stones and rusted, corroded metal between the houses here, connecting the entire city into a single entity. Following the traces of these pipes, Leyton arrived at the center of the city, a massive building resembling both a temple and a palace. Dozens of grayish-white stone pillars, each requiring 2 people to encircle, supported the high dome. The hall's layout and ceiling decorations emphasized dynamic curves, the walls had significant undulations, and the decorations were rich, even somewhat ostentatious. The hall's layout was roughly olive-shaped, surrounded by some irregular small prayer rooms, and there were also living courtyards distributed around it. The material of this building seemed quite special. After enduring a long period of time, it had only experienced small-scale collapses, with most of it still well preserved. In the vision of Leyton's eyes of mystery prying, this entire massive building emitted a bright spiritual radiance, with brilliant gold, deep red, and light blue interwoven, like the stars of the night and the sun and crimson moon embedded within them. This palace itself is a mystical item, integrating characteristics from so many different pathways while maintaining a delicate balance. This indicates that the artisan who built it was a beyonder of no low sequence at the time. One can't rule out coincidence either. Muttering to himself, Leyton pulled out a light yellow paper figure from his arms and casually flicked it twice in midair. The paper figure instantly left his hand, twisting and expanding in the air, emitting specks of dazzling starlight, and soon transformed into a figure identical to Leyton. His eyes shimmered with pure light, giving off an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet also appearing quite cold and devoid of warmth. Then Leyton raised his hand and made a grasping motion in midair, then dragged it, and a thick shadow curtain instantly formed, completely covering his figure and making him disappear into the quiet darkness. The light in the paper figure's eyes flickered, and then, like a robot receiving commands, it stiffly walked towards the hall ahead. Upon entering, there was a spacious prayer hall. Directly in front of the hall was an unusually grotesque, inverted idol. A tall, imposing but exceptionally hideous and terrifying figure was bound to a huge cross, which was inverted and plunged into the ground. Behind it was a black disc like a radiating sun, engraved with many strange symbols and mysterious patterns, appearing exceptionally evil and distorted. Below the idol was a group of neatly arranged puppets, still wearing clerical robes. Their exposed limbs were either wood or metal, and they knelt on the ground in a very devout posture, praying towards the evil idol in front of them. The prayer hall was silent and had no light whatsoever. There were no wall lamps or places for candles on the side walls, as if no lighting was needed here. On the altar in front, the candles had long since burned out, leaving only a trace of burned wax. Yet, the floor and walls here were surprisingly clean, as if someone cleaned them every day. The paper figure, transformed into Leyton, stiffly wandered around the prayer hall twice. He did not touch the idol on the altar or the puppets that looked like they were devoutly praying. He only glanced at them from a few meters away before turning and walking towards the area behind the prayer hall. Behind the prayer hall was a long corridor with 3 closed wooden doors on each side. The paper figure Leyton did not try to push the doors, but walked stiffly and slowly towards the other end of the hallway. At the end of the hallway was a relatively spacious garden, arranged with rockeries, dry riverbeds, and lakes, and filled with artificial flowers and trees made of colored paper, wooden sticks, and thin metal sheets. They were very well preserved, without any decay or damage, and not even stained with dust. In the garden, paths paved with broken flagstones branched out in all directions, and at the intersections stood signs written in Jotun. Courtyard number 1, Courtyard number 3, Cultivation Room, Puppet Workshop. The paper figure Leyton read out the signs on the stand in front of him, word by word. His voice was hoarse like an old machine, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Then, as if experiencing a bad signal, he paused in place. After a long while, he stiffly began to move his feet again, walking towards Courtyard number 1. Before he had taken 2 steps, he suddenly bumped into a puppet holding large scissors, dressed as a gardener, but looking quite crude. Its structure was very simple, as if it had been haphazardly pieced together from a few materials. Its face was a large bird skull with strange patterns drawn on it, its 2 arms were casually assembled from wood, iron blocks, and nails, and under its grey coarse cloth short robe were 3 limbs that looked like both claws and legs. The paper figure Leyton and the puppet holding the large pruning shears in front of him exchanged glances, then he slowly and stiffly turned to avoid the puppet. The large shears held by the gardener puppet suddenly opened wide and were placed on the paper figure Leyton's neck. Click. Bang. The sound of the shears closing rang out, and the paper figure Leyton's head detached from his body, then thinned and became brittle in midair, turning into a paper figure cut horizontally. Having done all this, the gardener puppet returned to its previous motionless stance, standing quietly in the garden full of artificial flowers and trees. In the darkness outside the hall building, in a hidden space, Leyton held a transparent crystal ball in his left hand, emitting a misty starlight that illuminated his surroundings. Once inside that building, my paper figure fell into a strange negative state, like a decayed, old machine. Even if it wasn't destroyed by that puppet, it would have disintegrated into a pile of fragments on its own within a few minutes. If only I had the historical void images of a scholar of yore, or a parasite's avatar, it would be great. The paper figure can only carry a limited number of beyonder abilities, serving as a simple detection tool. Too bad. Klein has only just advanced to marionettist, still a long way from scholar of yore. Sighing, Leyton lifted the concealed state of the surrounding area. He looked up at the magnificent hall ahead, his gaze flickering for a moment, becoming extremely deep, clearly losing focus, his eyes a blank expanse. This state lasted for about half a minute before his eyes became clear again. There's danger, but the level of danger is constantly changing. Frowning for a moment, he abandoned the idea of exploring this magnificent hall now, planning to have Klein help him from the grey fog during the next Tarot Club meeting. After making up his mind, he turned and walked towards the eastern side of the city. Perhaps because more stones were used in the building materials, the houses there were better preserved. Walking on the silent streets, Leyton did not encounter any attacks from monsters hidden in the darkness. It was so safe here that it didn't feel like the forsaken land of the gods. Suddenly, thick gray fog surged into his vision, and a deep red light rose from within the gray fog, finally condensing into a blurry female figure sitting at a desk and praying. At the same time, the voice of Magician Furs echoed in his ears. "Esteemed Mr. Fool, I wish to seek some help from Mr. Tower. I need him to record some demigod level beyonder abilities in Leyton's travels. This concerns our assassination attempt on Mr. X of the Aurora Order tomorrow, and I will pay an equivalent reward for it." Leyton looked up slightly, gazing at the figure seated above the gray fog, and nodded gently. "Yes, just have her sacrifice that Leyton's travels to the gray fog, and I will record suitable demigod level beyonder abilities on it." Recorded above the gray fog. All right. From deep within the thick gray fog, a leisurely, deep voice echoed in Leyton's ears. Then the gray fog before his eyes quickly receded, and his vision returned to a darkness illuminated by misty starlight. "The grudges between Mr. X and the Abraham family cannot expose my existence, otherwise it will be hard to explain to the Aurora Order." Muttering to himself, Leyton continued to walk on the potholed street for about 15 minutes before a relatively well-preserved house appeared ahead. Leyton stood on the street, looking up for a while, the deep blue, almost purple, light in his eyes flowing, taking in all the disharmony and abnormalities around him. Chapter 504, KWM Chapter 502 Dolls. Clatter. 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 The floorboards in the house had weathered over an excessively long period, emitting a cracking sound with every step. Leyton's gaze swept across the hall. There was no furniture or other items left in the room, only the surrounding walls, the collapsed roof, and some scattered decaying stones and iron pieces. Most of the doors and windows inside the house had long since decayed and disappeared, with only one room on the far right still retaining an intact vermilion wooden door. Leyton stood in front of the wooden door for a moment, raised his hand and gently knocked twice, then reached out, gripped the doorknob, gently distorted his wrist, and pushed open the vermilion wooden door. The room's furnishings were old and covered in dust, but unlike the items in the other rooms outside, they hadn't decayed or weathered. The room's layout and style were quite simple, with only a wooden bed carved with intricate ancient patterns and a table and chair. On the tabletop was a bronze lampstand, and besides that, there were many metal strips, wooden blocks, and dyed canvas of various sizes. To the right upon entering the door, there was a stained glass window whose colors had almost completely faded, becoming dull gray. On the wooden bed lay a relatively well-dressed doll. Its wooden face was painted with bright makeup, and it wore a black pointed soft hat adorned with flowers on its head, along with a black and white classical court dress. If one ignored its body, which was assembled from wooden blocks, straw, and iron nails, it looked like a mysterious warlock from ancient times. Snap. Leyton suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and points of brilliant light emanated from him, spreading out in circles of clear, radiant ripples. The light blue starlight quickly transformed into brilliant gold, dyeing the surroundings in a golden hue. Pure and clear light illuminated every corner, leaving no trace of darkness, no shadow remaining. Under the clear, light golden glow, all the items in the room rapidly decayed and weathered, crumbling into tiny fragments that scattered across the floor. "Why did you destroy my home? Why did you destroy my home?" A somewhat hoarse, childlike voice of a little girl echoed repeatedly in the room. It seemed she hadn't spoken for too long, as her voice was low and intermittent, gradually becoming clearer after several repetitions. Leyton looked up without the slightest surprise, gazing at the wooden bed that was rapidly weathering and decaying under the clear light. The original position of the wooden bed was now empty, with a layer of ash piled on the ground. A doll, dressed in a classical court dress and wearing a pointed black soft hat decorated with flowers, stood quietly there, its hollow eyes fixed on Leyton. Leyton calmly met its gaze for a moment, then thoughtfully twirled the transparent crystal ball in his left hand twice. Brilliant starlight shone from within the crystal ball, rapidly twisting and expanding, completely restoring the room's previous furnishings. After completing all this, Leyton reached out and pulled over a chair, sitting down with the chair back facing forward. His gaze was fixed on the motionless doll standing before him as he asked, "What happened to this city? What is that hall in the center of the city? Why did you all turn into dolls? Or, have all the people in this city turned into such dolls?" As he spoke, Leyton also pointed at the opposite doll's body, wanting to see its reaction. Seemingly touched by Leyton's words, the doll, whose face was meticulously painted, stiffly turned its head a couple of times, as if its internal mechanisms had rusted due to the passage of time. After 2 wobbles, its neck seemed to suddenly break, and its head folded 180 degrees. The pointed soft hat on its head, as if fixed in place, drooped downwards but never fell to the ground. Click. Click. The sound of old mechanical parts operating continuously emanated from the doll's body. Its body began to shake uncontrollably, as if it could fall apart at any moment. Leyton narrowed his eyes and snapped his fingers again. The clear, light golden light in the illusion instantly vanished. Without the suppression of the sun domain's aura, the doll's body shaking suddenly slowed down. Points of clear, pure starlight flickered in the air, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility, slowly merging into the doll's body. A moment later, it stopped shaking. Its lowered, almost folded head slowly lifted, and its meticulously painted face became distorted and vivid. Its carved mouth opened and closed, and a childlike, emotionless voice came from the doll, "The Lord abandoned us. The angel guarding us went mad, the high priest went mad, the clergy of church went mad, the guardians of the city went mad, everyone went mad. Darkness swallowed everything. We lost light, lost food, lost water, lost faith, lost hope." The wise one proposed discarding the useless flesh and integrating souls into dolls. Dolls don't need food, don't need water, and no longer attract the attention and attacks of monsters in the darkness. Some people were willing, some were not, until one day, they all disappeared. Dad, Mom, and my brother. No one maintained my body with oil. I couldn't move. I just sat there, always sitting there. I'm so scared, so scared. The doll's voice grew increasingly shrill, and its body shook uncontrollably. The paint on its face was like a sticky liquid, slowly floating up, and black liquid seeped from its eyes, nose, and mouth. Hiss. 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 Sharp, rusty iron thorns extended outwards, piercing through the doll's classical court dress. Its hands and feet, simply pieced together from wooden blocks and iron pieces, were covered in barbs, like coarse, black bristles, tearing through its gloves and socks. It suddenly lost its footing and fell to the ground, its body writhing like a snake, constantly muttering, "It's so painful. Please help me, help me." Black, viscous liquid continuously seeped from its body, accompanied by a pungent stench. The coarse, black barbs rhythmically undulated, like an animal stretching its scales. Leyton slightly lowered his head, looking down at the doll struggling and pleading on the floor, and softly chanted a Dragonese word, "imprisonment." Brilliant starlight swirled around him, one after another flying off and descending upon the doll. The starlight instantly condensed, creating a giant transparent amber, encasing the distorted and grotesque doll within, confining it to its original position. Click. 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 The doll's movements were restricted, and the sound of internal parts malfunctioning and breaking came from its body. Its arms, head, and legs all showed varying degrees of damage, with parts like gears and iron nails constantly falling from its body. Its entire right hand detached from its body, and its head drooped limply. Rip. After a brief moment of calm, the black classical court dress on the doll's chest was torn from within, revealing an internal structure resembling a birdcage. The birdcage was covered in sharp, rusty iron thorns stained with black, viscous liquid. Inside, many metal gears and pipes were densely distributed, but most were already broken, with black, viscous liquid everywhere. In the very center was a glass jar connected by brass-colored metal, filled with a pale yellow, pus-like liquid. Soaked in the liquid was a human brain, full of dark red blood vessels, with maggots wriggling within. In the glass jar, the brain trembled slightly, emitting faint, piercing, and barely audible sounds, as if evolving from the language of the dead. Leyton sighed. As he raised his right hand, clear and brilliant starlight gathered in his hand. The light blue starlight gradually turned blazing white, swirling with golden illusory flames, condensing into the shape of a long spear. The blazing white spear, upon forming, shot out, piercing through the transparent amber formed by starlight, and plunged straight into the glass jar in the doll's chest. The sound of breaking glass rang out, and at the same time, light golden flames spread over the doll's entire body, burning it into drops of transparent liquid and a mass of grayish-black ash. After the doll was completely consumed by the flames, continuously dark green light points precipitated from the ashes on the floor, slowly gathering and forming. Finally, it formed a doll the size of a baby's fist, simply wrapped in cloth strips and sawdust. Leyton glanced at it briefly, then bent down and picked it up from the floor. It was curled into a ball, with a face on both the front and back of its head, one numb and cold, without any expression, and the other distorted and grotesque, full of madness. It's equivalent to half a corpse collector. It's a bit eerie, only sequence 9 strength, but contains a lot of corruption. After muttering to himself, Leyton casually tossed the strange wooden doll twice and turned to leave the house. As he departed, the room returned to darkness. The remaining floor and walls in the room seemed to instantly age through long years, becoming dilapidated, decayed, and covered with cracks of various sizes. On the empty street, Leyton paused, the deep blue glow in his eyes gradually deepening. He outlined a symbol representing concealment in the air with his right hand. An invisible curtain descended from the air, enveloping the surroundings. Space instantly distorted, splitting into 2 parts, and concealing the area he was in. This section of the street seemed to suddenly narrow significantly, but upon closer inspection, there seemed to be no change. In the hidden space, an invisible servant illuminated the surroundings with a crystal ball emitting a faint starlight. Snap. A crisp snap echoed, and brilliant starlight descended point by point, condensing into a table and chairs shimmering with starlight. Leyton half reclined on the starlight-condensed chair. Suddenly, a thick grey fog surged before him, and deep red light rose like a tide, instantly engulfing all sight. When he came to his senses, he was already in the space above the grey fog. The clear voice of Justice Audrey also rang out at this moment. "Good morning, Mr. Tower." Chapter 505, KWM Chapter 503 Divination. Leyton's gaze swept around, finding Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, and Moon Emlyn all present. Justice Audrey, who was good at observation, enthusiastically explained, "We plan to act this afternoon. There will be a hidden Beyonder gathering organized by the Aurora Order, and Mr. X is the convener of the gathering." Leyton listened, calmly nodded, and said, "What kind of demigod-level Beyonder abilities do you want to record?" Magician Furs immediately replied, "Those with powerful offensive capabilities, those that can disrupt the battlefield, or those with strong control abilities are all fine." She paused, feeling she had said too much, and chuckled softly, correcting herself, "As long as they can be recorded, we can adjust our tactics based on the recorded Beyonder abilities." "Understood." Leyton nodded slightly, lightly tapped the table in front of him twice with his right hand, and pointed to the dark brown Laymanos travels placed in front of the other party. Magician Furs instantly understood, nodded, and pushed the parchment-bound book in front of her towards Leyton across the bronze-long table. Leyton quickly flipped through it twice, finding 5 pages of Blink, and 3 pages of Traveler's Door recorded on it. In addition, there were some more common Beyonder abilities from the Hunter and Warrior pathways. The recorded Beyonder abilities were of varying sequences, likely recorded by Lawrence after he observed some battles between Beyonders with this book. After a moment of contemplation, Leyton suddenly stood up from his chair and bowed to the Fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table. "Respected the Fool, may I use some more destructive Beyonder abilities here?" "Here? This is the Fool's divine kingdom. Isn't it a bit too arrogant to use Beyonder abilities here?" Moon Emlyn exclaimed in his heart, both confused and surprised. Justice Audrey, with no obvious change in expression, leaned on the edge of the bronze-long table, curiously observing Leyton's movements and expression. Mr. Tower seemed very certain that the Fool would agree to his request. Klein, leaning leisurely in the high-backed chair, tapped the edge of the table twice with his finger. "You may." As his words fell, the grey fog outside the magnificent palace suddenly surged, and a plaza paved with grey-white marble, surrounded by 12 towering grey-white stone pillars, suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. A plaza just appeared like that. Magician Furs and Moon Emlyn were simultaneously stunned. Audrey, while trying to maintain her calm expression, couldn't help but sigh in her heart, although she had already witnessed the Fool conjure this magnificent and ancient palace with a wave of his hand. Seeing such a miracle again was still shocking. The Fool is not only benevolent, but he is also completely friendly to us Tarot Club members. Leyton walked to the grey-white plaza in front of the Grand Palace with the Laymanos Travels, opening the book to the yellowed pages capable of recording demigod-level abilities. The deep blue, almost purple, radiance in his eyes suddenly surged, outlining one mysterious symbol after another. He extended his right hand forward, clenching it in midair, and pulled out a peaceful and serene night sky. The entire grey-white plaza instantly disappeared from the sight of the Tarot Club members inside the ancient palace. Neither their eyes, nor their sense of smell, nor their spiritual intuition could perceive the existence of that plaza just now. "It's gone." Moon Emlyn exclaimed in surprise. He looked at where the grey-white plaza had disappeared, then at the Fool, who was seated at the head of the mottled long table with no expression, and only then did he belatedly quiet down, continuing to gaze at the empty grey fog. On the grey-white plaza, Leyton looked at the Laymanos Travels in his hand with some surprise. The yellowed pages had already recorded the mystical reenactment, Nation of the Evernight, he had just used. Leyton chuckled, sighing, "My luck is pretty good. I managed to record it successfully on the first try, even with such a low probability." On the other side, Klein, sitting in the high-backed chair and projecting his gaze onto the hidden plaza through his control over the space above the grey fog, couldn't help but sigh in his heart, "Luck is truly a mystery, oh no, an occult art. When will the King of Yellow and Black who holds good luck become a reality?" The grey-white plaza used to display and record Beyonder abilities was hidden, which caused Moon Emlyn, Magician Furs, and Justice Audrey, who had originally planned to observe, to regretfully withdraw their gazes. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the surrounding calm grey fog suddenly surged, and a plaza covered in lightning strikes and burn marks appeared. The 12 grey-white stone pillars that had originally stood along the edge of the plaza were all broken, leaving only scattered fragments of stone on the ground. Brilliant starlight surged forth, emerging from the distant grey fog and gathering on the high-backed chair belonging to White Tower. Bits of starlight reformed within, revealing Leyton's figure. Leyton handed the Laymanos Travels, with the Beyonder abilities already recorded, to Magician Furs. 3 demigod-level Beyonder abilities have been recorded. 2 mystical reenactments, Nation of the Evernight, can pull a certain area into a concealed state, creating an undisturbed battlefield, and it can also seal the traveler's sights in the spirit world ability. Mermaid can make objects within a certain area transparent and illusory, turning them into a pile of foam, which can be used to escape pursuit or avoid attacks. And one, Unshadowed Spear, that I replicated, which has stronger physical destructive power than the original, Unshadowed Spear, but its purification ability in areas like Fallen and Defilement is weakened. How wonderful! Mr. Tower seems to have mastered many spells with different effects, and he can even develop his own spells. How enviable! I wonder what abilities the spectator pathway will have after reaching demigod level, and whether he can develop some special spells himself. Audrey leaned slightly forward, resting her hands on the edge of the bronze long table, her thoughts constantly diverging. Magician first took the Laymanos Travels and casually flipped through it, finding that in addition to the 3 agreed-upon demigod-level Beyonder abilities, there were also several Lightning Strike and Fire Crow spell Beyonder abilities. After a brief look, Furs closed the book, looked up at Leyton, and nodded gently. Thank you for your help, Mr. Tower. These are all very practical Beyonder abilities. I will give you the agreed-upon remuneration before the Tarot Club begins tomorrow. Understood. Then I wish you a smooth operation. Leyton nodded in response, then turned his head to look at the Fool Klein at the very top. The latter's figure, shrouded in grey fog, gently nodded, and his right hand tapped the edge of the table twice. A deep red light instantly surged, engulfing Leyton. When the light disappeared, his figure was no longer on the high-backed chair. In the forsaken land of the gods, on a secret street in a deserted city, Leyton held the doll he had just obtained, his eyes gradually deepening, clearly losing focus and becoming a vast blank. In this state, a series of images began to surface in his mind. In a room lit by dim candlelight, the walls were decorated with many brass gears and dried flowers. A middle-aged woman wearing a dark classical robe, whose face could not be seen clearly, walked in from outside the door, carrying what looked like a tray. The food on the tray was a bit strange, a cup of black, viscous, strange liquid, a plate of wood chips, and a few iron pieces. The same scene repeated continuously, like the daily life the doll had experienced before. As the images floated, the dried flowers on the room's walls grew fewer and fewer, and the gears were gradually removed, becoming new food on the tray. In the end, only a simple table and chair remained in the room, along with the large bed where the doll in the perspective was staying. As the images progressed, Leyton felt intense emotional fluctuations, coming from the spiritual imprint left by the doll formed by the Beyonder characteristic. Leyton's divination seemed to have triggered it, emotions of confusion, fear, and madness, and an urge to tear everything apart, arose in his heart. The images in his mind were no longer the dim room. The doll lying on the bed walked out of the room. Its vision was strange, the surrounding darkness turned blood red in its eyes, and the surrounding walls, the ground, everywhere was filled with distorted, ferocious monsters. Its emotions seemed particularly high. The surrounding strange environment and monsters did not frighten it, instead, they aroused the most primitive madness. It tore apart all the distorted monsters that tried to attack it. This blood-red, strange scene in his mind did not last long. It returned to the bed in the room, but this time there was no dim candlelight illuminating the room, and no one carrying a tray came in. The appearance of the room could only be seen by the silver-white light when lightning struck outside. The scene in the room froze there until Leyton's eyes became clear again, and all the images that had appeared in his mind vanished. Leyton looked at the doll in his hand, tiny starlight floating around it, then quickly disappearing. The person holding it can see some spirits invisible to the naked eye. By infusing spirituality, it can be temporarily brought to life. The negative effect is, the holder craves communication and light, and will mutate into a monster in darkness. Not speaking to it for a long time will also cause it to mutate into a monster. Never mind, it's not a complete corpse collector Beyonder characteristic anyway. Let it remain as it is. Consider it a collection of a story with an unhappy ending. Perhaps it will have some unexpected uses in the future. Leyton muttered to himself, cancelling his plan to destroy it and retrieve the Beyonder characteristic. Chapter 506, KWM Chapter 504 Assassination. Leyton created several brilliant starlights, slowly floating around the doll in his hand, outlining one strange symbol after another, all interconnected. The moment these symbols formed, the starlight instantly condensed, creating a translucent grayish-white amber that completely sealed the doll. Handing the sealed doll to the invisible servant beside him, Leyton leaned back, sitting directly on a chair formed of starlight, and rubbed his somewhat hungry stomach, muttering to himself. I need Klein to get me some food through sacrifice. In this place full of darkness, my sense of time has become blurred. Estimating the time, and figuring that Magician Furs and Justice Audrey had almost finished discussing their afternoon plans, Leyton began to pray to Klein, stating his needs. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the fool's high-back chair, directly opposite the mottled long table, where a figure in a black robe, appearing extremely introverted and gloomy, sat. Klein leaned back, resting lightly against the chair back, his right index and middle fingers, placed below the bronze long table, gently tapped twice, as if pulling invisible threads. The world, seated directly below the mottled long table, looked up to face the fool at the very top. His expression was still gloomy and introverted, but with a touch more vitality. After an exchange of glances, the world, seated at the very bottom, stood up and bowed. "Good morning, esteemed Mr. Fool." Klein, at the very top, nodded in a dignified manner, then intercepted a portion of Leyton's prayer and displayed it to the world. After a moment's pause, he then replayed a piece of information Septon had revealed in a dream. The world nodded slightly, fully immersing himself in Gehrman Sparrow's identity, saying, "I understand. I will prepare the necessary supplies for Mr. Tower in the Forsaken Land of the Gods, and help Mr. Chariot solve the problem of the bad luck on him." "Very good." Klein nodded gently, responding with a leisurely tone. Then he slightly raised his hand, and the world's figure instantly vanished from the space above the grey fog. In the afternoon, within a deserted hospital building near the outskirts of Northborough, Backlund. Furs wore a greyish-white cloak with a hood, a scarf wrapped around her face, and thick black-rimmed glasses on her nose, disguising herself to be completely different from her usual self. Her left wrist pressed lightly against her lower abdomen, while her right hand was very relaxed, swinging back and forth with her steps. It wasn't easy to find an excuse to trick Zio. For that, I specifically asked Mr. Moon to time it and post a task at the bar she usually takes missions from, one she would definitely accept. That way, I had the chance to attend this Beyonder gathering convened by Mr. X today in her stead. I wonder how Miss Justice and Mr. Moon are preparing. The people attending the gathering are wrapped up too tightly. I can't tell who is Miss Justice or who is Mr. Moon at all. Calm down, rein in your thoughts. I can't show too obvious malice, not even in my mind. Having gone through the seer stage, Mr. X's spiritual intuition is very keen. Any abnormal behavior from me could easily be noticed by him. After a series of intense mental activities, Furs had passed the pre-gathering inspection and chose a seat on the right side, near the wall, in the gathering hall. As the wild Beyonders hidden within the metropolis of Backlund gradually entered, the gathering finally began. Furs's peripheral vision kept scanning her surroundings, trying to find someone who might be her companion. Perhaps her observation wasn't meticulous enough, or perhaps her tarot club companions were too well disguised, as she didn't find anyone who could be Justice and Moon until the gathering was almost over. Just as Mr. X, who was presiding over the gathering, was about to announce its conclusion, brilliant starlight suddenly surged from the void, rapidly converging on the far left side of the gathering hall. Before the attendees could react to the anomaly, an invisible, mind-affecting force erupted. Everyone in the room, at that moment, felt as if they were facing a terrifying giant dragon, instantly panicking and falling into chaos. This was awe from Audrey. Although the effect of this area of effect was not as strong as when directed at a single person, her goal had already been achieved. Crack! The moment awe appeared, the sound of breaking glass rang out, as if someone, unable to resist the effect of awe, had dropped something they were holding. A pale yellow gas with a strong paralyzing effect quickly spread. In an inconspicuous corner, a pair of pale golden vertical pupils coldly scrutinized Mr. X at the front of the hall. Mr. X, who was being watched, instantly sensed the source of the gaze. The next moment, his figure vanished, only to reappear instantly before a newly formed traveler's door. Immediately after, a figure enveloped in dense black mist appeared beside Mr. X. His speed was incredibly fast, leaving a gray-black afterimage behind him. His extended right-hand fingernails had grown an extra section with mysterious symbols and patterns, gleaming with a dark green metallic luster, appearing exceptionally sharp and cold, and directly clawed towards Mr. X's right chest. Mr. X's figure instantly vanished, reappearing beside Audrey. Psychiatrist's frenzy. Mr. X, who had just materialized, suddenly froze. At this moment, he suffered severe mental damage, his lower back slightly arched backward, and his eyes became unfocused. The shadows in the room suddenly surged, condensing into illusory but solid pitch-black shackles, binding and dragging Mr. X backward. After solidifying into pitch-black shackles, the surrounding shadows did not stop, they continued to surge rapidly, rising like a flood, attempting to engulf the few individuals causing disruption at the gathering. Audrey, surrounded by shadows, felt a surge of unease. Although the current situation had not exceeded her previous expectations, she, participating in such a Beyonder battle for the first time, still felt some apprehension. The starlight condensed door, covered in mysterious patterns, flashed with a faint blue light. Lawrence, wearing a black woolen overcoat and a semi-high black top hat, appeared in the hall. At the same time, the light in the hall suddenly dimmed. A peaceful, tranquil night enveloped the surroundings. All the Beyonders participating in the gathering and the organizers of the gathering disappeared. Only Audrey, who had not fully recovered, Furs, who was flipping through Lamino's travels, Emlyn, who was entangled with Mr. X, and Lawrence, whose expression was unreadable and whose azure eyes showed a book continuously turning pages, remained in the hall. I came, I witnessed, I recorded. As he chanted, ripples of brilliant starlight suddenly spread out in front of Lawrence, reflecting the surroundings into a fog sea of stars. Mr. X, who was constantly displacing and entangling with Emlyn, suddenly paused. The surrounding space suddenly became viscous and slippery. His blink ability was greatly suppressed, each blink required a 1 or 2 second pause. Lawrence. He's already a sequence 6 scribe. How is this possible? What kind of ability is this? Does the Abraham family also possess such a mystical item specifically countering blink and teleportation? One thought after another flashed through his mind. Mr. X's expression was extremely gloomy. With his blink ability hindered, it was very difficult for him to continue pulling away from the suspected sanguine attacker. His speed was simply too fast. Flashing again, creating some distance from Emlyn, Mr. X's eyes reflected an illusory, slowly turning book. I came, I saw, I wreck. Frenzy. The next moment, Mr. X's movement suddenly stopped. His lower back arched slightly backward, his eyes glazed over and unfocused, and the illusory book reflected in his eyes vanished. The intense mental damage directly interrupted his casting action. Audrey, who had quietly arrived at the edge of the room, exchanged glances with Magician Furs beside her. Her pale golden vertical pupils gradually returned to their gem-like emerald green. Puff. The sound of claws tearing through flesh was exceptionally clear in the quiet room. Emlyn, with a pair of illusory bat wings growing from his back, appeared behind Mr. X, his right hand plunged directly into his chest. The intense pain brought the mentally scattered Mr. X back to his senses. He swept a resentful gaze across everyone in the room, then his body rapidly thinned and became brittle, transforming into a crimson paper figure. Moon paper figure? Emlyn exclaimed in surprise. As a sanguine, he didn't even have such a life-saving item. He hadn't expected this Mr. X of the Aurora Order to possess one. The next moment, Mr. X's figure emerged from the other side of the room. His eyes were bloodshot, and his expression seemed somewhat frenzied. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bloody finger. Under the somewhat horrified gazes of Furs and Audrey, he stuffed the finger into his mouth and chewed, making crunching sounds. The flesh on his body rapidly squirmed, his muscles swelled and bulged, growing pale red flesh buds that intertwined to form a tough and sturdy flesh armor. Furs stopped flipping Laymanos travels and directly activated a Beyonder ability from it. Crimson flame surged in front of her, transforming into one fiery crimson crow after another, circling and flying towards the drastically changed Mr. X. The fiery crows crashed into him, creating bursts of roaring sounds and stirring up crimson firelight. Emlyn then threw out a bottle of golden yellow potion he had already prepared. Whoosh! The glass bottle shattered amidst the layers of exploding firelight. The golden yellow liquid inside instantly evaporated, dyeing the constantly rising crimson flames golden, imbued with a strong sun aura. Oh! As Audrey continuously retreated, her eyes were tinged with a faint gold, and her pupils became vertical, a powerful mental pressure pressing down like a small mountain. Chapter 507, KWM Chapter 505 End. Roar. A near-bestial roar echoed through the flames, as Mr. X, enveloped in layers of fire, suddenly charged out, pouncing on Furs before she could react. The intertwined flesh buds on his body writhed like countless small worms, full of madness and a sense of being fallen. The surface flesh was charred black by the flames, and wisps of dark smoke continuously rose, his azure eyes faintly tinged with crimson. Lawrence's figure flickered, instantly appearing between Audrey and Mr. X. In his eyes, a phantom book slowly turned its pages. He raised both hands flat, his body glowing with a dazzling yellow light. A tide of pure yellow light surged from within him, condensing into a barrier of light in front. Boom. Mr. X crashed into the light golden barrier, producing a huge sound, but failing to shake the barrier in the slightest. The surrounding darkness and shadows also instantly writhed, transforming into solid shackles, firmly binding Mr. X. Ha ha ha. Shadows belong to my lord's domain. Mr. X laughed maniacally for a few moments, the phantom book in his eyes turning its pages again. The surrounding shadows suddenly came alive, surging like water, firmly trapping everyone in the room. The shadows beneath their bodies suddenly came alive, forming a pitch-black humanoid figure that rose from the ground. What is this now? Furs looked at Lawrence somewhat frantically. She felt as if a part of her spirit had been separated by these shadows. Lawrence calmly recited, I arrive, I witness, I record. He spread his arms, as if embracing the sun. The next moment, a magnificent, pure, blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping everything around. The humanoid figures formed by the shadows instantly evaporated. Mr. X, also enveloped by the light pillar, immediately distorted, letting out painful roars. The flesh buds writhing like small worms on his body became even more frantic. Rumble. A silver-white lightning bolt with a paralyzing effect suddenly struck, disintegrating into countless tiny electric snakes on Mr. X's body, darting in all directions. Mr. X, whose body was covered in writhing, insect-like flesh buds, suddenly paused. His grayish-white robe disintegrated into ash under the electric light, leaving only the darting silver-white electric snakes and charred flesh buds. Furs continued to flip the book in her hand without raising her head, as silver-white lightning bolts with paralyzing effects struck Mr. X, disintegrating into electric snakes that scurried across the floor. The scurrying currents and strong paralyzing effect made Audrey, who was hiding to the side, feel a slight tingling sensation on her skin. Under her grayish-white hood, her hair stood on end due to static electricity. In Lawrence's azure eyes, a phantom book rapidly turned its pages. I came, I saw, I record. After a brief incantation, specks of blazing white light accumulated in his hand, condensing into a blazing white, scorching spear of light. The moment the spear formed, it flew from his hand, its blazing white light enveloping the paralyzed Mr. X and rapidly expanding, the dazzling brilliant white instantly engulfing everything. After about 5 or 6 seconds, the brilliant white light around them finally receded. Emlyn rubbed his eyes uncomfortably, then pulled a small light brown glass bottle from his pocket and dripped the liquid inside into his eyes. After blinking twice and feeling his eyes finally comfortable, he spoke somewhat unhappily. I hate the sun. Old man, don't you give a warning before using such beyonder abilities? I was almost blinded. My apologies, it was my mistake. Lawrence turned and bowed slightly towards Emlyn in apology. Unexpectedly, the other party apologized so readily. Emlyn felt as if he had been making a fuss just now. He awkwardly pursed his lips and said, forget it. Just remember to say something next time. Oh no, there won't be a next time. Furs approached, biting her finger and smearing her blood on the deep brown book cover. After smearing the blood and resolving the negative effects of Leyton's travels, she handed the book to Lawrence and said, Mr. Lawrence, it needs to record a few more blink, teleportation, and sun domain spells. This is the payment I agreed upon with Mr. Moon. Lawrence took Leyton's travels from Furs, then flipped through it twice before nodding lightly and saying, no problem, I will complete the spell abilities on it and send it back to you in a couple of days. Then he turned his head to look at Audrey, who was approaching, and said, and for this lady, I will give you the fruit of the elder tree today. The black hunt giant lizard spinal fluid will require some waiting time, as this material is not in loan. You can prepare the cash during this period. No problem, I'm not in a hurry. Audrey smiled sweetly. Lawrence nodded gently, his gaze falling upon the slowly coalescing light points on the floor. At this moment, he appeared extraordinarily calm, with no emotional fluctuations in his eyes, as if he had zoned out. After a long while, it was only when the beyonder characteristic extracted from Mr. X coalesced into a transparent, almost ethereal crystal that he gradually came back to his senses. At this moment, he seemed to have lightened considerably, and even the feeling of old age and decline on him seemed to have diminished somewhat. Adjusting his emotions, he turned his head to Furs and said, Furs, the beyonder characteristic from Louisville is yours, consider it your reward. You won't be able to use this characteristic for now. You can choose to craft it into a mystical item, but if you need to use it to concoct a potion later, you'll need an angel-level power to pulverize it. You can choose for yourself. So, angels can pulverize mystical items, restoring them to the beyonder characteristic needed for potion concoction. Audrey keenly grasped the key point in Lawrence's words and asked with great curiosity. Lawrence nodded gently and said, that's right. Beyonder of the angel level have completely transcended the human realm. In ancient times, they were also called subdeities. Time to leave. As his voice fell, Lawrence flipped through the book in his hand, revealing a yellowed page adorned with numerous strange symbols and patterns, as well as bubbles floating in the air. As the effect of the mystical reenactment, Nation of the Evernight, ended, the group returned to the hall where the gathering had been held. All the original attendees had already left, leaving only the Aurora Order Beyonder on guard around them. The moment the figures appeared, the shadows in the room surged, and everything touched by the shadows was corroded by the fallen power, stained with a sticky blackness, or instantly corroded and broken. Lawrence and the others' bodies suddenly became transparent and ethereal, turning into a pile of bubbles. These bubbles instantly turned black, burst, and vanished completely under the corrosion of the shadows. Above the gray fog, Klein leaned back comfortably against the high-backed chair behind him. In his magnificent and ancient hall, the scarlet light receded like a tide. Through the connection established by Audrey and the others' prayers before their action, he had been observing their movements from above the gray fog. Mystical reenactment is really useful, with various effects that are both powerful and practical. Unlike a seer, whose beyonder abilities are flashy but not strong enough until the marionettist stage, when they start to improve. But is Emlyn's reward the use of that Leyton's travels? And he specifically requested blink, teleportation, and beyonder abilities of the sun domain. What does he want to do? Hunt artificial vampires. But doesn't he already have the Scarlet Scholar beyonder characteristic? After pondering for a while, Klein, having no clue, directly left the space above the gray fog. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the vast temple in the center of the uninhabited city, brilliant starlight surged and entered the prayer hall. Bits of starlight began to recoalesce inside, revealing Leyton's figure. My body is gradually decaying. This temple is very unfriendly to flesh and blood life. After quietly sensing the changes in his body, Leyton murmured softly while rubbing his fingers, creating specks of brilliant golden starlight that coated his body in a golden layer. The effect isn't too good. Do the negative effects here have a natural resistance to the purification power of the sun domain? As thoughts flickered, Leyton looked up at the dome of the prayer hall. Deep blue light flowed in his eyes. In his vision, everything in the entire prayer hall was covered with a layer of spiritual light. Amidst a pale blue, crimson, and brilliant golden colors slowly flowed, seemingly forming a dynamic balance. Snap. Leyton raised his hand high and snapped his fingers. A light golden glow spread outwards from his body, layer upon layer, bathing the entire prayer hall in a warm, light golden hue. The puppets kneeling before the inverted statue suddenly came to life. Their bodies trembled slightly as they prostrated themselves on the ground, their mouths, pieced and carved from wood, opening and closing, emitting hoarse, unpleasant sounds. Great Lord, please forgive us. Great Lord, please redeem us. Great Lord. Apocalypse. Please redeem us. The prayers of the prostrate puppets gradually grew noisy and chaotic. They seemed to be competing to see whose voice was loudest, whose prayer was more devout, whose posture was more serious. In this process, these puppets gradually became distorted. The facial features painted with oil on their faces became hideous and terrifying, and iron filings and barbs began to grow outwards from their bodies, like the fur and scales on animals, slowly floating up and down. In the vision of the eyes of mystery prying, Leyton clearly saw that the bodies of these puppets were all covered by a dark, utterly fallen, defiled, and mad veil. It feels like they've become one with this temple. Did this temple, crafted into a mystical item, pollute them, or did these puppets discover mutations and counterpollute the temple? Chapter 508, KWM Chapter 506 Exploring the Temple. Leyton silently watched these increasingly distorted and wonderful puppets for a moment, discovering that the light he created, imbued with the purification power of the sun domain, had no effect on them. Immune to purification? Or immune to the power of the sun domain? As thoughts swirled, Leyton rubbed his fingers again, creating slowly floating stars that scattered clear starlight, enveloping all the puppets prostrate on the floor. As the starlight fell upon these puppets, the oil paint on their bodies seemed to melt, continuously flowing and dripping downwards, becoming more and more abundant, gradually transforming into thick, black liquid. The puppets' expressions also grew increasingly ferocious. In a pool of thick, black liquid, the puppets slowly rose. The puppet standing at the very front, closest to the inverted statue, wearing faded bishop's robes, watched Leyton with its black eyeballs twitching. Its voice was exceptionally hoarse, grating and unpleasant like cat claws scraping glass. People of the conservative faction. What are you doing here? The Lord's temple does not welcome you. The Lord's temple does not welcome you. Does not welcome you. The surrounding puppets echoed the words of the puppet in bishop's robes, one word at a time, as drops of thick, black liquid gushed from their opening and closing mouths, eye sockets, and ears. Leyton slowly retreated 2 steps, looking at the puppet whose eyeballs were twitching as it watched him, and spoke calmly. Who is the Lord you speak of? The puppets in front of him simultaneously opened and closed their mouths, answering Leyton's question, both chaotic and bizarre. Of course, it is the Lord who created everything, the omnipotent and omniscient God. No, what we believe in is the Lord who destroys everything, the embodiment of all endless calamities and doomsdays. It is the Lord who created everything. No. It is the Lord who destroys everything. The puppets' voices became increasingly chaotic, their own words contradicting each other, at one moment believing in the Lord who created everything, and at another, in the Lord who destroys everything. Bang. One puppet's body suddenly exploded, scattering parts covered in thick, black stains across the floor. Bang. 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 The puppets began to explode one after another, leaving broken wooden pieces, iron scraps, and gears scattered on the ground. Ah. After turning into puppets, their brains aren't good enough, they explode after thinking for a bit. While complaining inwardly, Leyton reached into the void and pulled out an illusory hat, placing it on his head. His figure then vanished, concealing all traces. The moment his figure disappeared, the parts and black liquid scattered throughout the entire prayer hall instantly writhed, and distorted, eerie puppets crawled out from the dark ground. Some of them had grown white feathers, some had grown fish scales, their bodies secreted slippery liquid, some had grown eyes, and others had grown fleshy organs. Their gazes simultaneously turned towards the backside of the prayer hall, carrying clear malice. Indeed. Leyton sighed softly, and his figure reappeared under the gaze of the many strange puppets. Was this an anomaly caused by the beyonder materials used to make the puppets? The types of beyonder here are quite complete. He lowered his head slightly and whispered in ancient Hermes. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. The fool who does not belong to this era. After chanting twice, a silver-white bolt of lightning suddenly descended, passing directly through Leyton's body and striking the wall with colorful murals behind him, leaving a charred mark. Then, thin, sharp wind blades and fiery white, red light spears cut through the air, shooting towards Leyton. All attacks passed directly through Leyton when they landed on him, as if he were non-existent. Before the next attack arrived, his figure suddenly distorted, instantly disappearing from his original spot, then reappearing at the main entrance of the prayer hall. Banish. As the incantation was chanted, a misty starlight emerged among the strange, distorted puppets and rapidly collapsed inward, tearing open a dark blue rift with a powerful gravitational pull, leading to an unknown destination. It dragged all the surrounding puppets and the attacks they released into it, banishing them to an unknown area. After doing all this, Leyton's figure instantly became transparent, transforming into shimmering starlight that surged and darted towards the back of the temple. In the garden filled with fake flowers and trees made of paper and iron sheets, a faint blue starlight rapidly surged in, and points of starlight reassembled inside, revealing Leyton's figure. As he manifested, the puppet holding large pruning shears swiftly moved towards him. Its speed was incredibly fast, almost achieving the effect of instantaneous movement. Imprison. As Leyton softly chanted the incantation, he raised his hand to create points of starlight, which rapidly coalesced into brilliant rays of starlight that flew out and descended upon the puppet that appeared before him. The starlight instantly condensed, creating a giant transparent amber that completely enveloped the puppet, restricting it in place. The next instant, the puppet enveloped by the transparent amber abruptly vanished, leaving only a colorful paper-dried flower in its original position, while the puppet itself reappeared behind Leyton. It can swap places with plants in the garden. What kind of ability is this? As thoughts drifted in his mind, his body instantly became transparent, transforming into a statue made of countless brilliant starlight. This statue was instantly cut into several sections, disintegrating into countless shimmering points of starlight, which surged and recoalesced behind the scissor puppet, reforming Leyton's figure. The moment his figure appeared, Leyton condensed a black doll-like chess piece and threw it forward. The chess piece merged into the scissor puppet the instant it touched it, slowing down its time, almost pausing it. Leyton took a step back, spreading his hands. Star after star emerged around him, densely packed and dazzling. These stars rapidly converged, forming shining starlight spears. The spears had many interconnected strange runes, appearing extremely heavy and powerful. Under his control, these spears shot out simultaneously, instantly piercing through the puppet holding the scissors, pinning it firmly to the ground. Leyton's figure flickered, instantly appearing beside it. Deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed continuously in his eyes, outlining mysterious symbols. Streaks of light passed between these mysterious symbols, like lightning from the depths of consciousness. His gaze flickered for an instant, and a powerful mental attack instantly struck the scissor puppet's spirit body. The bird skull mask on its head made a cracking sound, and several cracks appeared from the eye sockets and forehead. The intense mental attack significantly reduced the madness on its body. Leyton felt as if he saw a hint of rationality and struggle in the pulsating dark blue flames within the bird skull mask's eye sockets. Raising an eyebrow in surprise, the radiance flowing in Leyton's eyes deepened, outlining gray-white three-dimensional symbols that could influence and modify consciousness. He met the gaze of the puppet, which was firmly pinned to the ground, and spoke with great allure. "Who are you? Or rather, what is your identity?" The puppet pinned to the ground seemed a bit confused. It paused for a long while before speaking hoarsely, its voice somewhat intermittent, as if it had forgotten how to speak after a long silence. It wasn't speaking the Jotun of the City of Silver. Instead, it was somewhat similar to ancient Fasak, but with many differences in detail. I am the gardener of Zenith Church." "No, I'm not, I'm the gardener." "Is there a difference?" Leyton complained inwardly with a hint of speechlessness. He paused, then continued to ask. "What happened here? Why has so much time passed, yet everything in this temple remains as it was?" Gradually getting used to speaking, the puppet's voice became clear and continuous. "I don't know, my job is to prune plants in the garden. Zenith Church is Sassaton's most successful mystical item, capable of helping us endure the long apocalypse, waiting for the Lord's salvation in the boundless darkness." Pruning plants. Leyton tilted his head and looked at the surrounding plants made of colored paper, iron sheets, and wood chips. He couldn't imagine any need to prune them. Being a gardener here would be every slacker's dream. As the thought just surfaced in his mind, a dense gray fog suddenly surged before Leyton's eyes. In the depths of this gray fog, red light surged like a tide, and a tall angel with 12 pairs of black wings and wearing black full armor flew out from the red light. It landed before Leyton, enveloping him layer upon layer with its 12 pairs of black wings. It only lasted for an instant. The gray fog, light, and angel before Leyton all disappeared, and at the same time, he felt a strange and stable connection established between himself and a certain existence in an infinitely high place. After receiving the paperman angel's blessing, Leyton felt the decaying sluggishness on his body, like an old machine, instantly removed. Both his body and spirituality felt lighter at that moment. Klein's voice simultaneously echoed in his mind. Where are you? This place is a bit strange, the surroundings seem to be covered by a dark curtain, I can't see very clearly. A city seemingly called Sassaton. The people here, in order to escape the apocalypse, transformed themselves into puppets, but it seems they didn't fully succeed. Their puppet bodies are closer to monsters than normal creatures. Flesh is weak, machinery ascends. Something like that, but a super low-spec mechanical ascension. It involves the domain of life and soul. Humanity's research in this area before the Great Cataclysm was very limited, it cannot be completed by relying on mysticism. I sense an eagerness in you. With the help of the Church of the Earth Mother and Numinous Episcopate, this idea is not entirely unfeasible. Chapter 509, KWM Chapter 507, Until Death. I need to work, I can't stop, I'll be fired. The puppet, pinned to the ground by several long spears shimmering with starlight, struggled fiercely, its painted expression gradually turning ferocious, as streams of dark, viscous liquid flowed from the eye sockets of its mask. Leyton half-crouched, his voice imbued with a subtle, fluctuating spirituality as he asked, "What happens if you get fired?" "I can't be fired, I can't. I want to stay in the church, I can't leave. The Lord will redeem me." The puppet pinned to the ground shrieked its ravings, beginning to struggle with all its might. Click. Click. The puppet's violent struggles caused its body to break apart piece by piece, various parts mixed with dark, greasy oil scattering across the ground. Suicide. What kind of fated wage slave is this, willing to self-harm just to go to work? Klein, in the palace above the grey fog, couldn't help but mutter aloud as he watched this scene through the connection he had established. Maybe their factory setting is to work themselves to death. Leyton shrugged, replying mentally, while standing up and stepping back 2 paces. As he retreated, the scattered parts on the ground vanished one after another, transforming into dried flowers made of colored paper and wood chips. In another patch of dried flowers, a reassembled puppet holding a giant pair of scissors stepped out. It stood on green leaves made of paper, with not a single dried flower beneath its feet. It might not be the gardener here, but it's definitely the guardian. What it calls pruning plants, I feel is more like killing intruders. Leyton chatted with Klein mentally via mind communication while turning to face the puppet with the giant scissors. Dark, viscous liquid continuously poured out from beneath the giant bird skull mask on the puppet's head, obscuring the painted face on the skull. Snip. The giant scissors in the puppet's hand quickly opened and closed, making a snapping sound. The sharp blades on the inside of the scissors burst forth with mercury-like silver-white light, attacking the exact spot where Leyton stood, traversing space. As the silver-white light swept through Leyton's body, he suddenly became transparent, illusory, and transformed into a pile of foam. The scissors in the puppet's hand rapidly opened and closed, continuously making snapping sounds. Silver-white light flashed quickly in midair, forming a fragmented hurricane of light that shattered each of the floating foam particles. A weakened version of hurricane of light. The scissors in this puppet's hand seem quite formidable. They are somewhat special, capable of unleashing an attack nearly at the demigod level. Do you want it? Wouldn't it be strange for the cold and ruthless mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow to use a pair of scissors as a weapon? Leyton muttered to himself mentally, and his figure vanished again. Where he disappeared, 2 sharp silver-white rays of light intersected in midair, carrying a sense of sharpness as if they could tear even space apart. The next moment, Leyton's figure appeared directly behind the puppet holding the giant scissors. The giant scissors, gleaming with silver-white light, traced a semicircle in the puppet's hand, moving extremely fast, leaving a silver-white afterimage in the air, instantly passing through Leyton's waist without causing any damage. Leyton stared directly at the puppet wielding the scissors in front of him, his deep blue, almost violet, eyes shimmering with light, continuously outlining one mysterious symbol after another. Wisps of silver-white light darted between these mysterious symbols, like lightning from the depths of consciousness. As his gaze flickered, a powerful mental attack erupted, causing the puppet wielding the scissors to pause its movements. Its head, wearing the bird skull mask, tilted back 90 degrees, and the mask, stained with dark liquid, made cracking sounds, its surface once again splitting into many tiny cracks. Taking advantage of the puppet's moment of distraction, Leyton intoned aloud in Dragonese, "Frost." Centered on him, streams of crystal-clear light descended from the sky, turning into thick frost upon touching solid objects, freezing the entire garden within. The puppet, looking up in a daze, and the trees made of colored paper, iron pieces, and wooden blocks, all became adorned with countless icicles. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the white mist exhaled from one's mouth was clearly visible. What do you want to do? Frost shouldn't be able to deal with this puppet. Klein's question echoed in Leyton's mind through mind communication. Just an experiment. I'm a bit curious about the ability of those scissors. While communicating with Klein mentally, Leyton held his hands level, creating a slowly rotating ball of stardust. One by one, stars emerged, dense, dazzling, and brilliant. These stars interconnected and moved slowly, drawing mysterious runes in midair. The faint starlight around him almost solidified, forming an extremely thick and sturdy barrier. At the same time, yellow light spots continuously appeared in the frost-covered area. At the very center of these light spots, the puppet, enveloped in thick frost, turned completely golden, like the setting sun at dusk, bright but not dazzling. The dim yellow light gradually intensified, and refracted by the frost, it resembled fragmented pieces of light. They were dense and countless, forming a flickering and violent sharp hurricane that swept outwards, a terrifying blow filled with destructive intent. This was a hurricane of light. Similar to the hurricane of light of a dawn paladin, but more dangerous and destructive. Anything touched by the dim yellow light would decay, rot, wither, die, lose its vibrant essence, and simultaneously be torn to shreds by the violent and sharp storm. Indeed. Within the thick starlight barrier, Leyton watched the scene with little surprise. What kind of beyonder ability is this? An advanced version of Hurricane of Light. Above the grey fog, Klein clearly saw what had just happened through Leyton's vision and immediately posed his question. Leyton stood calmly behind the starlight barrier, watching the Hurricane of Light rage through the garden, and softly murmured to himself. To be precise, it should be a mutated version, which can be called Hurricane of Light. The scissors in its hand should be a mystical item crafted from the characteristics of a gatekeeper and a guardian, combined with some residual aura from the forsaken land of the gods. No wonder I always felt that the scissors in that strange puppet's hand were the main body. Klein sighed mentally. The Hurricane of Light lasted for about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. As the dim yellow light receded, the garden became bare, and even the floor and surrounding walls showed varying degrees of decay. The thick barrier constructed from brilliant starlight instantly disintegrated into a hazy starlight that enveloped the entire garden. An ancient-style long spear, burning with specks and clumps of blood-red light from tip to hilt, suddenly streaked across like a dark red meteor, directly piercing through the puppet holding the scissors in front, its powerful attack pinning it to the ground, pulverizing it from the inside out, bit by bit. After Leyton approached, the puppet pinned to the ground had completely vanished, leaving no trace, except for the giant scissors stuck diagonally in the ground nearby. Perhaps the recent Hurricane of Light had thoroughly imbued the surroundings with decay and death. Or perhaps the puppet's body was too completely shattered, but this time, it failed to revive. Specks of dark green, almost black, light, mixed with fragmented dim yellow and silver white, emerged from where the puppet's body had been and quickly converged into the scissors stuck diagonally in the ground. Its puppet body was already marinated by these scissors, so the characteristics released upon its death were also aggregated by the scissors. Leyton murmured to himself, as if explaining to Klein above the grey fog, then reached out and gripped the handle of the scissors, pulling them out of the ground. The scissors were large, the length of an adult's entire arm, overall grey-black, with the sharpened middle part being silver-white. The entire body was adorned with patterns drawn with peculiar oil paints, half dark green, half dim yellow, resembling countless converging single eyes, giant snakes, and feathers. Leyton held the giant scissors horizontally across his chest. The deep blue light in his eyes flickered for a moment, becoming extremely profound. In this state, his eyes clearly lost focus, appearing blank. After a brief moment of distraction, his eyes quickly became clear again. At this point, he also noticed that the skin on the palm of his left hand, which was holding the scissors, had developed fine cracks, and there were faint age spots. The negative effects are quite strong. With your demigod body, you've already shown a reaction after holding it for such a short time. Leyton nodded slightly and said, "It is itself a powerful weapon. By holding it, one can conceal their malice and certain actions. Each attack will carry random effects of penetration, decay, rot, magic breaking, and purification. It can launch cross-space attacks within 50 meters and can also unleash a terrifying Hurricane of Light. Of course, most importantly, its attacks have a certain chance to deliver a lethal blow. This is true, absolute death. Any creature without divinity cannot resist this attack, and even those with divinity will suffer heavy damage, it's just that the trigger probability is not very high. At the same time, the person holding it cannot defend, and defensive magical abilities will not take effect on them. However, correspondingly, their offensive capabilities will be greatly enhanced. Its negative effects are equally powerful. As long as one holds it, their ears will be incessantly filled with screams and roars that seem to come from the depths of the underworld. This is a mental attack capable of driving one mad and losing their sanity. Once it exceeds a certain limit, it will be irreversible, turning them into its slave. Any living creature that touches it will uncontrollably head towards death. Lifeless objects will also become decayed and dilapidated after prolonged contact. Because the materials used to forge it were tainted with the residual aura and dying madness of certain great existences, even if it has never been used, people around it will inexplicably and suddenly die and go mad. Let's call it, till death do us part. After sealing, it can barely be used, I just need to purify myself after each use. Till death do us part. Does it have some tragic love story? Leyton curled his lips, offering his explanation. It has a lethal characteristic. As long as you persist in using it, it will definitely trigger. I don't understand, but as long as you're happy. Klein replied mentally from above the gray fog, leaning back in his high-backed chair, a bit speechless. After a pause, he added mentally, today's tarot club is about to begin. I know. Leyton nodded lightly, muttering to himself mentally. His figure then became transparent, transforming into a statue composed of countless brilliant starlight, shattering into dust, and the brilliant starlight surged away from the temple, speck by speck. Chapter 510, KWM Chapter 508 Tarot Club. Above the gray fog, inside the magnificent, ancient palace, streaks of deep red light simultaneously rose from both sides of the mottled, ancient bronze long table. This light engulfed everything, then rapidly receded, condensing into blurred human figures. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Justice Audrey's light and pleasant voice quickly echoed within the grand palace supported by ancient stone pillars. Following her actions, the other members of the Tarot Club also rose one after another to bow and greet the Fool at the head of the mottled long table. Afterwards, everyone nodded to each other, completing their mutual greetings. During this process, the members of the Tarot Club also successively discovered the new member of the Tarot Club. He was seated to the left of Moon Emlyn, with one empty seat between them. A new member has joined, and Mr. Death is also participating in today's Tarot Club. Our Tarot Club is growing stronger and stronger. His sitting posture is as upright as a student in a classroom, giving a somewhat constrained feeling, yet he is very curious and actively observing his surroundings. His personality should be a free-spirited, unconstrained type, but he has received a relatively strict classroom education. Audrey observed the new member while genuinely feeling happy for the increasingly powerful Tarot Club. A new member. He looks a bit familiar. Is he someone I know, or someone I've seen recently? Hermit Catlia looked at the figure to her right with a slight doubt. The more she looked, the more familiar the other person seemed. Another new member has joined. His attire doesn't look like someone from Lone, he looks more like an adventurer active on the sea. Magician Furs was also observing the new member. His attire is common at sea, making it impossible to confirm if he's a pirate or an adventurer. He gives me the impression that he doesn't have a fixed team. Is he an adventurer with strong personal strength? Another member active at sea. If this continues, my advantage will diminish. Hangman Alger also observed the newly joined Anderson, feeling a considerable sense of urgency in his heart. Moon Emlyn and son Derek only briefly observed Anderson and didn't pay too much attention, one due to the arrogance of the sanguine, the other due to not caring much about matters outside the forsaken land of the gods. Death Azek had been leaning back in the high-backed chair in a pensive manner from the start, not actively observing anyone around him. Anderson. Klein actually pulled this guy into the Tarot Club. Leyton briefly observed the new member and quickly matched Anderson's image in his mind with the person before him. Justice Audrey responsibly took on the task of introducing the new member to the Tarot Club. She scanned the room, rose, bowed to the Fool Klein at the head of the table, then turned to Anderson and said, "Hello, I am Justice. This is Mr. Hangman, this is Mr. Sun, this is Mr. Tower." She introduced everyone by their codenames according to the order in which they joined the Tarot Club. Finally, her gaze rested on Azek, and after a pause, she continued. "This is Mr. Death, a true angel. He doesn't participate in the Tarot Club long-term, only coming when he has time. A true angel. I didn't expect my first time seeing an angel to be in this situation. He doesn't participate in the Tarot Club long-term, so it seems my luck is quite good." Anderson let his thoughts wander for a bit, then quickly composed himself, cleared his throat twice, and adjusted his voice before speaking somewhat reservedly. "I am Chariot, a treasure hunter active on the high seas." "Treasure hunter?" Justice Audrey replied with some confusion. She couldn't quite understand how treasure and hunter were connected. They are a group of adventurers whose purpose is to seek out hidden treasures on the high seas. Unlike pirates who plunder, they focus on legendary treasures and strive for them. Hermit Catlia spoke before Anderson could explain, her gaze fixed on Anderson as she spoke. She could roughly determine who this new member was. Anderson. Did he really pray to Mr. Fool? And why would Mr. Fool let him join the Tarot Club? Besides the misfortune left on the mural by Angel of Fate that he's afflicted with, what else is special about him? Is it to establish contact with the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church? But there's already seeking out hidden treasures on the high seas, that's just like those adventure stories. Audrey's eyes gleamed slightly as she spoke with great admiration. Her reaction made the usually calm Anderson feel a sense of pride. He shifted his body slightly, straightening his back. Klein, at the head of the table, took all of this in, and he couldn't help but sigh inwardly, as expected of a spectator skilled at observing human hearts. Even without using beyond her abilities, she can provide high emotional value, liven the atmosphere, and draw people closer. Miss Justice, who is both wealthy and sensible, is truly the backbone of the Tarot Club. Seeing no one speak, Anderson eagerly said. I heard Mr. Fool say that I can post missions here. Justice Audrey made a shushing gesture, then looked at Mr. Fool at the head of the table before answering. Now is Mr. Fool's reading time. Afterwards, it will be our time to communicate, post missions, and state our needs. Klein remained leisurely leaning back in the high-back chair, waiting for Miss Justice and the others to submit this week's Roselle diary to him. Today, only Hermit Catlia and Moon Emlyn provided 2 pages and 1 page of the diary respectively, with 1 page being a duplicate. After Klein finished reading the materialized diaries, he waved his hand to make them disappear, then leaned back slightly against the chair, smilingly saying, You may begin. Upon receiving the prompt from Mr. Fool, everyone in the Tarot Club looked at Chariot Anderson in unison. Under the gaze of the Tarot Club members, Anderson awkwardly straightened up, cleared his throat, and said, I'd like to know if any of you have a way to clear misfortune from one's body, misfortune left on a mural by Angel of Fate Ouroboros. Angel of Fate. Ouroboros? Who has been afflicted by misfortune from this king of angels? Justice Audrey whispered in surprise. She had already learned about this king of angels at the Tarot Club, which was why she reacted with such astonishment. Indeed, Hermit Catlia sighed inwardly, completely confirming her earlier guess. As everyone in the Tarot Club turned their gaze to the Fool Klein at the head of the table, he manipulated his alternate account, the world, to say in a low voice. I know the location of a fate pathway demigod. He is currently staying at sea. Chariot Anderson looked up in surprise. He had originally placed his hope on Mr. Death, who was an angel, but he didn't expect the reply to come from the most gloomy and reserved the world. He subconsciously turned his head to glance at the world at the very end of the mottled long table. Very gloomy, very cold, on par with that guy Gehrman Sparrow. Suppressing his wandering thoughts, he eagerly said, What kind of price do I need to pay for this? A mystical item with powerful offensive capabilities. A sequence 5 level 1 will do. As he spoke, the world glanced at Leyton. Besides its appearance, that pair of scissors perfectly met his expectations for a powerful mystical item. Okay. Anderson nodded without a second thought. I'll find you after it's over. The world nodded, his voice hoarse as he mentioned it, then fell silent. What, after it's over? Today's gathering? How will he find me? Does he know me? A series of questions flashed through Anderson's mind. Seeing that the world had no intention of explaining, he could only remain silent for the time being and ask after today's Tarot Club ended. Does Mr. World know this new member in reality? But judging from the other party's reaction, he hasn't recognized Mr. World, which means the world's disguise in the Tarot Club is very good. He might not be as gloomy and reserved as he appears. Justice Audrey observed the two with great interest, making some analyses in her mind. After a moment of silence, seeing no one speak, Klein once again manipulated the world to chuckle softly. Does anyone have the Seer Pathway Sequence 4 Beyonder Potion formula or clues? Or the Apprentice and Marauder corresponding Sequence 4 Beyonder Potion formulas? Sequence 4. Is Mr. World going to advance to the demigod level? Justice Audrey was surprised. She had originally thought her own sequence advancement was fast enough and was a little proud of it, but she didn't expect to have fallen so far behind the world. Mr. World suddenly became so high-end. Sequence 4 of the Apprentice Pathway, Mr. Lawrence should know. Why would Mr. World need the Beyonder Potion formulas for these 3 pathways? Are they interchangeable pathways? Magician Furs was surprised while also considering whether she could obtain the Apprentice Pathway Sequence 4 Beyonder Potion formula. Leyton leaned back lazily in the high-back chair, his right thumb lightly rubbing the armrest. After a moment of hesitation, he chuckled softly and said, I have them, but let me remind you, these pathways only become interchangeable at Sequence 3, and the other 2 pathways are blocked by Amon and Mr. Dor. The most suitable for you is still Seer. After a pause, he continued. Sequence 4 of the Seer Pathway is called Bizarro Sorcerer, Sequence 4 of the Apprentice Pathway is called Secret Sorcerer, and Sequence 4 of the Marauder Pathway is called Parasite. Which ones do you need? Or, do you need all of them? All of them. Are you trying to fleece me? Klein grumbled inwardly, then manipulated the world to say. Bizarro Sorcerer is enough. Do you know where to obtain the corresponding materials? Leyton nodded lightly. After requesting assistance from the Fool Klein, he materialized a yellowish-brown parchment with the Bizarro Sorcerer Beyonder Potion formula written on it and handed it to the world at the end of the mottled long table. Under Klein's manipulation, the world unfolded the parchment in front of him and read it carefully. Main ingredients: main eye of a Bizarro Bane plus true soul body of a spirit world plunderer. Supplementary ingredients: 200 milliliters of Bizarro Bane blood plus 30 grams of spirit world plunderer dust plus 10 grams of red birch bark plus a section of golden grapevine plus a finger-sized homemade rubber mask. Ritual, primarily rely on one's own power and planning to direct a grand drama witnessed by many spectators, thereby murdering a demigod or an equivalent Beyonder creature. Then, at the end of the drama, consume the Beyonder potion. At the end of the parchment, there was also Leyton's explanation of the Bizarro Sorcerer advancement ritual. The essence of this ritual is to leave an imprint, which is an anchor. Compared to other pathways, Bizarro Sorcerer, whose mental body will split, needs an anchor earlier. However, this does not require faith for support. On the contrary, if faith is too complex, too chaotic, and involves too many personal emotions, the essence, which is temporarily only at sequence 5, cannot bear it, and humanity will be directly wiped out. A magnificent and profound drama, and the gaze of many spectators, are enough to serve as an anchor. In this space above the grey fog, even without divination, his intuition and premonition could still play a good role. With just a glance, he could already confirm the authenticity of this formula. Under Klein's manipulation, the world slowly nodded and said, "Okay, what do I need to pay? When necessary, I will seek some help from you." Leyton replied simply, without much explanation, but it was enough for Klein to understand. Klein nodded deeply, simultaneously raising the rolled-up parchment in his hand and saying, "Okay, do you know where to find the corresponding Beyonder potion materials? You can ask a Rhodes. As long as it doesn't involve those existences, it can basically achieve omniscience." Regarding clues about the materials, Leyton felt that the Lickdog mirror knew more. Finally, he added, "It can even plan out how you should do it." "It? Is that a mystical item, a living one?" "Sounds very powerful." Justice Audrey, who had been quietly listening in her seat, couldn't help but let her thoughts wander. Hermit Catlia turned her head with a larger arc to glance at the world at the very end of the mottled long table. She was not entirely unfamiliar with the name Rhodes, she had heard it from Queen Mystic a long time ago. A Rhodes. This seems to be a Grade 1 sealed artifact of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. Even the Queen only knows about it and has never had contact with it. Does the world have a way to borrow that magic mirror? What exactly is his identity? Everyone else's attention was still on the sequence 4 Beyonder potion formula in the world's hand, and they didn't notice Hermit Catlia's larger movement. Chapter 511, KWM Chapter 509 Discussion. Leyton leaned back in his chair, arms crossed. Seeing that no one was starting a new topic, he continued, "I have a rather powerful mystical item for sale. It's among the strongest below the demigod level, and if one is lucky enough, it can even be stronger than many sequence 1 sealed artifacts." "What mystical item?" Justice Audrey, the Tarot Club's biggest source of cash flow, asked curiously. The other Tarot Club members also cast curious glances, even the usually silent, Death Azek. Leyton chuckled, resting his hands on the table's edge. He described the effects of the scissors he had named, "Till death do us part," adding at the end, "It's best used with mystical items that have purification and healing abilities. This can effectively counter its negative effects. If you want to buy it, I will put a certain seal on it, which can effectively reduce its negative effects, at least ensuring it doesn't affect its use." Klein, who already knew about this mystical item, immediately manipulated the world to say, "Can you reforge it? At least, change its appearance." He was quite covetous of this mystical item, and he had even witnessed Leyton's battle with that puppet above the grey fog. Both the Hurricane of Light and the probability-based fatal effect were extremely powerful. If it could be paired with items that increase luck, it could achieve critical hits with every strike. Moreover, the seer pathway itself doesn't have many defensive measures, so it wouldn't affect my fighting style at all. It's just that the appearance of the scissors really affects my image. I feel like a pervert. Death Azek, who had been silent, suddenly spoke, "There's a certain probability of transforming an attack into a fatal blow." Leyton nodded lightly, "Yes, this seems to stem from the special nature of the crafting material. It is imbued with the aura left by the former death. It is precisely by leveraging this aura that it can, with a certain probability, unleash fatal attacks. And because of that, it cannot be reforged, at least not by me, unless a true master takes action." Azek nodded gently, as if lost in thought. He remained silent for a while before speaking, "Can you lend it to me for a period of time? I want to come into contact with the aura left by death." "Yes." Leyton nodded, unsurprised. The aura left by death, this mystical item is quite powerful. Unfortunately, I'm still in debt, and the scissors shape is too inelegant. Moon Emlyn evaluated it in his mind. Although somewhat tempted, he still gave up on this mystical item. "It's too expensive. I just raised money to buy the Ocean Songster's potion formula, otherwise, I could have bought it." Hangman Alger, who was also in a financial crisis, didn't speak either. "I possess purification abilities myself, so I don't need to pair it with additional mystical items to use it. However, at my current sequence, using it would likely be very taxing. Also, the Hurricane Axe is very suitable for me. I'll wait until I advance to the next sequence before considering it." Son Derek pondered for a moment, ultimately abandoning the idea of purchasing this mystical item. Everyone in the tarot club fell silent for a moment. Everyone was tempted by the powerful mystical item, the only problem was that they were either already in a financial crisis or would fall into one after purchasing it. Justice Audrey, the only one in the tarot club with enough cash to buy this mystical item, also fell into distress. I've already ordered the black hunting lizard spinal fluid from Mr. Lawrence, so buying Mr. Tower's mystical item would be difficult. Unless I borrow money from Alfred, he's already back in Backlund. No, he definitely asked too many questions. Audrey leaned on the table's edge, struggling for a while, but ultimately gave up on the idea of buying this mystical item. It seems it won't sell today, so it can only temporarily become my collection. The tarot club still needs many more Miss Justice. Leyton sighed inwardly, then turned his head to glance at Klein at the head of the table, before lazily sitting back in his seat and saying nothing more. Klein looked around, waited a moment, and seeing no one else raise a request, he leaned back in his chair and chuckled, "You may now freely converse." In an instant, Justice Audrey, Hanged Man Alger, Magician Furs, Moon Emlyn, and others all turned their gazes to the new member, Chariot Anderson. Hermit Catlia, the World, Sun, and Leyton seemed to react a beat slower, also turning their heads to look at Chariot Anderson. Suddenly watched by so many gazes, Anderson shifted uncomfortably and said, "Why are you all looking at me? How did you come into contact with the murals left by Angel of Fate Ouroboros, and how were you imbued with ill luck?" Hangman Alger directly asked the question everyone was curious about. Anderson tugged at the corner of his mouth, then straightened his back a bit and said, "I'm a treasure hunter, so naturally, I encountered these things while searching for treasure." He paused, observed the speechless expressions on everyone's faces, and lightly coughed twice, "Haha, just kidding, just kidding." Then, without further concealment, he briefly described his encounter in the Sea of Ruins. He had a talent for storytelling, and even Hanged Man Alger and Moon Emlyn, who were not new to the mysterious world, listened with great interest. Justice Audrey sat upright, listening intently, thoughts flashing through her mind one after another. The ocean where noon and night alternate, the dangers that could appear at any time, all kinds of monsters, this is more exciting than any story or picture book I've ever read. If it were the old me, I would only marvel at Mr. Chariot's exciting adventure, but for me now, I can already glimpse the dangers and chaos of the mysterious world through it. To be able to adventure in such dangerous waters, searching for treasure, Mr. Chariot himself must be a very powerful adventurer, most likely sequence 5, I just don't know which pathway. Magician Furz's eyes lit up slightly. What a wonderful adventure. With just a few minor changes, it could become a bestseller. I'll need to change it a bit more so that the Tarot Club members don't discover my pen name. Sea of Ruins, Admiral Hell, Ludwell often frequents that sea area. Recently, there have been rumors at sea that Admiral of Stars and King of Immortality are also appearing near that sea area. Could this chariot be one of their crew members? Hanged Man Alger subtly glanced at Hermit Catlia across from him, trying to discern something. After a moment of silence, son Derek, who had not spoken, raised his hand and said somewhat impatiently, "During this time, I followed the exploration team led by Chief to Afternoon Town. This is the only way to the Giant King's court, and it is also the door that separates myth from reality. We met Mr. Tower in Afternoon Town, and also, Amon." The Tarot Club members, who had been listening quietly, instantly became agitated. Their gazes, full of inquiry and vigilance, shifted between son Derek and White Tower Leyton. Then, they uniformly looked towards the fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table. Klein, who had already learned of the events from son Derek's prayer, calmly scanned everyone and chuckled, "It's nothing." Hanged Man Alger and Hermit Catlia were the first to react, looking meaningfully at Leyton, who was lazily leaning back in his high-backed chair. "It's nothing, which means the problem has been resolved. Did they ask for Mr. Fool's help, or did White Tower resolve an Angel of Fate's clone by himself? What happened then?" Justice Audrey pressed. She didn't think too deeply. Since Mr. Fool had said it was nothing, then it must be nothing. She was more curious about what Sun and White Tower encountered in the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Also, how did Mr. Tower get to the Forsaken Land of the Gods? Son Derek organized his words slightly, omitting less important experiences along the way, and began directly from the illusion he saw upon arriving in Afternoon Town, to the appearance of White Tower Leyton, their exchange, and then how Amon's avatar was captured by Leyton, and the subsequent changes that occurred in Afternoon Town. Finally, son Derek turned to the fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table and asked devoutly, "Mr. Fool, who is the deity representing concealment? And why can't the names of the King of Angels be spoken afterwards?" As expected, these are the questions. Thankfully, I consulted beforehand. Klein sighed inwardly, leaning back slightly in his chair, and leisurely said, "One who can represent concealment must be the mother of concealment." Heh. Of course, there are also some existences whose names themselves possess power. After answering 2 sentences, Klein said no more, sitting quietly as if feigning sleep. Mother of concealment. The extreme danger and darkness of the forsaken land of the gods also implicitly prove this point. The great catastrophe mentioned by the clergyman refers to the great cataclysm that ended the third epoch, and Evernight goddess also participated in this matter. The king of angels who were tempted, the city-states that were slowly corrupted, that great cataclysm not only buried an epoch but also created the forsaken land of the gods. Some deities fell because of it, but some king of angels ascended to godhood because of it, which is why their names cannot be spoken. Hermit Catlia suddenly understood many things, and at the same time, she had more questions. This was the first time she had felt the weight of history so truly. I understand. Thank you for your answer. Son Derek nodded knowingly, then sincerely thanked Mr. Fool. Isaac, who had been sitting silently in his seat, reached out and rubbed his forehead. After a moment of heavy silence, he spoke. The great cataclysm that occurred at the end of the third epoch, the lingering aura and divine power of the gods affected a continent, making it no longer suitable for human survival. After the gods left, it became the forsaken land of the gods. Death also participated in this matter. At the invitation of Evernight, many beings also founded an organization. Rose Redemption. This is actually related to the goddess. Those invited by the goddess must be deities like Death or King of Angels close to deities. What were they plotting? Assassinating the ancient sun god worshipped by the City of Silver. I always feel like I've stumbled upon a grand conspiracy that ended the third epoch and influenced the fourth and fifth epochs. Under the dense grey fog, Klein's probing gaze looked at Isaac, but to maintain his image as the fool, he ultimately did not voice his curiosity. Justice Audrey, Magician Furs, and Moon Emlyn listened very attentively, while inwardly marveling at the high-level discussions of the Tarot Club. Chariot Anderson sat ramrod straight in his chair. Although he didn't quite understand this high-level information, pretending to listen very carefully and also pondering was quite simple. He often did this when he attended school at the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Although he was just pretending, he still carefully wrote down every word everyone said, preparing to look up information after leaving here. I can't ask the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom priests, otherwise, they'll definitely shove a bunch of test papers at me, and even grade them. I'll inquire about the location of the Golden Dream. Edwina must have quite a few books. As everyone was still savoring the information contained in the recent conversation, son Derek seemed to suddenly remember something and turned to face the fool Klein, saying somewhat reservedly, "Respected Mr. Fool, how long until your envoy arrives in the forsaken land of the gods?" My envoy. Alas, Mr. Fool's envoy and believers are all him alone, and right now, I'm just a marionettist who has just advanced to Sequence 5. To resist the corruption entrenched in the Giant King's court and defeat the Dark Angel's evil spirit, at least Sequence 3 or even Sequence 2 is required. To block Amon and True Creator's corruption, unless I can fully control Sapphira Castle, it's just going to be a suicide mission. I really want to give this guy the title of envoy and then throw him into the Giant King's court. At the head of the modeled long table, Klein glared at Leyton, who was lazily leaning back in his high-backed chair. Collecting his scattered thoughts, Klein shifted to a more leisurely posture, leaning back in the high-backed chair. He chuckled softly, his voice unhurried. Still need to wait, for some destiny, an opportunity. Some destiny, an opportunity. Son Derek murmured silently, then bowed extremely devoutly and thanked, "I understand, respected Mr. Fool." Afterward, everyone exchanged some of their experiences. Leyton specifically described the abandoned city he was currently in, recounting the various attempts its people made to survive in the darkness. After exchanging their experiences, everyone taught Son some ancient Hermes and exchanged some knowledge in the field of mysticism. Time flew by quickly. The fool Klein, after everyone tacitly stopped talking, calmly said, "Let's end it here." "As you wish." Justice Audrey immediately stood up, curtsying with a slight lift of her skirt. The other members also stood up and bowed one after another. Then, streaks of crimson light surged like a tide, carrying the blurry figures on both sides of the modeled long table away from this space. Chapter 512, KWM Chapter 510 Amon's Visit. On Toscat Island, in a room on the second floor of a hotel, Anderson, who had been lying with his eyes closed in an armchair, suddenly straightened his back and stood up. He glanced around the room, then walked to the full-length mirror and carefully examined himself. Only after confirming that there were no issues did he relax. Pouring himself a cup of hot water, Anderson sat back in the armchair and began to review the recent gathering. This gathering was not quite what I expected. Although there were a few individuals I couldn't quite see through, most of the members' sequences were not very high, and their pathways didn't seem to be unified. This indicates that they either belong to different factions, or that the Fool controls quite a few sequence pathways. Aside from normal transactions, the knowledge they discussed about King of Angels and Forsaken Land of the Gods was quite advanced, completely unlike what people at their sequence should be discussing. There were many words I didn't even understand. When I mentioned Ouroboros, the Angel of Fate, their surprise and curiosity seemed more focused on how I obtained this information, rather than the information itself. Also, how does the world plan to contact me? I hope he wasn't lying to me. Thump. 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 The room door was suddenly knocked. Anderson turned his head in confusion and called out, "Who is it?" "Me." Gehrman Sparrow's cold voice came from outside the door. Anderson rubbed the side of his face, feeling a bit unreal. Why would Gehrman Sparrow look for me? Despite his confusion, he still opened the door and saw Gehrman Sparrow standing in front of his door, wearing a white shirt and a black vest. Anderson looked Klein up and down and asked, "Is there something you need?" Klein's voice was flat, with no emotional fluctuations, as he said, "The transaction just now." "Transaction? What transaction just now?" Anderson asked, confused. Klein maintained his persona, offering no explanation, merely stating blandly, "Go buy 2 boat tickets to Oravi Island. I will take you to that fate pathway demigod and ask him to clear the bad luck from you." Anderson's eyes suddenly widened, staring at Klein in disbelief. You are the world. Don't forget." Klein offered no further explanation, simply gave a brief instruction, then turned and left. Anderson stared at Klein's retreating back for a while before reacting, immediately chasing after him and shouting, "Hey, wait a minute, how did you know my identity?" Without looking back, Klein pushed open the door to his own room on the other side of the hallway, then slammed it shut with a clang. Outside the door, Anderson's mouth twitched. He raised his hand, then withdrew it. He chose not to knock on the door of Klein's room, but instead turned and returned to his own room. Gehrman Sparrow was actually the world from the Tarot Club. That's ridiculous. He clearly knew how to remove the bad luck from me, so why did he wait until I posted the task at the Tarot Club before choosing to help me? Was he planning to wait for my bad luck to erupt and for me to die miserably, then pick up my Beyonder characteristics and mystical items? Hey, this crazy adventurer's heart is really dirty. Anderson grumbled as he put on his coat, preparing to go out and buy the earliest possible boat tickets. In the forsaken land of the gods, within a house whose walls and roof were still relatively intact, the forces of gravity and electromagnetism disturbed, creating a half-true, half-false illusion within the house. The originally dilapidated and decaying house instantly transformed into an ancient and magnificent library, with bright yellow light filtering through the stained glass windows, appearing strikingly out of place against the surrounding darkness. After the Tarot Club ended, Leyton used a sacrificial ritual to send, "Till death do us part," above the grey fog, and then Klein transferred it to Mr. Azek. After finishing these tasks, he walked to a nearby bookshelf and casually took a book from it, flipping through its pages. As he turned the pages, text quickly appeared on the originally blank pages, with points of silvery white words rapidly filling the entire book. "It's a pity, I can only materialize books I've read." With a sigh, he moved and sat down on a nearby sofa. Thump. 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 A somewhat abrupt knocking sound suddenly rang out. Leyton looked up at the door in surprise, a deep blue glow flashing in his eyes. Before he could react, the door creaked open from the outside. During this process, the sealing method he had left on the door did not trigger at all. A tall figure, dressed in a black classical robe, wearing a matching pointed soft hat, with black curly hair, black eyes, a broad forehead, and a thin face, came into view. He was toying with a crystal monocular in his right hand. After symbolically waving a greeting, he put the monocular on his right eye, looking at Leyton with a smiling expression and saying, "I found you again. Please come in." After a moment of silence, Leyton said, "Please come in," with a dry throat. Before Leyton spoke, Amon had already stepped inside. As he walked, he said, "You don't seem to welcome me very much." "Unfortunately, I'm already here." Leyton looked him up and down for a while, a deep blue, almost purple, glow undisguisedly flowing in his eyes, outlining one mysterious symbol after another. His gaze quickly swept over every part of the environment. Amon chuckled twice, then said, "I didn't send an avatar to invade your illusion. Before coming in, I even specifically knocked on the door. That's very polite, isn't it? As for whether I'm an avatar or the true body, you might as well be bold and try it. Maybe there will be a surprise." Leyton lowered his eyes, withdrawing his gaze, not hiding his inner complaint at all. "Reward? A worm of time as a reward? If you like, it's not impossible." Amon replied with an unchanging smile. After another moment of silence, Leyton sorted out his thoughts and suddenly asked, "Since Mr. Door has been exiled to the cosmos by night and storm, what are you going to do? If he doesn't return, you won't be able to obtain the uniqueness of the door pathway and a portion of the Key of Stars characteristic." Amon unceremoniously sat down on the sofa next to Leyton and said leisurely, "Hey, haven't others been unable to obtain it either? Everyone needs a Lord of the Mysteries. Mr. Door is an indispensable material. Knight and the others will be even more anxious than I am. Even if they can't think straight and choose the already corrupted Mr. Door, he still needs to return to complete the advancement ritual, doesn't he?" Leyton raised an eyebrow, looking very interested, and asked. What is the door's advancement ritual? Guess. Amon raised his hand to adjust the monocular on his right eye, revealing a mischievous smile. Leyton paused for a moment, then said with some exasperation. The way you are now makes one really want to punch that monocular into pieces. Is the door's godhood ritual related to Evernight and Storm exiling Mr. Door? When he returns, his godhood ritual will irresistibly begin. Why would you think that? Amon stared at Leyton's face with great curiosity for a moment, then suddenly, as if he saw something interesting, he couldn't help but chuckle and say. So that's how night appears in your eyes. I have to say, you're quite accurate in judging people. From what I know of him, if there were a god of conspiracy, it would definitely be him. Conspiracy? Aren't you underestimating yourself too much? And there's also the strongest conspirer who isn't completely dead yet. Leyton said, closing the book he had been flipping through. Amon chuckled disdainfully as if he had heard a very funny joke. The strongest conspirer? If he were really that smart and powerful, he wouldn't have been made into the Red Priest potion by me and that fanatic, along with Sauron and Einhorn. Leyton nodded, following Amon's words. How many can escape when you and Adam join forces? Being stewed into a hot pot is their destiny. Hot pot? Amon questioned, pinching the monocular he was wearing with his right hand, looking as if he was thinking rationally. Leyton nodded, inviting Amon. It's a kind of food. Would you like to try it? I happen to have the ingredients ready. Of course. Amon nodded readily. Please wait for me for a while, it will take some time to prepare. Saying that, Leyton casually threw the closed book in his hand back towards the bookshelf. An invisible hand supported the book, placing it steadily back in its original position. Snap. He snapped his fingers, and the crystal ball quietly embedded in a nearby painted pillar suddenly erupted with a clear glow. After the glow flashed, a square solid wood table and chairs appeared in the hall. The shadows underfoot writhed, as if suddenly coming alive, surging up like water and rapidly submerging the table and chairs. After surging, the shadows quickly receded, sinking into the ground, leaving only the ingredients neatly arranged on the tabletop. On the sofa nearby, Amon watched this scene with interest. He casually grabbed in midair with his right hand, and a bottle of Sonia blood wine appeared in his hand, with 2 glass cups in his other hand. Your collection isn't rich enough. Why don't you have Ormer red wine? Let me see, there's also a broken painting, something from the cosmos. Do you need me to help you restore it? Painting is also a field I'm good at. I used to paint a portrait of myself and hang it in the mausoleum in Backlund. Unfortunately, that mausoleum was destroyed not long ago, and the painting was taken. Leyton's hand movements paused, then he said as if nothing had happened. Is that the instinct of you marauders? Amon's lips curved into a slight smile, and his tone was leisurely and calm as he said. You could say that. After all, a thief never leaves empty-handed. However, these things you casually threw in the junk pile don't impress me. You can only blame yourself for placing them too conspicuously, it would be hard for me not to see them. I added a certain concealment attribute. Leyton defended himself. Chapter 513, KWM Chapter 511 Eating Hot Pot with Amon. Leyton glanced at Amon, who was already pouring himself a drink, and sighed helplessly in his heart. He then stopped bothering him. Good thing I only threw some miscellaneous items in there, otherwise, they would have been stolen. No, they have already been stolen. Amon leaned against the sofa, a slight curve on his lips, and while savoring the Sonia blood wine, he asked, Why are you in this city? For the Angel's legacy. Leyton's hands didn't stop moving, he just tilted his head slightly and glanced at Amon, who was at his leisure, and asked, Coincidence? What's special about this city? And who is that angel? Amon habitually raised his hand to pinch the monocle near his eye, looked at the deep darkness in the distance outside the window, and quickly withdrew his gaze, saying, Did you use the convergence effect between beyonder characteristic? Or was it information revealed to you by that lunatic? It seems his condition is indeed improving. This city is called Sassiton, and it was once known as the nation of artisans. Before the Great Cataclysm, it was the birthplace of mechanical engineering across the entire eastern continent. Because they excelled at crafting mystical items, they managed to survive amidst numerous races. Until my father ended the era of the ancient gods, the leader here became an angel under my father. However, that old fellow was quite unlucky, he followed my father for over 1,000 years and still couldn't digest the Illuminator potion. Later, he finally found some clues to digest the potion, but he was done in by steam at the time. Indeed, quite unlucky, Leyton commented inwardly, then asked, so, his so-called legacy is a fallback for his own resurrection. It seems it didn't succeed, and steam shouldn't have had the energy to interfere with him, right? Amon chuckled disdainfully and said, he was just simply too unlucky, like that little snake. He held onto the die of probability for over 1,000 years and couldn't assimilate it, and in the end, you picked it up. Nodding expressionlessly, Leyton continued to ask, why are you telling me this? Me obtaining the angel's legacy brings you no benefit whatsoever. Amon twitched his lips, his tone indifferent, but it doesn't bring me any harm either, does it? Anyway, it's using someone else's things to do a favor, and it can also win you over. This is very suitable. Reasonable, this is very marauder. Leyton calmly nodded and commented. Pouring all the prepared hot pot base into the pot, Leyton casually stirred it a couple of times. He then suddenly turned his head to Amon, who was leaning leisurely on the sofa, and said, can you steal time in small, frequent increments to achieve time acceleration? Frying the hot pot base takes some time. Amon slightly raised his head, a flicker of emotion in his eyes, then twitched his lips and said, I can. He curiously glanced at the iron pot filled with dark red stuff, pinching his monocle with his right hand. A faint, imperceptible white glow passed by, and Leyton instantly felt the hot pot base aroma in the air become stronger. Though many ingredients were substitutes, it still seemed acceptable. As thoughts raced through his mind, Leyton used a ladle to stir the pot repeatedly. Amon occasionally stole some time, completing several hours of work in less than a minute. Leyton raised his hand, stopping Amon from continuing to steal time. That's enough. The Marauder's ability is truly convenient. As he spoke, he used his water domain spell ability to create clear water and poured it into the iron pot. Amon slightly raised his nose, the spicy scent in the air making him frown uncomfortably. Are you sure this is food? While it's certainly not poisonous, it doesn't look appetizing at all. Try it before you judge. Although many original ingredients are missing, I've managed to collect enough substitute spices over the years. As Leyton spoke, he gently rubbed his fingers, creating tiny golden specks of light that, carrying a scorching heat, merged into the iron pot. The hot pot, which had been calm, instantly began to boil. Leyton then withdrew his hand and poured the prepared beef and fish into the pot. Then he turned to Amon and said, all right, once the meat is cooked, we can eat. The ingredients aren't quite enough, and there's no dipping sauce. I'll treat you to a more complete hot pot once we leave the forsaken land of the gods. Amon took off his monocle from his right eye and pinched it, a playful smile on his lips. I think I know why you described Medici and the other two as a hot pot. Next time we meet, I'll share this good news with him, no, with them. Leyton continued Amon's words, do I need to prepare a bottle of provoker potion in advance? Amon paused, then burst out laughing, ha ha ha, you are truly interesting. If you had come to this world earlier, I wouldn't have been so bored. Leyton nodded noncommittally and said, unfortunately, even the Earth Mother cannot entirely determine the birth of a life. Amon pursued with interest, it seems you don't entirely agree with the Earth Mother's teachings. What is your view then? Leyton picked a slice of cooked beef from the reboiling soup pot, tasted it, and after confirming it was fine, he lightly nodded towards Amon, simultaneously answering the previous question, the body is merely a shell, the soul is the essence. I rather approve of the Moses ascetic order's long-standing pursuit, to enrich oneself with knowledge and seek the freedom and liberation of the soul. Amon, mimicking Leyton's actions, picked up a slice of meat and tasted it. His previously slightly furrowed brows relaxed somewhat, and he quickly chewed and swallowed the meat. Not bad, he commented, then scooped out a few more slices of meat from the pot. After tasting every type of meat placed in the pot, he continued the previous topic, saying, an interesting interpretation, the body is merely a shell, the soul is the essence. Pausing for a second, he changed the subject, saying, so, you've changed bodies and returned as Leyton. Who were you before? Al Tynes. Leyton was momentarily stunned, Amon's topic shift was completely unexpected. He paused, then chuckled, of course not. Why would you think that? I'm not a spectator. Amon, without raising his head, said, but you have an identity that was separated using the ability of a high-sequence spectator, don't you? Leyton, while collecting his thoughts to prevent Amon from stealing too many ideas and important information, argued, do I really look like an old man? That clone's existence also relies on the special nature of the White Tower pathway. He can imitate to possess some characteristics of the spectator pathway, which is why he can exist indefinitely. Amon stopped talking and focused on eating the hot pot, occasionally putting some of his favorite dishes into the pot himself. The rest of the hot pot meal was exceptionally silent between them. Leyton's mind occasionally flashed with evaluations of various ingredients and ideas for improving the hot pot, constantly distracting himself to avoid inadvertently having his thoughts stolen by Amon. Only when all the dishes on the table had been consumed by the two of them did they put down their chopsticks. Leyton leaned back against the chair, extending his right hand forward. Instantly, starlight descended around them, and countless stars emerged, dense and dazzling. These stars cast bright, clear rays of light, enveloping the entire hall. Under the starlight, the hot pot aroma in the air completely vanished, and the leftover soup base in the iron pot also disintegrated and disappeared under the starlight. As the starlight dissipated, the shadows in the unlit areas of the floor instantly came alive, flowing and surging like water, instantly engulfing the table, chairs, and the iron pot in the middle. Then, as if dissolved, they dripped onto the floor, vanishing into thin air. Amon, who had been sitting on the wooden chair, suddenly disappeared. The next moment, he appeared directly on the adjacent sofa, leaning back, his right leg crossed, a sense of post-meal drowsiness emanating from him. Glancing at the leisurely Amon, Leyton walked directly to the sofa next to him and sat down, suddenly asking, "Do you know what happened in this city?" Amon maintained his posture, his voice flat as he said, "I do." "Is this your payment for inviting me to Hot Pot?" After a moment of silence, Leyton still nodded and said, "It is." Amon organized his thoughts and began, after the Great Cataclysm, the Western continent was enveloped by dangerous darkness. The humans left behind here made many attempts to survive. Some tried to escape this continent, while others tried to change themselves, to adapt to the environment here. As the former nation of artisans, the people here had extremely high attainments in various technologies. They wanted to abandon their human flesh and blood bodies, transforming themselves into mechanical puppets, and turn the city into a composite mystical item, their city of puppets. But unfortunately, the impact of that great cataclysm was multifaceted, and this naturally included the materials they used to create the puppets. Unsurprisingly, they all went mad. The puppets slaughtered all the living creatures in the city, then returned to their posts as if nothing had happened, entering an eternal, repetitive daily routine in a false world. Leyton listened calmly. Amon's account was largely consistent with his previous conjectures. Once Amon finished speaking, he further inquired, "The materials for crafting the puppets were corrupted, couldn't they have discovered that? And what is this false world?" "Of course they discovered it, but what good was it? The entire continent was affected. The small amount of materials they stored was simply not enough. They could only use the corrupted materials in small, frequent amounts, accumulating madness little by little, trying to find a solution before the problem erupted. As for the false world, they used the angel's legacy to create a world composed of pure information, throwing their consciousness into it and establishing a new Sassiton. Unfortunately, when the puppets had problems, that information world also had problems." Chapter 514, KWM Chapter 512 Werewolf Killing. A world made of pure information. Leyton frowned slightly, muttering softly. His intuition told him that Amon was telling the truth, but he didn't feel any trace of an information world existing in this city. Amon seemed to have seen what Leyton was thinking, and chuckled, explaining. "That Sassiton, made of pure information, was hidden by the puppets here, and they fell silent together. You have a way to get in." Leyton said this with great certainty. Amon nodded and said, "Of course, it's very simple for me, just need to create some errors and deceive some rules. Error is the natural enemy of this kind of information world. Its logic is far less complex and tight than the true world, there are loopholes everywhere that can be exploited. Bugs are a programmer's lifelong enemy." Leyton couldn't help but sigh in his heart, and by the time he came back to his senses and composed himself, it was already too late. Amon scoffed, his expression unreadable, then calmly said, "Hey, you even know about bugs? Did that lunatic tell you?" "Obviously impossible, so, are you related to my father in some way? Is that also why you're cooperating with that lunatic? Oh, and what's a programmer? Is it a term for someone who can create an information world?" "I was careless." Leyton calmly looked at Amon, thinking about how he should escape. Amon suddenly got up from the sofa, clapped his hands, and transparent faces, one after another, floated out from around him. They were of various sizes, but all looked exactly like Amon. Some were parasitic in the dust in the air, some on bookshelves, and some on walls and floors. All of Amon's gazes uniformly turned towards Leyton. In the eerie atmosphere, all the omens spoke in unison. The forsaken land of the gods is sealed off from the outside world. Here, the hidden sage can't help you either. How do you plan to get rid of me? Rely on the residual divine power of those guys. Last time you used that mob and knight, who will it be this time? The noisy sun? Or that old dragon who's always betraying?" After a pause, the first Amon to appear said playfully. "Or perhaps, you want to rely on the fool's help." Perhaps it was due to frequent contact with Amon, but Leyton's first reaction at this moment was not panic, nor was it an urgent desire to escape, but rather a mental lament, "Oh no, I've fallen into an Amon pile." The Amon standing in the center of the hall said, his expression unchanged, "You don't seem to be in a hurry." Leyton shrugged, saying indifferently, "There's no point in me rushing, is there? At this moment, we also have no reason to break out into conflict." After a pause, he suddenly said, "How about we play a game?" "What game?" Amon asked curiously. Leyton was silent for a moment, organizing his words to introduce. It can be called Werewolf. This game requires a certain number of people, who will take on the roles of commoner, hunter, witch, good person, and werewolf. It just so happens that you have many avatars." As he spoke, Leyton's gaze swept over the transparent faces of various sizes around him. He carefully explained the rules of werewolf to Amon. Finally, he added, During the game, your avatars cannot communicate in any way other than language. Amon unreadably scrutinized Leyton for a moment. Just as Leyton thought he would refuse, he suddenly chuckled and nodded, saying, "Sounds interesting, I agree. Who among you is willing to participate?" "I am." All the Amons spoke simultaneously. Amon's gaze swept over the transparent faces around him, and without surprise, he said, "You all vote to decide." The transparent faces, large and small, around them suddenly fell silent, as if communicating through some hidden means. Seeing this, Leyton's eyes deepened. His gaze lingered on Amon, who was dressed in a black classical robe and wearing a soft pointed hat of the same color, as he spoke. "Now I somewhat believe you are the main body. Is that important?" "As long as I wish, the main body and avatars can swap at any time." As Amon spoke, he pinched the monocle over his right eye. A faint white light streaked across the lens, and suddenly, a lavishly decorated round table appeared in the center of the hall, with 8 high-backed chairs scattered around it. Leyton's gaze swept over the suddenly appearing table and chairs, taking in every detail and piece of information. They were products of the 4th Epic Tudor Empire, and the Amon family crest from that time was even in the center of the round table. With even things like tables and chairs, it was hard not to suspect that Amon's collection room contained every type of item in this world. Amon suddenly spoke, "Do you want to see my collection room?" Leyton waved his hands repeatedly. "No, I don't want to become one of your collectibles." "It won't necessarily be as a collectible, you can try to earn it," Amon said insincerely. Leyton's mouth twitched. "So what were you really thinking just now?" "You can guess, or try," Amon said with a light laugh. "Forget it, not interested." Leyton shook his head and refused. While the two were chatting, the Amons around them had already finished voting. Finally, the Amons with the strongest aura stepped forward. Their bodies quickly solidified, and their appearances changed. Some became ancient nobles from the 4th epoch, some became postmen with messenger bags, and some became sailors. Everyone found a seat and sat around the round table. Sandwiched among a pile of Amons, Leyton always felt a bit uncomfortable, as if he were the husky that had snuck into a pack of wolves. After everyone was seated, he tapped the table twice with his right index finger, making a thudding sound. Specks of starlight scattered, solidifying into 8 playing cards in midair, each bearing images of a witch, a werewolf, a hunter, and so on. Snap. Amon, sitting at the head of the table in a black classical robe, suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Leyton felt himself instantly lose control over the starlight condensed playing cards in midair. Amon, his expression unchanged, raised a hand to pinch the monocle over his right eye, and a majestic male voice suddenly rang out. "Beyonder abilities are forbidden here." With these words, Leyton instantly felt that most of his Beyonder abilities were lost, and the remaining usable Beyonder abilities were greatly weakened. However, the Beyonder abilities maintaining the illusion and the playing cards were not affected. Amon looked at Leyton with a smile, saying with amusement, "A small trick to prevent cheating. Don't look at me like that. I'm not the Black Emperor. In most cases, I still abide by the rules. After all, it's more conducive to fraud and theft, and more challenging, isn't it?" Feeling the changes in himself, Leyton spoke with a tone full of suspicion. "This level of prohibition doesn't seem to affect you." Amon showed no anger at being exposed, and spoke very calmly. "It can only be circumvented, not completely without effect. With the clairvoyant's eyesight, I believe you can tell if I'm cheating." Leyton sighed. "That's why I don't really want to play games with you. If you don't play some high-level tricks, you wouldn't be Amon. You truly understand me. How about we add some stakes to the game? The loser needs to satisfy a small request from the winner, just a small request." Amon emphasized the words "small request." Leyton smiled noncommittally and said, "And then you use your authority to magnify this small request. However, that's fine too. Anyway, I'm already sitting here, and it seems like I don't have a chance to refuse." As his voice fell, he leaned back against the chair, trying to relax and empty his mind, so that Amon wouldn't steal too much information from him. Amon reached out and took the monocle from his right eye, tossing it in his hand. The other Amons around him also took off their monocles and silently put them back into their pockets. "This will make me seem more sincere. Well then, let's begin." As Amon spoke, he lightly tapped the tabletop twice with his right index finger. The playing cards that had been quietly floating in midair were shuffled, constantly changing positions by interweaving with each other. The next moment, the positions of these playing cards were swapped, instantly appearing in front of the people seated around the round table, with one card stopping in front of each person. Leyton calmly glanced at the card in front of him. It showed a middle-aged male in a gray coarse cloth shirt, and below the card, there was a word written in ancient Faesak, "Commoner." It's hard not to suspect Amon is manipulating the identity card draws behind the scenes. Muttering to himself, Leyton raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The playing cards floating in front of everyone instantly shattered, turning into specks of starlight and dissipating. Amon, sitting at the head of the table in a black classical robe, turned his head and looked at Leyton, saying, "Your mystery prior eyes are very good. I wonder if you've memorized these identity cards. Are you overestimating me, or underestimating yourself?" Leyton calmly retorted. He looked up expressionlessly and met the gaze of Amon, who was sitting in the main seat and seemed to be the main body. He really didn't steal my thoughts, or, he just didn't show it, planning to deceive me later. As the two conversed, another translucent Amon floated out from the center of the round table. He was ethereal and flickering like a ghost, without a physical body. This ghost-like Amon was draped in a white clergyman's robe, holding a silver cross in both hands. He floated in mid-air and spoke in a low, heavy voice. "Prepare. Night falls, please close your eyes." The clergyman Amon floating in the middle of the round table calmly moved the process forward. Leyton, leaning back in his high-backed chair, instinctively closed his eyes while unconsciously gripping the armrest tighter with his right hand. Amon's killing won't be real killing, will it? Good thing I prepared a few more paper substitutes earlier. Why did I have a brain fart and play a game with Amon? I feel like I'm his game. The oppressive feeling of being surrounded by a group of Amons made Leyton only able to alleviate the pressure by constantly grumbling to himself. Chapter 5:15, KWM Chapter 5:13, First Out. "It's daytime, please open your eyes." While Leyton was still grumbling inwardly, Amon, the clergyman, had already completed the process. He calmly gazed at Amon, who was wearing a black classical robe at the very top, and said with extremely restrained emotion in his eyes, "The person killed last night was you." His finger suddenly pointed at Amon, who was wearing the black classical robe at the very top. At this moment, Leyton felt as if he saw poorly concealed surprise and joy in the eyes of the Amons around him. It could only be said that it was indeed Amon, both surprising and yet making perfect sense. Amon, wearing the black classical robe, made a very sorrowful expression and said, "All right, you guys really know how to play." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly raised his hand and grasped in midair. Amon, who was wearing a white clergyman's robe and floating in the center of the table, suddenly disappeared. The silver cross that this Amon had been holding also appeared in the hand of Amon, who was wearing the black classical robe. Leyton glanced at it in surprise, then withdrew his gaze, leaned his head back against the chair, and closed his eyes as if resting. Amon, wearing the black classical robe, played with the silver cross in his hand and said, "Next, I will guide you through the game." After one round of speeches, all the Amons declared themselves good people, while denouncing the Amon who had hidden his identity and chosen to backstab the main body in the first round. These Amons are so good at acting. Will the cowardly trio all become the schizophrenic in the later stages? While Leyton was still grumbling inwardly, Amon, who was sitting at the very top, had already started pushing the process. "It's nighttime, please close your eyes." "It's daytime, please open your eyes." "The one killed last night was you." As expected, Leyton saw Amon pointing one hand at him. These Amons have gone crazy with killing. I always feel like they're not here to play a game, but to vent the resentment they usually accumulate from being exploited by the main body. The only outsider has left, and now it's just them playing with themselves. I truly doubt their mental state. Leyton's gaze swept over the Amons around the round table. His figure suddenly became transparent, shattering into specks of shimmering, brilliant starlight, scattering and escaping from this illusion. As the specks of starlight dissipated, the library constructed within this illusion instantly became transparent, vanishing into thin air. At the very top, Amon, leisurely leaning back in the high-backed chair, pinched the monocle in his hand. The illusion that had just disappeared reappeared, unchanged from before, except for the wall lamps on the surrounding walls and pillars. The flickering flames were now frozen in place, like a static, three-dimensional painting. Amon, wearing the black classical robe, glanced at the Amons around the round table who were already engrossed in the game. After casually designating the person who had just been eliminated to replace him, he unhurriedly put the monocle he was holding onto his right eye. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished from where he stood, and when he reappeared, he was already outside the church in the center of the city. Surging starlight gathered around here, and specks of starlight quickly reassembled within, revealing Leyton's figure. Leyton looked at Amon, who had arrived here before him, without surprise. He would only be surprised if Amon didn't follow. His gaze swept over Amon, and he casually said, "You actually didn't cheat in the game, which is quite surprising." Amon raised his hand to smooth a stray strand of hair on his forehead, while chuckling and saying, "Being surprising is also a form of deception." Glancing at Amon, who had a faint smile on his lips, Leyton walked directly into the church's prayer hall. Amon made no move, but his figure remained firmly attached to Leyton's back, the distance between them seeming non-existent. While firmly sticking to Leyton's back, he sighed. "It's a pity, neither of us won. I originally planned to have you help me get some samples from that gray fog. Are you sure that's a small request? Besides, with something like the historical mist, without the authority of time or history, I can't even touch it." Leyton complained a bit, feeling speechless. While speaking, the two had already arrived at the prayer hall, where everything had returned to its original state. The puppets wearing clergyman's robes were neatly prostrated on the ground, noisily and devoutly confessing to the inverted statue of the deity. Amon suddenly stepped forward 2 paces, looking around as he spoke. The iron smelting technology at that time was not perfect. To use so many metal products to create puppets in a city was already considered luxurious. Leyton did not respond to him. His right thumb and middle finger rubbed lightly, producing specks of brilliant golden starlight, emitting a bright but not dazzling light that illuminated the entire hall. In the brightly lit hall, Leyton this time very seriously examined the murals on the surrounding walls, attempting to decipher some useful information from them. While memorizing the surrounding murals, he intermittently chatted with Amon. "Can they recognize you, Your Excellency, Angel of Time?" "No, there aren't many records about me, and this isn't a city that believes in me, so they know even less about me." Amon slowly shook his head in explanation. As he spoke, he had already approached the inverted statue, the brim of his pointed soft hat pulled low, obscuring the expression on his face. Leyton continued to ask, following Amon's words. "I'm a little curious, where is the city that believes in you? Is it also full of your avatars, like the Amon family in the 4th epic?" "It wasn't, originally." Amon replied faintly, gently shaking the monocle he held in his right hand. Boom. A deafening sound accompanied by a thick, silvery white bolt exploded in the prayer hall. After a blinding flash of silver white, tiny electric snakes darted across the ground and walls. The originally inverted statue became scattered, charred rubble on the ground, with sticky, tar-like black goo clinging to it, and the silvery white electric snakes moved extremely slowly across it. The puppets prostrated on the ground around them suddenly paused, as if the shock was too great, causing them to suddenly crash. This silence lasted less than a second. Scarlet light surged from the crevices of their puppet bodies, filled with a sense of madness and degeneration. "No. Lord, have you abandoned us? Why is this happening? Why? Ho ho." The puppets' voices gradually became chaotic and mad, until finally they couldn't even utter a complete sentence, only the hoarse sounds of their temporal parts rubbing together. Leyton turned his head to look at Amon, who stood silently before the shattered statue. He was playing with the crystal monocle in his right hand, his eyebrows lowered, his expression dark and unclear. The surrounding puppets seemed completely unaware of his presence, directly bypassing him and surrounding Leyton's position. Leyton stood still, deep blue light flowing in his eyes, and softly chanted a Dragonese word. Frost. Centered on him, shimmering, translucent streams of light fell from the sky, carrying a biting chill that spread outwards, rapidly sweeping through the entire prayer hall, covering it with a thick layer of ice. The surrounding puppets, which had been approaching, instantly stopped, unable to advance further. They were covered in icicles, and the scarlet light, full of madness and degeneration, emanating from the crevices of their bodies, became somewhat dimmer. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds came from the thick ice layer. Cracks, like spiderwebs, spread from the inside out, with dark matter flowing within, as if it could surge out at any moment. Amon, having put on the monocle he had been playing with at some unknown point, spoke beside Leyton. "When the people here built this church, they added some self-repairing functions to it. If you can't completely destroy them, or throw them very far away, these puppets can regenerate continuously." Self-repairing function. Leyton murmured softly, suddenly recalling the deep red spiritual light he had seen when he previously examined this temple. He asked with some uncertainty. "A characteristic of the moon pathway? A life-giver who has mastered a certain authority in the domain of life, or a high summoner?" Amon slowly shook his head and said. "Neither. It's just a shaman king, but the original owner of the characteristic was influenced by the lingering aura and divine power of the Earth Mother, becoming mad while also possessing incredible vitality. After being cleared by the people here, they preserved this trait to create mystical items. Don't you know too much?" Leyton looked at Amon beside him with some suspicion. The other party acted as if he had personally witnessed these things here. Amon twitched the corner of his mouth, and said with a malicious and playful tone. "I've always had avatars stationed here, and I even participated in the struggle between the conservative and evolution factions at that time. Are you sure you only participated, and didn't fan the flames? Instead of grumbling about me in your heart, you should consider how to deal with these puppets in front of you. Your frost can no longer contain them." As soon as Amon finished speaking, the cracking sounds around them became clearer and more frequent. Rip. The sound of ice shattering suddenly rang out. A mechanical arm made of metal stretched out from the thick ice layer, followed by one mechanical arm after another, heads and thighs extending from ice layers in various places. The shattered ice fell to the ground without a sound, immediately devoured by the dark blackness solidified from shadow and darkness. With so many residual auras of deities here, they didn't influence each other. Leyton sighed, the flowing brilliance in his eyes outlining one mysterious symbol after another. His right hand simultaneously waved in front of him, creating specks of brilliant starlight, outlining strange and mysterious symbols. The azure starlight gradually turned brilliant gold, dyeing the surrounding objects golden, spreading outwards in layers. Chapter 5:16, KWM Chapter 5:15 Information World. Amon tugged at the corner of his mouth, saying with a mix of emotion and probing, I guess, no matter what the prophecy says, you won't refuse my offer. Without waiting for Leyton's reply, he raised a hand and pinched the monocle over his right eye, and a blinding white light instantly swallowed everything. This situation lasted less than a second. The blazing white light gradually receded, revealing a sky where stars, the sun, and the moon coexisted, appearing extremely chaotic. Beneath the chaotic sky was a cluster of ancient, ornately decorated buildings, arranged in a staggered fashion, somewhat similar in layout to the real Sasatan, but completely different in many details. The city streets seemed to have many pedestrians dressed in ancient styles coming and going, looking lively, but no sound was emitted, making it eerily silent. They were like puppets on strings, only able to move according to fixed procedures, their faces numb and rigid, without any trace of vitality. Besides their numb and stiff expressions and movements, they also bore many signs of mutation. Some had fish-like scales growing on their skin, some had eyes that had turned into cold vertical pupils, and others had grown tails, ears, or short, thick, heavy fur. Beside Leyton, Amon began to introduce the situation here like a tour guide. This is a manifestation of their spiritual corruption. There. Leyton keenly noticed Amon's choice of words. Amon nodded lightly and said, yes, although what you see of them still barely maintains some human form, this is just a calm facade. They have long since completely mutated into monsters over a long period of time. Even a slight stimulus will immediately reveal their true monster appearance. As if to verify his words, Amon smiled and walked up to a man dressed like a sailor, reaching out and gently patting his shoulder, saying, do you see the fish I placed here? The man with the numb and rigid expression slowly turned his neck, emitting creaking sounds, as if his head might fall off at any moment. Fish. Fish, fish. He repeated Amon's words again and again, but could only utter the single syllable, fish. As he opened his mouth, the thick sideburns covering half his face moved up and down, revealing the transparent, slimy, viscous, and fanged mouthpart within. This no longer resembled human lips at all, it was more like the mouthpart of some marine creature. Slimy, transparent mucus continuously dripped, and the thick sideburns on his face began to writhe as if alive. Fish. I see. Ho ho. The words from its mouth gradually became incoherent, finally leaving only the hoarse sounds of air friction. One by one, even more slimy tentacles slipped out from beneath his clothes, and his entire body instantly collapsed into a heap. Colorful tentacles, pieced together from many chunks of flesh, extended from the gaps in his clothes, still oozing a yellowish, pus-like, slimy liquid. The surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the air seemed to be tinged with a deep blue at that moment, as if submerged in the sea, with fine water droplets continuously seeping out into the air. Leyton unconsciously reached out to cover his mouth and nose. He felt a strange sense of suffocation, and his mouth tasted salty and damp, as if he had suddenly been plunged into the deep sea. Amon raised a hand and pinched the monocle over his right eye. The anomalous scene around them suddenly vanished, and even the surrounding space turned into an empty gray-black void. Only that colorful mass of tentacles, pieced together from many chunks of flesh, continued to writhe, drawing its tentacles towards Leyton and Amon with a primal desire for madness and destruction. The deep blue flowing in Leyton's eyes briefly froze. Before he could make a move, specks of brilliant golden starlight had already emerged, emitting unparalleled light and heat, instantly filling the entire space. The tentacles that were still writhing instantly melted like candles into drops of liquid, continuously dripping downwards. The madness and primal desire for destruction emanating from the tentacles also rapidly receded, while an extreme fanaticism, an extremely fervent emotion, arose. Leyton's expression suddenly became solemn. He felt his spirituality rapidly draining, along with a small portion of his will, merging into this false world, evolving in an extremely distorted and evil direction, and simultaneously establishing some connection between himself and this false world. Without hesitation, he followed his intuition and reached out his right hand to grasp at the void. A layer of dim mist with a concealment effect was caught in his hand. The surrounding light and heat quickly dimmed, and any connection that had just formed between him and this false world was instantly severed. Amon raised the monocle over his right eye, and with a look of belated realization, he said, "This world, constructed from information, is not perfect. The lower-level rules are too simplistic, with too many logical loopholes. This also causes any beyonder power to be infinitely magnified here. Just now, it was clearly just a very ordinary out-of-control monster, yet the aura it emitted directly formed a half-true, half-false ocean. Although it's just a false world constructed from information, the dangers encountered here will still, to some extent, feed back onto our true spiritual bodies." Leyton glanced at Amon thoughtfully and added in a flat tone, "This city constantly erodes the spirituality and will of intruders, especially when using beyonder abilities. This situation becomes even more severe. I'm somewhat curious, if one cannot control oneself well and cut off the connection with this world in time, what will be the final outcome?" Amon chuckled, reminiscing, I experimented before. Once spirituality and will are completely eroded, this world will automatically generate a new you, truly becoming a part of this place, just like the one I greeted earlier. Leyton nodded thoughtfully and said, no wonder you said the people here had long since mutated into monsters. Amon said with a sigh, in the midst of despairing darkness, this false world became their only light and salvation. When they indulged in it, they had already cast danger aside. As he spoke, he reached out and gently pulled at the space in front of him. With a tearing sound, a dramatic crack was pulled open in the area shrouded by the dim mist. With the appearance of the crack, Leyton felt the already dim light and heat around him become active again, and extreme fanaticism, extreme excitement, began to breed in the surroundings. Restraining the urge to use his beyonder abilities, Leyton followed behind Amon and stepped through the crack, leaving this area. As soon as he stepped out of the crack, he found that the surrounding scenery had changed. He and Amon had arrived in front of a magnificent and opulent palace complex. Leyton's gaze calmly swept over Amon, understanding that he had altered the position of the other end of the crack. Feeling his gaze, Amon turned back and raised a hand, pointing to the magnificent and ancient palace complex behind him and said, this is the manifestation of the Sassanid temple in reality. It is alive. The artisans here created it using the heart left by that angel, and it is also the core of this information world. It will be some time before it becomes active. We need to speed it up a bit. As he spoke, Amon gently shook the monocle made of crystal in his right hand. A huge, ancient, mottled phantom suddenly appeared above his head. This phantom was like the face of a stone-carved wall clock, divided into 12 segments in total, each either gray-white or dark green-black, intermingled but with clear boundaries, and possessing different symbols. An indescribable, invisible torrent suddenly surged from within the colossal phantom, as if it had traversed a long history. Everything around them was swept up by this torrent, advancing rapidly along the scale of time. This world, constructed from information, was like a toy that could be manipulated at will for him, Leyton thought to himself, while staring intently ahead, at the palace architecture that undulated like a heart. The decorative gears on the walls all began to turn, continuously making clicking sounds, and the staggered palaces constantly rose and fell, adjusting their positions. The sun, moon, and stars that appeared simultaneously in the sky also began to pulsate, sending out ripples, searching for their respective positions. During this process, Leyton's eyes once again became extremely profound, losing focus, a vast expanse. Extremely blurry figures constantly flashed through his mind. They were connected to each other, yet also separated, like different personality facets of a single person. It's mad. The consciousnesses of numerous indigenous inhabitants, along with the corruption they carry, have formed different personality facets here. No wonder that Angel's resurrection contingency failed. Once resurrected, he would turn into it, becoming a monster with only mad instincts. Self-slumber was the best choice. Unfortunately, he met Amon. While sighing, Leyton raised his hand and condensed eyes containing countless stars, flashing with cold, pure light, cruel and indifferent. These eyes had no eyelashes, they blinked and merged into this world of information, transforming into dim specks of light that drifted around, collecting information about this place. Amon finished his act of stealing time, crossed his arms over his chest, and said calmly, so you were interested in this information world itself. I thought you wanted the angel's relic, I even woke it up for you. Leyton turned his head to look at Amon and said plainly, what do you want to gain from it? Before he could finish speaking, this world suddenly trembled, and huge fissures spread outwards from the central, tallest, and most magnificent palace, like a dense and enormous spider web. Chapter 5:17, KWM Chapter 5:14, Clone. Pure and clear light illuminated every corner, leaving no trace of darkness or shadow. The surrounding surging darkness and shadows continuously shrunk and disintegrated under the light, quickly being dispersed. However, the red light flowing from the pores of the puppets became even more concentrated, carrying a madness that almost solidified, dyeing the surrounding pale golden light with a thin layer of red. Amon leisurely walked to the corner, took out a dark brown high-backed chair from his collection, and sat down. He also magically produced a glass of dark red, fragrant wine. He was like a leisurely commentator, sipping his wine and saying, the materials on them have developed resistance to the purification power of the sun domain. The more they are purified, the more certain corruption on them will be stimulated. You might as well try to directly and forcefully destroy this place. And then trigger the emergency response of this temple. Leyton slightly tilted his head and glanced at Amon behind him, rejecting his suggestion. His eyes gazed deeply at the puppet whose aura was connected to the temple. That faint sense of danger was still there, but he couldn't clearly see where it came from. When a puppet was about to rush to his side, he casually threw a pea on the ground. The pea instantly grew, transforming into thick green vines that covered the surrounding area like a downpour, submerging all the puppets. They intertwined and quickly formed a forest, layer upon layer, reaching so high that the top was invisible. The puppets were forcibly scattered throughout this green forest, disappearing from sight along with the vine forest. After briefly getting rid of the puppets, Leyton squinted at Amon, who was still sitting calmly in the high-backed chair, savoring his red light. "You've been following me, just a fish in troubled waters at that time. Is there still something you need here? Aren't you what I need?" Amon chuckled in response. Leyton's gaze paused for a moment, then shifted away as if nothing had happened, and he stepped towards the passage behind the prayer hall. His movements were not very coherent. Without Klein's help from gray fog, the negative effects of this temple on flesh and blood life reappeared on him. If he stayed here for too long, even a demigod's body would suffer some irreparable damage, just like using an ancient machine. No matter how much it's refurbished, it will never be as good as new. Amon appeared beside Leyton at an inopportune moment and asked, "Why don't you ask me for help? I can help you steal the negative effects on you." "Of course, I'm worried you'll steal more things while you're at it," Leyton frankly stated his concerns. As he spoke, he walked without stopping towards the garden behind the passage. Before he even fully approached, he noticed that the garden had new flowers and trees made of colored paper, iron pieces, and wood chips. However, compared to before, they were significantly sparser. As he got closer, he saw a scarecrow-like puppet standing in the garden. Its body was simply made of bundled dry grass, wearing a dark, coarse, tattered rag garment. It also had a pointed hat covered in patches, and an exaggerated smiling face painted on its face with oil paint. It had no hands, instead, it had a scythe and a rake. Its feet were rusty, hollow iron pipes. It seems the materials here are not abundant. This puppet seems to be simply cobbled together from the only available materials. Leyton sighed, while in his hand, he condensed an ancient-looking long spear, from tip to hilt, burning with clusters and specks of blood-red dark light. The dark red long spear left his hand the moment it formed, leaving a gradually fading dark red stream of light in the air, easily piercing through the scarecrow-like puppet's body. The puppet's body, made of bundled straw, was instantly ignited by the dark red flames, disintegrating and burning into ashes. During the burning process, the puppet's body rapidly thinned and became brittle, finally breaking apart into pieces of red, scale-like moonlight. On the other side of the garden, a burst of deep red light rose, and a puppet made of bundled straw formed within the deep red light. The oil paint on its face turned into an angry expression, and its withered yellow straw turned crimson, as if soaked in fresh blood. A faint mist of water faintly steamed from its body. Whoosh! 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 The straw on the puppet's body shot out like sharp arrows, leaving a sound of sharp objects rubbing against the air. The crimson straw shot out densely, instantly piercing through Leyton and Amon's bodies. The former's body suddenly became transparent and illusory, turning into a pile of foam the moment it was pierced by the straw. These foams still reflected tiny, brilliant starlight, reflecting dreamy colors, scattering and flying, then instantly being pierced and shattered by each straw. The arrow-like straw easily pierced through Amon's body, making popping sounds, but failed to splash a single drop of blood. There was no wound on Amon's body either. He directly stole the damage that the crimson straw would have inflicted on him. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye, walking leisurely through the rain of straw arrows, approaching Leyton, who had already appeared at the edge of the garden. Leyton briefly examined the sign hanging on the door in front of him. It had a few words somewhat similar to ancient Fasak, Puppet Workshop. The deepness in his eyes flashed, and he probably understood what was behind this door. Approximately 20 minutes, Leyton estimated in his mind the time he could still stay here. Once this limit was exceeded, the continuously accumulating negative effects on him would affect his actions and judgment. The door creaked as he pushed it open. Unlike the darkness elsewhere, the puppet workshop was entirely brightly lit. The lighting fixtures were crystal lanterns shaped like lampstands. They emitted a bright yellow light like the sun, illuminating the entire puppet workshop, leaving no darkness or shadow. Leyton gently gripped the air, and a night sky with a sense of peace and tranquility was dragged out of the void by him, enveloping him. His traces of existence were cleverly concealed, completely disappearing. After making himself hidden, he then lifted his leg and entered this puppet workshop. As soon as he entered the workshop, Leyton felt that the layer of concealment on him was greatly weakened. The sluggishness on his body, which had been like an old machine, instantly faded rapidly, replaced by a restless heat growing from the bottom of his heart. All the emotions that had been deliberately suppressed in his heart became active, and various chaotic thoughts floated in his mind. Under the influence of the sun domain, here, certain emotions were suppressed to the extreme, while others became extremely fervent. There was also a heat, a feeling of suddenly walking from winter into the height of summer. As the sluggishness on his body completely disappeared, Leyton vaguely felt sweat gradually seeping from his forehead, and the restlessness spread from his emotions to his body. Taking a deep breath, the deep blue flowing quietly in his eyes became much purer and richer, giving people an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet appearing quite indifferent and lacking warmth. In this state, his resistance to the abnormal conditions around him significantly increased. At this time, he finally had the energy to survey his surroundings. This place was somewhat like a large workshop, neatly arranged with many mechanical devices combining solid wood and metal. Each mechanical device had at least two puppets with only half a body. They were like workers firmly fixed in place, tirelessly performing the same work. On the workbench, a tall tree made of wood chips, iron pieces, and colored paper was repeatedly disassembled and reassembled. Leyton quickly discovered the most special and conspicuous one among these puppets. Its head was adorned with a grayish-white stone mask, and a crystal monocle was set in the right eye socket of the mask. Seemingly noticing Leyton's gaze, it suddenly stopped its movements, looked up at Leyton with some confusion, and then lowered its head blankly. Not Amon. A question flashed through Leyton's mind. The light in this workshop was a bit dazzling, affecting his eyes of mystery prying, making it not very clear. Amon's figure suddenly appeared in the workshop. He very familiarly strolled around twice, walked to the puppet with the monocle embedded in its mask, reached out, took the monocle off its mask, tossed it twice in his hand, and said, "Too monotonous a life has caused this avatar to enter a state of self-seclusion. Simply put, he's become withdrawn." As Amon spoke, Leyton vaguely saw several faint white light spots separate from the puppet's body and merge into Amon's body. Seeing this, he asked with some curiosity, "You don't want this avatar anymore?" Tucking the monocle into his pocket, Amon calmly said, he didn't want to continue being a puppet and chose to return directly to the main body. The puppets here are only left with a shell and wonderful instincts, controlled by this temple. Their consciousness lingers in Sasatan, woven from pure information, or rather, is sealed there. Do you want to go there and see? The information there is severely polluted and could collapse at any time. Leyton did not answer immediately. His eyes, flowing with clear light, instantly became extremely deep, resembling the sea before a storm. His eyes clearly lost focus, becoming a vast expanse. In such a state, he could glimpse the long river representing fate and peek into some future trends. After a brief moment of unfocused eyes, his eyes became clear again. He did not prophesy too much useful information, but he roughly understood the danger and his gains. After a brief silence, he nodded and said, "I can go." Chapter 518, KWM Chapter 516 Amon's Plan. As Leyton retreated 2 steps to steady himself, he raised his hand to create faint starlight imbued with tranquility, which swirled around him, outlining peculiar symbols that briefly isolated him from this information world. At the same time, the cluster of palaces abruptly rose from the ground, drawing closer to each other, their doors and windows opening and closing to form the outline of a human face. Coming back to his senses, Leyton suddenly realized that Amon, who had been standing beside him, had disappeared at some point, and a premonition of ill omen flashed through his mind. He no longer cared about the restrictions on using beyonder abilities here, and his figure instantly became transparent, transforming into a statue composed of countless starlight. The surrounding ground rapidly ascended, and the houses on both sides of the street converged towards the middle, as if something was about to burst forth from beneath the ground. The transparent statue instantly sank into the cracks between stones and dirt, shattering instantly and transforming into brilliant starlight that surged forth, emerging from tiny crevices and flowing like a tide between the constantly rising and collapsing buildings. During this process, the surging starlight grew more and more vast, like a brilliant galaxy enveloping the ground. In his starlight state, Leyton felt his consciousness continuously dissolving, moving closer to an even grander consciousness, becoming a part of it. The surging galaxy sometimes stagnated, sometimes surged, as if caught in a self-contradiction. The vast and surging galaxy grew wider and wider, and Leyton, feeling it was difficult to recoalesce his body, directly gave up on further attempts. The surging galaxy no longer stagnated, beginning to continuously spread and flow outwards, forming a ring connected end to end. Within the ring formed by the massive galaxy, every star also converged and connected with each other, forming countless tiny three-dimensional symbols. These symbols, in turn, interlinked to form a complex and precise gear structure. Amidst the twinkling starlight, countless cold and indifferent eyes seemed to grow out of it. With a tearing sound, the brilliant galaxy rapidly disintegrated, and rays of light that could not be seen by most beyonders separated from it. These lights had no physical form, as if composed of complex streams of information, moving like a torrent in an illusory state. They reconverged high in this information world, using complex and pure knowledge to reconstruct Leyton's body. He wore a paint-black robe with a tattered hem, and a wide hood that covered half of his face. Beneath the hood was only a deep black mass that devoured everything, and a cluster of pure light, like a cold and indifferent eye. Around this eye were faint specks of starlight, dyed in different colors and carrying a hint of warmth, just like his sanity, which was on the verge of collapse under the assault of madness and chaos. Beneath the black robe, his exposed hands and feet were paint-black and shriveled, devoid of any luster or vitality, completely unlike those of a living person. On the paint-black robe, in the wisps of black mist floating around, and even on his paint-black and shriveled limbs, cold and indifferent eyes grew out. These eyes were tinged with madness, openly displaying undisguised malice. While giving a feeling of extreme sanctity and wisdom, they also appeared rather cold and devoid of warmth. As expected, Amon's figure suddenly appeared behind Leyton. He curled his lips, sighing meaningfully, and his figure disappeared again. Where he disappeared, eyes tinged with madness, displaying malice, and brewing destruction grew out. The moment these eyes appeared, all information in that space was directly annihilated, returning to its most primitive void, leaving behind only an indistinct and indescribable void. Beneath the hood, the light cluster enveloped in pure light and the surrounding faint starlight subtly contracted, then quickly expanded, as if observing and recording something with great care. In this state, Leyton could see the essence of this information world more clearly, see the activated knowledge, and see the miraculous and fragile balance between various contaminations and auras. He stood there quietly, like an observer from a higher dimension. Everything happening in this information world could not affect him. Until all the streets and houses on the ground collapsed, an exaggeratedly large hand stretched out, followed by another hand and 2 legs. A giant as large as a mountain rose from the ruins of the city. Its body was composed of the streets, buildings, and dirt of the city, with traces of steel and gray stone everywhere, and it dragged a layered pair of wings made of rusted steel behind it. The moment it appeared, the various mad auras in the city also became active. Shadows writhed, all annihilating darkness silently spread, lifeless stones and wood all grew flesh, the air became scorching hot, and flames continuously erupted all around. The body of the giant, like a towering mountain, rapidly disintegrated, scattering into pieces on the ground. The fragments were swallowed by the surrounding writhing shadows, darkness, and flesh, and soon smaller humanoid figures appeared. They were completely mad, distorted monsters, openly displaying undisguised malice, eroding and destroying each other. Leyton in midair also seemed to be affected by this madness, and his aura gradually transformed from cold and indifferent to mad. He calmly extended his right hand forward, his paint-black, shriveled arm covered with grotesque eyes gently grasped in midair, revealing the specks of starlight wandering in this information world. They quickly converged on his hand, reforming a lantern made of brass-colored metal and transparent glass. What a pity! He murmured in a low voice, his voice cold, indifferent, and tinged with suppressed madness. As his words fell, his body instantly dematerialized, disintegrating into a hazy light composed of complex knowledge, surging like a torrent and leaving this information world. After he left, Amon, dressed in a black classical robe, suddenly appeared in his previous position. He pinched the monocle over his right eye, his gaze deep as he surveyed the surroundings for a moment, then muttered to himself. Interesting. In that state, his rank already surpassed that of a knowledge emperor. If I hadn't prepared a contingency earlier, he would have expelled me from this information world just now. He only collected the information here and didn't choose to take the characteristics. He's very cautious. As he spoke, he gently fiddled with his monocle, and a cacophony of chaotic whispers, full of madness and degeneration, suddenly appeared, manifesting a thick, oppressive shadow curtain in this information world. Behind the shadow curtain, an extremely mad, extremely oppressive gaze fell from an unknown place. An incredibly grand and mad will descended, causing the fundamental information that constructed this information world to fall into stagnation. This manifested as the entire world appearing to have been paused, unmoving and silent. The city ruins and the bodies of those monsters gradually became covered in a layer of viscous black liquid, which grew in quantity and thickness, eventually forming a continuous paint-black, viscous ocean filled with a degenerate aura. Paint-black became the dominant color here, and the entire information world trembled violently, as if something incredibly terrifying was being conceived in this ocean filled with a degenerate aura. The wailing wind whipped up a paint-black storm, carrying an aura of overwhelming madness as it descended upon this place. Amon's robe swayed in the wailing wind, a smile always on his lips, his eyes deep and reserved. Let me see what you're like after you've shed your madness. As he spoke, he removed the monocle he was wearing, holding the edge of the lens between his right thumb and forefinger, and gently shook it twice. A faint white glow appeared on the surface of the lens, and an illusory chime sounded above his head, rapidly spreading throughout the entire information world. The ancient, mottled stone clock phantom above his head gently swayed, its 2 ancient, mottled hands rotating counterclockwise at an extremely fast speed, creating an indescribable invisible torrent that pushed this information world to move against the flow of the river of time. Beneath the paint-black, viscous ocean filled with a degenerate aura, the fragmented monsters rapidly aggregated, then quickly collapsed, re-entering slumber beneath the ground, and the destroyed city was restored to its original state. The paint-black viscous liquid filled with a degenerate aura seeped downwards through the cracks in the city buildings, quickly revealing the city's original appearance, the only difference being an exaggerated cross erected in the central palace complex. Amon put his monocle back over his right eye as he stepped forward, his figure appearing beneath the exaggerated cross in the next instant. He quietly observed the massive cross before him for a moment, then calmly spoke. The consciousness you projected should be partly clear, shouldn't it? Won't you see me? As his words fell, the shadow beneath the massive cross suddenly became paint-black and viscous, continuously stretching backward, becoming slender, then abruptly expanding, like layers of illusory black wings hanging down, revealing the figure behind them. He had shoulder-length black hair, slightly curled, and eyes that seemed to be covered in shadow. He wore a black robe interwoven with silver threads, inscribed with complex symbols, and adorned with ornate accessories, holding a paint-black staff, with most of his body submerged in the paint-black, viscous shadow. His gaze was very calm, without a trace of madness. He allowed Amon to observe him for a good while before he slowly spoke. Before I completely contaminate this place, what do you want to communicate with me about? Amon pondered for a moment, then asked an unrelated question, why Sasra? Sasra, who had emerged from the shadow, clasped his hands over the paint-black staff and spoke in a tone devoid of emotion. I was born from the extreme emotions at the time of my main body's demise, combined with the authority I reclaimed from Sasra. After the mad part of me fell into slumber due to the peculiarities of this place, the remaining me became closer to Sasra. Whether you acknowledge my existence or not, I will eventually return. Chapter 519, KWM Chapter 517 Psychotherapy. Amon chuckled, raising a hand to press the monocle over his right eye. This illusory world can no longer bear your wonderful will. It seems I won't be able to inquire about more information. As he finished speaking, the figure of Sasra before him instantly disintegrated into a deep black. This was like a dam with a breach, and a torrent of pitch-black water, full of degenerate aura, surged out from it. Substantial shadows instantly covered the entire information world, and pairs of scarlet eyes, filled with madness and brutality, emerged in the darkness. In reality, in Sassaton, Amon's figure abruptly appeared in the temple's prayer hall. He casually surveyed the puppets in the hall, whose faces were half hideous and half peaceful, then stepped out, treading on the thick, sticky, pitch-black liquid that covered the floor. He got away again. He must have guessed what I was going to do. If he had been a bit greedier and not left so decisively, I could have used his unique characteristics to make that information world more stable, and also learned more from that briefly sober consciousness. He is very certain that he can return. Besides that lunatic, he must have other contingencies. Among these 5 pathways, excluding the 3 betrayers, only that fanatic remains. He even fooled me. Amon reviewed the situation in his mind as he strode forward. With each step, his figure instantly traversed a long distance, appearing directly at the end of his sight. At the same time, in the dry riverbed without water, a faint glow erupted from nothingness, and countless complex knowledge gathered and reassembled into Leyton's body. The flesh on his body continuously cracked and turned inside out, and eyes with cold gazes, suppressing madness, opened and closed on him. He stumbled and steadied himself, one hand tightly gripping his head, trying to use the pain to clear his mind, while the other hand gripped a few times in the air. A layer of night, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility, was pulled out and quietly covered him. After being enveloped by the concealment, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, slumping directly onto the riverbed, while simultaneously chanting the honorific name pointing to the fool in Dragonese. The fool who doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. The fool who doesn't belong to this era. After repeating it twice, a thick grey fog suddenly surged from his eyes, and a deep red light rose from it, obscuring all sight, then rapidly retracted, condensing into a tall angel with 12 pairs of pitch-black wings and wearing pitch-black armor. In just an instant, this paper-figure angel appeared before Leyton, wrapping him tightly with its pitch-black wings and bestowing a blessing. Leyton closed his eyes and took a moment to recover. After receiving the blessing from the paper-figure angel, he clearly felt the stinging pain in his head lessen considerably, and the mad instinct that had been constantly plaguing his mind was grafted to some unknown place. His breathing gradually eased, and the averted flesh and the eyes that had grown on his body began to retract inward. The next moment, a deep red light suddenly surged in his eyes, completely engulfing his vision. By the time the deep red light disappeared, he had already arrived in the magnificent and ancient palace above the grey fog, sitting in his high-backed chair. Klein's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Your condition is very poor. Do you need a psychiatrist? Leyton leaned back in the high-backed chair, raising a hand to rub his forehead, and calmly said, Please help me contact Miss Justice. Although I can simulate the abilities of a psychiatrist, I am not a psychiatrist myself, so the effect is limited. Understood. Klein nodded slightly, then spiritual energy spread out, touching the deep red star representing Justice Audrey, and throwing a piece of information into it. After doing all this, he asked again. What happened? The madness lingering on your spirit body doesn't seem to entirely belong to you. Leyton rubbed his still faintly aching temple and sighed. Amon tricked me. He and I went to a corrupted information world. My current state is due to the severe decline caused by the madness lingering there. He selectively recounted to Klein what had happened between him and Amon in Sassaton, and finally added. Amon's actions are a bit strange. He seems to want to use some of my unique characteristics to modify that information to a certain extent, but I can't figure out his purpose for doing so, and there are no high-sequence-related items from your 3 pathways there. Klein leaned back slightly against the chair, pondering as he spoke. Perhaps his goal isn't to obtain something, but to know something. A world constructed from knowledge might contain some knowledge that even Amon needs. Leyton nodded and said. Perhaps, but it's a pity my condition wasn't good at the time, otherwise I could have left Eyes of Mystery prying to monitor that place. With that, he adjusted his posture, leaning back in the chair with his eyes closed, resting. In Backlund's Empress Borough, at the luxurious Hall family villa, Audrey was enjoying tea and pastries at a stone table in the garden with her golden retriever, Susie. Woof woof. Susie suddenly barked softly twice, alerting Audrey, who was following behind her. Noticing Susie's tone, Audrey, who had been distracted, suddenly came back to herself and looked to the other side of the garden with some confusion, saying, "Susie, what did you see?" "It's me." Alfred Hall, wearing a black trench coat and looking quite handsome, walked out from the corner of the garden. He held a stack of what looked like freshly printed documents, approaching at a measured pace, then sat in the chair opposite Audrey, placing the documents face down on the table. Audrey subtly surveyed her brother from head to toe, and while pouring him flower tea, she smiled and said, "You seem to have encountered some trouble that you find difficult to handle." Alfred looked at Audrey before him with a hint of surprise, then said, "Is this the inside of a spectator?" "It is indeed keen." "Then did you guess what it is?" Audrey tilted her head slightly, observing Alfred for a moment, then showed a slightly disappointed expression and said, "I am only a spectator, I haven't become a telepathist yet. Although I have long passed the telepathist stage and am about to advance to hypnotist, I can't let you know this yet, otherwise there will be more questions that need explaining." Audrey, with a hint of small excitement from hidden secrets, looked at Alfred with a slight smile in her eyes and asked, "Then, what difficulty have you encountered that made you think of coming to me? Is it mother?" Alfred sighed and pushed the stack of documents, which had been face down on the table, towards her, saying, "These are the potential marriage partners mother has chosen for me. She wants me to take a look first, and if I'm not satisfied, she'll select another batch." "Who told you that you are the idlest person in the family right now?" Audrey gloated a little. No sooner had she spoken than a thick grey fog suddenly surged before her eyes, and the serene voice of the fool echoed in her ears. "Mr. Tower needs some psychological treatment. You can refuse or agree." As the fool's voice faded, the grey fog before Audrey's eyes quickly receded. "Audrey. Audrey. Are you listening to me?" Alfred waved a stack of documents of Backlund noble children in front of her. Audrey reached out and took the documents from Alfred's hand, placing them aside, and said, "I'm thinking. If you don't want to consider the marriage issue right now, you can push the problem to Big Brother first, or find something for yourself and mother to do. As long as she's busy, she won't be in a hurry to urge you. All right, I'll inquire about the situation with mother tonight. You just wait for my news." Saying that, Audrey took the stack of documents about Backlund nobility and stood up, calling Susie to walk into the villa. She didn't go directly to her room but first went to her alchemy laboratory, asking Susie to guard the door for her outside. After preparing, she began to chant the honorific name of the fool. "The fool who doesn't belong to this era, you are the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, you are the king of yellow and black who holds good luck." Above the grey fog, in the magnificent and ancient palace, a deep red light suddenly surged, then rapidly retracted, condensing into the blurry figure of Justice Audrey. She instinctively wanted to stand up and bow to the highest seat to greet, but when she looked up, she found the fool's seat empty. She turned her head in surprise, seeing Mr. Tower on the opposite side of the mottled long table and the world at the very bottom, both sitting in their respective positions. Klein, using the world's identity, explained in a hoarse voice. "Mr. Fool has temporarily left. If you need anything during the treatment process, you can still ask, he can hear you. I have a deal with Mr. Tower, and I'm staying to protect your safety. Your sequences differ too much, and providing psychological treatment to him would be a very dangerous thing for you." His main concern was that the presence of the fool might affect Miss Justice's treatment, so he chose the identity of the world, who was on an equal footing with them. Audrey nodded, then looked at Mr. Tower, Leyton, diagonally in front of her, and took a deep breath, saying, "I understand, Mr. Tower, shall we begin the psychological treatment now?" Leyton nodded gently and said, "Yes, you need to be careful. Due to some unexpected circumstances, my humanity is not abundant right now. During the treatment, do not be influenced by the rationality and madness on me. Mental influence will be more severe for a spectator. Thank you for the reminder, I will be careful." Audrey smiled and nodded in response, while also using and placate. This brought a certain degree of relief to Leyton, whose mind had been in a state of suppression and tension, and the indifference and madness that had been constantly impacting his mind also subsided slightly. Chapter 520, KWM Chapter 518 Communication Above the Grey Fog. Seeing Leyton's expression soften, Audrey showed a genuine smile. After a pause, her voice calm and soothing, she said, "As your psychiatrist, I need to know what problem you're currently facing. If this problem involves some private matters, we can request a private conversation with Mr. Fool, and I will also swear to hidden in Mr. Fool's name. No, you can't have a private conversation above the grey fog. Sometimes knowing too much is a hassle." Klein muttered inwardly while maintaining his upright posture, eyes fixed straight ahead. "No need," Leyton calmly shook his head. After a moment's pause, he continued, because I used some unconventional methods, the accumulation of divinity and the primitive madness from the Beyonder characteristic within me far exceeds that of a normal Beyonder. Even with some anchors, my state is still gradually deteriorating. Just now, in a virtual world, I encountered a highly impactful negative influence, somewhat similar to the mental plague of your spectator pathway. I was in close proximity to the source of corruption, and my mental state was affected to a certain extent. Audrey listened carefully, resting her hands on the edge of the mottled long table. She thought deeply for a while before speaking again. I understand. My judgment is that this is the main reason for the deterioration of your mental state, but besides that, your mental state might have had some issues to begin with. It's like a dam holding water. If the dam itself has cracks and flaws, it will become a breakthrough point when facing a flood, tearing open a larger gap. Even if the flood recedes, the gap remains, and the water within the dam will continue to flow out. However, if the dam itself has no problems, everything will quickly return to normal after the flood recedes. From my observation, you have always been restraining and suppressing yourself. From your behavior, this state has lasted for a long time. It's not something that appeared in the last day or two. This indicates that your mental state was already not good before encountering this problem. That sounds very reasonable. I never noticed it. Is this the authority of a spectator? Klein looked back and forth between Leyton and Audrey with some surprise. Straightening his body, Leyton spoke in a calm tone. You are truly a qualified psychiatrist. Without waiting for Audrey to ask further, he continued, my psychological state did have some issues from the beginning, stemming from self-doubt and self-negation. Do you know about the ship of Theseus? The ship of Theseus? Audrey shook her head in confusion. Klein, who had been listening quietly from the side, suddenly froze. Something flashed through his mind, but he couldn't grasp it. Leyton sat up a little straighter and chuckled, saying, this is a paradox concerning identity replacement. If the constituent elements of an object are replaced, is it still the original object? Is it still the original object after its constituent elements are replaced? Audrey repeated softly. Gradually, her brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Her spiritual intuition gave her a subtle premonition. She shouldn't think too deeply about this question, or something bad would happen. Thump. Thump. A crisp tapping sound came from the end of the mottled long table. Audrey turned her head slightly and saw that Mr. World, who had always appeared gloomy and reserved, showed a hint of worry in his eyes. Feeling Miss Justice's gaze, Klein cleared his throat and said, don't think too deeply about this question. Your current identities are doctor and patient. Audrey imperceptibly let out a sigh of relief, then nodded slightly to the world in acknowledgement. I understand, thank you for the reminder. She then turned her gaze back to Leyton, who was slightly to her front, and asked in a gentle tone, as if in casual conversation, what is your confusion? Leyton lightly pushed off the edge of the table with both hands, leaning back against the chair. He crossed his arms and spoke in a somewhat low voice, a ship sails continuously on the sea. As time passes, all its parts are replaced once, or even several times. Is it still the original ship? If it's not the original ship, then when was the original ship replaced? We consume Beyonder potions to advance, constantly converging divinity, just like the ship sailing on the sea. Due to habits left over from acting, due to the influence of the Beyonder characteristic itself, and due to the changes brought by Beyonder abilities, we gradually detach from our original selves, becoming more and more like the top existence of our pathway. When this similarity reaches a certain degree, a Beyonder can become a vessel for a divine descent. If this similarity goes a step further, an existence that has already fallen can directly revive from within the Beyonder's body. On both sides of the mottled long table, Audrey and Klein, who had been listening quietly, both looked moved. They unconsciously swallowed their saliva. The process of growth is the process of change. No matter how much we change, we are still ourselves. Audrey's voice carried a natural affinity and infectiousness. Even Klein, who was quietly listening, felt a sense of emotional comfort. As she spoke, she cast another placate on Leyton. Seeing the conflicted and stubborn expression on his face soften, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Leyton leaned back in his chair, his right hand cupping half his face, his index finger gently tapping the area below his temple. He spoke in a somewhat low and bewildered tone. I thought so at first, until later I discovered some issues. For a period, I felt that I was a pre-prepared vessel for a divine descent. Later, I rejected this idea myself, but precisely because of that, I began to doubt whether I was still the I thought I was. Audrey's body tensed slightly. She first applied another pacify, then continued, as Beyonders, our changes are influenced by many factors, and we unconsciously move in a fixed direction. But this doesn't mean we become him, we are still ourselves, just with a trivial commonality. No matter what you doubt, the current you is true. This includes your existence, your social network, and the impact you have on this world. So you don't need to deny yourself. If one day you discover something different, it's just an additional identity. Just like me, I am both Justice of the Tarot Club and a noble from Lone. Leyton rubbed his forehead and remained silent for a long while, then suddenly rose from the high-backed chair and bowed to Justice Audrey in gratitude. "Thank you for your help. My condition has improved significantly. Let's stop here for today." Audrey carefully observed Leyton for a moment, then smiled and rose from her seat, curtsying slightly. "No problem. Actually, I didn't provide much help. You've always had control over your mind, you just needed some guidance and reassurance, and your state naturally returned to normal. However, as your psychiatrist, I still need to remind you, don't be too hard on yourself. Appropriate mental relaxation is more beneficial for you. I can feel that your mental state has always been tense, constantly checking if there's a problem with your mind. Sometimes, relaxing yourself and letting nature take its course might have unexpected effects." Leyton nodded, a smile pulling at the corner of his mouth. "No problem, I'll pay attention. Hey. I'll come to you for psychological counseling in time." Audrey nodded lightly, then turned to look at the head of the mottled long table, which was still empty. As she thought about leaving the palace, Mr. Fool's voice suddenly echoed in her mind. "I hear you." Crimson light instantly surged, Audrey's body dissolved within the light, disappearing with it from the space above the grey fog. After sending Audrey away from the space above the grey fog, Klein hesitated, turning his head to Leyton and saying, "She doesn't seem to have asked for a consultation fee yet." Leyton calmly replied, "It has already been paid in advance." "What was the transaction you mentioned just now?" Klein shifted in his chair and then said, "I met Marionette Gehrman Sparrow, the second mate of King of Immortality Agolito, on Toscat Island. He has now become my marionette. I want to buy that pair of scissors from you. There's no need to worry about those negative effects with a dead marionette. You didn't exchange his head for a bounty. That's not your style." £10,000, do you accept?" Leyton sighed, then offered a price. "My hard-earned pounds. Yesterday, I was still sighing that even without selling Marionette Gehrman Sparrow, I could be considered a rich man. All my hard-earned money, gone in an instant." Klein pressed his hand to his chest, sighing inwardly as he nodded in agreement to the transaction. "When Mr. Azek brings that mystical item above the grey fog, just leave it there. Or, you can even have him help you seal it to some extent, which will make it easier to use. Although marionettes are essentially dead, it's best not to use those scissors for self-harm. If the fatal characteristic is triggered, your marionette might directly disintegrate into a pile of minced meat, or wither into white bones." Leyton gave a few simple instructions, then had Klein send him away from the space above the grey fog. Crimson light instantly engulfed his entire vision, then quickly receded. Chapter 521, KWM Chapter 519, The Transaction in the City of Silver. When he came back to his senses, he found himself back in the river in reality, with the sound of rushing water by his ears. Beyond the deep, endless darkness, there seemed to be a long, flowing river. It was a good thing I had isolated the space I was in beforehand, otherwise I would have been swept away by the sudden appearance of the river water. With the appearance of the river water, the originally dry and sunken riverbed turned into a wide, gushing river. In the dark and cold river water, a figure suddenly appeared. The moment he touched the water, his body suddenly became transparent, shattering into specks of brilliant starlight that surged and shot out of the river. On the riverbank nearby, specks of starlight reformed internally, revealing Leyton's figure. He dragged his right hand a few times through the darkness in front of him, and a transparent crystal ball emitting a faint starlight appeared in his hand. He casually glanced around and muttered to himself in a low voice. Amon hasn't reappeared. It seems his goal has been achieved. Otherwise, with his abilities, he would definitely have a way to directly pinpoint my location if I hadn't gone too far. The beyonder characteristics left in that city are truly tempting, but it's a pity. Although I don't know what Amon did, I feel that the gains from going there would be far less than the risks. He reined in his diverging thoughts, used divination to determine the direction, then his body instantly became transparent, shattering into specks of brilliant starlight that surged towards the distance. In the City of Silver, with the intentional help of Chief Colin of the Council of Six, Derek quickly gathered the materials and completed the notary sequence. Feeling the power flowing within him grow stronger, Derek was in a rather good mood. He was somewhat eager to test his beyonder abilities in his room. He stood calmly in the center of the room, his hands slightly open. A sacred, descending, clear, brilliant, pure, and warm light suddenly appeared, illuminating the entire room brightly, leaving no trace of darkness or shadow. This light also had the effect of warming hearts and boosting courage. Slowly lowering his hands, he rubbed his fingers together twice, and golden illusory flames instantly ignited out of thin air around him. These flames carried a rich sun aura, pure and sacred, densely packed, forming a continuous expanse. Under the golden firelight, the golden rays flowing in his eyes became increasingly pure, eventually evolving into a stamp-like projection. Then, he used Jotun to chant. Notarize, invalid. The light and fire in the room instantly dimmed, and the golden flames flickered a few times before extinguishing completely. Compared to a solar high priest, a notary's physique was further enhanced, and to a great extent, but he was still more inclined towards support. Dong. 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 As thoughts drifted, the door to his home was suddenly knocked upon. Who is it? Derek shouted loudly, while somewhat flusteredly reining in his spirituality and dispelling the dim, faint glow in the room. The knocking outside the room stopped, and a somewhat familiar hoarse voice came through. The chief wants to see you. All right. Derek quickly regained his composure and calmly nodded in response. The other party's voice was very distinctive. He had already recognized who it was, the guard who followed Chief Colin of the City of Silver's Council of Six, and the one who used to supervise him. Strange, why did he choose to knock today? In the past, he would always appear directly in the corner of the room through the shadows. The thought in his mind paused for a moment. He remembered the light he had just created in the room. Reining in his thoughts, he picked up the hurricane axe placed on the nearby table, tucked it into his waist, and then left the room. He arrived at the round tower with practiced ease. The guards below merely conducted a simple check before letting him pass. At the top of the round tower, in front of the door to Chief Colin's room, Derek had not yet raised his hand to knock when the door already opened from the inside. The person who opened the door was wearing a black robe with purple patterns, her appearance beautiful and graceful. Derek was slightly stunned for a moment, then he nodded to her in greeting. Elder Lovia. Come in, the chief is waiting for you. Lovia nodded gently and said, then passed Derek and left the chief's room. Derek retracted his gaze from Lovia's retreating figure and walked directly into the room. After closing the door, he came to Chief Colin's desk. Under the dim candlelight, Colin leaned back in the chair on the other side of the desk, his eyes slightly unfocused, seemingly lost in deep thought. After waiting for a while, Derek finally spoke to interrupt Colin's contemplation. Chief, you called for me. Colin looked up at the young men in front of him. There was still spirituality overflowing from his body, clearly showing that he had just completed his advancement. Nodding to Derek, Colin calmly said. It seems your advancement went smoothly. Do you still have the subsequent potion formulas? The chief still wants to ask if I can still obtain subsequent potion formulas from the Tarot Club. Probably still have some. Derek replied, not entirely sure. Colin nodded calmly, then said. The food we exchanged before is almost used up. We need to trade with Mr. Tower again. But Mr. Tower has arrived. I understand, I will contact him. With Mr. Tower's style, he must have made arrangements. Mid-sentence, Derek suddenly realized what the chief meant and immediately corrected himself. Colin gently nodded and said, now then, try the honorific name he gave. Although Derek didn't quite understand the chief's intention, he still followed the instruction and chanted the honorific name Leyton had given them earlier. The blessed of knowledge and mystery, the wise one from the unknown, the eye that gazes upon truth, the calamity of the Rorsted archipelago, the great Eltines. After repeating it twice, he suddenly felt a cold, indifferent gaze spanning an infinite distance fall upon him. The cold gaze gave him a sense of suppression and restraint. Under this gaze, he felt that nothing about himself could be hidden. I hear you. A somewhat indescribable voice directly echoed in his mind, as if this information had been directly poured into his mind. In less than 2 seconds, that cold, indifferent gaze vanished. Derek felt a sense of relief. He turned to look at Chief Colin, who had been watching him, and nodded gently. Contact made. It might take a while. Colin nodded faintly and said, find a place to rest for now. Derek sat by the French window, his eyes unblinking as he gazed at the pitch-black sky outside. The frequent lightning flashes allowed him to clearly see the general scene outside. The height of the round tower allowed him to easily overlook the entire City of Silver. About 10 minutes later, in Chief Colin of the City of Silver's room, specks of starlight flew out of the void, rapidly reassembling in the room to form a door covered in mysterious patterns. A faint blue light flashed, and Leyton's figure appeared in the room. Behind him, the door covered in mysterious patterns shattered into specks of starlight and dissipated into the air. Leyton went straight to the point and asked, what do you need me for? I want to trade for a batch of grain. Do you still have a way to obtain it now? Leyton nodded, not too surprised. Yes, the price is still the same as before, but it will take about a week. This requires some time for arrangements. No problem. Colin nodded gently. He paused, then continued. Do you know the information about the high sequence of the warrior pathway? If you do, what do I need to pay to exchange for it? Leyton lightly snapped his fingers, and specks of starlight cascaded around him, quickly condensing into a high-backed chair made of starlight. He leaned back in the high-backed chair, his right thumb rubbing his chin, and after a while, he spoke faintly. I know about the warrior pathway from sequence 4 to sequence 2. Beyond that, I don't know. If you're interested, you can exchange it with me for information on the Earth pathway. If I'm not mistaken, the City of Silver has something at the angel level of this pathway. Colin stared into Leyton's eyes for a long while before speaking faintly, "All right." Leyton nodded, then began to introduce the information he knew about the warrior pathway. Sequence 2 of this pathway is called Glory. The most representative one should be the Giant King's youngest son, Bladel, the god of glory. He was cursed for publicly cursing the ancient sun god, and his corpse is still roaming this continent. Glory is the Sequence 2 angel most skilled in direct combat, mastering a portion of the authority of decay. Sequence 3 is called Silver Knight, extremely skilled in direct combat. They can materialize the power of guardianship into sturdy, ornate, yet weightless silver full-body armor. Their ability to withstand blows is much stronger than even a dragon, and they possess a firm will and immunity to illusions, effectively countering mental ability influences. They can launch attacks across space, even making attacks burst directly from within the target's body, making them difficult to predict and avoid. The advancement of a Silver Knight requires the blessing of an angel or higher existence. Due to the different blessed deities, they will have minor differences. If the blessing comes from the Giant King, then all aspects of the Silver Knight's domain abilities will be stronger. Sequence 4 is called Demon Hunter. Experienced demon hunters can use their inherent demon hunting eye ability to determine if a target is lying. Leyton looked at Colin, whose left and right eyes each showed a complex dark green symbol, and said no more. Derek, who had been listening quietly on the side, couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "So powerful. It sounds like there are no obvious flaws. But why does Mr. Tower keep emphasizing direct combat? Is a warrior very weak in situations without direct combat?" Chapter 522, KWM Chapter 520 Singing. The blessings of an angel or higher existence. Colin's murmuring voice gradually faded. If there were angels, the City of Silver wouldn't be so difficult. After a moment of silence, he looked up at Leyton and said, "Sequence 2 of the Mother Pathway is called Desolate Matriarch. Beyonders of this sequence have already mastered part of the authority in the life domain. They can create plants that adapt to any extreme environment, and can also cause life within a large area to wither, rivers to dry up, and soil to turn into desert, with no new life being born. Sequence 3 is called Pallbearer. They can exploit, and even to a certain extent reverse, the natural laws of birth, aging, sickness, and death. They can cause life to undergo good or bad mutations, which are then passed down through generations. Sequence 4 is called Classical Alchemist, also known as Human Alchemist. Their greatest characteristic is their ability to achieve extreme, life alchemy, creating ordinary humans that can exist for a long time. In addition, they can also command unintelligent beyonder creatures, temporarily reduce their level of madness, create different puppets for combat and various tasks, and make their surroundings full of vitality, allowing both plants and animals to flourish and reproduce quickly. Leyton nodded understandingly, and under Colin's gaze, he asked, "Do you have the potion formula for Classical Alchemist, or Pallbearer?" Colin nodded gently and said, "We only have the potion formula for Classical Alchemist." He wasn't too surprised by this question and was even prepared, taking out a yellowish-brown parchment from the drawer of the desk in front of him. As he threw the rolled-up parchment in his hand towards Leyton, he said, "You should be a beyonder of the Mystery Prior Pathway, right? Your eyes are very special. I plan to reorganize the exploration of Afternoon Town. I wonder if you have any suggestions." Leyton tilted his head slightly to look at the ceiling above Colin's head. His eyes flickered, becoming extremely deep, like the sea before a storm, clearly losing focus and appearing vast and indistinct. This state lasted for a few seconds before his eyes regained clarity. He looked at Colin, who was quietly waiting for his answer opposite him, and nodded gently, saying, "There will be no unexpected dangers, nor will there be unexpected gains beyond the plan." Colin stood up from the chair behind the desk and bowed, saying, "I understand. Thank you for the hint." Leyton nodded expressionlessly. His body instantly became transparent, then illusory, turning into a pile of foam. These bubbles, illuminated by the candlelight, reflected a dim yellow color, scattering and drifting away, vanishing in an instant. In the Roarsted Sea, on the leeward side of Simeem Island, specks of brass-colored light shot out from the void, constantly moving in the air, outlining an illusory gate composed of mysterious symbols strung together. The prophet clone, wearing a light brown woolen overcoat, walked out of the illusory gate. He was holding a crystal ball with a layer of mist inside, which Leyton had transferred from the forsaken land of the gods through a ritual of sacrifice and bestowal. A demigod who needed to conceal himself and did not carry powerful mystical items, and one from the Black Emperor pathway which he lacked understanding of, although appearing in the Roarsted Sea was somewhat risky, he still couldn't help but want to enrich his collection. Just as Klein liked to hunt pirates, he also liked to collect beyonder characteristic, especially those of high sequences. The prophet clone stood atop the towering stone wall, gazing down at the sailboats bobbing in the deep blue water below. On both sides of the sailboats, there was a white skull pattern wearing a single eye patch. Mad Captain Connors' single-eyed skull. It seems my luck is not bad. Now is the right time. The Church of the Lord of Storm's existence is not only pressure for me, but for this military demigod as well. After muttering a few words, he softly chanted the fool's honorific name in ancient Hermes. The fool who does not belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who holds good luck. Klein's response was swift. He responded almost as soon as the honorific name was chanted. Dense grey fog surged in the prophet clone's eyes. Soon, a tall angel with 12 pairs of burning crimson flame wings appeared before him, the flickering crimson wings enveloping him layer by layer. Mind connection was also silently established at this moment. How could you appear here? Klein's voice echoed in the prophet clone's mind. He made no attempt to conceal his confusion. Looking for some suitable materials to create mystical items, and incidentally experimenting with a new gadget I just made. It sounds like you also intend to cause trouble for this mad captain. He is helping the lone royal family and the demoness sect traffic people. I plan to investigate. The prophet clone, as if he had just learned about this matter, pondered for a moment before responding in his mind. There's a demigod on the ship. I'll lure him out later. The remaining pirates shouldn't be able to stop you. Okay. If you need help, just communicate with me. At sea, the sea god scepter can exert its full power. Above the grey fog, Klein beckoned towards the pile of sundries, and a short staff made of white bone automatically flew into his hand. The staff head was inlaid with tiny bluish-green gems, some stained with profound black, some veiled in dawn light, surrounded by countless pure light points. Illusory and ethereal prayers emanated from it, layering upon layer, extraordinarily sacred. Klein held the white bone staff in one hand and a peculiar crown covered in rust and bloodstains in the other, standing calmly beside the fool's high-backed chair. Before him was a scene condensed from deep red light, precisely where the prophet clone was located. He tried to zoom out the picture, revealing the sailboat constantly bobbing in the waves, mad Captain Connors' single-eyed skull. The prophet clone's eyes, standing atop the towering stone wall, suddenly turned light blue. Mysterious symbols were outlined one by one in his eyes. Brass-colored light points rapidly gathered around him, establishing a wondrous and stable connection with the spirit world. His figure then transparently vanished, reappearing several hundred meters away. After several consecutive flashes, he arrived at the scorched rocks near the towering stone wall. Even in the leeward area, the howling wind still made walking difficult, and surging waves occasionally submerged the reefs. With light blue radiance flowing in his eyes, the prophet clone simulated the wind-blessed ability, calming the surrounding strong winds and waves to prevent himself from being pushed into the sea. Then he took out a palm-sized figurine, predominantly black and red, from his woolen overcoat pocket. The figurine was of a graceful woman, her upper body making a shushing gesture, while her lower body was a mass of huge tentacles with suckers, faintly visible amidst the black waves. The prophet clone poured roughly 1/3 of his spirituality into the figurine before it came to life. Its surface was covered with a slippery liquid, causing it to slide directly from Leyton's hand into the sea. Amidst the churning waves, a few thick tentacles could vaguely be seen wriggling beneath the surface, and an unusual aura spread around. What is this thing? A mermaid? Or a sea monster? Klein's voice echoed in his mind. The prophet clone glanced at the dark tentacles gradually disappearing beneath the waves and muttered to himself, I haven't had time to name it yet. I combined the characteristics of Demoness of Afflictions and Ocean Songster, plus the deceased Naga body provided by Adamantine Veer, to create this Witch series figurine. Series. How many Demoness of Afflictions are you planning to persecute? Klein, above the grey fog, muttered a low complaint, silently mourning for a second for the Demoness of Afflictions who didn't yet know their characteristics were being targeted. The more, the better. Anyway, I won't complain about having too many characteristics and mystical items in my possession. While answering Klein's question, the prophet clone waved his right hand in midair, outlining a symbol representing concealment. Tiny, dim, starlight light points flickered a few times, and his figure was quickly concealed. On the sea surface not far away, the single-eyed skull bobbed up and down with the crashing waves. All the crew members on board had hidden in the cabin. Only a few crew members led by Mad Captain Connors remained near the cabin entrance, wearing cloaks and pulled-up hoods, keeping watch outside. In this kind of weather, we should be in the Red Theater, hugging women and drinking strong liquor. A pirate wearing a cloak and hood peered over the ship's railing, complaining as he looked out. His companion beside him agreed, pulling up his cloak, saying, You can say that again. I heard the Red Theater recently got a new batch of goods. I really want to try them. How did you know? A pirate next to him casually asked. Heh, of course, I heard it from the boss. The first pirate to speak said with a reminiscent smile on his face. Did you forget? Among the last batch of goods, there was a runaway noble young lady. Her skin, her figure, it was simply. His words were cut short by a pirate next to him. Is someone singing? I seem to hear singing in the wind, and it's quite beautiful. You're so obsessed with women you've gone crazy, singing. This damned place only has waves and wind. A pirate next to him said, patting his shoulder with a disdainful tone. The pirate sitting closest to the deck also joined the conversation. I think I heard it too. At the cabin entrance, a group of pirates, while scornful, pricked up their ears to carefully distinguish the sounds from outside. Na-na-na-na. Na-na. Damn it, I think I really heard it. The first pirate to speak said, looking as if he had seen a ghost. He glanced around, but no other pirate paid him any mind. Everyone was intently listening to the singing mixed with the sounds of waves and wind, their expressions somewhat entranced. The gentle, unusually melodic singing in his ears became increasingly clear. The voice was so melodious and pleasant that for a moment, he even forgot to be on guard, just standing there dazedly, listening to the lingering melody in his ears. Their faces began to show an abnormal flush, as if from life, or perhaps a physiological reaction. The melodious singing mixed with the waves and wind suddenly became faint, almost disappearing. At the same time, the surrounding wind became much clearer and louder, completely covering the singing. Those pirates in a state of infatuation gradually came back to their senses, though the abnormal flush on their faces had not yet receded. Chapter 523, KWM Chapter 521 Battle on the Sea. That seems to be the Black Emperor Pathway's distortion ability. Above the grey fog, Klein, who had witnessed the scene through mind connection, made a judgment in his mind. The blue radiance in the Prophet clone's eyes instantly brightened a few shades. Specks of brass-colored light outlined one mysterious symbol after another around him, finally evolving into a seal-like projection. As the seal formed, a bright but not dazzling pale golden light erupted around him. He immediately used Dragonese to chant in a low voice. Notarization, invalid. With the notarization established, the previously faint, wind-covered, melodious singing became clear again. The clear and melodious voice caused the pirates on the single-eyed skull to fall back into their trance. On the sea surface not far away, the Prophet clone walked on the water as if on solid ground, only his long boots sinking slightly, just the soles of his feet. This was a blessing from Klein above the grey fog. Holding the sea god's scepter, he could, to a limited extent, unleash the power of a demigod of this pathway. As he stepped forward, another seal-like projection appeared before him, radiating a bright glow. Notarization, valid. As he chanted, the melodious singing echoing in the surrounding sea area suddenly intensified, becoming clearer, more pleasant, and more captivating. The next moment, an obscure and incomprehensible fluctuation spread outwards from the single-eyed skull's cabin. Wherever it passed, all sounds became chaotic. The originally noisy and layered sound of waves suddenly became pleasant, while the previously melodious and lingering singing became sharp and piercing, making one instinctively want to cover their ears. Above the grey fog, Klein keenly noticed some changes on the sea surface. He quickly switched his vision to the Prophet clone. On the sea surface, the Prophet clone suddenly stopped. The image Klein transferred to his mind, combined with the Prophet's own insight and intuition, made him roughly understand what the hidden demigod was doing. He's altering some rules to create a combat environment favorable to himself. The best way to deal with someone who likes to exploit loopholes is brute force. As he muttered in a low voice, the crystal ball held in the Prophet's left hand suddenly became dazzling and transparent. Azure starlight revolved according to a certain pattern. The next moment, he raised his right hand and poured his spirituality into the transparent crystal ball. Fragments of starlight floated around him, defying physical laws. The gravity in the surrounding sea area seemed to have suddenly vanished, and seawater instantly poured upwards into the air. The single-eyed skull was like a nearly weightless feather, bobbing and floating into mid-air along with the seawater. This state lasted for less than a second. The nearly vanished gravity around them suddenly increased again, pulling the seawater and the single-eyed skull back down to the sea surface. Suddenly, a massive lightning bolt, illuminating the surrounding sea, struck directly at the upper cabin of the single-eyed skull, which was the source of all the distortion and chaos. Boom. Electric snakes began to dart around, red flames erupted from the wooden cabin, and the deafening thunder arrived a step late, echoing in the ears of the pirates sprawled across the ship. Immediately after, dense silver-white lightning bolts, bearing their fangs and claws, fell, enveloping the entire single-eyed skull. A portion of the silver-white lightning specifically targeted a certain spot in the cabin. Just as the cabin was about to be struck, several thick lightning bolts, almost intertwined, suddenly separated, defying natural laws, and plunged into the surrounding seawater right next to the cabin, instantly illuminating the nearby sea surface with crackling, tiny electric snakes everywhere. The pirates on the single-eyed skull had not yet recovered from this series of unexpected events, and many had already perished under the recent lightning strike. Several charred bodies, like burnt wood, lay on the deck. Those who were fortunate enough to survive twitched all over amidst the wandering electric snakes, their hair standing on end, carrying a faint smell of burning. Sea King John Cotman must have already noticed the commotion here and is on his way. I'll lure that demigod out, and you find an opportunity for a fatal blow. All right. Remember to have that siren hidden beneath the sea sees a few pirates amidst the chaos. Klein, above the grey fog, responded while waving the sea god's scepter in his hand. The sound of the raging storm around them suddenly became crisp. Half of it was sharp, as if it could pierce eardrums and penetrate the brain, while the other half was low and deep, seemingly rhythmically pounding the heart. This brought an extremely unpleasant experience to the pirates on the ship. They felt dizzy and nauseous, their blood surging rapidly, as if it could gush out from their mouths and noses at any moment. This state did not last too long. The sharp wind quickly softened, and the deep sound became gentle and continuously diminished, losing its original effect. Specks of brass-colored light outlined a balance-like pattern in front of the prophet clone, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty. He stared intently at the single-eyed skull ahead, chanting Dragonese words in a low voice. Exile. Below the sailboat, an invisible, immense force appeared out of thin air, directly lifting the huge sailboat into the air. Under the immense force, the sailboat nearly disintegrated. Amidst the wailing, a fierce gust of wind suddenly intensified, transforming into a hurricane beyond its own limits, forcibly catching the single-eyed skull in midair and pushing it towards the outer sea. On the sea surface below, the prophet clone calmly watched this scene. The silver white in his eyes gradually faded, and the pale blue radiance flowed anew, outlining a mysterious symbol composed of layers of illusory doors. The next moment, his figure suddenly vanished, reappearing on the single-eyed skull, which was being swept along by the hurricane in midair. Specks of brass-colored light wandered around the ship, as if investigating something, changing something. A balance-like pattern formed in front of him, emitting a faint brownish glow, which imbued his voice with an indescribable majesty. No distortion of rules is allowed here. No chaos of rules is allowed here. 2 consecutive prohibitions. Although not enough to directly nullify the opposing demigods beyond their abilities, effectively reduced the effects of the opponent's distortion and chaos. The hurricane enveloping the single-eyed skull returned to normal, no longer strong enough to support the entire sailboat. A sudden sense of weightlessness spread to everyone on board. While the demigod hidden on the ship had not yet reacted and made the correct response, the prophet clone once again simulated the ability of an imperative mage, speaking in a low voice in Dragonese. Banishment. Somewhere in the upper cabin, an invisible force surged, directly tearing apart the void, pulling everything nearby with a powerful suction and throwing it into the void, to an unknown destination. The prophet clone's body suddenly moved forward uncontrollably, pulled by an invisible force, and crashed into the rift that had torn the void. As his body approached, he also clearly saw the figure that was still struggling to hold on. He had black hair and golden eyes, and wore a perfectly tailored suit. He was a mature and elegant handsome gentleman, with typical lone features. He didn't seem very old, only around 30, but his hairline had receded beyond his age. The prophet clone did not release the banishment, as the opponent had expected. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up as he murmured in a low voice. Exile. An invisible, immense force suddenly erupted, throwing both of them into the spatial rift. Boom. The moment their figures disappeared, an explosion-like roar erupted in the surroundings. It was a terrifying sonic boom, still mixed with the wailing of the wind domain. Sea King John Cotman, still on his way, had attacked from a distance. In the vast sea, he was definitely among the saints closest to angels. A terrifyingly powerful spiritual scan swept the surroundings, searching for every anomalous spot. The single-eyed skull disintegrated directly in this sonic boom. The deck cracked inch by inch, countless wooden planks scattered, and the originally upright mast snapped into several pieces. The entire hull was left with only a framework supported by the keel. The pirates on the ship fell into the sea along with the debris, blood gushing from their mouths, noses, and ears. Most of the pirates had already fainted, and the few beyonders of slightly higher sequence were also dizzy and sluggish, unable to offer any resistance. Beneath the sea, several dark, slimy tentacles suddenly emerged. These tentacles purposefully coiled around several semi-conscious pirates, pulling them into the icy seawater. Seemingly sensing the provocation, a wolf filled with rage descended across a long distance. The dark clouds in midair split open, or rapidly condensed, forming eyebrows, eyes, and a mouth, creating a human face, John Cotman's face. His rage transformed into a howling gale, mixed with the wailing of the wind domain, like layers of superimposed sonic booms. At the same time, silver-white streaks darted through the clouds, condensing into thick silver-white lightning bolts that struck down along with the sonic boom. Above the gray fog, Klein's mouth twitched slightly. What kind of person creates what kind of mystical item? Even the style of provocation is exactly like him. While grumbling, he quickly poured his spirituality into the sea god scepter, competing with Sea King John Cotman for control over the lightning and storms. The lightning in the sky, imbued with rage, suddenly dispersed, turning into countless tiny electric snakes that darted to various parts of the sea. The layered sonic boom also lost its power, transforming into a wailing gale that swept across the sea. In the sky, the eyes and mouth of the human face torn from the clouds glowed with dazzling silver-white light, making crackling sounds, as if its rage had been completely ignited. Attacks filled with destruction and tyranny brewed in the clouds, while a spirit filled with rage continuously scanned the surroundings, attempting to find the individual who had secretly contended for control of the storm just now. Chapter 524, KWM Chapter 522 Provocation. Above the grey fog, Klein rationally abandoned his plan to contend with the Sea King for control of the storm. He put down the sea god's scepter and reached out to summon a crudely cut paper figure from the pile of sundries, using the characteristics of a conqueror to create a paper angel wreathed in flames. Following the mark left by the prophet clone on the sea demon, he bestowed a paper angel's blessing upon the sea demon hiding beneath the sea surface. Then, he picked up the sea god's scepter nearby and applied some blessings from the ocean domain to it, helping it evade the sea king's scrutiny of this sea area. Having completed all of this, Klein leaned back in the high-backed chair behind him and let out a long sigh. Hopefully, it won't be found by that sea king, otherwise, it probably won't even have a chance to be reforged. This half-baked sea god, can only barely exert some power by relying on this grey fog and the sea god scepter. Compared to the true sea king, it's like a child who hasn't even started developing yet compared to a robust adult. As he was lamenting, the scene condensed from the red light slightly swayed, becoming very blurry, and strange distortions appeared in the image. What's going on? The sea king's mental skin shouldn't cause such a strong reaction. Did an angel cast their gaze over the Church of the Lord of Storms? Or just passing by? No, this doesn't seem to contain any will. Is it a grade 0 sealed artifact? While muttering to himself, Klein decisively ended his observation of that sea area and shifted his gaze, following the connection of mind communication to another sea area. The sea surface was empty, with nothing but whistling gales and crimson moonlight. Klein saw more above the grey fog. Under his true vision, he saw a tangled and interwoven expanse of green vines, layered upon layer, forming a verdant forest. Imprisonment. As he softly chanted in Dragonese, the prophet clone raised his hand and pushed forward, creating a pool of extremely viscous transparent liquid that flowed, as if forming a giant amber, tightly encasing the black-haired, golden-eyed, black-suited Beyonder of the Black Emperor pathway, restricting him in place. The black-haired, golden-eyed Beyonder calmly raised his hand, and the imprisonment effect, which was close to a Beyonder's power, was like paper in front of him. With a gentle pull, it shattered. Are you from the Castilla family? As he spoke, a dark red glow slowly flowed in his eyes, and his right hand clenched into a fist, forcefully swinging forward. The distance between the two became chaotic at this moment. The original dozens of meters were shortened to within a single step, and an ordinary punch was magnified into a fatal blow. The prophet clone's pupils slightly contracted, his body suddenly became transparent and illusory, turning into a pile of foam under the deadly punch. These foams reflected colorful hues, scattering and drifting away, vanishing in an instant. His figure reappeared 100 meters behind the black-haired Beyonder. Specks of brass-colored light moved around, outlining strange symbols one after another, continuously reinforcing the space and patching up the loopholes caused by chaos. The light blue radiance flowing in the prophet clone's eyes brightened, and an indescribable sense of majesty emanated from him, as if he were a terrifying existence who could easily control others' lives. Under this level of majesty, the black-haired Beyonder was momentarily awed in place, an inexplicable sense of extreme fear arising in his heart, making him want to bow his head, even prostrate himself, wanting to listen to every word of the other party and obey every command. Without any hesitation, he used bestowal to transfer the negative status effects on him to the prophet clone. The prophet clone suddenly lost his fighting spirit, and the mysterious symbol resembling a balance that had just condensed in front of him instantly disintegrated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several thin, sharp wind blades suddenly cut through the air, shooting towards him. The thin wind blades were suddenly magnified dozens of times in midair, carrying a sharp cutting sensation, plowing several half-meter-wide furrows in the ground woven from green vines. Almost in the blink of an eye, these wind blades engulfed the prophet clone's position, cutting his body into pieces of pale yellow paper scraps. His figure appeared about 10 meters away, the light blue radiance flowing in his eyes appearing very dim, and he seemed somewhat listless. At this moment, various dark and melancholic thoughts began to surface in his mind, and he fell into extreme self-contradiction. Using the paper figure substitute to evade the attack was already a forced bit of spirit. Just then, a dense grey fog suddenly surged from before his eyes, and a tall angel appeared, bearing 12 pairs of fiery wings and wearing heavy full-plate armor stained with crimson blood and rust. Wings burning with crimson flames wrapped him layer by layer, transferring the negative effects on him to an unknown place. Light blue radiance flowed in his eyes, outlining a symbol composed of layers of illusory doors. The next moment, his body suddenly vanished from its original spot. Boom. A thick silver-white lightning bolt appeared directly, ignoring distance, at the spot where he had just stood. The green vines on the ground were blasted into a deep pit, becoming scorched black, and fragmented silver-white electric snakes scurried around, emitting sizzling sounds. About 100 meters behind the black-haired Beyonder, the prophet clone suddenly appeared, and specks of brass-colored light outlined a balance-like pattern in front of him, his voice, carrying an indescribable sense of majesty, spoke. Rules are forbidden to be distorted here. Bribery is forbidden here. Corruption is forbidden here. Here. His words had not yet fully fallen, but his voice suddenly became chaotic, as if he were slurring, and the subsequent forbidden could not form. At the same time, an inexplicable surge of anger suddenly welled up in his heart, wanting to violently tear apart everything around him. The intense anger made it difficult for him to even think, only wanting to tear and kill the person in front of him at all costs. His breathing became heavy, and the pale blue flowing in his eyes flickered with the violent fluctuations of his emotions. The prophet clone heavily exhaled a turbid breath, relying on his rationality to temporarily suppress the anger that had been magnified by bestowal. Around him, brass-colored specks of light constantly moved, outlining peculiar, mysterious symbols imbued with the aura of the sun domain. The brass light gradually turned golden, becoming brighter and hotter. At the same time, he spread his arms halfway, as if embracing divine grace, and devoutly chanted. Sun. Instantly, golden flames with scorching heat ignited out of thin air around him. They intertwined and interwoven, forming a massive, pure orb of light, erupting with blazing light and heat, encompassing everything around them, igniting and destroying all. Within a field of blazing white light and fire, an abnormal void appeared, and the surrounding light and flame spontaneously distorted around this area. As the surrounding green vines ignited, a usable loophole finally appeared in this space. A small, inconspicuous spark of anger and the dark side of one's heart are enough to make one act irrationally. The black-haired beyonder sighed with a hint of a smile, the dark red in his eyes deepening a few shades. With the cooperation of the surrounding light, fire, and green vines, a passage leading out of this space appeared. Without any hesitation, he stepped directly forward, his figure flickering strangely a few times, and he directly exited this space. Feeling the cold sea breeze and crimson moonlight on his face, a familiar, extremely majestic dragonese suddenly echoed in his ears. Imprisonment. Layer upon layer of transparent walls appeared out of thin air, firmly solidifying him in place. He raised his hand, wanting to twist the intensity of the beyonder power again, just like before, and then tear apart the invisible barrier that was confining him. A blazing white, faintly purple flame spear suddenly appeared, descending from high in the sky like an unstoppable meteor, continuously enlarging and drawing closer in the black-haired beyonder's eyes. He stood there stunned, as if scared witless, completely unsure how to react. If one looked closely, one could see his pupils contracting very slowly, as if his own time had been slowed down. This state did not last too long. He quickly used his beyonder power to prematurely end the negative effects on him. During the brief delay, the flame spear, which was sliding down like a meteor, had already drawn near, and in his terrified gaze, the flame spear instantly pierced through his head. This was an attack enhanced with harvest, even though its intensity was weakened by his twist ability. After hitting a vital spot, it achieved a fatal blow. A powerful mental scan also swept over at this instant, carrying anger that was almost solidified, making the surrounding wind much more intense. The prophet clone stepped forward without any hesitation, his figure flickering, appearing directly beside the black-haired beyonder's corpse. One hand gripped him, while the other hand outlined symbols of illusory doors in midair. Brass-colored specks of light rapidly moved around, continuously outlining several illusory grand doors covered with mysterious symbols. In the sky, thick dark clouds rapidly gathered, then continuously split apart, growing eyebrows, eyes, and a mouth. Silver-white lightning, imbued with a destructive aura, poured down from the mouth and nose of the human face formed by the dark clouds, like a silver-white forest filled with tyrannical destructive energy, illuminating the entire sea area with a stark white light. The prophet clone, dragging the black-haired beyonder's corpse, glanced at the human face in the sky, waved at it, and then randomly chose an illusory grand door to enter. As soon as he stepped into the illusory grand door, silver-white lightning enveloped the surroundings. Some bolts shot into those illusory doors, being sent to unknown places, while others fell around him. Those illusory grand doors only lasted for a moment before being annihilated by the lightning storm, shattering into specks of faint blue light. Chapter 525, KWM Chapter 523 Harvest and Spiritual Communication. Near Simeem Island, in a reef-strewn sea, several pirates were washed onto the reefs by the crashing waves. Their clothes were loose and disheveled, as if roughly torn open, and their lips were slightly parted, revealing a unified silly grin, with viscous, transparent saliva drooling from the corners of their mouths. They didn't even notice the seawater filling their mouths, and their faces were flushed with an abnormal redness. Another wave crashed, and after the high-splashing water receded, a seductive and enchanting figure appeared on a nearby reef. Her black hair cascaded smoothly down to her waist, and her strands were remarkably thick, about the size of a baby's pinky finger, like living tentacles. Her exposed skin had a faint, reddish tattoo, like strange symbols, or perhaps a layer of fine scales hidden beneath her skin. Her lower body was submerged in the cold, dark seawater, making it impossible to see clearly, only giving the impression of an extremely charming woman. She leaned against the reef, her gaze lingering on the pirates whose faces were still flushed, then she moved her eyes away with a look of disdain. Points of brass-colored light suddenly surged from the void, swiftly moving through the air, outlining an illusory, massive door covered in mysterious symbols. A headless corpse, dressed in a charred and ragged suit, fell out from it, with specks of black and dark red mixed fluorescence precipitating from his body. Then, the prophet clone also walked out from the illusory door, his left arm bearing a charred mark with a hint of crimson. This was the damage caused by the lightning that had entered the illusory door. Although he had used the demigod's corpse as a shield at the first opportunity, his left hand, which was pulling the corpse, still suffered some damage. The prophet clone simulated the ability of a wind blessed, summoning a swirling gale that lifted his body and gently landed him on the reef. He then extended his spirituality, reaching out to draw a symbol representing hidden in midair, while softly chanting an incantation in Dragonese. Concealment. A layer of night, carrying a sense of peace and tranquility, suddenly descended, completely concealing this area of reefs. Only after completing all this did he have the energy to examine the captured pirates. The prophet clone's calm gaze swept over them, taking in their condition, finally resting on their crotch area, and the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. They were essentially ruined. The abnormal flush on their faces wasn't just due to excessive excitement, it was also because they had already contracted diseases, were feverish, their kidneys and other organs were failing, and they also had pneumonia, blood diseases, and their mental state seemed off. There was no saving them, at least not without means of the life transmutation level. He then turned his head to look at the sea monster, half reclining on another reef. The other party also looked back with a smiling face, her expression full of allure, carrying the power to charm people's hearts. Snap. The prophet clone raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Points of light blue fluorescence floated, like insects swimming in the air, quickly engulfing the sea monster's body, transforming her back into a palm-sized black figurine. The moment the figurine took shape, it flew automatically into the prophet clone's hand, defying natural laws. He lowered his head and examined the figurine in his hand. Its expression was still a seductive smile, but with a hint of satisfaction. I came too hastily and haven't named you yet. You don't have a fishtail, so calling you Siren seems a bit inappropriate. As the prophet clone muttered to himself, Klein's voice was transmitted to Leyton's mind through mind connection. Don't worry about the name. After using the sea god scepter several times in a row and even employing the characteristics of a conqueror, my spirituality is almost exhausted. Remember to collect the remaining spirits of those pirates, I'll use them for spirit channeling later. Before the prophet clone could reply, Klein unilaterally cut off the mind connection. Noticing that the mind connection had been severed, the prophet clone shrugged and redirected his gaze to the demigod's corpse, which was precipitating characteristics. He gently rubbed his fingers, creating points of brass-colored light that swiftly moved over the corpse, outlining one mysterious symbol after another. The speed at which the corpse precipitated characteristics suddenly accelerated. In less than half a minute, the beyonder characteristics had coalesced. Piece after piece of black crystals interspersed with dark red, irregularly clustered together to form a strange crown, with a dark red eye in the center. He sealed the precipitated Earl of the Fallen characteristics in a pre-prepared square iron box, then took out several light brown glass vials, poured out the pre-prepared herbal powder, and softly chanted an incantation. The spiritual energy, which had not completely dispersed, solidified in midair, melting into translucent drops of liquid that were collected into the glass vials. After completing all this, he took 2 steps forward and bent down to remove the black leather glove from the corpse's right hand. The glove had azure patterns resembling layers of ocean waves. The moment the black leather glove was taken into his hand, the prophet clone felt his own anger swelling. The negative effects are quite severe. Just holding it makes one feel irritable and angry, making it easy to act impulsively and irrationally in this state. While sighing, a cold, light blue glint, carrying a sense of rational indifference, flashed in his eyes. He held this glove in his hand and examined it carefully for a long time, until the hazy silvery white covering his eyes gradually receded. The effects of this mystical item were roughly analyzed by him. It corresponds to the wind blessed of the storm pathway, sequence 6, possessing abilities such as creating wind blades, controlling gales for gliding, levitation, and flight, and water manipulation. It has good beyonder abilities in both the wind and water domains. The negative effects are, it makes the wielder prone to being struck by lightning, easily attacked by monsters in deep sea or at night, and causes the wielder to enter an irritable and angry state, which accumulates over time. If this emotion cannot be released in time, it may lead to loss of control. The beyonder abilities it possesses are not strong for a demigod, and it has many negative effects. However, for a demigod of the Black Emperor pathway, it is just right. He can distort the impact of the negative effects on himself, minimizing them, or he can gift it to an enemy. Moreover, magnified wind blades can easily achieve demigod-level lethality. Since he hadn't prepared enough small iron boxes in advance, he simply put the glove into his coat pocket, relying on his rational state to suppress the influence of irritation and anger. Then he turned his gaze to the 3 pirates lying on the reef not far away. Afflicted by disease, they could not hold on even before the prophet clone made a move, and points of light blue and crimson light began to precipitate from their bodies. After a brief stay, he collected the precipitated characteristics and the sealed spirits, simulated and created a traveler's door, and then left the sea area. Deprived of the concealment, Sea King John Cotman's scan of the entire sea quickly discovered this place. A short while later, he rode the strong winds and arrived here. His gaze was cold, full of anger, as he looked around and muttered softly. The person who took the Calvetua characteristic is still lingering in the Rorstad archipelago. Above the grey fog, Leyton nodded to Klein, then turned his gaze to the table in front of him. In addition to the crystal ball he had previously given to the prophet clone, there was now another item there. A strange crown formed by irregularly clustered pieces of black crystals interspersed with dark red, with a dark red eye in the center. It carried a peculiar sense of majesty and evil. The dark red on the black crystals intertwined into a strange pattern, seemingly following normal rules, yet full of incongruous meaning, as if a large amount of madness and chaos lay hidden within. His gaze suddenly deepened as he examined the strange crown before him for a long time, until he saw all the details, then slowly retracted his gaze. While he was in a thoughtful state, Klein spoke first. Are you planning to take this characteristic to the forsaken land of the gods? Why? There shouldn't be a shortage of monsters and characteristics there, right? I keep encountering them on recently. I need this ability to distort and exploit rules, at least to some extent to counter his deceit. Leyton tilted his head slightly, leaning against the back of the chair, his voice not very confident as he said this. Klein was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked. What if he directly steals this characteristic, or the mystical items on you? You should wish me well, you know. Klein awkwardly changed the subject. I have already channeled the spirits of those pirates and that demigod on the single-eyed skull. He paused, organizing his words slightly, then continued. That demigod was a vice-admiral in the Lone Kingdom's military, named Charles. He represented a certain faction of the royal family in the military, cooperating with the demonist sect to collect and sell people at sea. He was responsible for the security of the pirate ships transporting people at sea, and when necessary, he was also responsible for eliminating witnesses and erasing the royal family's traces. He himself is a Sequence 4 Earl of the Fallen of the Black Emperor pathway, but I remember that the lone military only possesses part of the pathway's formulas, which do not include Sequence 4 and above. Unless Solomon, the Trunsoist family, or the King of the Five Seas Nast were also involved. As he spoke, he cast an inquiring gaze at Leyton. Leyton leaned against the back of the chair, idly playing with the Earl of the Fallen characteristic, and said. The King of the Five Seas Nast is also a descendant of the Solomon family, but he shouldn't be involved in human trafficking. There's no benefit for him, and as a pirate king, he doesn't lack that bit of money. Moreover, his current focus should be on perfecting the ritual he needs to advance to Sequence 2, and finding the corresponding Beyonder ingredients. Chapter 526, KWM Chapter 524 Monday. Klein listened in silence, recalling his previous encounter with King of the Five Seas Nast. He was indeed pursuing the Black Emperor card, pursuing the opportunity for advancement. The rules he had established at sea had basically met the requirements for the Duke of Entropy's advancement ritual. In this situation, his own advancement would undoubtedly be more important, unless the lone royal family or the demonist sect could directly provide the Duke of Entropy characteristic, which was clearly unlikely. After a moment of silence, he continued to ask. Who do you think are the collaborators of the Lone Kingdom and the demonist sect? Leyton continued to play with the strange crown in his hand, and his voice was calm as he said. It's impossible to be certain. The number of existences that possess the complete Black Emperor pathway potion formula is neither too many nor too few. Besides the descendants of Solomon, there are also the Sanguine, and those old fellows who survived from the Third Epoch and Fourth Epoch. For example, the primordial Demoness. She has seen the blasphemy slate before and has lived for so long. She must have killed some Black Emperor pathway saints and angels, so it's not strange for her to possess high sequence formulas for this pathway. Anyone who can cooperate with the Lone Kingdom and the demonist sect certainly wouldn't have a low status. No one can be ruled out. Klein nodded in understanding, temporarily skipping this topic, and continued to speak. Those pirates didn't know much, and what they remembered most were all the restricted scenes in the sea. They were just acting on the orders of Mad Captain Connors Victor. Besides knowing that their boss was involved in human trafficking, they knew nothing else and were completely unaware that a demigod was hidden on board. Leyton was not surprised. With the help of a group of spectators, it would be strange if clues were found so easily. Putting down the strange crown in his hand, he pondered and said. That Mad Captain most likely fell into the hands of the Church of the Lord of Storms. The effect isn't much different anyway. Aren't you planning to report the information to the church after getting it? Klein's mouth twitched slightly, then he made a final summary. This trip basically didn't yield any new effective information, other than knowing that there's a third-party force that possesses the Black Emperor pathway high-sequence potion formula. Sighing lightly, he added. How do you plan to deal with the remaining Beyonder characteristic and mystical item? They correspond to the Folk of Rage and Sailor of the Storm pathway, and there's also a Hunter. The Mad Captain didn't have many Beyonders under him. You already targeted their characteristics when you had that Siren capture people, didn't you? Leyton spread his hands, defending himself. That has nothing to do with me. Perhaps it thought these 3 Beyonders were stronger and could better meet its needs. After a pause, he continued. I've already taken the Earl of the Fallen's characteristic. The rest are yours. You can use them to create a few mystical items, or you can choose to sell them directly. It just so happens that this afternoon is this week's Tarot Club. That lone military demigod is quite poor. He should have just advanced not long ago. His relics only has one mystical item corresponding to Wind Blessed, which has strong negative effects and cannot be used. I suggest directly pulverizing it into a characteristic, then finding a fish in the sea to feed it to. This way, you can shepherd a Wind Blessed. At sea, the Wind Blessed's abilities are still very practical. Klein listened in silence, then complained, your idea is very novel. No wonder you can be friends with Frank. Finally, he added. How do I pulverize a mystical item? Mr. Azik hasn't fully recovered yet, so he probably can't exert angel-level power. Leyton leaned back against the chair, his voice leisurely as he said. Perform a ritual and request some power from the hidden sage or the Evernight goddess. This is a very simple matter for them. Alternatively, you can also find Bernadette. She is already a sage. Oh, my food supply is running low. I need you to help me prepare some fresh food and 2 brass lanterns later. All right. Klein nodded lightly. After obtaining the specific details of the ritual from Leyton, he ended this brief meeting. In the forsaken land of the gods, Leyton rested for a period in a city ruin that only had broken walls remaining, until Klein sent a notification that everything he needed was ready. Only then did he use the remaining materials to set up a simple ritual, taking out the Earl of the Fallen's Beyonder characteristic, the crystal ball he used as a lighting tool, the food for the next few days, and the 2 brass lanterns. After the ritual of requesting a bestowal, the shadow beneath his feet wriggled and surged like water, swallowing all the items placed on the ground and transferring them into the shadow world. After doing all this, Leyton held a lantern in one hand and the Earl of the Fallen's Beyonder characteristic in the other. Deep blue, almost purple, radiance flowed in his eyes, outlining one mysterious symbol after another. Behind him, a slightly incomplete ring made of gears and chains emerged. The ring rotated slowly, and in the center, a pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes, containing countless brilliant stars, suddenly opened. It carried a chilling sense of insight into everything and indifference to everything, permeated with a suppressed madness. The appearance of these eyes caused Leyton's aura to suddenly rise. The coldness and madness in his eyes gradually intensified. During this process, he felt a faint, indistinct summons from the east, seemingly present yet absent, more like an intuition of his own rather than an actual sound or sensation. He quickly composed himself. While he could still resist the divine erosion from that sage characteristic, he squeezed his left hand, which held the Earl of the Fallen characteristic. Points of brilliant starlight spilled out from his hand, accompanied by the crisp sound of crystal shattering. The Beyonder characteristic, which had already aggregated into form, shattered into specks of black and dark red light, merging with the surrounding points of brilliant starlight. Slowly, with a peculiar rhythm, they fused into the brass lantern he held in his right hand. The ordinary lantern was stretched and deformed, gradually becoming exquisite and somewhat heavy. The brass surface also gradually darkened. Faint, extremely asymmetrical and irregular patterns appeared on the transparent glass lampshade. In the center of these patterns was an eye full of evil strangeness. In less than half a minute, the Earl of the Fallen's characteristic was completely integrated into the lantern. The slowly rotating ring behind Leyton rapidly became transparent until it disappeared. He looked at the greatly transformed lantern in his hand, sighing slightly in relief, but his body instinctively recoiled a few steps, unable to resist the urge to move away from the crackling fire in front of him. The negative effect is fear of fire, he muttered softly. Suppressing the discomfort in his heart, he refocused his gaze on the dark brass lantern in his right hand. Fortunately, it was just integrating the already extracted characteristic into other items. It didn't require angel-level power, only careful guidance to make the formed mystical item evolve in the direction I desired. With previous experience in crafting mystical items, this wasn't too difficult for me. While sighing inwardly, his eyes suddenly deepened, clearly losing focus and appearing vast. The magical effects and negative influences of the lantern in his hand were quickly understood by him. Fortunately, it wasn't too outrageous, but it wasn't too good either. As expected, crafting mystical items still needs to be left to an artisan. A lantern that never extinguishes, whether positive or negative, its influence is limited to the range of its light. It retains the most core abilities of chaos and distortion from the Earl of the Fallen. Magnification and exploit have more restrictions, only being able to act on effects created by one's own Beyonder abilities. the bestow beyonder ability was not retained. There are 3 negative effects. First, as the usage time increases, the user's mind will gradually become darker and greedier, making it easy to make irrational choices. If its beyonder abilities are used, this process will accelerate. Second, it will make the user afraid of fire, excluding the lantern's own light. Third, within the range covered by the lantern's light, any act of giving or taking will cause negative effects on oneself, such as passive laziness, greedy urgency, loss of fighting spirit, or only being able to focus on money. Leyton held the lantern in his right hand in silence for a while, not feeling any obvious change in his mind. After a pause, he looked at a large, mostly collapsed building nearby, built of blue stone and somewhat resembling a temple. Boom. The building, which had been standing quietly, suddenly seemed to become fragile, its structure no longer stable, and it collapsed with a roar. The lightning strikes in the sky during this period were very frequent, and Leyton could clearly see the several meters high dust raised at the location of the ruins ahead. Feeling the faint greed rising in his heart, Leyton estimated that if he maintained high-intensity combat, his dark emotions and thoughts would become severe enough to affect judgment and combat in at most 1 minute. Even if he lowered the frequency of use, he could only last for 3 minutes at most. The best match for this mystical item is the Black Knight's Shadow of Deprivation ability. Once the dark thoughts in one's heart reach a limit, directly separate the inner fallen thoughts and combine them with the shadow to form an uncontrollable independent creature, then eliminate it. The manipulator's virtual persona might also work, but it's easy to lose control, leading to spiritual schizophrenia or even loss of control. I still need to have the prophet clone stationed in the southern continent find a saint from the Aurora Order to analyze the Shadow of Deprivation ability and develop a practical secret technique. After making his plans, Leyton, suppressing his fear of fire, approached the bonfire and placed the lantern aside. Feeling the deep fear of the bonfire in front of him disappear, he exhaled a breath of relief and sighed. Could the fear of fire as a negative effect come from Charles's strong will before he died? Thinking carefully, Leyton found this conjecture quite plausible. After a pause, he turned and sat on a large stone he had moved nearby, then closed his eyes and began to pray to Klein, asking him to help convey the message to the prophet clone. Above the grey fog, Klein sat on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, his expression complex as he sighed. I'm probably the most undignified great one, even if it's just an act. Normally, I have to moonlight as a delivery person, helping the Tarot Club members transfer trade items, and now I even have to be a messenger and procurement specialist for others. One-on-one service from Mr. Fool, shouldn't I charge a fee? While complaining inwardly, Klein had already turned the content of Leyton's prayer into a speck of light and cast it into the crimson star representing the prophet clone. After doing all this, he was not in a hurry to leave the grey fog. Instead, he took out a pocket watch from the inside pocket of his coat to check the time, then sent a reminder to son Derek, who was also in the forsaken land of the gods, that the Tarot Club was about to begin. Klein leaned back slightly, resting his eyes for a moment in the high-backed chair. He gently tapped the edge of the table in front of him twice, and a somewhat gloomy and restrained figure suddenly appeared and sat at the lower end of the mottled long table. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, he straightened slightly, extending his spirituality to connect with the crimson stars representing the members of the Tarot Club, pulling them into the space above the grey fog. Illusory crimson light surged out like a tide, rapidly engulfing the entire hall, then quickly receding, condensing into vague figures on both sides of the mottled long table. Chapter 527, KWM Chapter 525 Buy on credit. As always, Justice Audrey was the first to rise. She gracefully held the hem of her skirt with both hands, curtsying lightly and saying, "Good afternoon, the fool." Her emotions were very infectious, and everyone in the Tarot Club felt their mood lighten considerably. Following the usual procedure, everyone bowed to the fool at the head of the table, then nodded to each other in greeting. After taking their seats, Hermit Catlia and Magician Fur successively submitted the Roselle diary pages they had collected. Klein leaned comfortably back in the high-backed chair, finished reading today's diary, and then casually made the materialized diary disappear. He looked around and said leisurely, "You may begin." Son Derek, imitating how Justice Audrey usually spoke, first looked around, then raised his right hand and said, "Everyone, does anyone have or know the Sequence 5 potion formula for the Sun Pathway?" After a moment's thought, he added, I don't need it urgently." After speaking, he looked at the members of the Tarot Club with anticipation. "I do," Klein immediately said, operating his alternate account, the World. While subtly observing Leyton's reaction, he manipulated the World to say, "Sequence 5 Priest of Light. Its price is between 4,500 and 7,000 pounds. I need some materials. I need to know if there are Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer monsters near the City of Silver. Their value is greater than the Sequence 5 potion formula. If you can find them, I will make up the difference for you. Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer." Derek softly repeated the names of the two monsters, then nodded vigorously and said, "I understand. I will go to the library to check the information on these two monsters. Its value is higher than a sequence 5 potion formula, so these are sequence 4 potion ingredients. He obtained a sequence 4 potion formula so quickly. Is this the special treatment for a blessed? Does this also mean that the pathway the world belongs to is within Mr. Fool's control, or perhaps, this is the pathway Mr. Fool belongs to? Thoughts flashed through Hangman Alger's mind. When he inferred something related to the Fool, he instinctively lowered his head slightly. His desire to obtain the Ocean Songster potion formula grew stronger, and some of his previous superiority in strength had vanished. Even Sun is already sequence 6, and the sequence 5 potion formula is basically obtainable, but I'm lagging behind. I must make a deal with Mr. Tower. He's not interested in that primitive island. What can I use to trade with him? Justice Audrey, who had been paying attention to everyone, saw her eyes light up slightly. She noticed some unusual body language from Hangman Alger. Hangman is very concerned about Sun's rapid advancement to sequence 6. He seems a bit anxious. His micro-expressions just now showed envy and even fear. What did he associate it with? Thankfully, my hypnotist potion is almost complete, and the psychiatrist potion should be fully digested within this week. By then, I'll also be a sequence 6 beyonder. Audrey, you're amazing. You'll catch up to Alfred soon. Once I collect the second ingredient, I can tell him, look, Alfred, you're as good as my Susie now. Hermit Catlia also felt a sense of urgency about advancing her sequence. She slightly turned her head to look at the world, who had just finished speaking and fallen silent at the far end of the long table, and asked, when can you get the snake of fate mythical creature blood? Klein calculated Will Osepton's birth time in his mind, then manipulated the world to say, around July this year. Leyton, who had been lazily leaning back in the high-back chair, listening quietly, suddenly spoke, I am currently in the forsaken land of the gods. The angel of fate Ouroboros is also here. He has been following the true creator. If you can offer something that can move him, I can try to contact him. Catlia was silent for a moment before nodding slightly and saying, I'll consider it and give you a reply later. At the head of the mottled long table, Klein, leaning back leisurely, observed everyone and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Hermit certainly can't produce anything that can move a king of angels, but Queen Mystic might be able to, especially since she has had contact with the true creator. During the Backlund Great Smog incident, he should owe her a favor, but I don't know if that favor has been used yet. If so, wouldn't my deal be intercepted? There's no way around it, unless Will Osepton chooses to be born prematurely. Hangman Alger's expression was momentarily blank. He stiffly turned his head to look at Leyton. Mr. Tower dares to contact a king of angels. He should still only be a saint. Hey, when did I start using only to describe a saint? Does he dare to contact the angel of fate because he represents the fool? Some people can already contact a king of angels who has survived since the third epoch, while others are still worrying about the gold pounds for their next potion. Magician Furs leaned on the edge of the table with both hands, feeling a bit lost and pensive. She realized that she seemed to be the bottom of the tarot club. While she was still considering whether to ask about the clues for the ancient vengeful spirit's cursed item, Hangman Alger spoke first, everyone, I need the Ocean Songster potion formula. Does anyone have it, or know any clues? Although he was asking everyone, his gaze remained fixed on Leyton, hoping that he would reconsider his previous trade proposal or state his own needs. Leyton leaned back casually in the high-back chair and said calmly, 7,000 pounds. You can exchange it for something of equal value with me. I don't mind collecting more characteristics or materials. If it's the coordinates of that primitive island, forget it. It's not convenient for me to go there now. He paused, then added, you can definitely collect materials from there and then exchange them for the potion formula with me. If you're worried about danger, you can find someone to accompany you. These are some necessary trade-offs. Because he had removed the bad luck from his body, Chariot Anderson was very composed today. Aside from his initial greeting to the fool, he hadn't said a word, quietly observing everyone from his seat until he heard the trade between Hangman and Mr. Tower, at which point he showed some interest. Coordinates of a primitive island. It's actually worth a sequence 5 potion formula. Is there a treasure on that island? This Hangman also seems to be someone who has spent many years at sea. Judging by his demeanor and strength, he is very likely already a somewhat famous captain. Thinking this, he curled his lips, raised his hand, and said, if you need someone to accompany you, you can consider me. As an active treasure hunter at sea, I believe that in terms of my own strength, past experience, and character, I am a good choice. It felt like a job interview. One could only say that he was indeed someone who came from a church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom school. They all more or less picked up some of their habits. Although there was a suspicion of self-praise, what he said seemed to be correct. At least among the members of the Tarot Club, Anderson should be the most suitable choice. He has no fixed team or power behind him, so cooperation would make Hangman feel more at ease. Moreover, as an experienced and powerful hunter, he is very suitable for hunting beyonder creatures. The fool Klein's gaze, hidden beneath the grey fog, calmly sized up Anderson, a slight curve on his lips. After getting rid of the bad luck, Anderson also began to try to integrate into the group, which was not bad. Hangman Alger silently sized up Anderson. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he turned his head to look at the fool at the head of the mottled long table, lowered his head slightly, and said respectfully, "Respected Mr. Fool, I would like to have a private conversation with the world." Compared to Chariot, who had just joined the Tarot Club, Hangman preferred to choose the world, whom he already had some understanding of. Klein pondered inwardly while controlling the world to nod gently, "You may." As he spoke, he gently tapped the edge of the table twice with his right hand, making a dull sound that shielded the senses of the others. "You may converse." Receiving the prompt from the fool Klein, Hangman Alger took a deep breath, turned his head to look at the world at the far end of the mottled long table, and said, "That primitive island has many beyonder creatures that are already extinct on the northern and southern continents. I can confirm that there are traces of demigod-level beyonder creatures active on the island, and perhaps among them are the Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer monsters you need. In the center of the island, there's also a hidden ancient ruin of unknown age. I discovered it with Kalangos back then, but we didn't have the ability to explore it deeply at the time. However, he did find some traces and suspected that there were very precious things hidden in that ruin. My request is simple: the first 3 explorations must be conducted by the 2 of us together. If anyone else wants to join, both of us must agree simultaneously. Also, for the first exploration, I need you to help me acquire beyonder materials of equal value to a sequence 5 potion formula. After that, we will share the gains normally. What do you think? Demigod-level beyonder creatures, this is very necessary for me." Klein didn't hesitate to manipulate the world to let out a low chuckle and say, "Deal." Hangman Alger nodded gently and then spoke again, "I hope the first exploration can be postponed for a while. I plan to get the Ocean Songster potion formula on credit from Tower first. The stronger I am, the more beneficial it will be for our exploration." "Hey, all right," the world replied indifferently. Hangman Alger said no more. After requesting the fool's help, he materialized the parchment with the coordinates of the primitive island and handed it to the world. After a short while, the 2 ended their private conversation, and the shielded senses of the others instantly returned. The moment his senses returned, Leyton noticed Hangman Alger's gaze. He turned his head slightly, somewhat puzzled, and met the other's eyes. Hangman Alger cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, Tower, I'd like to advance the Ocean Songster potion formula from you. I will pay you its principal plus interest of £7,500 within 2 months." After speaking, he looked at Leyton with some apprehension, worried that he would stubbornly refuse his proposal. The support of the bloodline from Moon would eventually allow him to repay the debt, whereas I don't even have an official identity in the Church of the Lord of Storms. Chapter 528, KWM Chapter 526 Communication. Klein leaned back casually in the high-back chair, his gaze sweeping over everyone's faces. He noticed a hint of eagerness on the faces of Magician Furs and Chariot Anderson. His mouth twitched slightly, and he couldn't help but inwardly complain, "I feel like the concept of overspending is really going to take off in the Tarot Club." Under the tense gaze of Hangman Alger, Leyton chuckled and nodded. "All right." He then followed the previous procedure, requesting from the fool Klein to materialize the Ocean Songster potion formula he knew. The yellowish-brown parchment automatically floated in front of Hangman Alger. He eagerly unfolded it, carefully reading and memorizing its contents. His expression gradually shifted from excitement to confusion, then to helplessness. The advancement of Ocean Songster required consuming the potion inside the belly of an Obnus. There were almost no wild Obni left on the ocean. Those that could be found had already been raised by the Church of the Lord of Storms. In the end, it still couldn't bypass the church. Chariot Anderson, who had been very quiet today, cleared his throat when he saw no one else speaking, and said, "Everyone, does anyone know the Iron-Blooded Knight potion formula? Or any clues?" Justice Audrey tilted her head in confusion. "Iron-Blooded Knight? Which pathway is this? Which sequence?" Moon Emlyn, Magician Furs, and son Derek also had the same question. It was their first time hearing this potion name. Iron-Blooded Knight, is this the sequence 4 name for the Hunter pathway? Or it could be another sequence, it's not impossible that he's just testing the waters casually. Hangman Alger expressionlessly glanced at Anderson, then quickly withdrew his gaze. Hermit Catlia pondered for a moment, then spoke. "You can try to contact the Iron and Blood Cross Order. They possess the formula for the Hunter pathway." Anderson grinned, revealing his white teeth, and forced a helpless smile, saying, "I joined them once, but I really couldn't agree with some of the concepts of those lunatics, so I quit later. I don't think they'd believe me if I were to slide back on my knees now and say I've come to my senses, that only the Lord who created everything is my true, heartfelt belief. They might even mock me for not sliding smoothly enough. The Lord who created everything. Does the Iron and Blood Cross Order, mentioned by Miss Hermit, also believe in the Lord who created everything? Is it the same existence as the Lord we in the City of Silver believe in? Son Derek, who had been sitting silently with his head down, suddenly looked up, his face full of astonishment and a hint of pleasant surprise, as he looked at Anderson. Mr. Chariot's thoughts are so erratic. In daily life, he should be the kind of person who can easily get along with others. However, he actually joined a hidden organization and even managed to leave it successfully. He is a very cautious, very smart person, good at disguising himself. Justice Audrey subconsciously analyzed Anderson's character in her mind. The Iron and Blood Cross Order, which believes in the true creator. Chariot was once one of them. It's a good thing I didn't choose him before. Hangman Alger's lowered gaze subtly darted towards the figure shrouded in grey fog at the head of the table. The fool has not expressed anything regarding this. Does that mean Chariot was not brainwashed, nor was he corrupted by the true creator? Although he acts erratically, this guy absolutely cannot be underestimated. Do you want the Demoness of Despair formula? I still have a Beyonder characteristic left. If you are willing, you can become an extremely beautiful demigod-level Demoness tomorrow. Leyton leaned against the high-backed chair, his gaze calmly fixed on Anderson. Anderson's mouth twitched slightly, and he waved his hands repeatedly, shaking his head as he said, thank you for your kindness, but I still prefer being a male a bit more. There are still Demoness Beyonder characteristics left. Did you kill too many demonesses? Klein's expression was quite subtle as he glanced at Leyton, then he manipulated the world to speak. You can become a Demoness first, and then switch back in the next sequence. This way, you will regain your gender while retaining the Beyonder characteristics of the Demoness pathway. Under the influence of different pathway Beyonder characteristics, your Beyonder abilities will undergo certain mutations, positive mutations. Leyton looked at the world at the very end with some surprise. Is this to enrich Gehrman Sparrow's character image? He twitched his mouth, then chuckled, continuing the world's words. I know the whereabouts of the Red Priest card of blasphemy. Once I get it, you can switch from Demoness of Despair to War Bishop. Anderson put his right hand on his forehead. He felt like everyone was watching his show now. Taking a deep breath, he said in a deep voice. I think I can wait a bit longer. Wouldn't it be better to directly advance to Iron-Blooded Knight, then? Leyton nodded noncommittally. He tilted his head slightly, looking at the towering dome above, and spoke intentionally or unintentionally. I know a bit about the advancement ritual for Iron-Blooded Knight. It's not outrageous, but it's exceptionally difficult for a hunter. I hope you succeed. What do you mean? What are the ritual requirements for Iron-Blooded Knight? Anderson asked with some suspicion. You'll know when you get the Iron-Blooded Knight formula later. Leyton shook his head lightly. Having failed to promote the Demoness, he had no interest in this topic anymore. Anderson opened his mouth, then closed it again. He leaned back in the high-backed chair, somewhat dejected, and said nothing more. After a moment of silence, Hermit Catlia raised her hand and looked at Magician Furs, who was sitting to the side, and said, I've already obtained the cursed item of the ancient vengeful spirit. 1,700 pounds. So fast, Miss Hermit is really efficient. Furs, while marveling at Catlia's efficiency, calculated the cash she could produce. After a moment of thought, she calmly said, No problem, we'll trade at this time tomorrow. After a brief silence, Moon Emlyn awkwardly turned his head, his gaze sweeping past Leyton to son Derek, and said, Mr. Sun, I'd like to ask you to record some Beyonder abilities from the Sun domain onto Miss Magician's mystical item. Ah. Okay, what Beyonder abilities do you need? Son Derek was momentarily stunned, not expecting Moon to initiate a transaction with him. After his initial surprise, he proactively asked what Beyonder abilities the other party needed to record. Moon Emlyn pondered for a moment, then said casually, record all the ones you've mastered. He needed to deal with artificial vampires from his own pathway. Any Beyonder ability from the Sun domain would be effective. After Moon Emlyn and Son Derek reached a deal, Leyton suddenly thought of something and thoughtfully turned his head to Emlyn on his left, saying, Ask your sanguine higher-ups if they're willing to buy back some Moon pathway Beyonder characteristics. I'm currently in the forsaken land of the gods, and vampires are not uncommon among the monsters in the deep darkness. It's the sanguine. Emlyn corrected him, gritting his teeth. As favored children of the moon, we are certainly willing to buy back Beyonder characteristics belonging to the moon. What do you want to gain? Leyton spoke without the slightest hesitation. Join the government of the southern continent Paz River Valley. Cooperation is also an option. We will be heading towards the Star Plateau and the northern state, which will inevitably be met with full resistance from the Rose School of Thought and the Numinous Episcopate. Therefore, we need allies. Moon Emlyn's face darkened. He instinctively wanted to refuse this transaction. Even though he was just a newly born, homebody Sanguine, he knew that if he agreed to this cooperation, the Sanguine would once again be plunged into a vortex of conflict. He paused, then took a deep breath and said, "I will report to our Sanguine bigwigs. As for whether to cooperate, that's not something I can decide." "All right." Leyton nodded lightly. At the end of the transaction segment, Klein manipulated the world to speak. "I have some Beyonder characteristics for sale, corresponding to the Sailor, Folk of Rage, and Hunter sequences." After a brief discussion, Katlia purchased the Sailor and Folk of Rage Beyonder characteristics. On the ocean, Beyonders of the Sailor pathway are always highly sought after. Furthermore, there was a sailor on the future who had accumulated enough merit for advancement and had recently submitted an application for advancement to her. After another period of silence, the fool Klein lightly tapped the edge of the mottled long table, signaling the start of the free discussion segment. Everyone's gazes, subtly or overtly, focused on Leyton and son Derek, wanting to know about the recent situation in the forsaken land of the gods. Derek looked around, then began to explain. The chief plans to restart the exploration of Afternoon Town. Mr. Tower has already made a prophecy about this, so we shouldn't encounter unexpected dangers or gains. He paused, then suddenly remembered his previous conversation with the chief, and scratched the back of his head somewhat awkwardly, saying, The City of Silver's food is running out quickly. We'd like to buy some grain from everyone, in exchange for materials from monsters or some mysticism knowledge. If you're willing, you can tell me your prices." Since the trading session had already passed, Derek seemed very embarrassed when he said this, his head drooping lower and lower, and his voice becoming softer and softer. "This is a tender. The Tarot Club's business is becoming more and more extensive, and more outrageous." Klein, at the head of the mottled long table, sighed silently in his heart. He also didn't mind Little Son bringing up the topic of trade during the free discussion. After learning the detailed situation there through Leyton, he privately hoped that the people of the City of Silver could live a better life. Because he had just reached a deal with Little Son, Moon, Emlyn was uncharacteristically enthusiastic for once, and chuckled softly. "Large-scale grain procurement requires suitable channels. I can try to contact the Sanguine in Fainapotter. If possible, I will list a quotation for you later." Hermit Katlia also spoke calmly. "I'll have someone make a list for you later. If you agree to the trade, just tell me the type and quantity of grain you need. However, this will take some time, as I'm still at sea, and contacting grain merchants and collecting grain also requires time. Thank you. Thank you all." Son Derek stood up gratefully and bowed to Moon, Emlyn and Hermit Katlia in thanks. After sitting down, he looked apologetically at Leyton, who smiled and nodded at him, indicating that he didn't mind. A few seconds later, the world broke the silence. He turned his head to Leyton and chuckled softly. "What are you planning to do lately?" Leyton recalled briefly, then said, "Go to the easternmost part of the forsaken land of the gods. I've felt some faint calls, and I plan to go there to complete my advancement." "Oh, right, there's a dark demonic wolf in the forsaken land of the gods. It corresponds to Miracle Invoker, Sequence 2 of the Seer Pathway. Chapter 529, KWM Chapter 527. The pirates suffered heavy losses." Klein didn't know how to respond for a moment, and after a slight hesitation, he manipulated the world to speak. "Dark demonic wolf. It should be considered an angel, right? You want to hunt it?" Leyton shrugged and said, "Just a passing thought. I'm not confident I can defeat it, and even if I could, I wouldn't be able to kill it. It's difficult to find the true body of an angel of the seer pathway, it's too good at hiding. You can try when you reach a higher sequence. The one who understands a seer best is undoubtedly another seer." Klein expressionlessly glanced at Leyton, thinking, "I suspect you're indirectly calling me a coward." After a moment of silence, Klein controlled the world to speak in a hoarse voice. "Let's return to the sea. Recently, there's been something worth noting. Mad Captain Connor's Victor's single-eyed skull was destroyed in a storm. Only some wreckage and the bodies of pirates, including the Mad Captain himself, were washed ashore near the docks. A storm that directly destroyed a pirate ship? That's a bit too exaggerated. Was it ambushed by a powerful Beyonder during the storm?" Justice Audrey asked with some curiosity. Hangman Alger turned his head slightly, looking at the world at the very end, a little surprised. The world actually paid attention to this matter. Does this mean that Mr. Fool's gaze is also focused on this matter? There must be a significant secret hidden behind this. His eyes flickered, and after a brief thought, he said, "The Church of the Lord of Storms is very concerned about this matter. That Mad Captain was involved in the missing population incident in the offshore colony that I was investigating earlier. Mad Captain Connor's Victor was responsible for the sea-based transportation and trafficking of people. He had a very strong concealment on him, and the Church of the Lord of Storms couldn't get much information." As he spoke, he turned his gaze to the world at the very end, hoping that the other party could provide some additional information and clues he didn't know, which would also help him complete the Church of the Lord of Storms mission. The world's movements and expression remained unchanged, but his voice carried a hint of mockery as he said, "A demigod was hidden on the Mad Captain's single-eyed skull, a demigod from the Black Emperor pathway. What's even more interesting is that the demigod belonged to the lone military and was a vice-admiral. But as far as I know, the lone military only has partial potion formulas for the Black Emperor pathway, which does not include sequence 4 and above. A vice-admiral from the lone military." Hangman Alger and Justice Audrey exclaimed in surprise simultaneously. That military vice-admiral betrayed Lone. This was the first thought that flashed through Audrey's mind. She was reluctant to believe a certain possibility that had just occurred to her. Betrayal? Heh. It's more like cooperation, the world replied in a hoarse, low voice. Then where is that vice-admiral now? Has he already left the sea? Magician Furs immediately asked the question that everyone was concerned about. The world looked up in Leyton's direction, and everyone else also curiously turned their heads to look. Noticing everyone's gaze, Leyton nodded lightly and said, "With me, in the form of a beyonder characteristic. It's a mystical item now. Aren't you in the forsaken land of the gods?" Chariot Anderson asked, puzzled. "Clearly, I left an avatar in the outside world. He usually helps me handle affairs on the southern continent," Leyton explained with a light chuckle. Avatar. The Tarot Club members exchanged glances, but they weren't too surprised. They already knew that the Marauder pathway could create avatars in its later stages, and other pathways might also have ways to achieve it. Miss Justice is a lone noble, her emotions and stance naturally lean towards the nobility and the royal family. Also, Moon, Magician, and others who have always lived in Lone, their stances will certainly have a certain degree of bias. Considering certain future developments, I need to give them some warnings first. Thinking of this, Klein immediately manipulated the world to continue speaking. I met that Baron, whom Mr. Hangman was investigating, in Backlund in January. He was meeting with people from MI9. Also, the biggest human trafficker in Backlund has more than one Beyonder from the Arbiter pathway protecting him, and their sequences are not low. Heh. I've always suspected that all of this is just a very small part of the mastermind's chessboard. A very small part? Then what kind of true conspiracy is hidden behind all of this? The Backlund Great Smog incident is far from as simple as the world initially said. Perhaps this is a game between deities. Did the world come to the sea from Backlund to investigate this matter? And Mr. Tower. The world is blessed of Mr. Fool, so what is the identity of Mr. Tower, who is closely related to the world? Hangman Alger's thoughts gradually diverged. The lone military has obtained high-sequence potion formulas for the Black Emperor pathway that they shouldn't have. Is it Solomon or the St. Terenzo family? Or the Sanguine? Hermit Catlia's peripheral vision glanced at Moon Emlyn on the side wall, but quickly dismissed that possibility. Justice Audrey was silent for a moment, her gaze suddenly falling on the world at the very end of the mottled long table. Capim was killed by the rogue Black Emperor, and the rogue Black Emperor is blessed of Mr. Fool. Mr. World can know such clear details about Capim's surroundings, and he and Mr. Tower have never submitted Emperor Roselle's diary. Therefore, Mr. World is that rogue hero bandit Black Emperor in Backlund, and he is blessed of Mr. Fool. Backlund feels so dangerous. I really want to leave immediately, but Zio definitely wouldn't agree, and I don't have a good enough reason to convince her. I still need to get stronger. As long as I can become a traveler, I can come and go from Backlund whenever I want. Furs sighed inwardly, adding another reason to her desire to advance to traveler. I always feel like I and the world are not living in the same Backlund. Moon sighed inwardly, but he didn't feel overly scared or panicked. The Sanguine have more than one Earl in Backlund, as well as Marquis Nibs Odora. The topic brought up by the Mad Captain came to an end. Hermit Catlia looked at the world, then at Leyton. She calmly said, "Something else happened at sea last week. The crazy adventurer Gehrman Sparrow hunted King of Immortality Agolito's second mate, Slaughterer Curtius, who was a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle. Regarding the King of Immortality, there's one more thing, he and Death Announcer will no longer appear at sea. Even if they do, it will only be in the form of a blatherer's characteristic. The King of Immortality was hunted." Hangman Alger couldn't control his emotions and exclaimed in shock. Chariot Anderson leaned back leisurely in the high-back chair, his voice full of emotion as he said, "Oh, my, pirates have suffered heavy losses recently. In less than half a year, several pirate admirals and pirate kings have successively disappeared." Klein subconsciously glanced at the unresponsive Leyton. Some people can happily claim the title of Pirate Bane, unlike me, who only hunted Vice Admiral Ailment once and didn't even succeed. Which pirate admirals and pirate kings disappeared? Magician Furs asked with some curiosity. Anderson seemed to suddenly become interested, changing his posture, leaning forward, with his elbows on the edge of the table, and chuckled. Within this past year alone, the first pirate admiral to be killed was Vice Admiral Hurricane Kalangos, then Admiral of Blood Senor, and Admiral Deep Sea Hull Constantine. He hasn't appeared for a long time. According to some information I've gathered, he and his flagship Nuans were sunk into the deep sea by someone, becoming one of the many underwater treasures. Besides these, there's also Vice Admiral Ailment Tracy, who was assassinated by Gairman Sparrow aboard the Black Death but didn't succeed. Now there's another king of immortality. Being a pirate is really too dangerous. It's a good thing I'm just a treasure hunter. Hangman Alger's expression was somewhat complex. Chariot didn't say it, and I didn't even think about it. In less than a year, 3 pirate admirals and 1 pirate king have already died at sea. It's getting crazier and crazier. He paused, then looked at the world thoughtfully, and said in a calm tone, investigating the origins of Gairman Sparrow and that demigod who is active in the Rorstad archipelago waters under the identity of sea god Calvetua has now become an important task for various organizations. What does that mean? I'm the one being investigated. Alger is clearly the one causing trouble, but I, Klein, am taking the blame, he inwardly grumbled, quite speechless. Instead of waiting to be investigated, I might as well proactively give some half-truths. Thinking of this, he immediately manipulated the world to look at Hangman and said with a low chuckle, I have some understanding of Gairman Sparrow. I wonder where I can take on this mission. I want to exchange some unimportant information for some pounds. Alger looked at the world thoughtfully. He has some understanding of Gairman Sparrow. If my guess is correct, the world is Gairman Sparrow. Does that mean he doesn't mind me submitting some seemingly important but actually meaningless intelligence in exchange for the church's reward and trust? The free exchange session lasted for quite a while. Everyone was very interested in the fact that so many powerful pirates had died in a short period of time. It wasn't until the fool at the head of the mottled long table announced the end of today's tarot club that everyone reluctantly stood up and bowed. In a surging crimson light like a tide, everyone's figures gradually dissolved, disappearing with the crimson light above the grey fog. In the Rorstad archipelago, in a private port belonging to the local resistance, the Blue Avenger was quietly docked. In the captain's cabin on the upper deck, Alger rose from the chair behind the desk. His gaze was fixed on the sea outside the bay window as he murmured softly, the ritual opportunity for Ocean Songster cannot bypass the church. Going through the church's channels, I don't know how long I'll have to wait for my turn. Hermit has Queen Mystic behind her. She might be able to find some of Nice's. Queen Mystic's pirate crew has sequence 5 sailors. Mr. Tower, representing the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church, might also have some control. Reader and sailor are inherently interchangeable pathways. It's reasonable for them to keep some of Nice's. But I can't contact the God of Knowledge and Wisdom Church. That would be completely handing over my weakness to them. If I'm exposed, I won't even have a chance to be sent to the tribunal. I can only try the channel with Miss Hermit. If that doesn't work, I'll prepare a powerful mystical item and then directly explore that primitive island. I can also collect Ocean Songster materials along the way, but that would be too reliant on the world. After pondering for a moment, he decided to first attend a pirate gathering that would be held in the next 2 days, and then decide whether or not to contact Miss Hermit. Having made his decision, he turned and walked out of the captain's cabin to check the ship's supplies. As a chess piece of the Church of the Lord of Storms infiltrated among the pirates, he was actually under great restraint. He needed to return to Paso Island for debriefing every so often. The Church of the Lord of Storms was also worried that these pirate captains, who drifted on the sea for long periods, would truly become pirates, which would be a net loss. Chapter 530, KWM Chapter 528, Reminder of Orange Light. Deep in the spirit world depths, enveloped by faint blue light, the prophet clone's figure, slightly ethereal, shuttled forward. Suddenly, his spiritual intuition produced some subtle premonitions. It seemed as if several gazes were cast from the deepest parts of the spirit world. He subconsciously stopped, looking up in the direction of the spirit world's highest point, the very top of the spirit world, beyond which lay the historical fog area where Sapphira Castle was located. At the very top of the spirit world, the 7 lights, slowly flowing, of different colors, and containing endless knowledge, suddenly became extremely close. A bright yellow light swept across his eyes, quickly condensing into the image of a thin old man wearing a lemon-yellow robe and a long white beard. Yellow Light Venethan, with a gentle smile on his face, said, "Long time no see, blessed of knowledge. The spirit world area corresponding to the forsaken land of the gods is cut off from its surroundings, so I cannot observe where your main body is, nor can I communicate with him. I had to come find you." "Good afternoon, Mr. Venethan, may I ask why you are looking for me?" the prophet clone asked with a puzzled expression while bowing slightly. As Yellow Light Venethan smiled and nodded, his right hand gently dragged across the air. A layer of bright yellow light flowed like water, converging to form a scene from the real world. It was a very thin old man, his hair completely white and very messy, wrapped in thick clothes, as if he was very afraid of the cold. He kept chewing candy, and as soon as he finished one, he would immediately pop another in. His name is Turani von Helmasuin. His current identities are scientist, mathematician, mechanist, and father of the second-generation differential engine. He is also Orange Light Hilarion. Now that Orange Light is about to return to the spirit world, this incarnation of his in the real world will die tonight. He has already recalled his identity. You can go find him now and get the manuscript for the second-generation differential engine. This is very important for you who want to promote civilization in the southern continent, and it can be considered an investment from a 7 Lights. He is in the Rorstad archipelago. You should know how to find him, or where to wait for him. As soon as he finished speaking, without waiting for the prophet clone's reply, yellow light Venethan's figure quickly disintegrated into a constantly flowing pure, bright yellow light, returning to the very top of the spirit world. I just arrived in the southern continent, and now you're telling me to go back. The prophet clone complained, glancing at Hitron, the capital of the northern state in the southern continent outside the spirit world, then changed direction and hurried back to the spirit world area corresponding to the Rorstad archipelago sea. After some time traversing the spirit world, the prophet clone finally returned to the Rorstad archipelago. Within the spirit world area corresponding to Biome, his spiritual intuition produced some subtle premonitions. There seemed to be some changes here, someone was watching, and there was a faint, cursed aura. He did not immediately leave the spirit world but remained in place, his eyes clearly losing focus and covered with a thick layer of silver white. He used the active information within the spirit world to make a simple prophecy. After confirming that the anomaly in the spirit world would not affect him, and that he would not be struck by lightning the moment he appeared in Biome, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave the spirit world and descend into reality. At the same time, the wind in City of Generosity, Biome suddenly intensified, as if controlled by an invisible hand, spreading in all directions. At the same time, a deep and grand voice echoed in the wind. Helmasuin is at Black Pepper Avenue 32. Helmasuin is at Black Pepper Avenue 32. This voice repeated several times, quickly spreading to every corner of Biome, echoing in everyone's ears. Oh, a city-wide broadcast like in another world, the Sea God Scepter is really useful. The prophet clone looked out at Biome from the spirit world, watching the Beyonders from various factions, who had suddenly frozen for a moment, then quickly became active again, and couldn't help but exclaim. After observing for a while, he redirected his gaze to the hotels in the dock district. After some observation, he found the hotel where Klein was staying. Specks of brass light emerged from the void, quickly condensing into an illusory, mysterious patterned door. The prophet clone, dressed in a light brown woolen overcoat, stepped out from the other side of the illusory door. He looked at Gehrman Sparrow, who had just half removed his coat, and chuckled softly. Good evening, Mr. Great Adventurer, I'm here to wait for someone. Who? Klein asked expressionlessly, while putting his coat back on. The one you just mentioned in the citywide broadcast, the father of the second-generation differential engine, Turani von Helmasuin. The prophet clone replied with a light chuckle, then turned and walked to a small round table by the window and sat down. He greeted the marionette dressed as a waiter, who was standing there in a daze. A hot coffee, please, thank you. Klein's mouth twitched, then he manipulated Gehrman Sparrow, who had been disguised, to brew coffee, while he himself sat on the other side of the small round table. Leaning back in the wooden chair, he yawned and broke the silence. What do you want with Helmasuin? Also, why are you waiting for him here instead of actively going to Black Pepper Avenue to find him? I want the differential engine manuscript he has. The prophet clone briefly explained his purpose, then tilted his head to look at the sky outside the window, obscured by thick clouds, and sighed softly. If I dared to appear openly in Biome, the furious lightning might destroy the surrounding city and me along with it. You have a clear understanding of yourself, Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Then, thinking of something, he pressed on. So you prophesied that Helmasuin would appear here? This doesn't require prophecy, the prophet clone said calmly. As the two spoke, Klein's marionette had already placed a cup of brewed coffee and a cup of black tea in front of the prophet clone and himself, respectively. Picking up the black tea in front of him and taking a sip, Klein changed the subject and continued to ask. What do you know about marionettist? The prophet clone pondered and sighed, very cautious, and will become even more cautious. Seriously now, Klein interrupted impatiently. The prophet clone shrugged, his expression becoming slightly more serious. A marionette is not just a tool, it is also an actor in a stage play, with logical settings, performing in front of an audience. Klein nodded slightly, understanding something. Casting the faceless acting onto the marionette. No wonder the sequence comes after faceless. Except for the first stage, seer, each subsequent sequence seems to be a progression. The prophet clone nodded first, then shook his head. Divination can obtain information and judge danger. If seer were placed in a later sequence, you would be prone to stage accidents during your performances. Klein suddenly fell silent. He felt this explanation was a bit hasty, but also made a lot of sense. Knock, knock, knock. The hotel room door was suddenly knocked on at this moment. Klein first glanced at the prophet clone, then manipulated his marionette Curtius to open the door. Outside the door, a thin old man with messy gray hair was popping a coffee-colored candy into his mouth. He was wearing a thick, padded coat and a heavy woolen overcoat over it. He actually came. How did he evade the tracking of so many beyonders, including demigods? Klein stared at Helmasuin standing at the door, stunned for a moment before reacting. He spoke in a low, hoarse voice. "Who are you looking for?" Helmasuin's gaze lingered on the prophet clone for a moment, then returned to Klein. He smiled weakly. "I noticed you at the seaweed bar before, but I didn't have a chance to find you then. My life has reached its end, so I've been remembering many things recently. Please allow me to introduce myself. You can call me Orange Light Hilarion." Orange Light Hilarion. Klein subconsciously turned his head to look at the prophet clone, who was standing quietly to the side. No wonder he came directly here to wait. Based on the previous behavior of the other 7 lights of the spirit world, they would approach me the moment they saw me. Composing his thoughts, Klein asked with some confusion. "What do you want with me?" Helmasuin looked at Klein with some surprise, as if seeing through him. After a brief silence, he chuckled. "You seem to have already encountered other pure lights of the spirit world. It's a pity I only recently recalled my identity, otherwise I would certainly have been the first to come see you." Pausing, he continued. "I came to warn you, beware of the mother tree. She seems to have noticed you." After speaking, he shifted his gaze to the prophet clone, who was standing quietly to the side, and said, "Young man, you still have the aura of yellow light Venethan on you. Did you just see him?" The prophet clone nodded, chuckling softly. "Yes, he told me to come find you for a copy of the 2nd-generation differential engine manuscript." Helmasuin nodded gently, not particularly concerned, and coughed softly. "My current body is about to die. I no longer have the strength to write you a manuscript. You can wait a while, and after I return to the spirit world, perform a ritual to me, and I will teach you the corresponding knowledge." As expected of the 7 lights of the spirit world, who are closely related to the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, they also like to teach knowledge to others so much. The prophet clone sighed inwardly, pinched his brow, and said, "I know, but Mr. Venethan told me to come directly. Perhaps he prophesied something." This was also why he chose to return directly to the Rorstad archipelago. No matter what Yellow Light had prophesied, he had already paid the price, and the prophet clone didn't mind making an extra trip. Looking at Helmasuin, whose face was even paler, as if he could die at any moment, he reached into his pocket and took out a brass-colored charm he had already prepared, handing it over and saying, "Since I'm already here, there's no need to trouble you again later. This is a charm I made by imitating the hidden sage's knowledge, person by person. When activated, it can record all of the user's memories and knowledge." Helmasuin was silent for a moment before sighing and reaching out to take the charm handed to him by the prophet clone. During this process, he popped another candy into his mouth. Gripping the brass-colored charm tightly in his hand, he softly chanted in ancient Hermes, "Knowledge." The brass-colored charm suddenly erupted in a dazzling light. Specks of brass light rapidly moved, outlining one mysterious symbol after another, forming pairs of illusory eyes. These illusory eyes stared unblinkingly ahead, as if meticulously recording something. This situation lasted less than half a minute. Specks of brass light rapidly converged, forming a translucent orb of light in midair. The prophet clone took out a child's fist-sized, rhomboid blue crystal from his other pocket, engraved with the holy emblem of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. The translucent orb of light floating in midair seemed to be drawn, flying directly into the blue crystal. Putting away the blue crystal, which contained the knowledge of the 2nd-generation differential engine, the prophet clone bowed slightly to Helmasuin. "Thank you for your help." Cough cough cough, Helmasuin coughed several more times before recovering, and said in a hoarse voice, "It's nothing. Although I don't know what deal Venethan made with you, it doesn't prevent me from choosing to trust their judgment." Chapter 531, KWM Chapter 529, Help. After 2 seconds of silence, Helmasuin shifted his gaze to Klein, and with a slight smile, he said, "Your Highness, I should take my leave. The lifespan of this body has reached its end." MHM. Klein maintained Gehrman Sparrow's expressionless face, merely nodding slightly in acknowledgement. Turning halfway, Helmasuin suddenly turned his body back, looking at Klein and saying, "In that Yellow Light's prophecy, the great ruler above the spirit world is one of the variables of the apocalypse, and my encountering you now, as the apocalypse approaches, makes me even more convinced of your identity. Although I cannot be certain if you are truly the great ruler above the spirit world, the unique qualities about you are already enough for me to come and express my goodwill and make a certain investment. To some extent, we 7 lights of the spirit world are the embodiment of spirit world information, naturally subordinate to the great ruler above the spirit world. Your Highness, you can completely trust us." Cough cough. Klein was silent for a second, then said, "Thank you for your reminder, Hilarion. Helmasuin nodded slightly, not responding further, and walked with heavy steps towards the staircase on one side of the hallway. Only after his figure disappeared from sight did Klein close the door, turning his head to glance at the prophet clone who had already sat back at the small round table. He thoughtfully said, "Ever since Admiral Emlin's incident last time, I've been careful and wary of that mother tree. At that time, I even used the opportunity of acting to change identities and hide for a period. But Orange Light Hilarion specifically came to remind me to be careful of the mother tree. I always feel that things won't be that simple." He was previously controlled by the Rose School of Thought, and the Rose School of Thought is a force that believes in that mother tree. Did he learn something? The prophet clone leaned back in the wooden chair, his right hand half gripping a ceramic coffee cup, his index finger gently tapping the rim of the cup, saying, "Most likely, just as Helmasuin said, I can completely obtain the manuscript of the second-generation differential engine from him after he returns to the spirit world. Yellow Light Venathan doesn't need me to come to him to obtain it now." Klein's expression suddenly became solemn. For Yellow Light Venathan to call AL's avatar over indicates that he is certain that I cannot safely get through this attack with my own abilities. After 2 seconds of silence, he suddenly thought of something and curiously turned his head to look at the prophet clone, asking, "Aren't you a prophet? What can you predict?" The prophet clone shrugged and said, "The mutant pathway also has anti-divination and anti-prophecy abilities. With that level of interference, I can't discover anything. I had already made a prediction before coming. I could feel danger, but I couldn't see any more information. But my appearance in Biome is inherently dangerous. Given the Church of the Lord of Storm's volatile nature, once they notice me, they certainly won't hold back with divine punishment." After a pause, as if he had seen what Klein was thinking, he said, "It's probably too late for you to escape now. The journey will only be more dangerous, and spirit world travel also has the possibility of being interfered with. It's better to stay here. The Church of the Lord of Storms has strengthened its forces stationed in Biome, and if necessary, we can drag them in as well. You're really skilled at this." Klein's mouth twitched slightly. After a pause, he asked with some curiosity, "By the way, why do you like to scheme against the Church of the Lord of Storms so much? On the sea, the Church of the Lord of Storms is the most dominant, and also, Beyonders of the Storm pathway are very easily provoked." The prophet clone spread his hands with an expression that said there was nothing he could do. "You're right." Klein murmured in agreement, noncommittally. Then he walked with heavy steps to the desk leaning against the wall, picked up the fountain pen on the table, and began to write the letter he was preparing to send to Azek. He briefly described his encounter with Orange Light Hilarion, and finally emphasized the other party's warning to be careful of the mother tree and his own suspicions. After putting down the fountain pen, he took out Azek's copper whistle from his pocket, brought it to his mouth, and blew it, while tearing the letter paper from the notebook. On the floor of the hotel room, white bones gushed out like a fountain, assembling in midair to form a tall white bone messenger. Klein folded the freshly torn letter paper and handed it to the messenger. The white bone messenger quickly disintegrated upon receiving the letter, transforming into a pile of bones that darted into the spirit world. "Why does it look like it's running away?" Klein looked at the prophet clone, who was sitting idly by, with some confusion. "Perhaps my gaze just now was too unrestrained, scaring this Mr. Messenger." The prophet clone said faintly, looking at the place where the white bone messenger disappeared. Klein nodded, saying nothing more. He was busy taking out his adventurer's harmonica, which he used to summon Miss Messenger, and blew it. Silently, Rionette Tinker, with golden hair and red eyes, carrying 4 heads, appeared in the room. The prophet clone and the 4 heads with 8 eyes held by Miss Messenger stared at each other for a moment, then the prophet clone somewhat unnaturally shifted his gaze. Rionette Tinker looked around, finally turning to Klein, and spoke segment by segment. "No. Letter." Klein forced a smile, and at the same time took out a gold coin from his pocket and handed it over, saying, "I'm not sending a letter this time. I have something I want to discuss with you. This is the summoning fee." One of the heads held by Rionette Tinker suddenly lunged forward and bit the gold coin. The 2 heads that hadn't been able to speak before then said, "What matter?" Klein tried to make himself appear more sincere, saying, "I might encounter some danger from the Rose School of Thought recently. I hope I can summon you for help at that time, is that possible?" Rionette Tinker's 4 heads simultaneously looked towards the prophet clone, who was leaning back in a wooden chair, their crimson eyes shifting as they said, "He is a demigod. Why? Look for me. I'm still wanted by the Church of the Lord of Storms. If I openly clash with someone in the Rorsted Archipelago, the Storm's divine punishment could fall at any time." Rionette Tinker's 8 eyes in her 4 heads rolled in their sockets, as if accepting this explanation. Her 4 heads then spoke in turn. "Can pay 10,000 gold coins. 10,000. That's 10,000 pounds. Klein opened his mouth, feeling a bit of a toothache, and said, "I don't have that much money right now." "You can Pay in installments. Klein tilted his head slightly, looking at the prophet clone, who was still drinking coffee, with a hint of reproach in his eyes. Did Miss Messenger learn this from you? The prophet clone shrugged, and before Klein could nod, he said, the Rose School of Thought will have saints, and even angels, coming. We can also use this opportunity to help you hunt 1 or 2 saints and retrieve parts of your body. The 4 heads with 8 eyes held by Rionette Tinker simultaneously stared at him with concentrated gazes. In their crimson eyes, suppressed desires flowed tangibly, and the aura around her suddenly became extremely oppressive. This state lasted for less than 2 seconds before she reigned in her aura. Her 4 heads then spoke in turn. Can. If. Successful. No charge. The prophet clone nodded lightly and said, I've also called an angel from the Moses ascetic order to help. There's a good chance of successfully ambushing and killing a saint amidst the chaos. Rionette Tinker said nothing more. Her 4 heads nodded simultaneously and disappeared from the hotel room. After Miss Messenger left, Klein immediately pressed, when did you notify the Moses ascetic order's angel? And Miss Messenger's body? Now. As the prophet clone spoke, he grasped at the void in front of him with his right hand, pulling out a pale yellow piece of paper from the spirit world. Rionette Tinker was the leader of the temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. Later, due to Sears's birth, the Rose School of Thought erupted in civil war, and she also fell under the siege of Sears and other high-ranking members. However, she should have made some preparations beforehand and revived in a special state in the spirit world. Her ancient Bane body was divided into many pieces, each sealed with the saints of the Indulgence faction of the Rose School of Thought. As he spoke, he picked up a fountain pen from the desk and quickly wrote down a few Dudanese words, then folded the letter paper and casually tossed it into the spirit world. A tapping sound suddenly rang out, and a strip of white paper was suddenly ejected from the wireless telegraph machine Klein had placed aside. He hurried over, recording and translating the content of the telegram using a cipher book. The prophet clone shifted his gaze and looked over, relying on his memory to directly translate the content of the telegram signal in his mind. I see you. And they're still using general encryption. The Rose School of Thought people really have some brains, but not much. As he sighed, his spiritual intuition produced some subtle premonitions. His eyes naturally deepened, lost focus, and became covered with a thick layer of silvery white. In this state, the world in his eyes became exceptionally chaotic and blurry, as if countless anomalies were piled up. Among these anomalies, countless colors flowed, seemingly corresponding to the various desires in people's hearts, stacking and deforming layer upon layer. Not long after, a distorted and bizarre tree appeared. The branches of its crown extended upwards endlessly, seemingly piercing into the illusory and ethereal astral world, connecting with a certain place, a certain existence. Thump. 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 The sound of his heart beating violently echoed in his ears, stirring the emotions and desires deep within him. The prophet clone only felt a sharp stinging pain in his eyes, as if needles were piercing them. His nose felt warm, and streams of crimson blood flowed from it. The prophecy state was passively interrupted. The prophet clone swayed, quickly reaching out to steady himself by gripping the tabletop. He reached up and touched the blood flowing from his nostrils, grimacing as he said, saw something I shouldn't have. When did my prophecy ability become so strong? What did you see? Is it related to the telegram just now? Klein asked with concern, handing over a towel. Taking the towel from Klein's hand, he wiped the blood from his face as he said, I accidentally saw a projection of the mother tree. This process was very brief, and I only saw a tiny projection. She shouldn't have noticed my prying. The Rose School of Thought people should already be searching the entire city for you. Thankfully, Helmasuin's death has mobilized the official forces here, so the Rose School of Thought's search can't be too reckless. Klein's expression darkened. He couldn't help but suggest, should we leave by him now? The prophet clone slowly shook his head. He looked at the dark sky outside the window and calmly said, I noticed some subtle changes when I passed through the spirit world area earlier, carrying a hint of a curse. Clearly, the Rose School of Thought people had anticipated this possibility and made some preparations. I can leave through spirit world travel, but taking you with me might not be possible. Let's wait for Mr. Azek to arrive. Chapter 532, KWM Chapter 530 Sun Cube. Klein's expression wasn't very good. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a low voice. How about I change my identity now and stay overnight at the nearest storm cathedral? The prophet clone looked at Klein with some surprise and chuckled. You can try, but they will definitely be able to trace the identity of Gehrman Sparrow afterward. Moreover, what are you going to do with your marionette Curtius? He can't be too far from you, otherwise he will directly turn into a corpse that has long been dead, and since he is a beyonder of the demon pathway, it's very easy for problems to be discovered if he appears in a place like a cathedral. Klein sighed helplessly. Marionette Curtius was a Sequence 5 Desire Apostle, and he held a powerful mystical item. His combat ability was stronger than Klein's own, so he certainly couldn't give him up easily. Frowning in thought for a moment, he spoke again. Perhaps I can go near the cathedral. I just need to make some noise if I'm attacked, and the punishers of the Church of the Lord of Storms will quickly notice. Moreover, even that abomination can't just casually fight in front of a true god's cathedral, right? Especially after the Church of the Lord of Storms Cathedral of Waves was recently stolen by Amon. I remember that the Punisher squad here wields a darkness pathway sealed artifact. It can pull living beings within a certain range into the same dream, which is advantageous for me because I can remain conscious in dreams. The Prophet clone nodded in agreement with Klein's idea, then said. Good idea, but you need to go to Grey Fog first and help me transfer some mystical items over. They'll definitely be useful later. As he spoke, he rose from the wooden chair. Pale blue light surged in his eyes, outlining strange symbols that reflected in the room, forming a wall of spirituality with a concealing effect. Seeing that the surroundings were sealed by the wall of spirituality, Klein no longer hesitated and immediately entered the space above Grey Fog by walking 4 steps in reverse. In the forsaken land of the gods, Leyton walked across the lonely, dark wilderness, holding a dim yellow lantern. Under the faint yellow light, the standard for measuring distance was distorted. With every step he took, his figure distorted, directly shifting dozens of meters forward. This process repeated continuously, and in just a few breaths, his figure had moved over 1,000 meters forward. 2 minutes later, Leyton stopped moving forward. He placed the dim yellow lantern on the ground. Around him, sparkling golden specks of light fell, emitting bright and warm radiance, also carrying the purification power of the sun domain. After the corrosion on his body was purified, he casually flicked out a handful of black powder, spreading spirituality to create a starry night sky around him, with some soul-soothing effect, allowing him to gradually erase the negative desires and emotions caused by the dim yellow lantern while resting. After resting for a while, a dense gray fog suddenly surged before his eyes. At the highest point of the gray fog, the fool's figure sat leisurely on a high-backed chair, appearing extremely tall and mysterious. He was still wondering what Klein wanted with him at this time, when the next moment, the other party's voice echoed in his ears. I've been targeted by the Rose School of Thought, and your avatar is here too. He needs some mystical items. I know, the Mother Tree wants to have a child with you. Of course, it might also be you who has the child, Leyton said with a hint of a smile, complaining without any empathy. Above gray fog, Klein's mouth twitched. Thanks, no need to remind me of that. With a dark expression, he cut off the connection with Leyton, then rummaged through the pile of miscellaneous items for a stack of cut paper figures, preparing to take them out for later use. After about a minute, he saw the crimson star representing Leyton begin to expand and contract, sending out ripples of deep crimson. He heard Leyton's prayer. The fool who does not belong to this era, you are the Lord of Mysteries above gray fog, you are the King of Yellow and Black who holds good luck. Your loyal servant prays to you. Pray that you open the door to your kingdom. Pray that you accept his offering. Klein rose from the high-backed chair, walked to the back of the magnificent hall, and extended his spirituality to touch the illusory, dark, heavy door, pushing it open with his spirituality. The wailing winds howled into form, and the boundless gray fog began to surge. The illusory, dark, heavy door creaked open slowly. A scroll with colors mixed together like a child's scribble, and a dim yellow lantern with a metallic sheen, were thrown from the other side of the door. As the sacrificed items were thrown out, the illusory door also quickly became transparent and disappeared as if it could no longer be sustained. Klein slightly raised his hand, and the 2 mystical items flew by themselves to the mottled long table beside him. Sitting back on the high-backed chair belonging to the fool, he picked up the 2 mystical items with some curiosity and confirmed their magical effects and negative impacts through divination. After a while longer, prayers once again echoed above gray fog. A new crimson star emerged from the depths of the gray fog, and crimson ripples, like water waves, spread through the grand and ancient palace, mixed with a somewhat childish and familiar voice. Bugs Bunny's voice. The creatures praying to the fool are becoming more and more diverse. I wonder if there will be cats, dogs, or even fish from the sea praying to me in the future. Muttering to himself, Klein repeated his previous actions, extending his spirituality to push open the illusory door created by the sacrificial ritual, and brought the items offered by Bugs Bunny to Grey Fog. It was a golden yellow square box engraved with numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings, somewhat resembling a metal Rubik's Cube that could be distorted freely. No matter how the symbolic patterns and magical markings on its surface were combined, they would always perfectly form a complete pattern. Just by holding it, Klein felt a dry mouth and throat, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead and back. Where his right hand touched the golden yellow Rubik's Cube, his skin was red from the heat, and faint scorch marks appeared. This negative effect is much more severe than the sun broach. If the sun broach is midsummer, then this is directly entering a desert at noon. And this dryness is true, not just a physical illusion. Holding it for a long time will truly turn one into a dried corpse. And this is still above gray fog. Once it leaves this place, can this thing really still be used? Klein pondered while trying to divine its effects and negative impacts. After writing down the divination statement on the materialized paper, he held the paper in his right hand and repeated it several times in a low voice, then closed his eyes and quickly entered a state of sleep through meditation. In the dream, as soon as his consciousness regained clarity, he was stimulated by the bright, dazzling sunlight and couldn't open his eyes. The next moment, the surrounding light suddenly weakened, becoming fainter and fainter, as if being continuously swallowed by something. Only then did Klein slowly open his eyes. The surrounding light had become extremely faint, almost completely gone. In front of him, the golden-yellow Rubik's Cube, engraved with numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings, floated motionless in midair, emitting a faint, flickering light, like an old, poorly connected incandescent bulb. Its absorbing light. Is one of this Rubik's Cube's effects the ability to absorb and store light? Klein murmured in confusion. As if responding to his question, the Rubik's Cube, engraved with numerous symbolic patterns and magical markings, suddenly began to rotate on its own. When all 6 of its faces formed a sun pattern, specks of golden sunlight emanated from within the Rubik's Cube. This light seemed to pry open cracks in the Rubik's Cube's metal surface, spreading along the sun's pattern and illuminating it completely. At this instant, a fierce burst of sunlight erupted. Pure, flawless, scorching light instantly engulfed everything, like a purifying radiance that left no trace of evil or darkness around. Even space became chaotic under this scorching light. Anything enveloped by this light would find it difficult to escape. Everything under this light, even souls, would be burned and purified by it. The intense impact directly woke Klein from his slumber. He leaned back on the high-backed chair, breathing heavily. Although it was in a dream, for a moment he truly felt his body and soul melt into that scorching sunlight. He panted and exclaimed. Phew! Is this thing really not meant for mutual destruction? Even the user cannot avoid the damage it brings, and because they are too close, they are likely to be the first to be melted by the scorching sunlight. Forming the same pattern on different faces of the Rubik's Cube allows it to be used, but it shouldn't just have the sun pattern from before. Forget it, I won't continue divining. That feeling is too uncomfortable. Among Grade 1 sealed artifacts, it should be considered one of the most powerful in terms of lethality. The characteristics for forging it should come from the golden carriage in the Sea of Ruins. The Rubik's Cube's shape was clearly modified by an artisan, and to modify a Grade 1 sealed artifact, it must be at least a demigod-level artisan. After muttering to himself for a while, he quickly composed himself, extended his spirituality, and communicated with the crimson star representing the prophet clone, telling him to prepare for the bestowal ritual. Inside the hotel in the dock district, the prophet clone leaned against the window frame, calmly observing the street outside under the dim streetlights, falling leaves drifting against the wind, a suddenly swaying curtain in a distant house, and a pale figure flashing across a glass window. Coming quite fast. Did he foresee something and speed up his actions? He murmured, then suddenly raised his left hand and snapped his fingers softly. Snap. The crisp sound was covered by a sudden sonic boom above his head. In the violently dispersing airflow, there were also some light yellow paper scraps. A terrifyingly powerful spirit scanned over almost the next moment, carrying undisguised anger. The intensity of that sonic boom just now wasn't too high, but the explosive sound was extremely penetrating, easily reminding people of the sound that had spread throughout the city earlier. Under the dim light, the street was unusually silent, with only the much more intense wind howling past. In the sky, the strong wind carried Sea King John Cotman closer from afar. His loose Church of the Lord of Storms priest robe was stretched by his well-defined muscles, flapping in the wind. His dark blue eyes scanned the street and houses below. A moment later, the howling strong wind in the sky gradually weakened, leaving only a cold snort echoing with the night wind. After confirming that Sea King John Cotman had moved away, the prophet clone suddenly pulled out a light yellow paper figure from his pocket. Many strange symbols were drawn on the paper figure with spiritual blood. He flicked his right hand in midair, and the paper figure was directly flung out the window. It expanded and distorted in midair, transforming into a figure draped in a dark black cloak. The paper figure landed lightly, looked around, then naturally merged into the surrounding shadows and ran towards the city's dock district. Chapter 533, KWM Chapter 531, Wraith. Watching the paper figurine avatar merge into the shadows in the distance, the prophet clone turned and walked back to the desk against the wall. He skillfully rummaged through the drawer for candles, essential oils, and other items needed for the ritual, then began setting up the ritual of supplication. As soon as the ritual was completed, Klein responded from above the gray fog, sending down a stack of pre-cut paper figurines, a dark bronze lantern, a painting that looked like a child's random scribbles, and a golden metal Rubik's Cube. With the appearance of these items, the room's temperature rapidly rose, instantly transforming from early spring to scorching summer. The dim yellow gas wall lamp also brightened, becoming more like a bright yellow furnace, radiating light and heat. The prophet clone lowered his head, felt the temperature in the room, and the lingering sun aura, then murmured in a low voice. This container won't last much longer, the Lightseeker Beyonder characteristic is truly troublesome to store. As he spoke, he summoned an invisible hand to pick up the metal Rubik's Cube from the ground. The moment he took it, it felt like holding a burning flame. The skin on his palm quickly dried, reddened, and gradually showed signs of charring. Enduring the scorching heat in his hand, the pale blue glow in the Prophet Clone's eyes flowed continuously, and specks of bronze light rapidly moved around him, outlining strange symbols in the air, which gradually merged into the faintly golden metal Rubik's Cube in his hand. The Rubik's Cube's temperature gradually dropped, and the numerous symbolic characters and magical markings inscribed on its surface, which had reflected brilliant golden sunlight, rapidly dimmed, changing from golden yellow to a bronze color with hints of rust. Placing the Rubik's Cube into his coat pocket, he bent down again to pick up the painting that looked like random scribbles, still on the ground, and looked at Klein, who had already left the gray fog, saying, "You can prepare to run now. I just used paper figurines to lure away a few people who were approaching, but they'll react very quickly. Have your marionette Curtius carry this lantern. As it is essentially a corpse, it can avoid the negative effects. As long as you are within the range of the lantern's light, you should be able to distort or confuse the attacked target through the connection between yourself and your marionette Curtius." "All right." Klein did not refuse. After nodding, he immediately had his marionette Curtius pick up the dark bronze lantern and the stack of pre-cut paper figurines that were still on the ground. He quickly tidied up the room, erasing any traces he left behind, then pulled out a paper figurine from inside his coat and shook it open. It spontaneously combusted in midair, turning into a wisp of ash, which was blown out of the half-open window by the spiritual wind. These paper figurines, which he had placed above the gray fog and imbued with its aura, would have a better anti-divination effect. Having done all this, he lightly nodded towards the Prophet Clone, who was leaning against the wall, still twirling the rolled-up painting in his hand, and asked, "Which way is safer for me to run now?" "Into the city, towards the church." The Prophet Clone nodded gently. As he spoke, he turned around, placed his right hand on the wall, and a pale blue glow rippled like water beneath his palm, continuously spreading outwards, instantly forming a translucent pale blue door. Pointing to the door that had opened on the wall, he chuckled and said, "Good luck to you. I'll catch up with you once you've escaped the city." Klein nodded lightly, not asking what he intended to do by staying there, and directly passed through the door on the wall with his marionette Curtius, leaving the hotel. Watching Klein leave, the Prophet Clone sat back down at the small round table by the window, then suddenly snapped his fingers, and the wall of spirituality enveloping the hotel room instantly vanished. Next, he took out several folded paper figurines from his overcoat pocket and casually tossed them out the window. With a sudden gust of wind, these pale yellow paper figurines were carried and flown to various locations on the street. Having done all this, he unfolded the painting that looked like a child's random scribbles on the tabletop. He gently rubbed his fingers, creating specks of bronze-colored light dust that fell onto the painting. The haphazardly distributed colors on it suddenly seemed to come alive, slowly flowing across the paper. Whoosh! A chilling wind suddenly swept through the quiet room. Under the dim yellow gas wall lamp, a figure suddenly appeared in the full-length mirror in the corner. His figure was ethereal and elusive, like a bodiless phantom, easily detaching from the mirror and appearing in the hotel room. He wore a black tailcoat, had sunken eye sockets, and a frighteningly pale complexion. He looked to be in his 30s, with neatly parted light brown hair, and eyes that were black with hints of green, containing an uncontrollable madness. He lowered his head to look at the strange little figure he held in his hand, then his gaze, filled with confusion, swept around the room, completely ignoring the figure sitting at the round table. The Prophet Clone remained seated in a relaxed posture on the wooden chair, his voice calm, almost like a warning, as he spoke. "A wraith. Do you know that it's impolite to just barge into someone else's room?" Hearing his words, the other party finally turned his gaze to him, his eyes filled with surging, unconcealed malice, and he spoke in a low voice. "Are you the only one in this room?" "Of course not, there's also a lost beyonder characteristic." The Prophet Clone chuckled. Pale blue light flowed in his eyes, outlining one strange symbol after another in his pupils, appearing cold and rational. At this moment, his emotions and desires were suppressed to the extreme, and his entire being entered a state of absolute rationality. At the same time, the wraith who had suddenly intruded became transparent and ethereal. Centered around him, an inexplicable chilling wind, originating from who knows where, suddenly swept through the room. White frost, tainted with the aura of death, rapidly covered the entire room, and beautiful, dreamy snowflakes floated in the air. The sudden drop in temperature made one's hair stand on end, causing an uncontrollable shiver throughout the body. The next moment, all the frost and snowflakes in the room vanished, turning into a puddle of colorful paint dripping onto the ground. "Hey, if you can't immediately summon a demigod to save you, then I'll take the Wraith Beyonder characteristic from you." The Prophet Clone leaned back against the chair, gray-white three-dimensional symbols floating in his eyes, making his voice extremely infectious, unconsciously provoking anger and impulsiveness. Seemingly provoked into anger, the Wraith opposite suddenly took a step forward, and his body completely disappeared, becoming transparent. The next moment, two figures, wearing black tailcoats, with sunken eye sockets and frighteningly pale complexions, suddenly appeared in each of the prophet clone's pupils. His body became somewhat stiff at this moment, as if he had suddenly been thrown into a block of extremely cold ice, making it difficult for his body to perform effective movements. This state did not last too long. He gently rubbed his fingers twice, creating specks of bright yellow light that scattered over him. The next moment, his body thinned, became brittle, and transformed into a crudely cut pale yellow paper figurine, which spontaneously ignited with golden flames imbued with the aura of the sun. Within the golden flames, a transparent, ethereal figure suddenly emerged. His body melted like a candle, dripping transparent liquid onto the ground. The intense burning sensation made him let out screams, his voice extremely sharp, as if it could pierce eardrums and harm spirits. The glow flowing in the eyes of the prophet clone, who had appeared in the corner of the room, suddenly deepened. Specks of bronze light converged and moved in front of him, outlining a balance-like pattern, radiating an awe that made people feel an empty dread and an irresistible urge to prostrate themselves. At the same time, his voice, filled with an indescribable sense of authority, spoke. Wraith shrieks are forbidden here. The shriek that had just echoed in the room suddenly vanished, as if it had been transferred to another dimension. There was no longer any sound in the room. The wraith, still being painfully burned in the golden light of fire, continued to make the motion of screaming with an open mouth, but could not produce any sound. The prophet clone stood calmly in place, continuing to chant in a very authoritative voice. Wraith shadows are forbidden here. In the center of the room, the wraith, whose body was covered in translucent white frost, suddenly froze. His aura became weak and continued to decline, and his already pale and ethereal figure became even more transparent, as if he could disappear at any moment. The prophet clone watched the other party intently, leaning forward, clenching his right fist, and as he swung his arm, he chanted in a low voice in Dragonese. Death. A afterimage rushed out of his body with the swing of his fist, like an executioner of death, striking the wraith in the center of the room with an irresistible and unavoidable posture. The weakened wraith had not yet reacted when the afterimage, swinging its fist, struck him. The transparent, ethereal wraith's body cracked inch by inch from the heart, shattering into pieces of red scales composed of deep red moonlight. At the same time, a deep red moonlight appeared at the window of the room and quickly reassembled the wraith's body. The prophet clone's hand movements did not stop. Specks of bright yellow light gathered in his hand, blooming into clear and pure sunlight, gradually condensing into the shape of a spear. Puffed. The next moment, the hotel room was like a piece of paper that had been poked through from the outside. A pair of broad, brown-skinned, heavily furrowed hands reached in from outside, grabbed the wraith's shoulders, and dragged him out. No wonder he dared to be so arrogant. Turns out there really was a demigod following him. The prophet clone exclaimed, as if completely unaware. The ceiling, walls, and floor of the hotel room all began to melt. Colorful and rich pigments flowed everywhere, spontaneously converging on the small round table by the window, forming a painting that looked like random scribbles. As the pigments melted, the overlapped space in the hotel room returned to normal. Mr. Wraith, who had just been dragged out of the room by the suddenly appearing hands, and the owner of those hands, appeared before the prophet clone. It was an old man with brownish-black skin. The wrinkles on his face formed deep furrows, and his sparse white hair was like autumn leaves, as if he had lived for many, many years, his entire being permeated with the scent of decay. The prophet clone calmly observed the demigod who had appeared before him, and the light accumulating in his right hand became even brighter. He chuckled at the two serious figures before him and said, "Rose School of Thought. This is Byam, the capital of the Rorstad archipelago. Aren't your actions a bit too presumptuous? At sea, a disciple of silence in the same sequence cannot defeat a sea king." As he spoke, he squeezed his right hand. Crash! With a crisp shattering sound, the spear that had just condensed in his hand instantly disintegrated into a pure, blazing sunlight. This light spread outwards like a tide, layer upon layer, dyeing everything around it golden, illuminating every corner, purifying all filth, darkness, and fallen, leaving not a trace of darkness, not a single shadow. As soon as this light appeared, a sizzling sound echoed in the air. The two members of the Rose School of Thought, who hadn't managed to escape the light's embrace in time, simultaneously began to emit wisps of green smoke. The light came quickly and left quickly, lasting only a second or two, and then the surroundings returned to the quiet, cool night. Whoosh! In midair, the wind suddenly intensified, and a figure, carried by the strong winds, sped from the distance. The wraith, who had returned to his flesh and blood form, looked uneasily at the old man beside him, his voice somewhat hoarse. Master Jax. Chapter 534, KWM Chapter 532, Chase and Escape. The Rose School of Thought Saint, known as Jax, looked up in the direction the wind was blowing from and said calmly, "He can't escape. Silnes has already brought the blood pirates to wait for him outside the city. You lead the School of Thought members inside the city to pursue him. If he has helpers, drag it out and drive him out of the city. If not, directly make a move. The mother tree will guide us. He can't hide. When mentioning the mother tree, Jax's expression and tone became extremely pious, as if he could prostrate himself on the ground at any moment, chanting the mother tree's honorific name while kissing the ground. Yes, Lord Jax. The wraith, whose face was overly pale, bowed slightly. While bending down, he did not forget to glance at the strange little figure he held in his hand. Tightening his right hand, his body quickly became transparent and ethereal, directly performing a mirror blink through the glass windows of nearby houses, rapidly traveling through the mirror world and heading towards the direction of the church within the city. Boom. Boom. Several thick silver-white lightning bolts suddenly leaped out of the clouds, striking down from the sky and exploding at the spot where Jax stood. After a burst of smoke and dust, only a scorched deep pit and scattered fine currents remained on the street. Jax's figure appeared on a nearby rooftop, his eyes glowing with a faint green light, filled with an uncontrollable cruelty and bloodlust, as he looked up at the sky. The dark clouds in the sky surged and pressed down continuously, with silver-white lightning streaking through them, making rumbling sounds and exuding an immense sense of oppression. Several pale yellow paper figures were swept into the air by the wind. Under the silver-white electric light, the paper figures rapidly self-ignited, and faint golden flames outlined strange symbols in the air, which were then quickly shattered by the silver-white electric snakes. On the second floor of a hotel at the end of the street, the prophet clone stood by the staircase window, quietly looking out at the scene. Watching the constantly rising faint golden flames and the surrounding silver-white lightning bolts, he sighed with emotion. Sea King has also learned to be cautious, he isn't giving me any chance at all. As he sighed, faint blue light flowed in his eyes, like a reflection of a brilliant starry river. Amidst the twinkling starlight, his body became transparent, like a statue formed by countless stars. The statue shattered, and brilliant starlight surged, flowing through the cracks in the surrounding floor and walls, moving away from the street. On a distant rooftop, Jax, enveloped by the swirling strong winds, gazed deeply in this direction. His body suddenly became transparent and ethereal, like a completely insubstantial phantom, moving through the leaves, papers, and tiles swept up by the strong wind. The constantly striking lightning bolts did not affect him in the slightest. Each time he was about to be struck, he managed to avoid it perfectly. The pursuit between the two sides gradually moved away from this street, away from the city. On the fountain plaza outside the Cathedral of Waves, robed clergy in dark blue robes moved about from time to time. Ever since Amon had once stolen from the Cathedral of Waves, the number of Beyonders stationed by the Church of the Lord of Storms there had increased. On the street at the edge of the plaza, in the shadows untouched by the gas lamps, Klein moved forward at a steady pace. He occasionally looked up to observe the patrolling punishers of the Church of the Lord of Storms, ensuring that he could attract their attention at the first sign of danger. Why do I feel inexplicably stimulated? Given my identity, I wouldn't have a good outcome whether I fell into the hands of the Rose School of Thought or the Church of the Lord of Storms. I hope I can successfully escape when they start fighting. As he sighed inwardly, he raised a hand to pull down the brim of his semi-tall silk top hat. Behind him, Marionette Curtius, carrying a dark bronze lantern in one hand and a stick-like object wrapped in black cloth strips in the other, walked quickly on the street, behaving like a sailor rushing to the Red Theater. In an unnoticed corner, Klein slowed his pace slightly. He was already close to leaving the range of the Fountain Plaza. Why is no one attacking yet? I'm almost out of the Fountain Plaza. They can't possibly expect me to turn back, can they? At that point, it wouldn't be the Rose School of Thought chasing me, but the punishers of the Church of the Lord of Storms apprehending a suspicious person. As he was about to turn into the next street, Klein suddenly stopped. He suddenly felt a sense of crisis that he couldn't pinpoint the source of. As expected, the Rose School of Thought people had already discovered me. They were waiting for me to leave the sight range of the punishers patrolling the Fountain Plaza. Taking a deep breath to calm his tense breathing, Klein turned his steps, appearing ready to return to the Fountain Plaza. The moment his foot lifted, his movement suddenly stopped, and he stood frozen in place. In his brown eyes, two male figures were reflected, both wearing black tailcoats, with sunken eye sockets, pale faces, and neat, precisely parted light brown hair, appearing to be in their 30s. The next moment, the figures reflected in his eyes suddenly disappeared, then appeared in the pupils of Marionette Curtius, who was following not far behind him. The moment he was wraith-possessed, he controlled the marionette to use the ability of the dark bronze lantern, twisting the possessed target into his own marionette. Immediately, he activated his spirit body threads vision. He saw that his Marionette Curtius had some spirit body threads that did not belong to him. It really is a wraith. Good thing I held back from observing the surroundings through spirit body threads earlier, so as not to alert them. A wraith's spiritual intuition can easily sense such gazes. Miss Sharon had shown this special trait before. As thoughts spun in his mind, he had already tried to manipulate these spirit body threads that did not belong to his marionette, while also magnifying the effect of his own spirit body threads through the dark bronze lantern. On Marionette Curtius's body, a transparent, illusory face flickered in and out of existence, with a numb and ferocious expression. The magnified effect of the spirit body threads is quite terrifying. In less than a second, it entered the preliminary control stage. I feel that if I just hold on for a minute, this wraith will transform into my new marionette. Unfortunately, I already have one marionette, and with my current potion digestion progress, I am far from being able to control two marionettes simultaneously. Whoosh! 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 The sound of something cutting through the air suddenly came from behind him. Klein directly abandoned manipulating the spirit body threads of the wraith-possessing marionette Curtius. He lunged forward, rolled twice on the ground, and quickly stood up. Several translucent ice crystal arrows flew past his hair, embedding themselves in marionette Curtius's chest, instantly forming a layer of frost. Taking advantage of this gap, the wraith-possessing Curtius quickly detached. Whoosh! Whoosh! Again, several ice crystal arrows came from the darkness in the distance. Klein busied himself rolling on the ground to dodge, while simultaneously controlling his marionette to counterattack. Die. A devil language word, full of defilement and degeneration, originating from the abyss, came from the marionette's mouth. The wraith who had just broken free from the marionette's body had not yet managed to make his figure completely transparent and disappear when his movements suddenly stiffened. His heart felt as if it was being fiercely squeezed by an invisible hand, stained with mottled red rust, his aura instantly weakened, and sparks coughed out from his mouth. The next moment, Curtius's body suddenly expanded, goat horns curved outwards from his head, covered in countless mysterious patterns, and a pair of giant bat-wing-like wings spread from his back, entwined with crimson and faint blue flames, emitting a strong smell of sulfur. Variegated, illusory flames burned on the two curved devil horns on his head, seemingly in convergence of various desires and emotions. An invisible wave of impact struck the wraith in front of him. Emotions of despair and fear uncontrollably spread and surged in the wraith's heart, making it difficult for him to think for a moment. Die. Another devil language word, full of defilement and degeneration, accompanied by the sudden flicker of the flame in the lantern he held. Bang bang. Bang bang. Even the wraith, who had strong resistance to defilement and curse-type damage, at this moment, his pupils constricted, and blood surged madly to his brain, as if it would burst his head. The magnified effect of the defiling words made his heart unable to bear the damage any longer. It began to burn with sulfur-smelling flames, turning into ashes bit by bit, and a pungent sulfur smell permeated from his mouth and nose. As expected of a mystical item at the demigod level, it solved a wraith so easily. I feel that even if I encountered a demigod head-on, I wouldn't be completely defenseless. Klein sighed inwardly as he approached the wraith's corpse. Creeping hunger still had an empty slot, and he planned to herd the wraith's soul. Facing the pursuit from the Rose School of Thought, the wraith's abilities would be very useful. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the darkness, several translucent ice crystal arrows shot out again, and at the same time, two figures rushed out, one after the other. Boom. 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 Klein slightly opened his mouth, mimicking the sound of cannon fire. The air in front of him was instantly compressed into air cannonballs, intercepting the ice crystal arrows flying through the air. Then he quickly walked to the wraith's corpse. The glove on his right hand writhed, and a scarlet mouth full of fangs grew from his palm, beginning to devour the flesh and blood on the ground. While letting creeping hunger devour the flesh and blood, he simultaneously controlled marionette Curtius to block the surrounding enemies. Crimson magma and faint blue flames intertwined into exaggerated giant pillar-like shackles, sealing the surroundings tightly. No matter how the people outside attacked, they could not shake it in the slightest. Just as half of the wraith's corpse was devoured, intense wind sounds suddenly erupted around him. Thick silver-white electric light struck down from midair, engulfing both the flame barrier created by marionette Curtius and the Rose School of Thought members attacking the barrier from outside. How did the Punishers arrive so quickly? Klein sighed, then reached out and picked up the remaining half of the corpse from the ground, starting to sprint away. Marionette Curtius diligently followed behind him, wielding an exaggerated greatsword composed of crimson magma and faint blue flames, intercepting all the wind blades and lightning bolts attacking him. A Punisher with dark blue hair suddenly opened his palm forward. The surrounding wind, under his influence, became viscous, turning into invisible ropes, hindering and binding Klein and the others' progress. This effect lasted only for an instant, as the light from the dark bronze lantern held by Marionette Curtius flickered. The invisible wind around them became chaotic, forming an area around them with no obstruction whatsoever. At the same time, the standard for measuring distance became chaotic. He and Marionette Curtius could cover tens of meters with each step, and they quickly left this street, leaving the Church of the Lord of Storm's Punishers behind. Klein ran forward quickly, shifting his position from time to time to dodge the wind blades coming from midair behind him. Above his head, dark clouds pressed down in layers, and silver-white electric snakes darted through the clouds, as if brewing a fatal strike. Chapter 535, KWM Chapter 533 The Divided Battlefield. As he fled, Klein's clothes suddenly came alive, his belt, shirt, coat, and trousers tightening, wrapping around him in circles like a bundled zongzi, with immense force, as if from a giant bear's embrace. His forward movement halted, his body lost its balance, and he uncontrollably fell to the ground, while several translucent, gloomy green ice crystal arrows condensed in front of him, carrying a strong aura of death, striking towards his heart. Marionette Curtius extended his right hand forward, a pale blue flame ignited in his palm, forming a giant cage that froze the gloomy green ice crystal arrows in midair. As the ice crystal arrows shattered, the pale blue flame also transformed into a transparent ice sculpture, emitting a chilling cold. Bound by his own clothes, Klein tried to rub his fingers together, wanting to light the paper figure in his inner pocket to create some fire for a flame jump. His coat tails coiled with great sentience, tightly wrapping his hands, preventing any movement. The leaves, newspapers, and other items caught by the wind in the surroundings suddenly changed direction, shooting towards him in unison. Just as they were about to hit him, these leaves, newspapers, and other items again defied the laws of physics, changing direction and disappearing into the trunk of a nearby roadside tree. The tree trunk, originally as thick as an adult's waist, was instantly riddled with holes like a hornet's nest. A pale yellow paper figure, covered with various symbolic patterns and magical marks, suddenly appeared, drifting there with a sudden gust of wind, and landing beside Klein. As soon as it touched the ground, the paper figure instantly ignited, erupting in a bright, pale golden light, outlining peculiar symbols representing light and the sun. The next moment, a magnificent, pure, blazing pillar of light descended from the sky, enveloping the surroundings, radiating the vast and pervasive aura of the sun. The clothes that tightly bound Klein suddenly loosened, and a transparent, illusory body floated up in midair not far from him. His appearance was extremely aged, with deep furrows forming wrinkles on his face, and his white hair as sparse as autumn leaves. It was Jax, the saint of the Rose School. Under the blazing sunlight, his illusory and ethereal body showed signs of melting. Not far away, Marionette Curtius, still in his demon form, also sizzled in the blazing sunlight, with black smoke constantly rising from his body. The blazing sunlight came and went quickly, and the majestic and oppressive figure of the prophet clone appeared at the spot where the paper figure had ignited. Before him, points of brass-colored light rapidly moved, outlining a pattern similar to a scale. He solemnly chanted ancient Hermes words in a voice filled with an indescribable sense of majesty. No wraiths or specters allowed here. No levitation allowed here. No curses allowed here. As his words fell, the aura of the transparent, illusory figure floating in midair rapidly declined, his body became heavy, and he could no longer float in midair. Without giving him a chance to react, the prophet clone continued to simulate the decree spell. Exile. An invisible, immense force suddenly erupted, directly blowing Jax, who was still in his specter state, away. Exile. Exile. The prophet clone consecutively simulated the exile spell ability several times, pushing Jax towards the howling, swirling gale on the other side of the street. Having done all this, he turned his head to look at Klein, who had just gotten up from the ground, and said, "You can summon Miss Messenger now. I have a certain degree of confidence that I can kill this saint of the Rose School. However, you might have to face some dangers alone. The Blood Pirates' people are already waiting for you outside the city, and their captain is most likely a Witch King of the Moon Pathway. I need to face a Witch King alone, and her entire pirate group. Are you sure this isn't sending me to my death?" Klein's mouth twitched slightly. He was unfamiliar with this newly appeared pirate king, only knowing that she was sent by the Rose School of Thought to take over the Blood Pirates and the Blood Tree, and called herself the Crimson Queen. The prophet clone nodded gently and said, "You must believe in your own strength, and Miss Messenger and I are 2 against 1, so we have enough energy to look after you." Klein sighed softly, took out the harmonica used to summon Miss Messenger, put it to his lips, and blew hard. Miss Messenger, dressed in a complex, ornate, dark, and gloomy black long dress, with 4 identical golden-haired, red-eyed heads in her hands, appeared silently. "Is Jax, the saint of the Rose School, who appeared here, carrying what you need?" The 4 heads held by Rionette Tinker simultaneously looked towards the other side of the street, speaking in turn. "Together. Kill him." The prophet clone nodded knowingly. He turned back to signal to Klein that he could leave first, while saying, "Of course, but Sua might arrive at any moment, so we need an opportunity to kill him in one blow." In Rionette Tinker's hand, the head that hadn't spoken before quickly said, "Can." As soon as the words fell, the prophet clone immediately raised his hand to create pale blue light dots, drawing a mysterious symbol representing hidden in front of him, while softly chanting in ancient Hermes. Concealment. A starlit night sky, imbued with tranquility and serenity, suddenly appeared, enveloping him and Miss Messenger, concealing their presence and aura. On the other side of the street, the howling, swirling gale in midair suddenly calmed down considerably, and the gloomy, dim environment brightened somewhat, as if dawn was approaching. A golden, translucent rain began to fall from the sky, carrying a sacred and warm feeling. These raindrops, falling on the members of the Rose School of Thought, instantly became scalding hot, burning charred marks on their skin, and emitting plumes of black smoke. Humph. Jax, bound in midair by the invisible and powerful wind, snorted coldly, his voice hoarse and deep, carrying an undeniable and obvious malice and the aura of a curse. The surrounding wind, which had formed an invisible restraint, suddenly intensified, the surrounding temperature instantly dropped, and the raindrops falling from the sky condensed into fine ice crystals, pushing forward with the suddenly fierce gale. The howling hurricane diminished in the next moment, and in just 1 or 2 breaths, only a gentle breeze caressing the face remained. Streaks of silver-white electric snakes flowed through the dark clouds in midair, as if they could fall at any moment. At the same time, an extremely majestic mental presence, filled with intense anger, scanned the entirety of Byam in a very short time, including the Prophet Clone and Miss Messenger in their concealed state. They both clearly felt the gaze scanning them. The silver-white in the Prophet Clone's eyes rapidly appeared and disappeared. After a pause, he said, "The Storm Church has used a sealed artifact. It feels somewhat like an item from the Black Emperor or Justiciar pathways. Let's get out of Byam City first. There's no need to clash head-on with the Storm Church." The 4 heads held by Rionet Tinker carefully surveyed their surroundings, and then one of the heads spoke. "Can." As soon as the words fell, Rionet Tinker, carrying the 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, rapidly retreated. Where she had stood just moments before, a silver rapier sliced through the concealment and plunged into the ground. A tide-like burst of silver-white light suddenly erupted, the surrounding concealment was strangely dissolved, and space also warped at this moment. People and objects with extraordinary power were irresistibly separated from the real world, forming 2 dimensions that overlapped but did not interfere with each other. Sharp silver-white rays divided the surroundings into grid-like squares, as if segmenting a battlefield. A silver-white transparent barrier stood between the Prophet Clone and Rionet Tinker. The 2 exchanged glances, and one of the heads held by Rionet Tinker suddenly opened its mouth and exhaled. A whooshing sound of wind arose, and a chilly wind, mixed with the aura of death and cold, whistled through, blowing against the silver-white transparent barrier in front, disappearing without causing any reaction. The Prophet Clone took 2 steps forward and pressed his hand against the silver-white transparent barrier, as if touching a solid wall. No matter how hard he pushed, his arm could not advance even a centimeter further. His wrist rotated slightly, and pale blue specks of light rippled outwards, circle after circle, but the door that should have formed never appeared. He withdrew his arm and explained calmly. "This wall seems to be an impractical existence. It cannot connect the 2 sides of space through opening a door. After a pause, he added, asking, "Can you directly leave here and return to the spirit world?" One of the heads held by Rionet Tinker suddenly flew out of her hand, rapidly becoming illusory and transparent, then quickly flew back, as if it had hit something. Her remaining 3 heads looked around and said in turn, "Cannot. Spirit world is sealed." The Prophet Clone lowered his head thoughtfully and sighed in a deep voice. To be able to seal the connection between the spirit world and reality, perhaps the sealed artifact controlled by the Storm Church has also integrated the higher characteristics of the door pathway. The head of Rionet Tinker that had not spoken before quickly said, "Possibly." As soon as the words fell, many of the chessboard-like squares divided by the silver-white rays began to change. They either constantly exchanged positions or merged with each other. She suddenly turned her body, her 4 heads and 8 eyes staring intently forward and to the side, saying, "Jax was thrown over here." The Prophet Clone did not answer her words. He had already been moved to another location with the squares on the chessboard. The 4 heads held by Rionet Tinker looked around for a while but could not find the other's figure in the constantly changing space. Boom. A thick, silver-white bolt of lightning suddenly struck down. Rionet Tinker had a premonition and moved her position a second before the lightning struck. Where she had stood moments before, a charred pit remained on the ground, with fine silver-white electric snakes still writhing around it. The lightning just now seemed like a signal. Layers of dark clouds in midair continuously had lightning flashing through them, producing rumbling sounds. Boom. Boom. Streaks of silver-white electric snakes shot out, carrying a violent, destructive aura so strong it was almost tangible, densely striking all around, completely enveloping the chessboard-like space where Rionet Tinker and Jax were located within a forest of thunder. The brutal and fierce attacks were dense and indiscriminate, powerfully destroying everything within their range. On the other side, an old man with grizzled hair wearing a black soft hat and unusually serious silver eyes suddenly appeared before the Prophet Clone. He wore a black robe embroidered with the storm symbol, and on his right hand, he wore a black glove embroidered with an eye pattern composed of numerous symbolic figures and magical marks. Under the strong wind, his robe constantly flapped up and down, streaks of silver-white light flickered in his azure eyes, lightning coiled around his body, and heavy dark clouds spontaneously gathered in the sky. "Heretic who blasphemes the storm." The old man's voice from the sky was hoarse, almost a growl, and the silver-white electric light flickering in his eyes intensified by 2 points. The prophet clone quickly recognized his identity, twitched the corner of his mouth, and chuckled. Songster of God Ace Snake, former Archbishop of the Storm Church's Backlund Diocese, have you been dispatched to Byam? Are you replacing the previous Bishop Jagori? Chapter 536, KWM Chapter 534 Melee. Klein, who was running wildly down the street with Marionette Curtius, was also divided by the chessboard formed by silver-white fine rays. He looked around blankly, manipulating Marionette Curtius to raise the dark bronze lantern in his hand, trying to distort the surrounding space to free himself from this strange influence. In the dim lantern, the faint yellow flame flickered a few times and then stopped, and the surrounding environment did not change at all. It doesn't work. This should be a powerful sealed artifact controlled by the Storm Church, and its effect somewhat restrains the abilities of the Black Emperor pathway. After muttering to himself, Klein walked quickly into the shadows beside him, with Marionette Curtius following behind him, and the faint yellow lantern light quickly illuminated the shadow. This mystical item is a bit too high profile. With Marionette Curtius, I can't hide myself at all. After hesitating for a moment, Klein still decided to give up on hiding himself. With the two mystical items that Marionette Curtius carries, as long as my spirituality is not exhausted, or I don't directly encounter a demigod, my safety can still be guaranteed. As he was struggling, a Punisher squad suddenly appeared in the chessboard space he was in, along with several Beyonders whose eyes were clearly dazed and who were simply wearing a single undershirt. Two of them were completely naked and embracing each other, as if they had been sleeping in a warm bed just a second ago. They were all Beyonders who were already in the vicinity and had been affected by the Storm Church's sealed artifact. All eyes in the room subconsciously focused on the two naked individuals. Feeling the surrounding gazes, the two, who hadn't fully recovered, stared blankly at the people around them for a while before hastily reaching out to cover their private parts. Everyone is an adult, and it's late at night, so it's understandable. Klein thought, nodding internally while averting his gaze. Wait, there doesn't seem to be a red theater or anything like that nearby, and their entrance just now seemed to be embracing each other. So, they aren't companions going to the red theater together, but rather bedmates on the same bed. Pirates and sailors on the seashore know how to have fun. The other Beyonders and members of the Storm Church's Punisher squad who were caught in the situation clearly thought of this problem as well, and their eyes, which had already moved away, looked back again. Seemingly unable to bear being scrutinized by a group of strangers with playful and curious gazes, among the two naked individuals, the stronger, seemingly 30-something-year-old man glared at the people around him and shouted loudly. What are you looking at? Haven't you seen a man as strong as me before? His dark green hair was splayed like seaweed, his wheat-colored skin had a reddish tint, and his muscles, tense by anger and embarrassment, were knotted, like a wild beast ready to lash out at any moment. His physical strength seems to increase to a certain extent when he's angry. Is this the folk of rage of the sailor pathway? Klein looked at the other party twice, somewhat uncertainly. Beside this middle-aged man, another much younger-looking man suddenly moved to block Klein's line of sight and glared at him. Did he misunderstand something about me? Should I explain that I'm not interested in his bedmate? Forget it, that might seem even more provocative. As thoughts flickered, Klein turned his gaze to the Punisher squad across the street. If possible, he was not very willing to conflict with the Punishers of the Storm Church. It didn't matter if the Gairman Sparrow alias was wanted, but it would be troublesome if his true identity was exposed. In his gaze, the leading Punisher in the distance took out something deep black, like a heart, and immediately, a bagpipe-like sound echoed around. The sound carried a sense of peace and tranquility, reverberating in his ears, and Klein instantly felt his emotions become indifferent, and his whole being began to lean towards a state of peaceful detachment. Before everyone present had fully reacted, a layer of serene darkness enveloped them. In the darkness, pure light flickered, like a night sky studded with stars. Klein was slightly dazed for a moment, but quickly sobered up. He looked at the unchanging street around him, yet consciously knew that he was dreaming. Fortunately, I can stay awake in dreams, otherwise, when I wake up, I'll probably already be in the basement of the Cathedral of Waves. As thoughts flickered, he snapped his fingers, and his clothes instantly ignited, the flames engulfing his body. On the other side, Rionette Tinker and Jax, unable to hide in the spirit world, moved around in the lightning storm, chasing and escaping each other. Miss Messenger's ornate and luxurious black court dress showed many signs of damage, all 4 heads she carried in her hand were gone, and her hands were spread upwards, as layer upon layer of thick ice crystals appeared around her, constantly being shattered by lightning and constantly reforming. Above her head, 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads bit tightly onto Jax's limbs, pinning him there like a human shield, resisting the continuous lightning storm. In the chessboard space where the prophet clone and spellsinger of God Ace Snake were located, strong winds howled and swirled, rubbing against the air and producing explosive sounds, like air cannons powerful enough to overturn ships. In the eyes of the prophet clone, faint blue radiance flowed, reflecting a symbol composed of countless illusory doors. In the space where only the silver-white light brought by lightning remained, as if a galaxy was reflected, the figure of the prophet clone constantly flashed within this galaxy, easily dodging every falling silver-white lightning bolt and air cannon. Humph. Ace Snake snorted, the howling strong winds around him weakened a bit, and a torrential rain fell without warning, constantly swirling with the circling strong winds, obscuring vision while also conducting electricity. Rainwater continuously gathered around with the strong wind, swelling into constantly swaying water spheres, with silver-white lightning shuttling through them. Compressing my living space. On the front battlefield, the cataclysmic interror of the storm pathway is much stronger than the prophet. I can basically only rely on strong intuition to predict and dodge his attacks in advance. The prophet clone gazed at Ace Snake's position, and his figure flashed and disappeared again. The next moment his figure disappeared, a thick silver-white electric bolt struck his original position, splashing dirt and rocks, and tiny silver-white electric snakes continuously spread and roamed along the rainwater. Boom. Boom. The frequency and density of lightning striking from the sky became faster and more intense, and tiny silver-white electric snakes almost covered the entire ground. These electric arcs carried a strong numbing effect. During the flash process, the prophet clone's body inevitably picked up some electric current, making his body increasingly heavy. In the strong wind and heavy rain, a deep, heavy singing voice echoed in his ears. This singing voice directly struck the heart, and every beat seemed to strike the heart. Bang. 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 His heart rate unnaturally quickened, blood surged wildly through his body, and his brain became dizzy from excessive blood flow. The faint blue radiance flowing in the prophet clone's eyes became less smooth, his head gradually grew heavy, and his body gradually became numb due to the electric current mixed in the rainwater. His flash frequency also became lower and lower. Whoosh. Whoosh. Thin, sharp wind blades cut through the air, shooting from different directions towards the prophet clone's location. After completing a flash and dodging a few wind blades, his body was instantly pierced by a greenish wind blade. His body thinned and became brittle the moment it was pierced by the wind blade, finally turning into a crudely cut light yellow paper figure. The paper substitute was cut into tiny paper scraps by the continuous wind blades, mixing with the rainwater and falling to the ground. After using paper substitute, the prophet clone's figure seemed to have disappeared, and did not reappear nearby. In midair, Ace Snake, held aloft by the strong wind, was silent for a moment, then raised his right hand and pressed the eye pattern on his palm to his glabella. The next moment, a highly meaningful pale purple suddenly flashed in his azure eyes, which were flickering with faint electric light. His gaze became extraordinarily profound, possessing unusual penetrating power. His eyes briefly transformed into a complete, peeping eye. Able to see things normally invisible and notice details he had overlooked. In this state, he saw the prophet clone hidden in the mirror formed by the rainwater, and saw the other party smiling lips saying something to him. I understand mystery prior more than you do, and I understand peeping eye more than you do. As the prophet clone silently uttered the words, his eyes suddenly deepened, and the flickering faint blue radiance became tinged with purple, like a deep and vast galaxy. His eyes seemed to reflect another pair of eyes, a pair of cold, indifferent, lashless eyes containing countless brilliant stars. Ace Snake had a bad premonition and instinctively wanted to close his eyes, but the peculiarity of the peeping eye had already allowed him to see the content that the prophet clone had specifically shown him. Through layers of special effects, he directly saw the hidden sage. In that instant, endless knowledge and madness poured into his mind. The heavy rain, strong wind, and lightning froze for a second at this moment, then became chaotic, becoming frantic. Ace Snake's body uncontrollably fell from midair. His black gloves twisted into eyes that flaunted malice and madness, gradually spreading to his body. Under the black robe embroidered with the storm symbol, transparent viscous liquid mixed with rainwater dripped down. Webs, like those of amphibians, grew between his fingers, and the illusory scales beneath his skin became obvious, breaking through the epidermis, and his entire being began to mutate towards a marine creature. He clutched his head in pain with both hands and rolled on the ground, the scales on his body cracking into fissures from which eyes grew. Less than 100 meters from him, a faint blue ripple spread on the accumulated water on the ground, like an illusory door. And the prophet walked out from the mirror world behind the door with unhurried steps. In the radiance flowing from his eyes, a balance-like pattern was reflected, and his voice, full of majesty, chanted. No storm here. No lightning here. As the law spell took shape, the whimpering strong winds around gradually softened, finally reaching a level that could only stir clothing. The thick dark clouds in the sky, constantly streaked with lightning, seemed to have been swept away by a strong wind, rapidly dissipating. The prophet clone calmly watched Spellsinger of God Ace Snake, who was rolling in pain on the ground. Faint streaks of light flashed in his eyes, as if from the depths of his consciousness. Psychic pierce. His spirit rapidly condensed, like an invisible sharp blade, piercing Ace Snake's spirit body, directly attacking his mental body. Ace Snake, who was struggling in pain on the ground, suddenly stopped. His mouth was wide open, but he couldn't make a sound. Crimson blood gushed from his mouth, nose, and ears. Colorful and slimy tentacles emerged from beneath the black robe embroidered with the storm symbol, swaying on the ground covered with a layer of rainwater. Although the psychic pierce he simulated could not reach its original level, it still exceeded the strength of Sequence 5. Ace Snake, who was already in a severely deteriorated state due to directly looking at the hidden sage, was at the brink of losing control and going mad at this moment. After glancing at Ace Snake, the prophet clone took 2 steps back while looking towards the distant Cathedral of Waves. He did not intend to kill a saint of the Storm Church right now, as this would provoke a more intense reaction from the Storm Church, perhaps even the Lord of Storms personally descending divine punishment. Chapter 537, KWM Chapter 535 Crimson Queen. Compared to gaining a cataclysmic interror characteristic and a Grade 1 sealed artifact, he preferred to force the person using the seal to re-merge the divided battlefield. After 2 seconds of silence, not waiting for the expected change, the prophet clone looked down at Ace Snake, a spellsinger of God, who was on the verge of losing control, and spoke with a hint of mockery. It seems the Storm Church intends to sacrifice a saint and a Grade 1 sealed artifact in exchange for victory in ambushing the wild beyonders of Biome. However, being able to kill a disciple of silence, you haven't lost too much. As he spoke, he lightly poked his finger, creating an invisible hand to pick up the glove that had fallen from Ace Snake's hand. Whoosh! The wind, which had calmed down, suddenly intensified, like tiny sharp blades, cutting everything around. Before the invisible hand could even get close, it was annihilated in the gale. The light blue glow in the prophet clone's eyes suddenly brightened, and he softly uttered a word in Dragonese. Guard. A dawn-like glow appeared around him, coalescing into an unbreakable invisible wall in front of him. After doing all this, he reached out and touched the left side of his face. The suddenly intensified wind had cut several wounds into his skin. He looked at Ace Snake, whose loss of control was becoming more severe and who was completely unrecognizable as human, and whispered. It seems you really have been abandoned. Specks of brass-colored light gathered in his hand, forming a long spear covered in strange patterns and symbols. The next moment, the silver-white fine rays that had divided the battlefield around them faded like water and disappeared. The divided battlefield remerged, and the many Beyonders who had been separated from reality also returned to reality, though not to their original positions. The prophet clone glanced at the regathered clouds above his head, took a step back, and his figure quickly faded and disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already several streets away. Rionette Tinker and Jax's figures flashed past him. They were running towards the city outskirts, one chasing and one fleeing. The howling wind around them suddenly intensified, carrying a strange rhythm that inexplicably made people irritable, wanting to rush out and fight someone to vent their anger. The prophet clone did not linger. His figure again became transparent and vanished, constantly teleporting closer while sensing the location of the paper figure left on Klein. On the other side, Klein, with the help of Marionette Curtius, easily escaped the pursuit of the Punisher squad. After distorting his and his marionette's positions once more, he appeared directly outside Biome City. Before he could even feel happy, his body suddenly became stiff and uncontrollable. Following that, he saw Miss Messenger, whose elaborate and luxurious court dress had many tears and scorched marks, appear before him carrying 2 heads. The golden hair of the 2 heads she carried was also tinged with a layer of scorch marks, giving them a strangely disheveled appearance. Before he could ponder where Miss Messenger's other 2 heads had gone, he suddenly felt a phantom, unreal stinging sensation from his shoulder. A head with scorched hair and black eyes bit onto his shoulder, pulling forcefully forward. The 2 heads Miss Messenger held in her hands opened their mouths and inhaled. Then he saw a translucent, bald figure, whose entire front was scorched black, being forcibly dragged out of his body. At this moment, another somewhat scorched head flew from a distance. Its teeth rapidly lengthened and sharpened, biting fiercely into the translucent figure, tearing off a large piece of something that resembled both a spirit body and flesh. The bitten translucent figure did not scream but quickly etherealized and vanished. The next moment, this figure abruptly reappeared beside Marionette Curtius. The large pair of scissors that Gehrman Sparrow had been carrying diagonally at his waist was now in his hand, its other end plunged straight into the translucent figure's chest and abdomen. Gehrman Sparrow's movements did not pause in the slightest. He pulled out the scissors from his hand, then stabbed them in again, over and over, as if completely oblivious to the chilling aura around him and the force of Jax's palm landing on him. Taking advantage of this gap, the 2 heads held by Rionette Tinker also flew out rapidly. In the process, their pupils darkened, their teeth became sharper and longer, growing an additional section that was between illusory and real. These 2 heads bit into Jax's left and right shoulders respectively, once again tearing off a large piece of something that resembled both a spirit body and flesh from his illusory and transparent body. The continuous injuries caused Jax's expression to become somewhat distorted. He suddenly reached out his left hand, pushing Marionette Curtius with all his might, while simultaneously emitting a silent shriek, the wailing of the wraith, that could pierce eardrums and harm spirit bodies. A sequence 3 level wailing of the wraith would not only cause immense damage to spirit bodies but also carried the power of a curse. Klein, not too far from his marionette, could only feel warm liquid flowing from his nostrils and ears, and his head throbbed as if pricked by countless needles, unable to form any thoughts. From a bystander's perspective, he was currently in a state of dazed disorientation, the flesh under his skin wriggling like small worms, pushing out pale or crimson flesh buds. Deprived of Klein's control, Marionette Curtius could no longer make any movements, remaining frozen in the act of pulling out the scissors in his hand. Rionette Tinker's two heads, flying in midair, opened their mouths wide, one after the other, inhaling. The wailing of the wraith, emitted by Jax, was sucked into the mouths of the two heads as if it were a tangible entity. The cursed, spirit-harming shriek around them instantly vanished without a trace. Jax also seized this gap, his figure suddenly disappearing, leaping into a shard of glass 100 meters away. Then, Rionette Tinker and her four heads also disappeared, engaging in a new round of chase and escape with Jax among leaves, puddles, insects, and weeds. In the overcast sky, the crimson moonlight suddenly broke through the cloud blockade and shone down onto the ground. A deep crimson round moon hung high in the sky, pulling the entire biome and surrounding areas into a full moon state, where spirituality began to proliferate wildly, and inspiration and death grew stronger. A faint blue light and a deep crimson moonlight flashed simultaneously nearby. The prophet clone and a figure wearing a hood and a black robe embroidered with crimson patterns simultaneously teleported here. The prophet clone and the other party exchanged glances, both wary and sizing each other up. Beneath the black robe was a young woman of extremely tall stature, with light, almost silver hair, blood-red eyes, and soft facial features. After sizing up the other party, the prophet clone said with a somewhat puzzled tone. "Crimson Queen. You should worship the primordial moon, so why do you obey the Mother Tree's instructions?" As he spoke, he raised his right hand, and an invisible giant hand transferred the scissors held by Marionette Curtius into his hand. To his surprise, the Crimson Queen opposite him, who had just created the full moon, did not immediately attack. Instead, she followed his words and began to converse. The Mother Tree and the moon are one. This is a common understanding among all members of the Rose School of Thought. You seem to think that the Mother Tree and the moon are two separate entities. The prophet clone looked directly into her blood-red eyes. She seemed to have concealed her mad and bloodthirsty side very well, her gaze calm and rational. He was silent for a second, then gently tapped the scissors in his hand with his right index finger, letting out a soft chuckle. "You should think so too, otherwise you wouldn't have responded to my words. Don't you feel that the primordial moon behaves extremely contradictorily at times, and the divine revelations it transmits often conflict with each other? Do you think this is due to different facets of personality, or are they fundamentally two separate entities, merely influencing each other and vying for each other's believers?" As soon as the words fell, the wind around them suddenly intensified, rubbing against the air, continuously emitting heavy roars, like powerful air cannons, purposefully heading towards them. Bang! Bang! These air cannons suddenly twisted when they were less than 100 meters away, turning at an incredible angle and exploding in the woods on both sides of the road, kicking up a cloud of dirt and tree debris. The prophet clone turned his head to look at Klein, who had returned to normal and was now manipulating Marionette Curtius to distort the target of the attack, saying, "You should leave here first. It's easy to get caught in the crossfire during a chaotic battle later." Having said that, he raised his left hand, as if supporting some invisible object, and chanted in Dragonese. "Sun." A golden light appeared in his hand, like a miniature sun continuously emitting light, casting pure and clear rays around, submerging the crimson moonlight brought by the full moon overhead. Without the moonlight's illumination, the Crimson Queen temporarily lost her ability to teleport and moonlight form. She looked at the prophet clone with little emotional fluctuation, then shifted her gaze to Klein, who was rapidly moving away by distorting distance, and the marionette behind him, saying calmly, "I indeed have no fondness for the Mother Tree's mad, irrational believers, but since the moon has instructed us to join them, some simple tasks and commands must still be followed." As she spoke, her gaze intently fixed on Klein's retreating figure. In her crimson eyes, however, Klein's current frontal figure was eerily reflected. The next second, this figure in her eyes transformed into Marionette Curtius. Boom. Around her, golden illusory flames instantly ignited out of thin air. These flames exuded the vast and pervasive aura of the sun, exploding around her like ignited dynamite. At the center of the flames, the Crimson Queen's figure rapidly thinned, became brittle, and finally turned into a crimson moon paper figure, swallowed by the golden flames. Immediately, her figure reappeared not far away. Her right eye was tightly shut, her eyelid somewhat sunken inwards, as if she had lost her eyeball, and dark red blood continuously seeped from beneath her eyelid. She raised her right hand to her chest and squeezed forcefully, making a squelching sound. Some dark red fleshy mixture was squeezed out from between her fingers, as if it had burst. Several hundred meters behind her, Marionette Curtius's forward-running motion suddenly paused, then he fell to the ground. His body seemed to have suddenly suffered a heavy blow, showing extremely distorted deformation, as if hammered from the inside out, with severe bone and internal organ damage. Klein was forced to stop, vigilantly looking behind him. What a terrifying curse, and this is even after being distorted and weakened. Gehrman Sparrow, as a beyonder of the demon pathway, even without transforming into a demon form, his physical quality is among the stronger ones in Sequence 5. He was almost directly destroyed. If I hadn't timely distorted the target that established a connection with that Crimson Queen, I would definitely have been instantly killed. Chapter 538, KWM Chapter 536, The Curse of Sua. The Crimson Queen, who had just finished a curse, was instantly pierced through by a long spear made of pure sunlight. The next second, her body disintegrated into a crimson paper figure, seemingly condensed from moonlight, and turned to ash in the scorching sunlight. Boom. Boom. Violent winds collided with the air, creating an explosive sound. The cramped airflow stirred up a cloud of dust, directly engulfing the Prophet Clone and the Crimson Queen. A terrifying hurricane, visible to the naked eye, appeared, swirling and coiling. The airflow rapidly spun in circles, and an unrestrained tornado suddenly rose from the ground, sweeping up everything in its path into the air. The tornado, soaring into the sky, was like a terrifying giant. Wherever it passed, the ground was clean, with no trace of anything remaining. The terrifying tornado connected with the thick clouds in the sky, and silver-white lightning constantly darted through the wind, carrying a strong, almost tangible, aura of tyrannical destruction, striking densely all around. Within the furious and swift tornado, both the crimson moonlight and bright sunlight were obscured. The Crimson Queen still couldn't restore her abilities of moonlight transformation and flashing. She was like a helpless leaf cruelly blown away, constantly shifting her body within the lightning-streaked tornado to dodge attacks. Amidst the lightning and hurricane, the Prophet Clone continuously flashed and shifted his position, while searching for Jax and Rionette Tinker, who were still chasing each other. With the aid of his prophecy ability, he quickly found the two entangled amidst the dirt and leaves swept up by the tornado. The two were completely intertwined, making it difficult to attack the target without causing friendly fire. As thoughts flickered, an image resembling a scale appeared in the Prophet Clone's eyes. His figure seemed to grow much taller, exuding an awe that made people involuntarily feel fear and a desire to prostrate themselves. His voice also took on an indescribable sense of majesty as he spoke. Wraiths are forbidden from possessing here. Mirror world travel is forbidden here. Forbidden here. His third command failed to materialize as several blood-red long arrows, like condensed moonlight, tore through the violently disturbed air and shot towards him. His body was instantly pierced through, carried by the tornado into the air, then rapidly thinned and became brittle, finally transforming into a pale yellow paper figure adorned with many strange symbols, which was torn to shreds by the strong winds. Under the influence of the two already formed commands, Jax, whose body was charred and hunched, and Rionette Tinker, who was carrying 4 golden-haired, red-eyed heads, quickly became visible, solidifying from a translucent state. They also temporarily lost the ability to enter the mirror world and possess inanimate objects. The 2 heads of Rionette Tinker, floating in the air, opened their mouths wide and simultaneously let out a silent shriek. This sound was tinged with the aura of a curse, capable of piercing eardrums, damaging internal organs and spiritual bodies, while also inevitably afflicting one with a curse. The remaining 2 heads she held in her hands simultaneously puffed out their cheeks and blew forward. The head on the left exhaled a chilling wind tinged with eerie green and frosty white, spreading layers of frost wherever it passed, capable of corroding and stiffening flesh and blood. The head on the right, however, exhaled a phantom skull shrouded in black mist, which surged forward, carrying a heavy aura of death, as if it were an envoy from the underworld. The pale blue glow flowing in the Prophet Clone's eyes outlined one mysterious symbol after another. At the same time, he reached forward, made a grasping motion, and pulled, and an invisible layer of something descended. His body instantly entered a non-existent state. Dense black mist emanated from behind the Crimson Queen, forming a pair of wide, illusory bat wings. The giant wings folded forward, tightly enveloping her body, simultaneously isolating the wraith shriek emitted by Rionette Tinker on both the mystical and physical levels. Only Jax, who had been continuously injured and whose condition had severely deteriorated, did not have time to react. Although the wraith shriek did not cause him substantial harm, it did make him temporarily dizzy. The chilling wind, tinged with eerie green and frosty white, blew over him, and immediately layers of white frost condensed on his body, almost turning him into an ice sculpture with a hint of eerie green. The illusory skull, shrouded in black mist, crashed into the ice sculpture, immediately producing a sizzling sound, and cracks began to spread across the ice sculpture. The next moment, the ice sculpture rapidly melted into a pool of blackened liquid, and a black, slender-limbed, swollen and wrinkled, wet infant crawled out from the black liquid. His eyes, nose, mouth, and ears were all fused together in the center of his face, as if they were converging to form a completely new organ. The appearance of his skin, arms, and new organ carried an indescribable sense of mystery and evil. Just a glance made the Prophet Clone feel an itch on his skin. An incomplete mythological creature form, a bit ugly. While lamenting inwardly, he simulated the beyonder ability of the storm pathway, seizing control of a portion of the lightning, and made them all strike Jax's incomplete mythological form. Silver-white lightning struck indiscriminately, hitting the strange, incomplete mythological creature form that resembled both an infant and a doll, shattering into countless tiny silver-white electric sparks that darted everywhere. Immediately after, as if provoked, more lightning, carrying a strong, almost tangible, aura of tyrannical destruction, struck down densely all around, engulfing everyone present. The Storm Church people are still so easily provoked. The prophet clone murmured. His body instantly became transparent, then illusory, turning into a pile of foam. These foams, enveloped by the silver-white electric light, reflected a dazzling silver-white, and were completely destroyed in an instant. The next moment, his body appeared directly on the outskirts of the tornado, escaping the terrifying swirling airflow. Beside him, Rionette Tinker's body also emerged immediately after. The heads she held in her hand had already returned to their golden-haired, red-eyed appearance, though they looked somewhat listless. The 4 heads she held in her hand all looked forward at the terrifying airflow approaching them, and she spoke calmly, without a trace of a smirk. You really like provoking. You should go become a hunter. Thank you for the compliment. The prophet clone replied with a light chuckle. After a pause, he added, where do you think those 2 from the Rose School of Thought will appear after escaping the storm? The 3 heads Rionette Tinker held spoke one after another. Beside Gehrman, Sparrow. The 2 people, 5 heads, and 10 eyes met, and the prophet clone spoke. We'll go after them. All right, the head in Rionette Tinker's hand that hadn't spoken earlier said first. As soon as the words fell, their figures simultaneously became transparent and vanished from their original positions, using the spirit world to quickly approach Klein's location. Deep within the spirit world, an extremely sinister roar, piercing directly into the spiritual body, suddenly erupted, causing both the prophet clone and Rionette Tinker to tremble simultaneously. Their bodies became somewhat rigid, and their minds suddenly went blank, temporarily losing all thought. On the prophet clone's skin, translucent flesh buds bulged, seemingly with dark, viscous liquid flowing within, ready to break through the skin's confinement and spill out at any moment. When his mind cleared a little, he found that his body and soul seemed to be bound by an unknown force. The degree of cohesion between his body and soul was decreasing little by little, and his body gradually became a prison for his spirit, his movements becoming increasingly stiff and heavy. Sua's curse. The 3 heads held in Rionette Tinker's hand spoke one after another. The remaining head's crimson eyes turned dark, and it opened its mouth towards the prophet clone, inhaling deeply. A viscous black smoke oozed from his mouth, nose, and pores on his skin, and was swallowed by the golden-haired, black-eyed head. After the viscous black mist left his body, the prophet clone instantly felt the stiffness and heaviness on his body disappear, and his mind became clearer than ever before. Deep within the spirit world, from a very distant place, a terrifying gaze, carrying obvious malice, was cast over. The prophet clone and Rionette Tinker exchanged a glance, then quickly exited the spirit world and returned to reality. The moment their figures appeared in reality, they felt several gazes cast upon them from the rapidly swirling hurricane and continuously falling silver-white lightning behind them. The tornado, soaring into the sky, was like a terrifying giant, seemingly slow but actually rapidly approaching. Jax and the Crimson Queen were quite disheveled under the pursuit of Sea King John Cotman. The former had already been injured in the previous battle and was in a severely deteriorated state, while the latter had lost her moonlight environment, limiting many of her beyonder abilities. Furthermore, lightning restrained them to a certain extent. Seeing Miss Messenger and the prophet clone appear, Klein stopped and looked at the increasingly close tornado and lightning behind him, sighing with a click of his tongue. Is a Sea King that strong? Otherwise, why could he alone guard the Roarsted Archipelago? At sea, even if they were both Sequence 3, they would basically only be chased and beaten by him. While lamenting, the prophet clone extended his right hand forward. The pale blue glow flowing in his eyes outlined one mysterious symbol after another, symbolizing the sun. The surroundings instantly lit up with dazzling light, like the midday sun, and rapidly accumulated in his hand, condensing into a long spear of extreme purity and extreme blazing white, seemingly composed of pure sunlight. The moment the long spear formed, it flew out of his hand, purposefully shooting towards the lower left corner of the tornado. Chapter 539, KWM Chapter 537 Sunshine. The moment the scorching white spear was about to close in, Jax and the Crimson Queen appeared one after another at the bottom left of the tornado. The scorching white spear detonated at this instant, expanding into a miniature sun so blindingly white it could illuminate a city, directly engulfing both Jax and the Crimson Queen. Looking at the miniature sun in front, which even distorted the tornado, the prophet clone sighed with his chin slightly raised. Although it can only barely reach the level of Sequence 4, it is still very effective for attacking vampires and mutant. Klein narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling the scorching wind mixed with the heat on his face. He nodded expressionlessly and said, Indeed, but with the animosity between you and the Lord of Storms, will he directly abandon the Rose School of Thought Saint and pursue you to strike you with lightning? The three heads on Rionet Tinker's hand stared at the front with slight discomfort, speaking one after another. He has arrived. Klein opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, but suddenly found his movements becoming somewhat sluggish. His spiritual intuition was wildly warning him, as if danger was everywhere, specifically fatal danger. In his astonished gaze, he saw a huge, jet-black, viscous arm, seemingly with an evil liquid flowing from its surface, stretch out from the void. With the appearance of this arm, the surrounding spirituality underwent an anomaly, seemingly transforming into layer upon layer of barriers, attempting to bind them in place and restrict their movements. He arrived a bit quickly, the prophet clone muttered in admiration, while his right hand reached into his pocket, touching the metal cube that only liked to be scorching hot. What? Klein slowly opened his mouth, uttering sounds. Sua, the head of Rionet Tinker that hadn't been able to speak earlier, said first. Hearing Miss Messenger's reply, Klein's expression froze on his face. If I pray to the goddess now, will she, for the sake of me once being a Nighthawk, intervene to end the chaos here? Or, since this is at sea, will the Lord of Storms, disliking this Rose School of Thought's abomination, strike him back, or even kill him? The prophet clone tilted his head and glanced at the huge arm stretching out from the void, a daring idea forming in his mind. He threw the large scissors in his left hand to the marionette Curtius beside him, then pulled out several pale yellow paper figures from an inner pocket of his coat and handed them to Rionet Tinker on the other side, saying, "Please hold these for me. I'm going to try something big." As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed away with a faint blue glow, reappearing hundreds of meters away. He wants to. Klein's murmuring voice suddenly became softer. He thought of the metal cube crafted from the Light Seeker characteristic. With the strength of that metal cube, it was indeed possible to directly kill mutant and vampires who came into close contact, even if they were demigods. But the problem was that the cube's attack did not distinguish between friend and foe, it could only be used for mutual destruction. Thinking of this, his gaze turned curiously towards the pale yellow paper figures being bitten by the three heads held by Miss Messenger. As if sensing the doubt in Klein's eyes, Miss Messenger's remaining head spoke on its own. Substitute puppet. Puppet. It looks a bit rough, but is the reader pathway that powerful? Besides beyonder abilities, it can even replicate mystical items. Klein had just sighed inwardly when a sharp shriek, filled with obvious anger, suddenly rang in his ears. His head instantly became dizzy, and his various organs seemed to have their own thoughts and consciousness, wanting to separate and tear him apart. At the same time, the prophet clone, whose figure was constantly flashing, arrived beside Jax. The echoing shriek in his ears made his movements suddenly halt. Before he could react, a jet-black, gaunt hand directly pierced his chest. His body instantly shriveled, turning into a piece of stained, pale yellow paper, shattering inch by inch and dispersing into paper scraps in the wind. To the right of Jax, the prophet clone's figure reappeared. His eyes lowered, and he still looked somewhat dazed as he pulled a mocking smile towards Jax. In his hand, he held a golden metal cube, his body instinctively turning it. A strong premonition of danger surged into Jax's heart. He opened his mouth without hesitation, letting out a silent shriek, unleashing the ultimate curse he had brewed during his long silence. The prophet clone stood there, neither dodging nor avoiding. Black blood gushed from his ears, nose, mouth, and eyes. His body constantly cracked, and the blood vessels beneath his skin became clearly visible, wriggling and twisting like worms. The metal cube he was turning became increasingly dazzling and scorching hot, like a bright yellow fireball stained with pale gold and scorching white, radiating the vast and pervasive aura of the sun. All the filth and curses clinging to him rapidly evaporated, along with the moisture and some flesh from his body. The dense, almost materialized sun aura around them made Jax abandon his plan to stop the prophet clone. He turned to look at the arm Sua had extended from the spirit world depths, his body rapidly fading and becoming transparent, using the mirror world to pass through. The next second, a violent burst of sunlight erupted, a pure, flawless, scorching light instantly engulfing everything, like a purifying radiance that left no trace of evil or darkness in its surroundings. The layered, heavy dark clouds in the sky, the howling winds, and the constantly striking silver lightning were instantly dispelled by this scorching sunlight. The entire biome and the surrounding sea were pulled into midday. This situation lasted less than a second before being blocked by continuous silver rays surging from the void. Layer upon layer of silver barriers appeared from all directions, isolating the area of the scorching sunlight from its surroundings. Under the scorching sunlight, the surrounding space also became chaotic. Jax, traversing through leaves, mud, and stones, was unable to approach Sua's arm in front. Instead, his body and soul were constantly being scorched and purified. Under the intense sunlight scorching and purification, the arm of abomination Sua, extended from the spirit world depths, rapidly shriveled. The jet-black, viscous, evil liquid flowing on it quickly evaporated, along with some flesh, turning into black smoke that spread out, revealing the deep white bones beneath. Rionet Tinker, who was with Klein, directly possessed his marionette Curtius, relying on the Desire Apostle's flesh and blood body to resist the erosion of the scorching sunlight. The flickering flame of the dim lantern in Gehrman Sparrow's hand was squeezed by the scorching sunlight, leaving only a layer of dim yellow light covering him and Klein. In the dim yellow light, the scorching sunlight was weakened to the extreme, no longer possessing such strong effects of scorching flesh and purifying souls. Klein kept coughing, choked by the black smoke rising from Marionette Curtius's body. This marionette was already unusable. If Miss Messenger hadn't possessed him, he would have long since collapsed into a constantly dissolving mixture of flesh and blood. In the central area where the scorching sunlight erupted, the prophet clone stood calmly, the scorching sunlight passing through his body, making him appear somewhat ethereal. This state lasted less than 2 seconds. A pale yellow paper figure suddenly appeared, its strange patterns reflecting a faint color under the sunlight, and quickly ignited with pale golden flames, turning into a pile of ashes. The prophet clone's eyes brightened slightly. The pre-prepared paper substitute puppet gave him a little buffer time. He once again simulated mystical reenactment, transforming himself into a non-existent state to avoid the damage of the surrounding scorching sunlight. Soon, a second, then a third puppet appeared and spontaneously burned. As the last paper figure was consumed, the scorching sunlight finally subsided, and the dim night sky once again enveloped the surroundings. In the sky, the gloomy, heavy cloud layers connected almost without interruption, and silver electric snakes constantly darted through the clouds, emitting rumbling sounds. Silver electric snakes shot out one after another, carrying a strong, almost tangible aura of tyrannical destruction, densely striking all around, engulfing an area of several hundred meters within a thunder forest. The prophet clone reached out and caught the now dimmed metal cube falling from midair. The faint blue glow flowing in his eyes outlined layers of illusory door symbols. His figure constantly flashed in the faint blue light, avoiding the dense lightning falling from the sky while intending to approach and retrieve the items Jax had left behind. In midair, the flesh and blood on Abomination Sua's arm rapidly wriggled. In just an instant, it had recovered its original appearance. He inserted his arm into the ground through the spirit world, causing the vicinity to boil and become covered with a thick, viscous black liquid that spread far away, covering the location of Jax's abandoned items. Within these liquids, pale skeletal heads, eyeballs with distinct blood vessels, fanged tongues, and various grotesque things grew out, and an extremely evil, extremely mad sensation rapidly spread. Silver lightning carrying a destructive aura fell upon these things, instantly destroying them, only to be quickly submerged by the grotesque things that grew back. Seeing that he couldn't beat Sua to the items Jax had left behind, the prophet clone stopped his flashing movements to avoid the lightning. While using paper substitutes to dodge the lightning, he simulated the beyonder power of a imperative mage. His voice, filled with an indescribable sense of majesty, chanted, "Lightning is forbidden here." The thick lightning bolt about to strike him instantly disintegrated, turning into countless tiny electric snakes scurrying in all directions. Chapter 540, KWM Chapter 538 End. The decree simulated by the prophet clone could not truly make the lightning disappear, it only rendered the lightning non-fatal after being weakened countless times. Enduring the numbness and stinging sensation on his body, he chanted again. "Banish." An invisible force erupted in front, tearing apart the void and sweeping away the items left by Jax, throwing them to an unknown location. The strange, grotesque things growing from the dark liquid roared madly, carrying a more blatant and undisguised malice and an angry desire to tear everything apart. An extremely evil and extremely mad feeling rapidly permeated, instantly making the surroundings crack, tainted with madness. Whether living or dead, everything began to mutate, becoming chaotic and wonderful, attacking their own kind. The prophet clone, whose thoughts were disturbed and who was momentarily stunned, was suddenly pulled out of the area covered by the lightning storm and viscous black liquid by a flying blonde, red-eyed head biting his collar. The dark, viscous, evil liquid, which had grown all sorts of strange, grotesque things, purposefully converged towards Klein's location. After leading the prophet clone out of the range of the Abomination Sua's influence, Marionette Tinker's head released its bite, became illusory and transparent, and flew back into Marionette Curtius's body. The next moment, Marionette Curtius, whose body was already pitted and incomplete, clasped his hands together, half-squatted, and plunged the huge scissors he held into the ground. The strange patterns engraved on the gray-black scissors lit up with patches of golden-red light, like the setting sun at dusk, bright but not dazzling. The dusk-like orange-red instantly covered the surroundings and then shattered into countless tiny specks of light, dense and innumerable, forming a violent, sharp hurricane of light that swept outwards with an aura of destroying everything. The pale skull heads, prominent blood vessel eyes, and fanged tongues growing from the dark, evil liquid were pulverized and dissolved little by little in the dusk-like hurricane of light. Everything, tangible and intangible, in the surroundings was being cut by the sharp storm. Under the shroud of this dusk-like light, all things inevitably approached decay and corruption, and the extremely evil and extremely mad aura was temporarily restrained. In the sky, dark clouds surged rapidly, constantly gathering and splitting, growing eyebrows, eyes, and a mouth, like an angry human face. Silver-white lightning darted through the clouds, and dazzling light shone from the positions of the mouth and eyes. A moment later, thick silver-white lightning bolts, carrying a tangible aura of destruction, fell like rain, engulfing the huge arm with a dark, viscous surface that seemed to be flowing with evil liquid, engulfing the spreading, surging viscous black liquid, and engulfing the dusk storm below that carried an aura of decay and corruption. Sea King John Cotman seemed to have received some kind of enhancement. His attack had far exceeded the strength a Sequence 3 saint should possess. At the center of the pale lightning forest, the arm Sua extended through the spirit world was tightly entangled by silver-white lightning, being destroyed inch by inch. On the ground below, the dusk-like hurricane of light was also being pulverized little by the constantly striking silver-white lightning. The prophet clone raised his hand and rubbed his eyes, which were a bit sore from the lightning stimulation. After calming his aura, he simulated the ability of a notary. Specks of brass-colored light gathered and swirled in front of him, finally evolving into a stamp-like projection. At the same time, he spoke in a solemn and serious voice. Notarization, valid. Upon being notarized, the dusk storm, which was being pulverized by the silver-white lightning, received a temporary boost. The orange-red light blades became denser and more violent, barely resisting the impact of the lightning storm. Having done all this, the prophet clone looked up towards the sky. His gaze seemed to penetrate the dense lightning falling from the sky, seeing the arm trapped in the center. After a brief silence, he murmured softly. The abomination Sua has arrived. As soon as his voice fell, the giant cage constructed by countless silver-white lightning bolts in midair fell into a strange state, losing the characteristics lightning should have, becoming sluggish and heavy. Then these lightning bolts were torn apart from within, and countless silver-white electric currents darted everywhere, carrying an aura of destruction and madness, falling to the ground. Halfway through this process, the darting lightning bolts seemed to be drawn by some peculiar attraction, turning their direction and surging into the thick clouds above the sky. Beneath the thick clouds, Sea King John Cotman, wearing a loose storm priest robe, with a majestic and angry expression, was held aloft by the strong winds. In his right hand, he held a straight sword surrounded by countless fine silver-white rays, filled with mysterious meaning. The aura around him became extraordinarily distant and magnificent. Howling winds and lightning spontaneously circled around him, as if embracing and worshipping their king. The lightning surging towards the clouds spontaneously gathered, forming more than a dozen huge spherical lightning bolts around him, rotating rapidly. Directly in front of him, where the silver-white lightning had originally enveloped, a giant, evil humanoid doll appeared. Its eyes were blood-red, its body was inscribed with countless mysterious patterns, and it was entangled with many evil vines. Its skin lacked the luster that humans should possess. Its blood-red gaze directly bypassed Sea King John Cotman and scanned towards the ground. Beside the prophet clone, Rionette Tinker had already emerged from Marionette Curtius's body. She held two identical blonde, red-eyed heads in each hand. Now, each of her heads looked extremely serious towards the abomination Sua that had appeared in midair. The prophet clone pressed his palm towards her, signaling her not to be agitated, then turned his head to look at a certain spot in midair, saying calmly, "After watching for so long, isn't it about time you came out?" In the other direction he was looking, a pure knowledge radiance surged from the void and reformed into a female figure wearing a classical warlock robe. She had brown eyes, very thick hair that was casually draped, appearing somewhat messy, and her eyes were bright and spirited. She calmly met the gaze of the abomination Sua and Sea King John Cotman, who were looking at her, and a subtle atmosphere permeated the air. The abomination Sua was the first to raise its hand. It directly plunged its hands into the void, and the surrounding space instantly boiled, covered in viscous black liquid, spreading outwards, corroding everything around it, and interfering with the overlap of reality and the spirit world. Boom. Boom. Sea King John Cotman thrust the silver-white straight sword in his hand forward. The spherical lightning bolts surrounding him rapidly spread out, and at the same time, lightning continuously fell from the thick clouds in the sky, like a vast river of pure silver-white lightning, destroying everything, surging towards the evil, viscous black liquid created by Sua. At the same time, stars also appeared in the sky, dense and dazzling. Behind each star, there seemed to be a cold and indifferent eye watching everything. These stars scattered rays of light, converging into magnificent pillars of light, enveloping the surrounding area, dissolving the silver-white lightning and the evil, viscous black liquid, and then collapsing and dissipating. The prophet clone, expressionless, turned his head to look at Glen Palace, who was surrounded by starlight. The latter returned a calm gaze and said in an unhurried tone, "I didn't arrive much earlier than this abomination." Then she casually tossed the item she was holding to the ground. It was a neatly severed left hand, and a dark-colored, palm-sized doll that looked like wood yet also like flesh. The doll's body was covered with strange patterns, and its mouth was nailed shut with rusty nails. This was precisely the remains of the Rose School of Thought St. Jack's. The prophet clone's decisive choice to banish these items at that time was a gamble that Glenn, who had received his letter, had already arrived. One of Rionette Tinker's heads suddenly flew out, opening its mouth wide and swallowing the neatly severed left hand. The strange doll was caught by the prophet clone. He didn't examine it closely and directly put it into his outer pocket. Rionette Tinker glanced at the prophet clone, who casually put away the doll, and her four heads spoke one after another. It is a disciple of silence. Characteristic. Carrying it will taint you with a curse. The prophet clone nodded slightly and explained, I don't have any items to seal it on me. Then he turned to look at Klein beside him, asking with a hint of curiosity. Do you have any items tainted with the true creator's or other existence's aura? You can call in more people. When it gets chaotic, we'll have a chance to leave here unnoticed. Yes. After a brief thought, Klein nodded slightly and took out a square iron box from his pocket. Inside the iron box was a copper whistle. He threw the copper whistle forcefully into the pillar of light formed by the converging brilliant starlight. It was slowly dissolved and disintegrated, and a yellowish-green aura with a hint of decay, freed from its restraint, instantly permeated the air. Between the starlight, lightning, and black evil liquid, a patch of darkness, a patch of deathly silence, filled with the scent of decay, emerged. In this darkness, constant, fluctuating whispers and gasps could be heard. Between the silver-white lightning and the pure, clear starlight, occasionally a few white feathers tainted with pale yellow oil stains would spiral down. The prophet clone, who had been looking up, suddenly lowered his head. His gaze fell on his exposed arm, where tiny, pale white downy hairs had grown from his pores. He gently rubbed his fingers, creating specks of brilliant golden light that enveloped his surroundings, purifying the death and evil power on his body. In midair, a formless mist filled the surroundings, interspersed with many white feathers with pale yellow stains. It was like the evolution of death itself, wantonly unleashing its power, polluting everything around it, and unleashing the power of death. The light scattered from the brilliant stars rapidly dimmed, and tiny, pale white downy hairs grew on the azure stars that seemed to conceal eyes. These downy hairs grew into white feathers in the blink of an eye, their surfaces seemingly soaked with pale yellow oil stains. This caused the azure stars that scattered their radiance to rapidly approach decay and death, dimming little by little. The prophet clone looked up at Glenn, whose expression grew more solemn in midair, and raised his hand to create a door, through which he transmitted the now dim metal cube. As soon as the metal cube landed in her hand, it began to rotate spontaneously. The patterns on its 6 faces quickly unified, and its golden yellow metal surface instantly became bright white, emitting pure, clear, scorching light from within. This light rippled outwards in circles, illuminating every corner of the surroundings, igniting the white feathers stained with pale yellow oil, quickly burning them to ashes. The mist, which seemed to be an evolution of death, seemed very repulsed by the aura belonging to the sun domain. It quickly shifted its position, intruding into the dark, viscous, evil liquid created by the abomination Sua, causing the various strange, grotesque things growing from it to begin to decay, rushing headlong towards the end of death. Rionette Tinker, standing quietly in place, holding her 4 heads, suddenly spoke. We can leave now. Klein opened his mouth, wanting to ask something, when the head Rionette Tinker was holding, which hadn't spoken until now, suddenly extended forward, bit his collar forcefully, and carried him into the spirit world, traversing into the distance. The abomination Sua, momentarily stalemated in midair, sensed something. It withdrew the hand it had plunged into the void, and its figure rapidly became transparent. The next moment, specks of brilliant starlight fell around it, and its figure became solid again. Sua's attempt to enter the spirit world to pursue Rionette Tinker was abruptly interrupted. Specks of starlight circled and moved around it, outlining strange symbols that severed the connection between the spirit world and reality. These strange symbols instantly dimmed, began to float with dark, viscous, evil liquid, and disintegrated little by little. Boom. Boom. In the sky, thick clouds pressed down, and countless silver-white lightning bolts started, attempting to envelop everyone present. Glenn, surrounded by brilliant starlight, spread her hands forward, and a misty starlight rippled outwards from her in circles. Silently, it caused the surrounding objects to peel away piece by piece, even their colors evaporating and rapidly dissipating. The silver-white lightning, upon striking this misty starlight, disintegrated layer by layer, eventually leaving only some fragmented, darting currents, occasionally flashing. This state only lasted a few seconds. Glenn's figure in midair suddenly flickered, then appeared beside the prophet clone. Immediately, cold, indifferent eyes sprouted in the surrounding void, shimmering with fragmented, hazy starlight, segmenting the surrounding space little by little and exchanging it with a certain part of the spirit world. Chapter 541, KWM Chapter 539 Conversation. From the spirit world depths, several pairs of eyes, shining with cold, pure light, distorted and stretched out, overlapping the surrounding spirit world area with reality, and the figures of the prophet clone and Glenn appeared there. Glenn half raised her right hand, and brilliant starlight flickered down from midair, spontaneously condensing into the shape of a carriage at their feet, which then carried them speeding towards the spirit world depths. Only after completely moving away from the spirit world area corresponding to the Rorstad archipelago did Glenn thoroughly relax, leaning back against the carriage's seat, and said calmly. The silver longsword in the hands of Sea King John Cotman is quite interesting. It seems to be able to strengthen the upper limit of the Lord of Storm's power that he can withstand. The bronze whistle thrown by the person next to you just now should be an item from a high-ranking member of the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction. It actually summoned something related to death. It seems their plan wasn't entirely without gain. And why were you there? I remember you telling me 2 days ago that you were going to consult the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom's material, data/information, to find an effective method for utilizing and transforming Beyonder power in the Sun domain. Humph, exhaled the prophet clone, shrugging his shoulders. He pulled out a glowing blue crystal from his pocket and tossed it twice in his hand, saying, Yellow light. Venathan suggested I go find orange light, Hilarian's incarnation in the real world, Tirani von Helmasuin, known as the father of the second-generation difference engine. Then I was just casually caught up in this pursuit orchestrated by the Rose School of Thought. That mist-like monster should be a monster created by the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction's long-standing sacrifices, which caused a slight mutation in the uniqueness hidden by death. Glenn leaned back in her seat, nodding slightly while muttering softly, I don't know how many Night Believers are hidden among those artificial death factions of the Numinous Episcopate. After a pause, she continued. Helmasuin is actually orange light Hilarion. However, their 7 lights do often enter the real world, transforming into humans through various means to teach corresponding knowledge. This hobby is very suitable for your Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom. Luca Brewster in Paws River Valley also likes to give lectures to people in various occasions and places. You should have noticed something from Yellow Light Venathan's hint, but you still chose to go to the Rorstad archipelago. Why? To the left of the starlight condensed carriage, the prophet clone leaned back in his seat, in a posture of closing his eyes to rest, and said indifferently. To owe him a favor. There are still places where I need their help later. As for the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction, that mother of concealment has better methods. What did you find? Glenn tilted her head slightly, asking in a low voice, a bit curious. As her words fell, as if feeling that such a topic was not suitable for such casual discussion, she raised her left hand and gently rubbed her thumb and middle finger together twice. Star after star emerged around them, their light appearing somewhat dim, constantly moving around the carriage, outlining one mysterious symbol and magical mark after another, symbolizing concealment. The prophet clone opened his eyes to look around, then closed them again, speaking without much fluctuation in his tone. That death console from the 4th epoch's pale disaster era has fallen into a state similar to the Undying, repeatedly dying and resurrecting. His most recent appearance was in Tingen City, Lone, where he served as a history teacher at a university. That place is a bit special, it's always under the gaze of Evernight. Glenn nodded thoughtfully, sighing. It sounds like a long-planned scheme. Perhaps before long, the honorific names invoked by Night Believers in their prayers will include descriptions similar to the final resting place of all living beings. Rorstad Archipelago, on the flat ground not far outside Byam City, Sea King John Cotman descended to the ground, controlling the strong winds. The ethereal, profound aura on his body had disappeared, and his deep blue eyes appeared quite indifferent, mixed with an extremely restrained madness. A few silver-white strands appeared in his seagrass-like green hair, as if he had suddenly aged greatly. The ground in front of him was scorched black, plants withered and decayed, and even the soil and stones showed varying degrees of weathering. Originally, there should have been 2 small mountain peaks here, but now they had all vanished without a trace, as if the area had been repeatedly plowed countless times by a giant robot, leaving only a flat depression. Everything around carried a sense of decay and decline, as if rushing endlessly down the path of death, almost reaching the end. John Cotman gazed intently at the fishbelly white appearing on the distant sea, quietly reciting the names of the people who had been there earlier. Altines. Rose School of Thought. Sua. Gehrman Sparrow. One of the 10 pillars of the Moses ascetic order, Glen Palace, and that strange spirit world creature. After a moment of silence, he suddenly waved his hand, summoning a gust of strong wind. The howling wind condensed into a materialized giant hand, which retrieved 2 items shimmering with beyonder light from the scorched ground in the distance. One was a gem that seemed to be condensed from rich blood. It was fist-sized and emitted a crimson light, like a miniature crimson moon. The other was a circular glass lens with some scorched and broken marks. Shaman King, and a mystical item evolved from the characteristics of a robot. He murmured in a low voice, and the strong wind swirled again, lifting John Cotman's body away from the area. Above grey fog, with the help of Miss Messenger and Azek, who arrived later, Klein, who had completely shaken off the abomination Sua, found a safe place and entered the mysterious space above grey fog. He surveyed the empty palace, his gaze finally settling on the deep red star symbolizing Leyton. He extended his beyonder power to it, telling him what had happened in Byam and asking him to retrieve the mystical item through the ritual of requesting a bestowal. After doing all this, he slumped lazily into the high-back chair, muttering to himself. I lost a marionettist, several charms, and paper figures, but fortunately, I'm safe now. And creeping hunger has grazed 2 new souls, a wraith and a desire apostle, so it's not too much of a loss. Currently, the most important thing is to return to Backlund. In such a metropolis, the Rose School of Thought's power is very limited, and perhaps I can even try to find a circus to attempt to act as a marionettist. Later, if I have the chance, I'll have to find a new marionettist. Using a marionettist to employ those mystical items with powerful positive and negative effects is a good choice. Inside the grand and ancient palace, a wailing gust of wind suddenly rose, and the calm grey fog also began to surge rapidly. The deep red star representing Leyton continuously expanded and contracted, sending out wave after wave of deep red ripples, interspersed with Leyton's prayers. The fool who does not belong to this era, the Lord of Mysteries above grey fog, the King of Yellow and Black who holds good luck. Your loyal servant prays to you. You're ready for the ritual so quickly. Muttering to himself, Klein quickly rose from the high-back chair and went to the back of the hall, extending his beyonder power to push open the illusory door. Then he raised his right hand again, and the items he had placed on the table spontaneously flew up and into the illusory double door. As the illusory door of sacrifice and bestowal closed, the space above grey fog returned to calm. Klein sat back in the fool's high-back chair. After a moment of thought, he once again extended his beyonder power to the deep red star representing Leyton, pulling the other party into this grey fog. In the forsaken land of the gods, just after putting away the mystical items retrieved from above grey fog, Leyton saw the dense grey fog and deep red light pouring into his vision. His mind blurred slightly, and when he came to, he found himself in the ancient and grand palace above grey fog, sitting in the high-back chair belonging to the Mr. Tower. Klein leaned back in the high-back chair, looking somewhat relaxed, and looked at Leyton, who was looking back at him, curling his lips as he said, "You know, what do you think if I turn around and go to the southern continent now?" Leyton's mouth twitched, and he spoke somewhat speechlessly. "Are you planning to throw yourself into danger? Or do you want the Rose School of Thought to launch an all-out attack on Paws River Valley tomorrow?" "Just kidding." Klein waved his hand, paused for 2 seconds, then spoke again, "Help me keep an eye out for Bizarro Bane and Spirit World Plunderer. Since there's a dark demonic wolf in the forsaken land of the gods, it's highly likely that pathway beyonder materials exist there." Leyton nodded lightly and said, "All right, but if you hide back in Backlund, it might not be so easy to act. Do you want to go take a look behind the Chinese gate under St. Samuel Cathedral?" Klein looked at him with some surprise, but his tone was very calm as he said, "How did you know I plan to return to Backlund? Since I know the Bizarro sorcerer's formula, why would I risk going behind the Chinese gate? If I'm not careful, I'll become one of the items sealed away there." Leyton shrugged, speaking in a tone that suggested he understood him well. "That's not hard to guess. Only places like Backlund, Trier, or Paso Island, Amantha Mountains, can minimize the danger from the Rose School of Thought and be safe enough for you. Among these places, you don't have many choices, and Backlund is the place you are most familiar with, and Benson and Melissa are there too." Chapter 542, KWM Chapter 540 Grey Fog. Klein leaned back in the high-back chair, sighed silently, and after a long moment of silence, he suddenly spoke, "I want to purchase a savant potion formula and materials." Klein's sudden words surprised Leyton. He tilted his head, carefully scrutinizing Klein's expression, and said like a detective, "For Melissa. Buying both materials and the formula, are you planning to let her slowly come into contact with the mystical world?" "Yes, I suddenly realized that I actually don't have the ability to protect them well, I can only constantly evade and watch them from a distance. Instead of that, as you said before, it's better to let Melissa, who is willing to learn more, come into contact with the mystical world. With my help, she won't encounter too many dangers, and as long as she maintains a lower sequence, the risk of losing control won't be too great." Klein tilted his head slightly as he replied, as if he had undergone a journey and suddenly matured a great deal. Leyton nodded calmly, "Then who do you plan to have as her teacher to guide her in understanding the mystical world? Will you go yourself in a different identity?" Klein remained silent, not answering the question, which was also a form of tacit agreement. Leyton, leaning back in the high-back chair, chuckled softly. He lightly tapped the armrest with his right index finger as he spoke, "How about I recommend a few candidates for you?" He paused, then, meeting Klein's scrutinizing gaze, continued, "The Vice Admiral Iceberg, who loves to teach. He possesses enough knowledge and can obtain potion formulas below sequence 6 of the Savant Pathway. You also have some understanding of his character, but as a captain, he cannot leave the Golden Dream for long. The second candidate is in Backlund, and you know him, Leopold, who invented the bicycle. He has already become an archaeologist of sequence 8. He can let Melissa serve as his laboratory assistant, which will not only allow her to learn some knowledge of the mystical world but also provide her with a well-paying job. The third candidate is Bernadette. She has mastered all savant pathway formulas except for sequence 1. Oravi Island itself also cultivates its own artisans. Simply put, you can trust Huang Tao. Although her whereabouts are mostly unpredictable, it is still possible to have Melissa join Oravi Island and train her. Your speaking style still retains the habits of the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom, Klein said, half sighing, half complaining. After a second of silence, he continued, each of them involves certain factions. I haven't officially left the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom yet, Leyton explained, shrugging his hands, then followed up on Klein's previous words, this is unavoidable. Or, you could also choose to teach her yourself, since you're returning to Backlund anyway. After a long silence, Klein spoke again, help me write a letter of recommendation for Leopold. A well-paying job is also very important for Benson and Melissa. You can find my avatar and have him send you a letter, Leyton said, leaning lazily against the back of the chair. Klein nodded calmly. After 2 seconds of silence, he whispered, that's it then. Leyton hummed in response, and a crimson light suddenly surged before his eyes. After a brief daze, when he came to his senses, he was already back in front of the bonfire in the ruins of the forsaken land of the God City. Exhaling deeply, he stood up from the ground, patted the dust from his clothes, then pulled out a stack of light yellow paper figures and tossed them into the air. The paper figures rapidly expanded, distorted, and stuck together in midair, forming a human figure of normal size, dressed in a coarse cloth coat, with simple facial features. This was a solid paper figure. Under Leyton's control, it stiffly bent down and picked up the dark bronze lantern from the ground. Under the dim yellow light, Leyton and the paper figure's forms suddenly distorted, disappearing from their original spot, then reappearing dozens of meters away. Snap. He suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. A layer of tranquil night curtain slowly fell, enveloping the spot where he had just rested, miraculously concealing all the traces he had left behind. Following his intuition, he continued to approach the eastern part of the forsaken land of the gods. After several alternations of frequent lightning and calm, a familiar grayish-white mist appeared at the end of his vision, identical to the gray fog beneath their feet during every Monday gathering. This gray fog stretched endlessly to the horizon, with no discernible beginning or end. The next moment, his figure suddenly became transparent, as if turning into a statue formed by countless starlight. The statue shattered, transforming into brilliant specks of starlight that surged, enveloping the paper figure holding the dark bronze lantern, assimilating it into specks of brilliant starlight, and approaching the distant gray fog. Beneath the endless gray fog, specks of starlight reformed within, revealing Leyton's figure. He held a dark bronze lantern in his right hand, standing before the boundless gray fog, with frequent flashes of lightning behind him, the dazzling silvery white flickering, illuminating this desolate land. Whoosh! A ethereal and hollow wailing sound suddenly echoed in Leyton's ears. The sound seemed to come from an infinite distance, yet also seemed close at hand. Behind him, a fragmented ring made of countless gears and chains appeared. In the center of the ring, an ethereal book continuously flipped, and specks of shimmering, brilliant starlight peeled off from it, circling around him. The starlight gathered more and more, like a vast river of stars, each star within it operating according to a peculiar rhythm, like an embodiment of some kind of knowledge. Opposite him, the previously calm gray fog suddenly surged, flickering with points of hazy light that were constantly obscured by the gray fog, yet constantly revealed, as if a tug-of-war was taking place. As the constantly flickering lights within the gray fog moved, countless voices gradually echoed in Leyton's ears. They were sometimes loud, sometimes soft, sometimes distant, sometimes near, all carrying extremely devout and fanatical faith, shouting and chanting something loudly. Whenever he tried to listen carefully, these voices would become chaotic and indistinguishable. Around him, the vast and brilliant river of stars slowly began to rotate, faster and faster, stirring up a pale blue, brilliant hurricane of light. Star after star twinkled in the air, casting down rays of brilliant light, and Leyton, at the very center of it all, fell into a brief trance. An ethereal sound, as if something was breaking, echoed in his ears. At this moment, he felt completely fused with the beyonder characteristic on him. The rapidly rotating stars in midair, shimmering with brilliant light, slowly contracted inward, merging into his body. His aura rapidly ascended, his spirit seemed to be infinitely elevated, and his flesh and blood continuously churned and distorted, appearing sinister and terrifying. Vaguely, he seemed to grasp something, seeing the positions of those ethereal stars in the void and understanding what they represented. During this process, his body and consciousness were gradually decomposed, transforming into countless complex and pure pieces of information, surging freely in reality and the spirit world. More and more information was attracted, merging into the vast information flow. The originally ethereal knowledge gradually solidified, turning into a hazy glow, difficult to see with the naked eye, surging like a flood between the spirit world and reality. On the other side, the grayish-white mist churned even more violently, as if something inside the gray fog was constantly crashing outwards, attempting to break through the blockade and unleash its power. Within the gray fog, countless hazy points of light flickered, as if there was a hidden, brilliant cosmos containing infinite knowledge. In a hotel in Hilston Borough, Backlund, Klein, who had just finished the lunch delivered by the hotel waiter and was about to go out, suddenly paused. A dense grey fog suddenly surged in his eyes. This grey fog churned restlessly, causing his own spirituality to produce a certain premonition. This is. Some kind of change occurred above that grey fog, which then stimulated me, who has a direct connection to that place. As he murmured to himself, he released the doorknob, turned, and walked into the washroom on the other side of the room, skillfully chanting an incantation while taking 4 counterclockwise steps. Inside the magnificent and ancient palace above the grey fog, Klein looked at the continuously surging grey fog before him, feeling somewhat bewildered. There was no aura of other existences, it seemed to be merely the grey fog here reacting spontaneously to something it sensed. As long as it wasn't the former owner of the Sapphira Castle returning, it would be fine. Otherwise, he would discover that his home had been stolen, and by a weak sequence 5 at that. After sighing for a moment in his mind, he immediately materialized paper and pen, wrote down a divination statement, and attempted to divine the source of this anomaly. In a hazy dream, he suddenly woke up and saw boundless grey fog. Inside the grey fog, countless things like brilliant stars flickered, surged, and continuously impacted this grey fog. An indescribable power was unleashed, attempting to break through the grey fog's blockade, but it always fell just short, never truly breaking through this layer of grey fog. Suddenly, specks of brilliant starlight appeared outside the grey fog, densely packed and dazzling. Klein suddenly opened his eyes, leaned forward, his hands resting on the edge of the mottled long table, breathing heavily. The moment he saw those brilliant stars, he felt as if countless complex, pure, and useless pieces of knowledge had been poured into his head, and his entire head felt as if it was about to explode from the inside. After gasping for a moment, he leaned back against the chair again, closed his eyes, and recovered his state through meditation. About a minute later, he opened his eyes again and looked at the now calm grey fog around him. He suddenly sighed, that just now was a bit like the hidden sage's knowledge pursuit. Did I see an angel from the mystery prior pathway? Chapter 543, KWM Chapter 541, Advance to Sage. At the easternmost edge of the forsaken land of the gods, where the thick barrier of endless grey fog resided. Leyton, who had been in an informational state and had lost his perception of his surroundings, suddenly became clear-headed and gradually regained his self. His ears echoed with the prayers of countless people, in different languages, different tones, and different voices, appearing chaotic, yet he could easily discern the meaning these voices wished to convey, understand the emotions and will intertwined within the language, and thereby make his spirit more stable. During this process, his own spiritual will began to undergo a qualitative change, little by little. Gradually, he somewhat detached from the angel level and evolved towards a higher level of existence, which made his spirit exceptionally stable amidst the chaotic and complex information shock around him. As his thoughts cleared, he began to gather the diffuse and fading torrent of his main body's information, starting to reconverge. At a certain moment, he vaguely saw an indescribable, unformable silver-white light. These lights surged mightily, with no visible beginning or end, making one inexplicably think of the river that represented destiny. As this light appeared, something within him seemed to shatter, and something else began to take root and sprout, growing rapidly. He felt much lighter and freer, as if he had shed a heavy disguise and returned to his true self. In his mind, many blurry memories, intentionally or unintentionally forgotten, began to surface. He saw that indescribable, infinitely vast wilderness, but this time the perspective had changed, he seemed to have become the wilderness itself. He then saw that indescribable, pure, silver-white light, seemingly encompassing everything yet incredibly chaotic. This time, he knew the name of this light, key of light, endless disorder, incarnation of fate. It was the chaotic key of light representing destiny, the incarnation of destiny. It had always watched everything, observed everything, alone on the side, never participating in the schemes and actions of the other original qualities, nor communicating with them. Beneath it, on the wilderness where countless figures roamed, huge ravines split open, and countless pitch-black things surged out from within, intertwining with the silver-white river flowing from far above. The scene quickly blurred, and he saw the wilderness and the silver-white light return to tranquility. A faint, indistinct glimmer, difficult to perceive, shot out from the depths of the wilderness and fell into the river representing destiny, stained with a thick layer of silver-white, and was pushed into the distance, beyond the endless grey fog. Gradually, a clearer murmur echoed in Leyton's ears. The voice was indifferent and mad, as if speaking to itself. It is the most mysterious, and also the earliest original quality to come alive. As the chaotic side of destiny, it sensed the soul I captured, a soul different from this universe. Chasing knowledge and chasing destiny are our instincts. I had some contention with it, and that soul shattered in the process, so we turned from opposition into cooperation. This was not any known language, but Leyton could easily understand it and grasp the meaning it wished to convey. After a brief silence, he asked himself in his mind. Am I the experimental product of your cooperation? An identity used to collect characteristics and authority outside the seal. The indifferent and mad murmur continued to echo in his ears. Yes and no. You are more successful than the hidden sage, you are a part of me, a personality facet of mine. Before the seal on the western continent is lifted, I cannot fully merge with you. The information I can transmit and the power I can infiltrate are very limited. Your interference with destiny will become the sustenance of the key of light, serving as its anchor to the outside world. If enough chaos is created, perhaps we can break free from the seal and seize more authority before he returns. This will be extremely important in the subsequent confrontations with the high-dimensional overseer, supernova dominator, goddess of fate, and circle of inevitability. Do not trust mysteries, under any circumstances. God is likewise not to be trusted. Maintaining the balance between them, and ensuring that God can never be born, is the best outcome. This was not the other party answering his question, but rather preset, already transmitted information. However, as the main body, the knowledge Moor, had long anticipated his reaction, it now seemed like a question and answer session. The murmuring echoing in his ears gradually faded, and a faint glimmer composed of complex knowledge detached from the spirit world depths, converging before the wall formed by the endless grey fog, reorganizing Leyton's body with complex and pure knowledge. His flesh and blood were still very slowly wriggling and surging, as if eyes were about to grow from within his body. His eyes gleamed with a pure light, giving one an exceptionally sacred, wisdom-filled feeling, yet appearing quite cold and without warmth. This state did not last too long. He casually found a large rock nearby to sit on, closed his eyes, and restored his state through meditation. 10 or 20 minutes passed. When he opened his eyes again, the exceptionally pure, exceptionally cold light in his pupils had disappeared, and the flesh and blood on his body had calmed down. Phew. It's a bit worse than I expected, and also a bit better than I expected. But I probably understand why my luck fluctuates and why sometimes I make decisions that don't align with my predictions and personality. No wonder I took Septon's die of probability, and he only complained twice in a dream. I always want to see Ouroboros but can never manage to. He paused, then quickly thought of a new problem. If I return to the knowledge Moor, I should encounter the same problem as the true creator. After fusion, who will be the dominant one? I am just a personality facet, and I definitely can't contend with the knowledge Moor of the western continent, unless that old salted fish, the key of light, is willing to help me. The new identity adapts a bit too quickly, somewhat like the manifestation of a virtual personality. The knowledge Moor was once compatible with God, so it still retains some of the visionary's information. Can it simulate corresponding abilities? Or do I need to find Miss Justice again? I hope she has already advanced to hypnotist, so the psychological intervention will be more effective. After muttering to himself for a few moments, he quickly reined in his scattered thoughts and looked around, using the silver-white light brought by the frequent lightning strikes in the sky. A faint purple glow flashed in his eyes, and everything around him changed in his vision, becoming incredibly clear and transparent. As long as he concentrated, his thought speed would greatly increase, making everything in his sight appear as if it had entered slow motion. As he concentrated, the silver-white lightning streaking across the sky gradually slowed down in his eyes, allowing him to dissect it bit by bit, see the trajectory of the charges, decompose the current at the information level, understand its effects, and clarify the types of forces that counter it and are countered by it. He could see the traces left by the monsters hidden in the darkness, see their hiding places, and see their unique characteristics. He could even glimpse the residual aura belonging to the Lord of Storms from the clouds covering the sky, clearly see the shadowy curtain descending from infinitely high places in the darkness, and perceive the tranquil, peaceful darkness within it. After taking in everything around him, he closed his eyes, then opened them again. The faint purple color was no longer in his light blue eyes, but they still gave off a feeling of profound wisdom, somewhat overly calm, and thus appearing cold. He curved his lips, then felt his smile was somewhat false, like a purely superficial expression. Humanity is becoming thinner and thinner. He sighed inwardly, then lowered his eyes slightly, carefully sensing some of the changes in himself after becoming an angel, as well as the improvement of his beyonder abilities. The eyes of mystery prying has been further enhanced. Besides being able to see the structure of things at the information level, it also has the ability to see the essence of things, similar to what angels of the Paragon pathway possess. Combined with that bullet time-like rapid thinking ability, I can analyze beyonder abilities, and mystical items I see in a very short time, understanding their weaknesses and strengths, and solving problems with great ease. This is somewhat similar to the insight of the Tower pathway, but it should be stronger. Even angels would find it difficult to hide anything from my eyes of mystery prying, unless they are angels of the concealment pathway. All the beyonder abilities I originally possessed have also been elevated to the angel level. In addition, I can now convert the knowledge I master into tangible power, which is somewhat like a higher-level version of mystical reenactment. I can also transform myself into a pure information flow creature, and a further step would be the Knowledge Emperor's ability to manipulate and modify information. I am now a complete mythical creature. Thanks to the essence of the knowledge Moor, although I don't have the status of a great old one, I am far above ordinary angels, and even sequence 0 true gods, especially when facing high-level existences of the paragon and hermit pathways. I have a natural suppression over them. I even feel like I can single-handedly challenge Steam now, and then almost likely be suppressed by him and made into a new sealed artifact. He self-mocked, then reached out and conjured the dark bronze lantern from thin air. The next second, his figure vanished in a flash, then reappeared 100 meters away. With a premonition, he followed the barrier made of gray fog northward, his figure constantly disappearing and reappearing. In a short while, he had covered a distance of over 1,000 meters. Chapter 544, KWM Chapter 542, The Mist. Not long after Leyton left, as a bolt of lightning streaked across the dark sky, its silver-white light illuminated the surrounding land, revealing a figure standing on the giant rock from earlier. He was dressed in a black classical robe and wore a matching pointed soft hat. He wore a crystal monocle over his right eye, and with his arms crossed over his chest, he surveyed his surroundings with interest, sighing in an emotionless voice. What a pity, I arrived a step too late. The commotion just now was truly loud. No wonder he chose to advance here. If it were outside, Steam would have already rushed out of the land of perfection by now, initiating a war of the gods in the real world. However, with such a huge commotion, the hangman hiding in the mountains merely glanced at it and then paid no further attention. This attitude is somewhat intriguing. Perhaps my main body should also go out for a stroll. The worm of time characteristic stored with Palez can be retrieved at an opportune moment. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his right hand to adjust the monocle over his right eye, and his figure suddenly vanished from the giant rock, reappearing the next moment on a small mountain several thousand meters away. Pausing for a second, his figure vanished again. About 100 miles from the place of advancement, Leyton, carrying a dark bronze lantern, continuously flickered forward. He didn't know that Amon had appeared there shortly after he left the area. If he had known, he would have moved even faster. After flickering forward a few times, he suddenly stopped, standing quietly before a decayed tree stump, gazing calmly ahead. About 500 meters in front of him was a simply arranged altar, upon which lay many spiritual materials for monsters. In front of the altar, an old man with completely white, disheveled hair knelt, dressed in deep brown animal skins. He was softly chanting something, his posture extremely devout. Behind this old man, dozens of figures holding animal skin lanterns knelt sparsely. They wore simple animal skin clothing, their heads bowed low, and showed varying degrees of mutation. People of Moon City. Because of the commotion I caused just now, they think it's a response from this gray fog, so they've started performing rituals again. Muttering to himself, Leyton turned his head to look at the gray fog on the other side, a deep, captivating light purple tint appearing in his eyes, as if he could perceive all the secrets of the world. In this state, he could clearly see the essence of the endless grayish-white mist. He could even see the shattered light spots in the historical mist, some dim, some flickering with light, as if he could discern the information they contained simply by concentrating. I can also see the historical gaps and the historical records they contain. It must be due to my unique nature, my ability to control information in any form, which allows me to see the information within those historical gaps. If it were another sage, or even the Knowledge Emperor, they might not be able to do this. He silently sighed to himself, his gaze once again drawn to the endless, grayish-white mist stretching before him. As the residents of Moon City performed their sacrifice, it gradually began to change, acquiring a living instinct. He could still clearly hear the residents of Moon City repeatedly chanting the honorific name in a language similar to Jotun. The ever-changing mist, the barrier that solidifies time and space, the existence that encompasses all. As the residents of Moon City chanted repeatedly, the quietly flowing gray fog in front of them surged again, making a whooshing sound, like air friction or a deep, hoarse growl. The gray fog continuously converged and tore apart. Gradually, it even ripped out a blurry face, as if formed by countless tiny wriggling insects, a face between human and beast, struggling to extend outward from above the gray fog wall. Witnessing all of this, Leyton murmured. Quite interesting. The recent anomaly seems to have brought it back to life somewhat. The light from the dark bronze lantern he held flickered a few times, causing his figure to continuously flash. In a moment, he appeared before the wall composed of the boundless gray fog. He raised the lantern in his hand towards his head, and the face that had grown above the boundless gray fog reached down. The gray fog rubbed against the air, making a hoarse sound, as if it were sighing. Leyton held up the lantern and met its gaze, a deep blue, almost purple, glow slowly flowing in his eyes, reflecting a dense, brilliant cosmos. In this state, he could perceive the state of this gray fog and the emotions of this face more clearly and easily. You hold malice towards me because you remember the aura from earlier? Leyton murmured to himself. Under the dim lantern light, the distance was stretched very, very long. No matter how much the face growing on the gray fog extended downwards, it could never truly approach him. After a moment of silent staring at the face growing on the gray fog, he extended his free left hand slightly, conjuring a dark, ancient horn of destruction, imbued with an extremely heavy and powerful essence. The angel-level horn of destruction, when blown, emits a low, difficult to conceal and isolate sound. The superimposition of sound waves can shatter everything within a certain range. He brought the horn of destruction to his lips, his cheeks slightly puffed out, and blew the horn forcefully. A deep, resonant, almost moaning sound instantly echoed around, and invisible sound waves rippled out in circles. The surrounding void continuously emitted faint cracking sounds, as if it were slowly tearing apart, gradually heading towards destruction. Amidst the sound waves filled with the essence of destruction, the face formed by countless gray fog, a face between human and beast, gradually collapsed, transforming into the most primitive historical mist, merging into the endless gray fog wall behind it. Behind Leyton, the residents of Moon City, who were performing the sacrifice, had already noticed the change. They stared in astonishment at the suddenly appearing figure and the face that had grown out of the gray fog. After a brief moment of daze, Nim, the high priest overseeing the ritual, quickly gestured for the crowd behind him to retreat. Whoosh! The heavy, low roar, imbued with the meaning of destruction, transformed into invisible sound waves that continuously spread outwards, far and wide, almost covering the area of a city. Within this range, whether it was the grayish-white mist, the soil on the ground, or even the silver-white lightning striking from the sky, and the deep, oppressive darkness around, all were gradually disintegrating and dissipating. After about half a minute, the continuously echoing horn sound finally disappeared. Leyton stood calmly in midair. The ground he had been standing on had vanished, leaving only a large crater. In front of him, the grayish-white mist continuously surged, filling the gap created by the invisible sound waves, and the remaining dim space was quickly recovered by darkness. It really doesn't work, does it? Leyton's right hand, holding the lantern, swayed a few times as he murmured to himself. The next moment, he raised his left hand high, as if touching the sky above his head. Warm, clear light quickly appeared around him and began to accumulate in his hand, forming a long spear of extreme purity and extreme whiteness, seemingly composed of pure sunlight. Under the dim lantern light, the long spear in his hand became exceptionally bright and hot, as if stained with a layer of brilliant gold. The moment the spear formed, it flew out of his hand and directly plunged into the depths of the gray fog. The slowly surging gray fog suddenly churned violently. In the depths of the gray fog, a miniature sun appeared, so intensely white it could illuminate an entire city, radiating pure white light that was scorching hot, as if it could purify everything. The gray fog surged outwards for a while, then began to converge inwards again, gradually submerging the extremely white miniature sun and obscuring all its light. These seals formed by the gray fog also inherited some characteristics of those three pathways. They cannot be broken by force. Muttering to himself, Leyton put his left hand in his pocket and turned to walk towards the direction of the Moon City people. As he walked, his figure flickered a few times, easily leaving the area that had just been destroyed by the Horn of Destruction. Less than 1,000 meters from the area destroyed by the Horn of Destruction, the people of Moon City, who showed varying degrees of mutation, looked ahead nervously and curiously. It wasn't until the surging gray fog gradually subsided that people began to whisper, both curious and worried. Standing at the forefront was the white-haired high priest Nim. Beside him was a young man holding an animal skin lantern. His body was abnormally hunched, and there were lumps of varying sizes from his neck to his cheek, as if new limbs were about to grow from them. He looked ahead with some unease, seemingly worried that the mysterious person who had just attacked the gray fog would suddenly appear before them and attack them. While vigilant, he asked the high priest Nim beside him with a hint of anticipation. High priest, was that figure who suddenly appeared just now really human? Or some kind of monster from the depths of darkness? Was he attacking this gray fog just now? I don't know either. High priest Nim sighed softly. Are you discussing me? A clear, seemingly young voice, speaking a language entirely different from theirs, suddenly echoed in the ears of the Moon City people. Everyone instantly became alert. Leyton felt he could even hear their pounding heartbeats. Pausing his attempt to approach further, he raised the lantern in his hand and forced a smile that he believed conveyed a hint of emotion and friendliness, saying, I mean no harm. I merely saw you all looking over here, so I came over out of curiosity. The people of Moon City seemed even more nervous upon hearing his words. They hesitated, wanting to approach, yet not daring to take a single step forward. Chapter 545, KWM Chapter 543 New Week Party. Nim, the high priest standing at the very front, took the beast-hide lantern from the hunched young man beside him and nervously moved closer, stopping less than 5 meters from Leyton. Perhaps due to his advanced age, or constant consumption of corrupted food, his eyesight wasn't very good. After examining Leyton from various angles for a while, he spoke in a somewhat nervous voice. I am very sorry, we did not intend to discuss you. This is our first time seeing humans other than ourselves, please forgive us. There's no need to be so polite, Leyton replied with a faint nod. Nim seemed to have finally confirmed something, and he spoke with a hint of curiosity. You don't seem to be from around here, or rather, not from this continent. The language you speak is very strange. Although I can understand its meaning, this must be due to a magical effect you've cast. It doesn't belong to any language I know. Leyton nodded slightly and said. This is Highlander, the language used in a country outside the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Forsaken Land of the Gods? Nim murmured with a complex expression, as if he had aged considerably in an instant. After a pause, he seemed to pluck up his courage and asked. May I ask if you know how to leave this Forsaken Land of the Gods? What price do we need to pay for it? No price is needed, because you simply can't do it, Leyton said with a light chuckle. After 2 seconds, he continued. From here, heading west, you need to cross the entire continent. The Giant King's Court. There is the passage to leave the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Giant King's Court. I know that place. High Priest Nim lowered his head, murmuring softly, his voice growing fainter and fainter until it was silent. The scene was quiet for a moment. He then raised his head again, revealing a bitter smile to Leyton. He opened his mouth to say something, but Leyton interrupted him. You don't need to ask me for anything, your destiny is not with me. Wait. 1 year from now, someone will come here again. He will bring divine revelation and hope. That will be your opportunity to leave here. This is a prophecy. As the last sentence fell, Leyton's figure suddenly became transparent and ethereal, decomposing into complex knowledge, transforming into a pure stream of information, surging like a torrent and moving away into the distance. Nim stood rooted to the spot, staring at the place where Leyton had disappeared, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Taking a deep breath and composing himself, he carried the beast-hide lantern and retreated back into the Moon City's crowd. As soon as he approached, the Moon City residents, who had been anxiously watching from the side, eagerly asked. High Priest, what did that person say in the end? Is he really a human from the outside world? Nim looked at the complex expressions of the people before him and slowly said. A prophecy. After leaving Moon City, Leyton traveled a distance west, arriving at a collapsed, abandoned temple. In the darkness, scarlet gazes lit up deep within the temple, and a gust of wind carrying a hint of stench howled and rushed towards him. Thick, greenish vines descended from above, covering the surrounding area like a downpour, completely enveloping Leyton's figure, and in a blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. Only a few indistinct figures in the darkness crashed against the temple walls and ground, causing a sound of falling and breaking bricks, making the already half-collapsed temple even more dilapidated. In a dimension isolated from reality, greenish vines intertwined and woven together, quickly forming a vast, lush green forest, layer upon layer, reaching so high that the top was invisible. Under Leyton's deliberate manipulation, some of the greenish vines wove together around him to form a set of green table and chairs. He placed the lantern he was holding on the table, leaned back lazily on the vine-woven long chair, and closed his eyes for a nap. After a few minutes, thick gray fog suddenly surged from his eyes, and Klein's somewhat ethereal and distant voice echoed in his ears. Prepare for the gathering. Unlike before, this time he grasped some of Sapphira Castle's aura. His gaze, profound, looked up towards the top, as if crossing space and making eye contact with Klein. Above the gray fog, Klein's heart inexplicably beat too faster. He unnaturally averted his gaze from Leyton's. After 2 seconds, he curiously looked back again, but Leyton had already withdrawn his gaze. How strange, what happened to him? Even above the gray fog, I actually felt a sense of danger. He seems to possess some quality that can shake this gray fog. After muttering to himself for a while, Klein decided to perform a divination. He skillfully materialized the frequently used topaz pendant, closed his eyes, and silently chanted the divination phrases. After repeating it a few times, he opened his eyes and looked at the topaz pendant slowly rotating counterclockwise in his hand, feeling a little more relaxed. Fortunately, the changes in him will not pose a danger to me. However, what exactly happened to him? His entire being has undergone significant, inscrutable changes. Time quickly reached 3 in the afternoon. Leyton looked at the grayish-white fog and deep red light that reappeared before him. It seemed as if with just a slight squeeze, he could sever his connection with the gray fog and easily refuse Klein's attempt to pull him in. Resisting the urge to try, he used meditation to maintain his composure, allowing his spirit body to follow the pulling force created by Klein into the space above the gray fog. Above the gray fog, inside the palace with its soaring dome, streaks of deep red light rose, then quickly retracted inwards, condensing into blurry figures on both sides of the mottled long table. Klein carefully and covertly activated his spirit vision, observing everyone. The spirituality of Justice Audrey and Magician Furs had not yet fully converged, indicating they had both completed their advancement last week. His gaze didn't linger. He turned his head to look at the other side of the mottled long table, and at that very instant, a strong premonition of warning suddenly arose in his heart, causing him to instinctively withdraw his gaze. Cannot look, cannot look. Who is it I can't look at? Al. Did he advance to sage in the Forsaken Land of the Gods? As thoughts surged in Klein's mind, he closed his spirit vision. Relying on the gray fog's concealment, he calmly looked at Leyton, who was sitting somewhat lazily on a high-backed chair at one side of the mottled long table. No changes were apparent, only a vague sense that he seemed calmer and more rational. As his thoughts turned, he heard Justice Audrey's greeting. "Good afternoon, Mr. Fool." Justice Audrey gracefully and skillfully rose, slightly lifting her skirt, and bowed to the Fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table. Following Justice Audrey's lead, the other members of the Tarot Club also began to rise and bow, then nodded to each other in greeting. Chariot Anderson, who had already experienced 2 Tarot Club meetings, gradually became more accustomed. His sitting posture had changed from the uprightness of a student in class to that of a wild and unrestrained adventurer. Withdrawing his gaze from surveying the others, Klein tapped the table with a finger before Hermit Katlia, who was about to materialize the diary, and spoke with a leisurely, admiring tone. "Let us first congratulate our hypnotist and scribe on their successful advancement, and of course, our newly born sage." Justice Audrey and Magician Furs, both surprised and delighted, turned sideways and bowed slightly to the Fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table. At the same time, they inwardly speculated on what sequence Sage belonged to. Newly born Sage. Mr. Tower has already advanced to Sage. This speed is too fast, abnormally fast. Hermit Katlia, who understood Sage the most, couldn't control her expression, turning to look at Leyton, who was sitting diagonally in front of her, with a look of astonishment and excitement. The Queen stayed at sequence 3 clairvoyant for so long and couldn't find an opportunity to advance, yet he advanced so quickly and easily. This is absolutely not normal. Thinking of this, she asked, both curious and concerned. "How did you advance to Sage?" Leyton shifted his body slightly, looking at Katlia across from him, and chuckled softly. "I've always had a Sage characteristic within me. When it fully integrated with me, I naturally advanced. This, a natural-born angel. The only one on this pathway who could achieve this is the hidden Sage, no wonder." Katlia was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted. She swiftly reined in her exposed emotions and calmly said, "You need to pay attention to the balance between your divinity and humanity. Your situation is more dangerous than that of an ordinary angel." Angel. Sage is a sequence 2 angel. No wonder Mr. Fool mentioned our advancement before the gathering began. It turns out he saw that Mr. Tower had already advanced to an angel. Justice Audrey's gaze, unable to hide her curiosity, looked at Leyton, who was lazily sitting on the high-backed chair. Angel. Is this guy even human? This advancement speed is simply too shocking. Moon, Emlyn and Chariot Anderson's thoughts were surprisingly consistent. Chapter 546, KWM Chapter 544 Those who bravely pursue the light deserve to be embraced by the light. Hangman Alger looked at Leyton, who was separated from him by the sun Derek, with a complicated expression. No wonder he didn't need the coordinates of that primitive island. When he first joined the Tarot Club, he wasn't even a demigod. To advance to the angel level in such a short time, was he also a blessed of the gods? The sun Derek looked at Leyton with a deep expression of envy and admiration and said, "Congratulations, Mr. Tower. Besides the angel the Fool sent to help me with the purification of Amon's possession, you are the second angel I have seen and interacted with up close." In the recorded history of the City of Silver, angels were also called subsidiary gods in ancient times. They already possessed the power of gods to a certain extent. Klein, controlling his alternate account the world, turned his head to look at Leyton and said, "Congratulations. This is merely predetermined fate." Leyton replied calmly. After a second's pause, he turned his head to look at the sun beside him and said with a smile, "If you can advance to sequence 3, I can find a light seeker beyonder characteristic for you. This is my promise. Those who bravely pursue light deserve to be embraced by light." In his last sentence, his tone took on a fluctuating melody, as if he was softly chanting a lyric, narrating a prophecy. Klein, who was the first to recover from his words, had his alternate account the world ask further, "Is this your prophecy?" "You could say that." Leyton nodded lightly, confirming his thought. The sun Derek paused for a moment before reacting. He rose from his seat with some excitement and bowed to Leyton, saying, "Thank you very, very much. If that time truly comes, I will purchase the light seeker beyonder characteristic from you at a suitable price." There is no suitable price. At the angel level, beyonder characteristic are already priceless. Hangman Alger lowered his eyes, sighing inwardly with a complicated feeling. Sometimes, luck is more important than effort and talent. So the sequence 2 of the sun pathway is called Light Seeker. What a meaningful name. Those who bravely pursue light deserve to be embraced by light. Is this referring to the environment of the City of Silver? I wonder if in the future Mr. Tower saw, Mr. Sun and the others managed to leave the forsaken land of the gods. They should have. That's a place Mr. Fool is paying attention to. As thoughts floated, Justice Audrey subconsciously turned her head to glance at Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table. "Why are you looking at me? Does Miss Justice also want such a promise?" If I were also an angel, I would definitely not hesitate, but unfortunately, I am only a sequence 5 marionettist. While Klein sighed inwardly, he also began to think about how to act as a marionettist. Magician Furs, Moon Emlyn, and Chariot Anderson had surprisingly similar thoughts at this moment. Damn it, I'm so envious. This is an angel's promise, an opportunity to advance to an angel, given away for free. If I were the first to say congratulations. After a brief silence, Chariot Anderson, the most sociable, looked at Leyton and grinned, ahem. Mr. Tower, if I can also advance to a demigod in the future, will I have a chance to seek some hints from you, or some prophecies? Leyton looked at Anderson without much surprise and nodded lightly, you can. If you're not beaten to death before then. Klein, sitting at the head of the mottled long table, mentally completed what he believed Leyton had left unsaid. Moon Emlyn and Magician Furz's eyes lit up. They also raised their hands one after another, preparing to ask the same question as Anderson. Leyton raised his hand to interrupt them, saying, you shouldn't seek me. Why? Emlyn asked without thinking. Leyton chuckled and said, you have already grasped the most important opportunity in your life. After a brief silence, Hermit Catlia looked up at the Fool Klein at the head of the mottled long table and said, respected Mr. Fool, I have collected 2 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. Klein nodded lightly, helping Catlia materialize the diary she had memorized and moving it in front of him. The scene fell silent again until Klein waved his hand, making the materialized diary in front of him disappear, and calmly looked at Hermit Catlia, saying, what is your request? Catlia asked directly without hesitation, there is a word that appears repeatedly in this diary, seemingly a name. I want to know who he is. As expected, Bernadette wasn't completely clueless about the Emperor's diary. She could roughly distinguish the meaning of some words or the scope of the content they referred to. After 2 seconds of calm thought, Klein, leaning leisurely back in the high-backed chair, chuckled and said, he is generally called Mr. Door. Mr. Door. This title is somewhat similar to Mr. Fool. Is this Mr. Door also a great existence, or an existence very close to one? Justice Audrey rested her hands on the edge of the table, trying to deduce Mr. Door's identity from Mr. Fool's tone and wording just now. Leyton looked around and his gaze finally fell on Catlia, explaining Mr. Door's identity to her. He is the ancestor of the Abraham family, and also the king of angels of the Door pathway, the existence closest to godhood at present. If you want to know more, you can only learn through members of the Abraham family. Hermit Catlia nodded lightly, I understand. Klein, leaning back in the chair at the head of the mottled long table, looked around and said in a relaxed tone, you may begin. As soon as he finished speaking, he controlled his alternate account the world to say, I have 2 items for sale. Everyone else remained silent, waiting for the world to continue describing the 2 items he wanted to sell. If suitable, they could buy them. Klein surveyed everyone's reactions, then continued to control the world to say, the first item is called the biological poison bottle. It looks like a brown translucent glass bottle. As long as the cap is opened, it will spread viruses within a certain range, causing people nearby to contract various diseases. The longer the exposure, the more severe it becomes. Below high sequence, it can even threaten lives. Its negative effect is that it gradually weakens the holder and leads to illness. If carried for too long, it can even cause death by illness, and this cannot be eliminated by a spiritual lock. He then described the most common toxins released by the biological poison bottle, the time it takes to take effect, and methods for prevention. Justice Audrey and Magician Furs felt chills down their spines. This effect was too strange and terrifying, especially the toxins that would make people scratch their own skin and had an aphrodisiac effect. Moon Emlyn leaned back in his chair, his thoughts gradually diverging. Spreading toxins, not very useful. As a potions professor, I can create and solve most toxins myself. I can't possibly carry this bottle to make people sick and then cure them. That doesn't align with the Mother Goddess's teachings. Bah. It doesn't align with my noble sanguine identity. Seeing that no one spoke for a moment, Klein had to control the world to add, 5,200 pounds. 5,200 pounds. Repeating the number in their minds, Moon Emlyn and Chariot Anderson no longer had any lingering thoughts about this mystical item. Hermit Catlia opened her mouth, then quickly changed her mind and said, for me, it's not necessary. This mystical item was indeed difficult to sell. It wasn't directly formed from Beyonder characteristic, so it couldn't even be sold as a Beyonder characteristic after Alger helped crush it. After sighing twice inwardly, Klein continued to control his alternate account the world to say, the other mystical item is the Book of Secrets. This is an occult book left behind by Shaman King Klarman of the Southern Continent, suitable for mid-sequence Beyonder with a good foundation in mysticism. The price is 1,000 pounds. 1,000 pounds. Moon Emlyn couldn't help but swallow, his desire to advance further intensifying. Just a Shaman King, it won't be long before I become an earl. Then I'll write my own books to sell, and I'll become a rich man in no time. Through the exchanges before the end of each tarot club gathering, I already have a very good foundation in mysticism. Further knowledge of mysticism is exactly what I need. Although the psychology alchemists will certainly teach me some high-level mysticism knowledge later, it will definitely not be comprehensive, limited to the spiritual domain. After a brief internal struggle, Justice Audrey successfully convinced herself and nodded lightly, "Deal, this is exactly what I want." As expected of Miss Justice, the wealthiest member of the tarot club, she didn't even bargain. Actually, my bottom line was only. No, I had no bottom line at all, because I could just sell it elsewhere. Klein sighed inwardly while controlling the world to chuckle, "Deal. I need to remind you, absolutely do not pray to Primordial Moon. She is a thorough evil god. Those who prayed to her all ended up as wriggling masses of flesh, madly mating with other species, or even objects. Of course, do not pray to other hidden existences either. This is equally dangerous." Justice Audrey was so frightened that she involuntarily changed her sitting posture, then looked at the head of the mottled long table and said firmly, "I understand, thank you for your reminder, Mr. World. When performing secret rituals, I will only pray to Mr. Fool." Chapter 547, KWM Chapter 545 Harmonious Coexistence. After reaching a deal with Justice Audrey, Klein continued to manipulate the world, saying, "I still have two Beyonder characteristic here, Pyromaniac and Sailor. The former costs £1,200, and the latter £300. Pyromaniac is very skilled in fire-related Beyonder powers. If it's crafted into a mystical item, it should have good offensive capabilities." The latter sentence was an addition for Justice Audrey. Apart from this noble lady, Hermit Catlia, who was a pirate admiral, and Mr. Tower Leyton, who had his own industry, the other members of the tarot club were not very wealthy. So, whenever he sold something, his first consideration was whether Justice Audrey would buy it. These two Beyonder characteristic were his gains from the night the Rose School of Thought attacked him in Byam. They came from two pirates who were implicated by a Church of the Lord of Storms sealed artifact. At that time, he and other Beyonders nearby were teleported in front of the Punisher squad. After a conflict broke out, he quickly broke free from the dream, and while using Marionette Curtius and powerful mystical items to restrain the Punisher squad, he conveniently picked up two Beyonder characteristic. Pyromaniac, that sounds pretty good. It has the ability to manipulate flames for offense, which largely compensates for the audience pathway's early weakness. My bank account balance this month is running low. Although I can freely dispose of my property after becoming an adult, this doesn't mean my money will increase, on the contrary, my savings are decreasing with my expenses. I can borrow money from Alfred. Buying mystical items is very normal for a Beyonder, and he is the only one in the family who knows I've become a Beyonder. It's perfectly normal for me to borrow money from him at a time like this. Justice Audrey pondered for a moment, then turned her head to look at the world at the bottom of the bronze long table, raising her hand and saying, "I'd like to purchase the Pyromaniac characteristic." After speaking, she turned her head to look at Leyton, who was slightly in front of her, and asked with some hesitation, "Mr. Tower, do you still accept commissions for crafting mystical items?" Leyton nodded slightly, saying, "Of course. You can tell me your requirements for the mystical item. I have very professional artisans here." Hangman Alger turned his head slightly to glance at Leyton, his mind churning with thoughts. Professional artisans. Mr. Tower has also cultivated his own artisans. Is he building his own force? Does he want to break away from the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom? Professional artisans. Hermit Catlia murmured to herself. For some reason, the first person she thought of was her first mate, Frank Lee. What am I thinking? Frank can only become a professional gardener. Justice Audrey rested her chin on her hands, and after a brief thought, she said, "I want a mystical item that's easy to carry, like something I'd carry with me daily. The side effects should be minor, preferably something that can be easily resolved." Well, these conditions are just preferences, as long as the negative effects aren't too difficult to bear, that's fine. Leyton nodded slightly, and calmly said, "No problem, that's very simple. Even if it fails, I can crush the item to recover the characteristic. After several attempts, one will surely succeed. Is this what an angel is like?" His tone is calm and arrogant. "It's just crafting a mystical item, if it's not good, it can be melted down and remade." Klein kept muttering to himself inwardly while calmly scanning the room. After a brief silence, he manipulated the world to clear his throat and say, "I have no more transactions." As soon as the world finished speaking, Hangman Alger, who had been waiting, looked at Hermit Catlia and said, "I want to know where there are Aguni sea monsters that do not belong to the Church of the Lord of Storms. People from the Church of the Lord of Storms don't need to ask for outside help, unless he's truly not a member of the Church of the Lord of Storms, or he intends to leave the Church of the Lord of Storms." After a brief thought, she calmly said, "I'll help you inquire. We'll discuss the price once I have definite leads." "All right." Alger silently let out a breath. The scene fell silent again for a few seconds. Leyton looked at Katlia, who was slightly in front of him, and mused, "Do you need my blood?" Although I'm not an angel of the fate pathway, due to some reasons, I've interacted with a very high-level existence of the fate pathway. There are still some traces left on me, which can also help you better advance to clairvoyant. What do I need to pay? Hermit Katlia asked without hesitation. Leyton raised his hand, trying to curve his lips into a gentle smile, and said, "You can hear me out first before making a decision. My blood can not only help you better advance to clairvoyant, but if you can obtain the corresponding characteristic, you will also have a certain advantage in higher sequences later on. There are also negative effects, influences from me. Even if I restrain the instinct to assimilate things of the same pathway, you will draw closer to me. In a sense, you could be considered my blessed. If you're undecided, you can seek help from Bernadette. It doesn't matter whether you refuse or agree." "I understand. I will give you my answer at next week's Tarot Club." Hermit Katlia nodded heavily, and at the same time, doubts kept rising in her heart. Mr. Tower's blood seems different. His description makes me feel like it's the blood of a Sequence 0 true god. He carries a great secret, which might involve some arrangements of the hidden sage. At the top of the mottled long table, Klein, whose figure was shrouded in grey fog, subconsciously furrowed his brow. This is not the blood of a normal angel. An angel's control over things of the same pathway definitely wouldn't reach the point of assimilation, unless it's a king of angels like Amon, then there's a certain possibility. This is more like a Sequence 0's control over its pathway. He had previously had some doubts about his own identity. After becoming an angel, did he completely split his personality? Or did he find his true self and become the incarnation of some returning ancient god or evil god? Klein sighed inwardly. He suddenly regretted not insisting that Mr. Azik also attend today's Tarot Club. If Alger suddenly went berserk, I, Mr. Fool, wouldn't be able to stop him now. Today's Tarot Club was so high-end from the start, I couldn't even get a word in, and I even felt a bit lost. Moon Emlyn sighed inwardly, feeling a bit distressed. He felt his superiority as a vampire had completely vanished. Chariot Anderson glanced sideways at Leyton, somewhat wanting to inquire about parts of the Iron-Blooded Knight's potion formula, even if only the ritual. But considering his financial situation, he reluctantly gave up the idea. "I'll wait a bit longer, until I find some treasures, or some former pirates." Just as Audrey scanned the surroundings and, seeing no one speaking, she raised her hand and said, "Everyone, does anyone know the potion formula for the audience pathways sequence 5, or related information?" Hangman Alger chuckled, saying, "You can go through the Psychology Alchemist channel to obtain it internally. Anyway, you've just been promoted, so there's no rush for the next sequence. Relying on them appropriately can increase their trust in you." Alger's words gave Audrey a sudden enlightenment. She smiled and nodded to him, acknowledging, "I understand. Thank you, Mr. Hangman." Then she looked around again and said, "Then I have no other needs for now." The people at the Tarot Club were silent for a few seconds. The fool Klein, sitting at the top of the mottled long table, lightly tapped the table edge twice with his finger and chuckled, "You may exchange freely." Hangman Alger scanned everyone with his gaze, and spoke in an unhurried tone. "Some time ago, the pirates and adventurers hidden in the City of Generosity, Byam, suffered heavy losses from the Church of the Lord of Storms. Most of them were imprisoned in the underground dungeons, or turned into characteristics and mystical items. Now, Byam has almost become a forbidden zone for pirates." After a 2-second pause, he turned his head to look at the world at the very bottom, and continued in a calm tone, "The Church of the Lord of Storms is currently hunting down the mad adventurer Gehrman Sparrow, as well as Al, the pyromaniac, who was a crew member of the future. It is said that they caused a lot of chaos in Byam. Also, the Crimson Queen, who took over Senor's blood pirates, has been killed by the Church of the Lord of Storms, and her Beyonder characteristic have been recovered. It is said that she was a Sequence 4 Shaman King. Shaman King. Pirates are currently lacking news from Byam. Hangman can know what happened in Byam a few days ago so quickly. He must have a certain status in the Church of the Lord of Storms." Hermit Katlia glanced sideways at Alger and did not respond to his words. Only characteristics retrieved by vampires can be called recovered. Moon Emlyn corrected Hanged Man's words with some dissatisfaction. Chariot Anderson, on the other hand, asked curiously, "Why did the Church of the Lord of Storms suddenly attack pirates and adventurers? They've coexisted peacefully for so many years." Coexisted peacefully. This is the first time I've heard someone use "coexist peacefully" to describe the relationship between pirates and the Church of the Lord of Storms. To be able to joke like that, this guy definitely isn't a pirate. Is his previous claim of being a treasure hunter true? There aren't many famous treasure hunters on the sea, and his strength doesn't seem like that of Vice Admiral Iceberg's crew. Hangman Alger subtly glanced at Anderson. While his thoughts churned, he gently shook his head and said, "I don't know." Chapter 548, KWM Chapter 546, Frank Communication. I can make the identity of the world align with Gehrman Sparrow, which will make him more realistic, and it can also be considered part of my role-playing as a marionettist. Moreover, some members of the Tarot Club already know this identity, so there's no need to continue hiding it. Thinking of this, Klein, shrouded in grey fog, subtly surveyed the others, then manipulated his alternate account, the world, to speak in a low, hoarse voice. That conflict stemmed from the Rose School of Thought's actions. They dispatched 2 saints and 1 angel for it. Unfortunately, only Sua, the abomination, managed to escape. Moon Emlyn, still immersed in the fact that the Church of the Lord of Storms had taken the Shaman King characteristic and not yet fully reacted, subconsciously asked, didn't the Church of the Lord of Storms only kill 1 Shaman King? The world, under Klein's control, looked up at Leyton, then continued, another saint from the prisoner pathway was killed by our people. If you need the characteristic, you can purchase it from Tower. Justice Audrey slightly straightened her posture, adopting an attentive listening pose. Our people means that not only the world and Mr. Tower from the Tarot Club were present and took action, but also Mr. Fool's dependents, or other forces belonging to Mr. Fool. I wonder who or what kind of forces they are, it's truly intriguing. Hangman Alger's gaze swept back and forth between the gloomy and reserved the world and Leyton, who was casually leaning back in the high-back chair, his thoughts churning uncontrollably. As expected, the world is Gehrman Sparrow. Did the conflict that erupted in Byam originate from the Mother Tree, whom the Rose School of Thought believes in, and Mr. Fool? The Church of the Lord of Storms was a third party that got caught up in it and took the opportunity to clear out the pirates and adventurers hidden in the city. Hermit Catlia thought of something and subconsciously wanted to look up at Mr. Fool at the head of the mottled long table, but quickly restrained herself. Does Mr. Fool have a conflict with the Mother Tree, whom the Rose School of Thought believes in? I heard Justice and Hangman mention before that his bless disrupted some of the Aurora Orders and Demoness Sect's plans in Backlund. Both of these forces believe in evil gods. Does this indicate that Mr. Fool is intentionally suppressing forces belonging to evil gods? Chariot Anderson leaned back leisurely in the high-back chair, silently complaining to himself, Gehrman Sparrow's life is truly exciting, he's either killing people or on his way to kill people. After a brief silence, Hangman Alger changed the topic. Many pirates have recently visited Bansi Harbor and found that it has been completely destroyed. Even with full reconstruction efforts, it will take at least several years. No one responded to Alger's words, and silence once again fell upon the scene. After 2 seconds, Leyton changed his posture, leaning forward slightly, and calmly spoke, the Numinous Episcopate's artificial death faction doesn't seem to have been entirely without gains these past years. Some time ago, my avatar encountered a monster that should be a byproduct of their experiments. It has no physical body, it's more like a mass of mist filling the surrounding space, mixed with white feathers stained with light yellow grease. It possesses strong corruption, and once touched, one will rush uncontrollably down the path of death. Even a Sea King would find it difficult to resist this influence. After this, everyone briefly exchanged some of their insights and shared some basic occult knowledge. At the end of the gathering, everyone continued to teach son Derek some ancient Hermes words. It wasn't until the Fool Klein, seated at the head of the mottled long table, declared the end of the gathering that everyone rose and bowed. Crimson light continuously surged in the grand, ancient hall, melting away their figures and then disappearing above the grey fog. Leyton tilted his head and surveyed his surroundings, seeing that only he remained. He then settled back into the high-back chair, his posture appearing even more casual and relaxed. Klein raised his hand, causing the world at the very end to disappear, and then spoke, something has changed about you. My intuition warns me not to observe you with spiritual vision. Leyton tilted his head and looked at Klein at the very top, chuckling, you're not even a demigod yet, and you want to peek at an angel. Klein was momentarily speechless. After 2 seconds, he continued, this shouldn't be the main reason. I've also spied on Eternal Blazing Sun, Dragon of Imagination, and True Creator through divination here above the grey fog before. That instant of intuition just now, I even almost thought it was more dangerous to spy on you than on them. After a 1-second pause, he continued, not long ago, this grey fog experienced some unusual turbulence. Relying on a certain connection I have with this grey fog, I divined some images. In the images, I also saw grey fog similar to this place, but I can confirm that it wasn't here. Besides the grey fog, I also saw some hazy, constantly flickering starlight. Just a fleeting glimpse, and my mind was filled with a lot of chaotic and useless knowledge, forcing me to stop the divination. After speaking, he looked at Leyton with some suspicion. The latter shrugged, his tone calm. If your description is correct, then you most likely saw me. Klein immediately pressed on, were you advancing at that time? Also, why would you cause the grey fog here to tremble? Leyton nodded gently. Yes. As for the grey fog here also experiencing a chain reaction, it should be because the grey fog there was originally left by the former owner of this place. The things inside impacting the seal and permeating power outwards caused a ripple effect in this space. Seal. Klein keenly grasped the key point in Leyton's words. Thoughts emerged one after another in his mind, and finally, he said with almost certainty, the knowledge Moor is sealed there, and that's why you would contact me, and Hidden Sage would choose to invest in me. After a 2-second pause, he continued, some of the changes in you cannot be explained simply by advancing to an angel. Just like what you told Ms. Hermit before, your blood had an exceptionally good effect as a ritual for her advancement to a demigod. Can I boldly guess that you are Hidden Sage, a certain avatar of his, just like Helmasuin was the identity used by Orange Light Hilarion when he was active in the real world? After speaking, Klein pursed his lips, staring intently at Leyton, his expression somewhat uneasy. If my guess is correct, then his identity as a transmigrator is problematic. Directly transmigrating into Hidden Sage is almost impossible. A common person's soul compared to Hidden Sage is like the vast ocean compared to a bowl of clear water. The moment it falls into the sea, it would have already been assimilated, becoming a part of him. If I think this way, there's another possibility. After being assimilated by Hidden Sage, he was used by the other party, and an identity was directly separated. In this state, he appears to be an independent and complete person, but in reality, that's why he advanced so smoothly on the sequence pathway, and why Hidden Sage would care for him so exceptionally. The more Klein thought, the more he felt his guess was correct, almost affirming his idea in his heart. Leyton remained in his position, leaning against the high-backed chair, without moving. It wasn't until Klein's gaze gradually became complex and strange that he spoke, most of your guesses are correct, with only a few minor errors. As expected. So, after he advanced to a sage, he recalled his identity. As thoughts swirled, Klein continued to press, did you take over a transmigrator's identity? What about the original transmigrator? Leyton gently shook his head. It's not really taking over, it's just like a faceless putting on a mask for himself. As for the template for this mask, he no longer exists. I merely exploited information that I had previously analyzed and recorded. Klein was silent for a moment before continuing to ask, then what are you planning to do next? Leyton did not hide his next objective, stating directly, to find Roselle. My contention with Steam requires allies. Compared to the long and secretive schemes like Night, I prefer to find the key point and quickly defeat the opponent. Klein repeatedly tapped the edge of the table with his right hand, not pressing further. After a brief silence, Leyton chuckled, from a rational perspective, you don't need to worry about this issue, because from the very beginning, I was me. Aside from the seal on the western continent, there are no points of conflict between you and me. As soon as he finished speaking, his body became transparent and illusory, with faint, dazzling starlight flickering within it. During the conversation, he had already sensed his physical body in reality through his special divine status. As the starlight flickered, the gray-white mist around him swirled and churned for a moment, forming a vortex about 2 meters in diameter that swallowed him from bottom to top. When the gray fog settled down again, Klein sighed with a slightly complex expression. From a rational perspective. That sounds utterly devoid of humanity. His changes before and after advancing are too great. Besides the loss of emotions and the weakening of humanity, there's also an indescribable feeling. After sitting quietly in the chair for a moment, he suddenly stood up and meticulously scanned the entire gray fog with his spiritual vision, confirming that Leyton had not left any concealment marks or anything of the sort here. It seems I was overthinking. He isn't a beyonder from the seer, apprentice, or marauder pathways. This place doesn't hold much significance for him. Chapter 549, KWM Chapter 547 Chernobyl. In the forsaken land of the gods, in the almost completely collapsed temple, green vines hung down, then quickly became transparent, until they disappeared. During this process, Leyton's figure quietly emerged. He gently rubbed his fingers, and specks of brilliant golden starlight spread out, emitting pure and clear rays of light that illuminated every corner of the surroundings, dispelling the darkness that enveloped the area, leaving no shadow behind. In the light, monsters with bat wings, bodies like human children, and short, dark gray fur clinging to their skin were revealed, and quickly melted into drops of transparent liquid by the light. After dealing with the monsters hidden in the darkness, he walked straight towards the half-collapsed altar ahead. Above the altar was a statue of a god fallen on a cross. As he approached, the statue seemed to come alive, emitting a very deep aura filled with degeneration. On the surface of the statue, black, viscous liquid slowly secreted, as if covered by a layer of shadow. In the pure and clear light, the sticky black liquid on the statue continuously spread outwards, like a dark, lightless curtain of shadow. Deep within the curtain, there was an eye staring at everything, filled with extreme madness. A deep, faint purple glow appeared in Leyton's light blue eyes. His entire being radiated an exceptionally sacred and wise feeling, yet he also appeared quite cold and devoid of warmth. He stood there, gazing silently into the eye in the depths of the shadow. After 2 seconds of silence, he suddenly spoke. It seems your condition has improved a bit. From the depths of the shadow, the true creator's indifferent and rational voice emerged. No wonder Haraburgen would cooperate with you. The seals left by the 7 gods are still in place. I cannot leave this continent, so I cannot interfere with your recovery of the authority and characteristics from Steam. Leyton nodded calmly, then said. I know. The help I want to ask you for is something else. I can help you recover the authority of Sun. In exchange, I need at least one white angel characteristic. Go find Sasra. The true creator's answer was very straightforward. As these words fell, the viscous black liquid flowing from inside the statue quickly retracted, disappearing into the light like an invisible shadow. He didn't ask me to retrieve the first blasphemy slate from the giant king's court. Is he guarding against me, worried that I might directly take or seal the blasphemy slate away? The third, knowledge emperor, characteristic might require me to inquire with the Evernight goddess. I originally thought it was hidden by the hidden sage or lost in the forsaken land of the gods, but I can't sense the existence of any knowledge emperor characteristic here at all. It can only have been deliberately hidden by someone. Any concealment cannot hide from the mother of concealment, and only she might have clues. While muttering to himself, he turned and walked towards the outside of the temple. During this process, his body gradually dematerialized, breaking down into complex knowledge that drilled into the spirit world depths, moving forward like a torrent. He had originally planned to gather a group of believers from the remaining city-states in the forsaken land of the gods, but now he could only abandon this plan for the time being and shift the focus of his faith to missionary work in the southern continent. In the spirit world, the torrent-like flow of light, composed of pure and complex information, suddenly stopped. Leyton reassembled his body from the complex and pure knowledge. His gaze swept towards a place outside the spirit world, a city with a completely different style from both the northern and southern continents, a magnificent city built of steel and concrete. Although this city had become decayed and collapsed over the long years, its distinct features still allowed one to instantly recognize which era it belonged to. Deep within the spirit world, Leyton subconsciously stepped out of the spirit world and entered this continuous stretch of gray and white city. The air was filled with the smell of rust and dust, which was not pleasant, but he breathed deeply, as if something deep within his soul was stirring. Chernobyl. The former transmigrator did leave something behind, even though this wasn't his hometown, just a similar place once upon a time. Speaking of which, what am I now? An ultimate Frankenstein's monster, an unknown transmigrator, Leyton of Potter, the god of knowledge and wisdom, who is a personality facet of knowledge Moor, seems to be deliberately strengthening my cognition beyond the knowledge Moor personality facet. If this identity of mine is recovered by knowledge Moor, but it cannot digest, or is unwilling to digest, this superfluous identity cognition, will it peel off another identity again, and will I, in some sense, be resurrected? As he pondered, his vision suddenly blurred, and an Amon wearing what looked like a white lab coat appeared before him. Amon's eyes flashed with a hint of curiosity, but his tone was calm as he asked. What are you thinking? I can't even steal your thoughts anymore. Leyton, while curiously observing Amon's attire, said. A sage has already grasped a certain level of concealment, although it's not comparable to servant of concealment, it's still enough to conceal one's thoughts. Amon raised his hand and pinched the monocle over his right eye, a slight curve appearing on his lips as he said. As a qualified marauder, I can not only steal other people's thoughts and ideas, I can also infer from the expression and demeanor on your face just now that you know this place, you know the past of the city. Were you reminiscing just now? I'm very curious what there is to reminisce about here. It's just a very ordinary city, without any mystical elements. Leyton walked past Amon and continued walking down the streets of the city ruins, speaking as he went. You should ask your creator that question. After a 2-second pause, he continued to add. Some things, you will only understand when you possess normal humanity. Amon's expression remained unchanged. His figure flickered, reappearing in front of Leyton, and he said with a smile. Normal humanity. How do I feel that my humanity is more abundant than yours right now? Leyton glanced at him indifferently and said. You're a bit annoying right now. You really are a brat raised by Medici. Is that so? I suddenly feel like beating you up too. As he spoke, Amon raised his hand and took off the monocle from his right eye, holding it in his hand. Immediately, streaks of pale white light emerged from the surrounding void, converging towards the monocle in his hand. During this process, his aura continuously surged, reaching the sequence 2 level in just a moment. Leyton looked at Amon, whose aura was gradually stabilizing, with some surprise, and calmly said. It seems you were prepared. How did you know I would come here? Amon put the monocle back on, then, as if showcasing his masterpiece, he tilted his chin slightly and said. I didn't know you would come here, I was just betting on a possibility. This is where my creator emerged from. I believe this place must hold an extraordinary significance for him, and for certain people similar to him. After you successfully avoided me by relying on the residual aura and divine power of the Evernight and Storm, I dispatched some of my avatars here. Leyton chuckled and nodded, not overly worried about stepping into Amon's trap. With the change in sequence and beyonder characteristics, it was already difficult for Amon to steal important things from him, unless his true body came. After a moment of contemplation, he suddenly asked. Do you know the whereabouts of the 3 knowledge emperor characteristics? Amon raised an eyebrow, his tone alluring as he said. You're looking for the third, knowledge emperor, characteristic. I can give you a hint, but what do you plan to exchange for it? How do I know if you really know anything? A deep, faint purple appeared in Leyton's eyes as he met Amon's gaze, who was wearing the monocle. Amon raised his hand, attempting to grasp forward, and calmly said. You can take a gamble. Perhaps, I won't deceive you on this matter. Leyton frowned slightly. The next moment, he felt as if he had lost something, some knowledge. He stole my beyonder power so easily, his luck is too good. While sighing inwardly, his body instantly became illusory, breaking down into complex knowledge that darted through this dilapidated and collapsed city. A moment later, his figure reappeared on a largely collapsed gray-white concrete high wall. Amon followed closely, also appearing on the high wall. Behind him, pure white, illusory feathers emerged, spreading outwards to form a pair of pure white wings. Beneath the pure white wings was an ancient, mottled clock with 12 segments, formed by Worm of Times, each with 12 patterned segments. The surrounding city ruins instantly changed. Many illusory Worm of Time light and shadow, with 12 segments, rapidly moved and wandered, silently influencing the surrounding environment, creating an environment more favorable to Worm of Time. This was mystical reenactment that Amon had just stolen from Leyton, which allowed the user to exhibit the mythical creature form of Ugly Duckling. After becoming a sage, the mystical reenactment he controlled also changed. When exhibiting the mythical creature form, Ugly Duckling could make the surrounding environment more suitable for himself. Leyton smiled at Amon, who was displaying his mythical creature form in front of him, and his light blue eyes were tinged with a deep, faint purple. He stared intently at Amon's mythical creature form, analyzing and recording the corresponding knowledge. As this process continued, his appearance, image, and temperament rapidly changed, becoming somewhat similar to Amon, as if he had become a true Trojan horse of destiny. Chapter 550, KWM Chapter 548 News from Amon. An angel-level Cinderella can not only change her appearance, image, and temperament, but as long as she masters enough correct knowledge, she can also gain some of the target's abilities as her image changes. In this state, he perceived the environmental changes under the influence of the Ugly Duckling. The surrounding rules became unusually conspicuous, as if he could easily deceive and tamper with them. Leyton reached forward, pulled an illusory hat from the void, and placed it on his head. His figure then vanished, concealing all traces. Amon, maintaining his mythical creature form, did not restrain himself. Instead, he separated many worms of time from his body, blending them into the rapidly swimming and flowing light and shadow around him, making it difficult to distinguish which were real and which were fake. A moment later, a transparent figure emerged from the shadows of the distant architectural ruins, gradually solidifying. He resembled Amon closely, in both attire, appearance, and temperament, except for the absence of the iconic monocle over his right eye. Several illusory worms of time flowing in midair suddenly merged, transforming into the image of Amon with a monocle. With one hand behind his back and the other clasped forward, he spoke. Why don't you also put on the monocle? That way, you'd be closer to me, and your unique spell could achieve even greater effects. Leyton chuckled and said. Wouldn't I be instantly parasitized by you then? As he spoke, his figure flickered rapidly, appearing in various parts of the city ruins, but the figure standing before Amon never disappeared. More and more Amon figures appeared around them, all reaching forward to grasp. Broken stones, rusted iron pieces, and other items appeared in their hands from time to time. His confrontation with Amon evolved into a constant cycle of stealing and being stolen from, of twisting and tampering with the stolen targets. Amon's avatars continuously appeared around them. Some were busy stealing, some were gazing around, and others chatted with Leyton. You have a great talent for becoming a marauder. Are you really not considering changing your pathway? My true self can help you steal the sage and lower characteristics from your body, allowing you to safely transition to a new pathway. The marauder and its adjacent pathway's peak are still empty, and the very apex of this pathway is a pillar-level great old one. Are you truly not tempted? Snap. Leyton, who had been unable to successfully steal his own position, suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The sound was magnified and distorted into an air cannon powerful enough to destroy a large sailboat. The Amon standing in front of him was hit by the air cannon. At the same time, all the Amons around him showed signs of tearing, like a newspaper ripped apart by a strong wind, instantly disintegrating. Leyton distorted the attack target, transforming it into all the Amons present. They were essentially one person, and this distortion was easily completed. In midair, the shattered Amons became illusory and ethereal, once again transforming into the light and shadow of worms of time, wandering and flowing everywhere. Interesting, so you carry a mystical item of the Black Emperor pathway on you. No wonder you dared to confront me on the rule level. I remember you didn't have this mystical item last time I saw you. Where did you find it? Or did you get it from the outside world through the Fool? Hey, it seems to be the latter. Amon's voice sounded ethereal and illusory, echoing from the dust in the air, the shadows in the corners, and the stone slabs and dirt on the ground. Leyton did not answer Amon's words. Instead, he looked up slightly at the sky, where lightning occasionally flashed. The deep blue, almost violet, glow in his eyes brightened for a moment, and he whispered. Light. His body was tinged with gold, and countless golden specks of light appeared around him, emitting circles of pure, clear, warm, and radiant white light. The moment this light appeared, every corner of Chernobyl was illuminated, leaving no blind spots, not a single shadow. Under the pure and clear light, the illusory worms of time wandering and flowing in the air rapidly faded until they disappeared. The affected environment instantly returned to normal, and Leyton took a step forward, his figure instantly vanishing. The next moment, his figure reappeared on a gray-white street several hundred meters away, having also reverted to his original appearance. Less than 5 meters directly in front of him, Amon, dressed in a white lab coat, emerged from the void. He raised his hand and pinched the monocle over his right eye. Rumble. Rumble. Streaks of silver-white electric snakes sprang out of nowhere, carrying a strong, almost tangible, destructive aura of violence, landing around Leyton and engulfing his figure. On the ground, silver-white electric snakes darted about, crackling loudly. This state lasted for about 2 or 3 seconds. The dazzling silver-white receded, and Leyton remained standing in his previous posture. At his feet was a charred pit, still faintly reddish and with fine electrical currents. Leyton stood there as if he didn't exist at all. He calmly looked at Amon, and his figure suddenly distorted, reappearing directly behind Amon. Amon turned unhurriedly, asking at the same time. How did you detect my attack intention? Logically, this kind of lightning attack is very difficult to avoid by one's own reaction, unless one detects it and evades it in advance. Difficult, but not impossible, Leyton replied softly. Amon nodded thoughtfully and said, I probably know what you are. After speaking, he stepped forward, passing Leyton neither quickly nor slowly, and walked towards the depths of Chernobyl, saying as he walked. In the depths of this city, there is a pit that leads directly to the Earth's core, a pit connected to the Chaos Sea. Are you interested in seeing it? Amon's probing ended, and Leyton had no interest in continuing to fight him. Although he could rely on his special status to suppress the other party's stealing, he couldn't do anything else to the other party. Stepping behind Amon, he calmly said, I'm more curious about the news of the third Knowledge Emperor characteristic. Amon, with his hands in the pockets of his white lab coat, said leisurely. In the second epoch, the authorities of the Hermit and the Paragon were scattered among various ancient gods, with Lilith, Ankwelt, and Sanaithrim holding the most. As far as I know, from the second epoch until now, there have only been 2 Knowledge Emperors. The first was a subsidiary god of Ankwelt, that great lizard, who perished long ago in the conflict between giants and dragons, and his characteristics are unknown. The second one you should be familiar with, he is widely known. Roselle Gustav, Leyton murmured Roselle's name. He frowned slightly, finding it somewhat incredible that only 2 Knowledge Emperors had appeared from the second epoch until now. Amon raised his hand and pinched the monocle over his right eye, then tugged at the corner of his mouth. I also think that the frequency of Knowledge Emperor's appearance is a bit too low when a sequence 0 hasn't been born. However, it's also possible that beyonders of this pathway are just too unlucky. After all, mystery priors die very easily. Leyton subconsciously looked up at Amon. He stole my thoughts again. The 2, now silent, flickered their figures a few times. One stole positions, the other distorted distances, and in a few breaths, they arrived at the edge of the deep pit connecting to the underground Chaos Sea. This was a very ordinary, nearly circular pit, the edges of its opening stained with an indelible black. As soon as Leyton stood at the edge of the pit, he heard faint, echoing sounds, like wailing wind or strange whispers. He instinctively frowned, a look of disgust on his face, and glanced down. Besides the pitch blackness, he could see nothing. Amon, at the opportune moment, asked, Do you dislike the aura of the Chaos Sea? Except for those of the 5 pathways of omniscience and omnipotence, I don't think anyone would like the aura of the Chaos Sea, unless they want to integrate more authority. As Leyton spoke, he took a few steps back, the deep, pale purple glow slowly fading from his eyes. The will of the God Almighty in the Chaos Sea wasn't too strong, he didn't even notice my presence. It might also be because I didn't go deeper. Thinking of the God Almighty, he suddenly turned his head to look at Amon on the other side and asked. Do you think your father knows the whereabouts of the third Knowledge Emperor characteristic? He is omnipotent and omniscient, Amon said with a slight tilt of his chin, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance, but he did not directly answer Leyton's question. Leyton looked at Amon and scoffed, Hey, it seems you're not sure either. Amon's emotions did not fluctuate because of his words. He said calmly. Why don't you go ask the existing omniscient one? Aren't you and that treacherous dragon on good terms? What, are you also worried that he will betray you at an opportune moment, seize the authority of knowledge and civilization, and become the new demon of knowledge? Leyton slowly shook his head, his tone very certain. Absolute rationality leads him to make decisions most beneficial to himself. This kind of blindly impulsive gambling behavior is not something a naturally born mythical creature like him would do. People change, and gods do too. Amon sighed, seemingly, and his figure instantly transformed into countless streaks of pale white light, flowing into the void and disappearing. Leyton looked at where Amon had disappeared, then lowered his head to look at the entrance of the pit leading directly to the chaos sea deep underground, and said in a hoarse voice, "Your aura is as repulsive as ever." As his words fell, his body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into complex streams of knowledge that shot off into the distance. Chapter 551, KWM Chapter 549 Return to Sassaton. In the forsaken land of the gods, within Sassaton's ruins, a faint, misty glow, difficult to perceive with the naked eye, surged from the spirit world depths. Countless complex and pure knowledge swiftly converged, reassembling Leyton's body. After advancing to sage and recovering his identity, merely appearing here allowed him to sense the hidden beyonder characteristic of a knowledge magister. It seemed as if, with just a stronger will, that characteristic would break through its seals and fly into his hand. He also had some control over matters related to the Paragon pathway, though it was weaker than his own hermit pathway. Muttering to himself, he suddenly extended his right hand forward, clenching it in the void. Sassaton, submerged in dense darkness, suddenly emanated a layer of illusory light from all directions. This light overlapped, as if constructing a vast and complex city. These lights gradually merged into the ruined city, and the entire city seemed to come alive at that moment. The information world hidden on the other side of the city ruin was directly extracted by him, forcefully merging it with the city in reality. Click. 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 The sounds of machinery operating and gears meshing were everywhere, as if the city had transformed into a giant mechanical factory, and dim yellow lights gradually lit up the streets. Leyton calmly stepped forward, and behind him, layers of pure white, illusory feathers condensed, forming a pair of exaggerated, pristine white wings. Beneath the pure white wings, his body rapidly split open with cracks, and the pitch-black substance buried beneath his skin gradually turned outwards, transforming his entire body into a black mass covered in countless eyes, exuding auras of madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster. As the aura spread, under the influence of mystical reenactment, eyes filled with madness and ominousness began to grow in the surrounding air, dust, ground, and collapsed building ruins. They wantonly scanned their surroundings, analyzing and recording everything they saw, and transmitting this information into Leyton's mind. During this process, mad mechanical puppets continuously emerged from the city that had come alive in the darkness. Their bodies, assembled from iron sheets, wooden strips, and dry grass, were undergoing frenzied mutations. The painted surfaces secreted a thick, black liquid, green leaves grew on the dry grass, and crimson fruits appeared. Rust-covered iron sheets developed layers of cracks, extending outwards like barbed scales, and wide, pure white feathers grew from the seams of the puppets' bodies. In their eye sockets, a deep crimson, like blood, slowly flowed, filled with a sense of madness and bloodlust, as if long-suppressed wonderful emotions had finally been released, their malice undisguised. With each step they took, a clicking sound emanated from them, and one or two white feathers or a few drops of thick, black liquid fell. Beneath the pure white wings, the eyes on the black thread ball suddenly deepened, flowing with a profound pale purple. He meticulously examined each mad puppet emerging from the darkness, his gaze penetrating their bodies, dissecting, analyzing, and recording them piece by piece. Every puppet gazed upon by these eyes became sluggish and heavy, its parts constantly emitting groaning sounds under the strain, as if it could disintegrate at any moment, scattering into a pile of loose parts. The mutations on the puppets' bodies rapidly intensified, and the wide, pure white feathers growing from the seams fell off one by one, revealing the blood-filled eyes hidden beneath them. Whooshing sounds of wind exploded, and a violent and sharp wind suddenly swept through the surrounding streets, scattering the madly mutating puppets. The swirling wind seemed to carry tiny blades, leaving small marks on the puppets' bodies, the surrounding ground, and the collapsed building ruins on both sides of the street. Occasionally, a few silver-white lightning bolts, crimson fireballs, and the mournful wails of what seemed like specters were interspersed within the howling wind. The continuously mutating puppets around completely ignored Leyton, who was walking in the center of the road, and began tearing at and attacking each other. Leyton, maintaining his mythical creature form, moved at a steady pace through the ruins of Sassaton. Soon, eyes filled with madness, destruction, ominousness, and disaster covered the entire city, dense and countless, as if to assimilate the whole city. After traversing the entire city, Leyton finally stopped before the perfectly preserved Zenith Church. Beneath the pure white wings, the black mass covered in ice began to contract and churn inwards, transforming back into Leyton's appearance. He raised his right hand high, condensing a slowly rotating cluster of brilliant stardust, as if drawn by an unseen force. The eyes that had grown in various corners of the city ruins also began to shimmer brilliantly, like countless stars emerging, dense and dazzling, their pale blue starlight bathing the entire city. These stars cast down streaks of radiant light, converging into a magnificent pillar of light that enveloped the entire city. In this light, whether it was the ruins of streets and buildings, or the madly mutating and attacking puppets, all began to dissolve little by little, collapsing into tiny pale blue specks of light that undulated under the starlight, slowly approaching Leyton's position and merging into the slowly rotating stardust in his hand. The slowly rotating stardust grew larger and faster, gradually covering the entire zenith church in front of it. The massive and magnificent church, built of megaliths and steel, seemed to be stimulated, emitting a mixture of bright yellow and deep red light from within, forming a huge light screen that enveloped the entire temple, attempting to dispel the surrounding starlight. Leyton gazed at the scene before him, his eyes slightly lowered, feeling the gradually awakening will deep within the temple, and softly murmured. Will you choose to awaken at all costs, or will you completely dissipate in this slumber? As if responding to his words, an ancient, desolate, chaotic, and mad aura permeated from deep within the church, and the consciousness slumbering there was slowly awakening. Above the church, the bright yellow and deep red light began to retract and twist, gradually gaining a tangible quality, transforming into countless interlocking, slowly rotating gears. Click-clack. Click-clack. The sound of machinery operating constantly echoed in Leyton's ears. Before him, the slowly rotating stardust gradually solidified, even its color rapidly evaporating, as if it could collapse into the smallest particulate structures at any moment. Leyton's figure flickered, instantly moving from the ground to midair. He looked down at the colorless, gradually collapsing stardust below, and pressed his right hand downwards. Silently, brilliant starlight descended from midair, merging into the dull, colorless stardust that enveloped the entire church. The dim starlight once again became brilliant, regaining its color, the pale blue, misty starlight re-illuminated, gradually disintegrating the light screen interwoven with bright yellow and deep red, revealing the temple below, where a faint bronze glow flickered. Snap. Leyton raised his hand and snapped his fingers, leaning back leisurely. Specks of starlight descended around him, quickly condensing into a high-backed chair floating in midair. Leyton, leaning back in the high-backed chair, looked down with lowered eyes. Starlight continuously flickered in his eyes, reflecting a mottled wilderness of light and shadow. In this state, he could clearly feel the knowledge magister characteristic that was attracting him from the temple below. With another snap, he exploited the Earl of the Fallen characteristic he had pulverized and restored, which he carried with him, to distort and magnify the convergence effect between Beyonder characteristics. The temple below continuously trembled, as if it could disintegrate at any moment. Specks of bronze-colored light separated from it, converging towards Leyton. Ah! The moment the bronze-colored light approached him, Leyton's ears echoed with ethereal, fleeting cries, like helpless roars, pleas for mercy, or even mournful curses. As more and more light specks gathered around him, the magnificent zenith church below gradually disintegrated, turning into fragments that floated in the bright yellow and deep red light. During this process, the ethereal, fleeting roars constantly echoed in his ears until no more light specks separated, and the sound gradually faded away. From beginning to end, the will of that secret angel never truly appeared, only the roars echoing in the spiritual imprint. What did Amon do after I left that information world? This secret angel's residual will is so weak that it can't even return in the form of a mad monster. I initially thought it was too cowardly to return in a corrupted, completely wonderful state, but it turns out it only had the strength left to lie on the ground and moan. After muttering to himself, Leyton squeezed his right hand, and the knowledge magister characteristic that had just formed shattered in his hand, transforming into floating specks of bronze-colored light. Under his deliberate manipulation, the bronze-colored light specks floated around his arm, gradually converging and forming, ultimately becoming a mechanical glove inscribed with numerous intricate patterns, its surface shimmering with a bronze luster. As the glove formed, corresponding information automatically appeared in his mind. This glove contains one of each Beyonder characteristic from Sequence 9 to Sequence 2 of the Savant Pathway. It possesses certain living characteristics, but it is very rigid and mechanical, and will periodically attract dangerous factors from the surroundings, creating chaos and panic. Life force needs to be drawn and infused into the glove at fixed times, otherwise, it will automatically draw life force from the user, and after each use, life force also needs to be drawn to feed it. The minimum amount of life force to be drawn is one person, and the maximum is a city. The exact amount is determined by the glove, and if it cannot be satisfied, it will directly draw the user's life force. Chapter 552, KWM Chapter 550 Marionette. Why does it also have a gluttonous attribute? Leyton muttered to himself, while his left hand flexed its fingers and tapped the surface of the mechanical glove, producing a thudding sound. The bronze mechanical glove's surface creaked, a gap opening to reveal the precise interlocking gear structure within, constantly making clicking sounds. For some reason, an image of a child looking at him with a wronged expression surfaced in his mind, as if saying, I just get hungry easily. Leyton's mouth twitched slightly as he said, the living characteristic is stronger than I imagined. As he spoke, he rose from the high-backed chair formed of starlight, his figure flickering before appearing directly on the open plaza in front of the temple below. He half-squatted, pressing his right hand, clad in the bronze mechanical glove, onto the dilapidated, decaying gray stone ground. The mechanical glove on his right hand emitted a whirring of gears, and the intricate, complex patterns engraved on its surface lit up one by one, shimmering with a faint white glow. The next moment, centered on his right hand pressed to the ground, colors rapidly evaporated as if dissipating, and the dilapidated, decaying gray stone on the ground turned into flakes of dust, quickly spreading outwards. In just a moment, the entire plaza, including parts of the temple in front, had turned into a gray, dusty expanse, which drifted away with a sudden gust of wind. Leyton stood up from the ground that had turned to dust, lowered his head to look at the mechanical glove on his right hand, and murmured to himself. Is the limit for your life force absorption within a 100-meter radius, and does it require direct contact with the object? As soon as he finished speaking, his right index finger, guided by the mechanical glove, rapidly tapped 3 times in succession. Receiving the glove's reply, Leyton nodded lightly, then stepped towards the temple ahead, intending to retrieve the remaining beyonder characteristic there. He hadn't taken 2 steps when he suddenly stopped, looking up to his right. By the light of a lightning flash across the sky, he clearly saw a monster, a combination of a bird and a wolf, in the corner of a collapsed house ruin in the distance. The monster's eerie green eyes instantly dimmed, and it fell backward, as if it had suddenly lost all life force. Leyton changed his direction of movement, and the standard of distance suddenly became distorted. He only took 1 step forward, yet instantly appeared beside the fallen monster. A deep pale purple appeared in his eyes, and the information of this monster, which resembled a hybrid of a bird and a wolf, clearly emerged in his sight. A corpse that has been dead for some time, turned into a bizarro sorcerer's marionette. As he muttered to himself, his gaze flickered, becoming extremely profound, like the surface of the sea before a storm. In such a situation, it had clearly lost focus, its eyes a blank expanse. The monster's past experiences automatically surfaced in his mind. While hidden in the darkness, quietly waiting for prey it could hunt, its body suddenly stiffened, then it ran towards the ruined city ahead at a speed far exceeding its own limits. In the ruins of the city, it saw many eyes shimmering with starlight. The fragmented images seen through prophecy quickly dissipated. Leyton's eyes quickly cleared again. He was completely unable to track the existence that had turned this monster into a bizarro sorcerer's puppet. He tried to peek from the level of fate, but there was always a mist obscuring his view. Dark demonic wolf Kotar, a bit like burying one's head in the sand. In the forsaken land of the gods, you're the only demonic wolf of the seer pathway. Muttering a low taunt at that dark demonic wolf, Leyton bent down and pressed his right hand, wearing the mechanical glove, onto the monster's corpse. The monster's corpse, covered in short, coarse gray-brown fur and palm-length feathers, instantly shriveled, lost its color, and gradually turned into flakes of dust falling to the ground. Having done all this, his body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of complex knowledge, surging like a torrent into the spirit world, searching for dark demonic wolf's figure in the surrounding area. After about 10 minutes, an information flow, difficult to see with the naked eye, emerged from the spirit world depths, and Leyton's body reassembled in front of the dilapidated, decaying temple. He had just searched a radius of more than 10 kilometers around, and hadn't even seen a single wolf hair. As expected of an angel of the seer pathway. If he truly wishes to hide, even the eyes of mystery prying cannot find the slightest trace. Leyton sighed as he stepped into the temple. The statue in the hall that had been destroyed by Amon earlier had completely vanished, not even leaving behind any rubble. All the puppets that had been prostrating and praying in the hall had disappeared, leaving only scattered remnants of parts on the ground, seemingly indicating that a chaotic event had occurred here. Leyton's gaze swept around, taking in all the lingering traces and auras in the hall. Soon, he simulated in his mind what had happened here earlier. Amon brought some of the true creator's will and aura here, breaking the original balance. The changes in the information world simultaneously affected this place, causing the puppets here to go mad and start attacking each other. Why would he do that? Frowning in thought for a moment, Leyton decided to abandon his intention of further investigation. There was no absolute, irreconcilable conflict between him and Amon. As long as it wasn't directed at him, he could completely ignore the other party. Moreover, he had already decided to leave the forsaken land of the gods, so his concern for Amon was no longer so urgent or necessary. Thinking of this, he half raised his left hand and extended it forward, condensing a dark, ancient horn, imbued with an extremely heavy and powerful meaning. He brought the horn of destruction to his lips and blew it forcefully. A heavy, oppressive low hum immediately echoed around. Under the superposition of sound waves, the already dilapidated, decaying temple cracked open with wide fissures, breaking apart little by little from inside out, turning into the finest dust, slowly drifting and falling in midair. Constantly, bright yellow and deep red, mixed with some light blue and silvery white light particles, precipitated from the dust floating in midair, drifting around and slowly aggregating. These light particles, representing beyonder characteristics of different pathways and different sequences, gradually gathered together, finally forming a die inlaid with numerous gems. It was fist-sized, with a deep black base, and each face was inlaid with different colors and numbers of gems, 1 point of jet black, 2 points of turquoise, 3 points of silvery white, 4 points of gloomy green, 5 points of deep red, and 6 points of golden yellow. Each face emitted a distinctly different aura, clearly separated from each other, appearing chaotic, evil, yet sacred. Leyton looked at the die lying silently on the ground from a distance, deep pale purple radiance flowing in his eyes. In just a moment, he understood the information of this mystical item. This mystical item, a mixture of many auras and characteristics, had no clear effect. When different faces were up, it would release beyonder abilities from different aspects, which could be positive or negative, and could affect either the person rolling the die or a certain area around it. Its intensity ranged from sequence 9 to sequence 4, completely random, but the higher the intensity, the lower the probability of its appearance. The 1 point of jet black represented beyonder abilities in the ocean of light and degenerate, the 2 points of turquoise represented beyonder abilities in the domain of life, the 3 points of silvery white represented beyonder abilities in the domain of storms, the 4 points of gloomy green represented the death domain, the 5 points of deep red represented the moon domain, and the 6 points of golden yellow represented the sun domain. It would continuously attract nearby living creatures to approach and turn it. If no creature turned it for a long time, it would turn spontaneously, and as time passed, its spontaneous turning speed would gradually accelerate. A very interesting die. If you add a map of the door pathway, you could play a truly adventurous game full of excitement and passion. Leyton murmured to himself, the idea of creating a matching board game for it growing stronger in his mind. He took a deep breath, suppressing the thought that had arisen in his heart, and gently rubbed his fingers, creating specks of starlight that enveloped the die lying silently on the ground, moving it to his hand. These starlights instantly condensed into translucent amber, forming a simple seal that cut off the die's perception of the outside world and also restricted its ability to turn on its own. Having done all this, he stood silent for 2 seconds, then turned to look at his rear side. His body instantly dematerialized, breaking down into streams of complex knowledge, surging like a torrent towards the distance. On a small hill about 200 to 300 meters to the left of Sasseton, a complex and pure information flow surged here, quickly reassembling Leyton's body. He looked down at a monster corpse lying on the ground, and spoke calmly towards the front. "Are you looking for me?" His voice kept echoing around, spreading into the distance, with no sign of weakening. As the sound spread far into the deep darkness, there was no longer any echo in his ears, nor did he receive any response. After a moment of silence, seeing that no one came out to respond to him, Leyton turned directly around, his body instantly becoming illusory. The next moment, a faint yellow firelight suddenly appeared in the darkness before him. A middle-aged man carrying a beast-skin lantern, wearing a dark classical court robe, with deep black eyes tinged with eerie green, and a face covered in coarse black beard, walked out of the darkness. He appeared very abruptly, as if he had been teleported from a very distant place. There was no beyonder aura about him. His gaze was fixed on Leyton, and he spoke in a low, hoarse voice in a very ancient language. "Have you seen Sapphira Castle?" Leyton's illusory body solidified again. He calmly surveyed the middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared before him, his gaze instantly deepening. In his sight, behind this suddenly appearing bizarro sorcerer's marionette, layers of illusory mist were stacked, making him indistinct and difficult to fathom. Chapter 553, KWM Chapter 551 Dark Demonic Wolf. Leyton's deep, piercing gaze made Kotor, the dark demonic wolf controlling the marionette from behind, feel uneasy. He continued to manipulate his marionette and said, "I can sense that you carry an aura from Sapphira Castle. And there's a very dangerous feeling." Leyton twitched the corner of his mouth, revealing an insincere smile, and calmly said, "Dark demonic wolf Kotor. How many layers of historical projection did you add to yourself before creating this marionette?" The middle-aged man-shaped marionette in front of him said expressionlessly, "My spiritual intuition tells me you are very dangerous. But you can't help but be curious about the Sapphira Castle aura on me, so you've sent marionettes to observe me nearby again and again." Leyton played along with the other party's words, while stimulating the lingering aura from the grey fog on himself, and silently recited the fool's honorific name twice in his mind. In Backlund, Klein, who had appeared in this metropolis under a new identity, was busy re-establishing his social circle and enriching his prepared new identity. As soon as he stepped out of his room, a vague whisper suddenly echoed in his ears. The scene of the grey fog reappeared in his mind, and he saw the fluctuating grey fog. He stopped, looked at the butler waiting beside him, and said, "I think I need to change into more presentable and suitable clothes. Please wait for me a little longer." After speaking, he turned and returned to the room at an unhurried pace, closing the door behind him. Once out of Mr. Butler's sight, he quickly walked towards the washroom, chanting the incantation and taking 4 counterclockwise steps to ascend above the grey fog. Klein looked at the constantly contracting and expanding star in front of him, sending out circles of crimson ripples, feeling a little dazed. The whispers in his ears were still vague, making him feel as if the other party was casually speaking meaningless words, the purpose of which was merely to activate this crimson star and cause the grey fog to vibrate. "I, as the fool, am really losing face. What's the difference between this and knocking on someone else's door late at night for no reason?" Klein complained while extending his spirituality to touch the crimson star representing Leyton. A tidal wave of light instantly erupted, engulfing half of the hall, then quickly receded, condensing into a scene. In the scene, Leyton was communicating with a middle-aged man carrying a beast-skin lantern and wearing an ancient court robe that did not fit the era. As Klein's gaze fell, the middle-aged man seemed to sense something. He suddenly looked up at the sky, as if searching for something. At the same time, Klein felt several gazes, some strong, some subtle, looking at him from different directions. They searched blindly for a while, found no target, and then gradually disappeared. Klein, above the gray fog, paused. He suppressed the urge to cut off the scene now, staring at the middle-aged man in the ancient court robe in the picture. Above this gray fog, he easily saw through the manipulated worms of spirit on the other party. The worms of spirit on him slanted upwards, disappearing into the deep darkness. Klein tried to expand his field of vision to search for the manipulator behind the marionette. Within the range he could observe through Leyton's corresponding crimson star, there was no sign of the manipulator. He only found some monsters hidden in the darkness that had been transformed into marionettes. The extreme distance for the other party to control a marionette has exceeded the range I can observe above the gray fog. This is at least a sequence 3 saint, or even an angel. Could it be the dark demonic wolf that Rhodes mentioned before? Klein muttered to himself for a moment, then quickly calmed down and watched Leyton's conversation with the other party in the scene. The marionette in front of Leyton withdrew its gaze from the sky and said calmly, "Stranger sage, are you willing to make a deal with me, using the aura from Sapphire Castle?" Leyton chuckled and said, "Yes, I only need a miracle invoker characteristic." "That's impossible. I don't have any extra miracle invoker characteristics to separate, and this trait is not equivalent." The middle-aged man manipulated by the dark demonic wolf directly shook his head, refusing Leyton's condition. His gaze lingered on the mechanical glove on Leyton's right hand for a moment, then he spoke again, "If you need an angel-level characteristic, I can help you hunt a profane presbyter wandering here." Leyton scoffed, hunting an angel under the true creator's command right in front of him. Why wouldn't I cooperate with him to hunt a dark demonic wolf instead? Kotor was not angered by Leyton's words, at least, he didn't show it on his marionette. The middle-aged man in the dark ancient court robe said with a gentle expression and calm voice, "I can create an environment where the surrounding spacetime is distorted. In this situation, he will be completely isolated from the outside world, and even information cannot be exchanged. This has a certain concealment effect and can be used to block the true creator's gaze." Leyton moved his right hand, which wore the mechanical glove. The faint purple glow flowing in his eyes deepened a bit. A suitable look of astonishment appeared on his face, followed by an expression of understanding as he said, "Realm of Mysteries. This should be a capability only possessed by a Sequence 1 attendant of mysteries. You shouldn't have advanced yet. Amon is in the forsaken land of the gods. If an attendant of mysteries appeared here, he wouldn't be unresponsive, even if you pose almost no threat to him. In other words, you possess an attendant of mysteries characteristic, or perhaps you can summon historical images of Antigonus or Phlegria from the crevices of history." In front of him, the middle-aged man in the ancient robe rarely showed a change in expression. He looked Leyton up and down with surprise, then slowly said, "You know this pathway very well. If I couldn't confirm that you are truly alive, I would even suspect you are a marionette controlled by Sapphire Castle." After 2 seconds, he suddenly had a look of realization and said, "I just felt a peeking gaze, but I couldn't see who it was. Now, the one truly communicating with me is the one who controls Sapphire Castle, or Sapphire Castle itself." Above the gray fog, Klein's expression was strange for a moment. "There's some truth to the guess, but I'm actually just a spectator sitting above the gray fog." As his thoughts churned, he reached out his right hand, intending to transmit the locations of the marionettes he had found to Leyton. Halfway through, he suddenly stopped. After thinking for a moment, he changed direction and picked up the strange crown stained with rust and blood that was on the table to his right. Using the connection established by the Crimson Star, he set up a mind link between himself and Leyton, transmitting the locations of the marionettes he had found hidden deep in the darkness. At the same time, he asked in his mind, "Is it Kotor, the dark demonic wolf, who is manipulating these marionettes from behind?" Leyton's thoughts quickly transmitted to his mind. "It is him. It must be the commotion I caused earlier that attracted his attention," and then he noticed the Sapphire Castle aura I picked up from the gray fog. "Do you need worms of spirit? Since we've encountered them, we can't return empty-handed." It's not wrong to say that, but the other party is a living angel, already worthy of being addressed as a he. Aren't you looking down on this dark demonic wolf a bit too much? Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. Immediately, Leyton's thoughts echoed in his mind. "Is it possible that I can hear you?" Klein's expression froze for a moment, then he changed the subject and said, "What are worms of spirit? Also, the other party is an angel of the seer pathway. Will we really not be discovered by plotting so loudly? The sage already possesses some concealment abilities, which is why he didn't detect your gaze just now." Leyton, while answering Klein's questions in his mind, slowly shook his head at the dark demonic wolf waiting for his reply in front of him. I don't think you have any sincerity, and besides, I currently maintain a cooperative relationship with the true creator. At the end of his words, his voice became very slow. His body was like a rusty, old, malfunctioning machine, his movements and thoughts slowed down in sync. This state lasted only for a moment. He suddenly became illusory, and along with his worms of spirit, he became non-existent. Don't use the paper angel. I can't conceal it, and it will catch traces. He warned Klein in his mind, then quickly composed himself. His right hand, wearing the mechanical glove, gently rubbed together. Silently, pure and clear light illuminated the surroundings, lighting up every corner and transforming the place into a land without darkness, leaving no shadows, allowing nothing to hide, a land of no darkness. All the monsters hidden in the darkness that had been transformed into marionettes became visible. They appeared extremely conspicuous in Leyton's eyes. As soon as the light appeared, Leyton once again fell into a state of slow thought, stiff body, and sluggish movements. The dark demonic wolf tried to manipulate his worms of spirit again. Within the pure and clear light, a monster with a human body, a bird's head, and hands merged with wings, somewhat resembling a harpy, flew into the air and emitted a high-pitched, hoarse voice. I wish for darkness to descend. Dense, deep darkness engulfed the surroundings like a tide, swallowing all light and sound, plunging the area into a deathly silence. In the pure, lightless darkness, Leyton felt the remnants of the Evernight goddess's aura gathering and stirring. Chapter 554, KWM Chapter 552, a chapter without a name. Under the manipulation of his spirit body threads, Leyton's thoughts and movements became stiff and slow, and his beyonder abilities, which would normally form instantly, took 1 or 2 seconds longer to complete. In the darkness, streaks of golden light emerged, wandering in midair, becoming purer and purer, finally evolving into a seal-like projection. 1 second after the seal was formed, Leyton finally spoke in ancient Hermes to make the notarization. Invalid. In midair, the seal-like projection transformed into a pure, pale golden stream of light that entered Leyton's body, and the mental sluggishness, body stiffness, and movement sluggishness caused by the manipulation of his spirit body threads instantly faded by more than half. Taking advantage of this gap, he used a mystical reenactment that he had always possessed but had never used. Orange-red twilight suddenly emerged, revealing a transparent, illusory palace, ancient and magnificent like a giant's dwelling. In its center, extremely blurry figures with extremely terrifying auras sat around a mottled long table stained crimson with blood. Their expressions were ferocious, and they ravenously shared the items on the long table. The next moment, the blurry figures seated on both sides of the long table all turned their heads to look at the middle-aged man in a dark classical court robe. Several of them had particularly terrifying auras, resonating with certain objects in the surrounding environment, as if they could step out of this illusory scene at any moment and truly descend into reality. This was a scene of the Feast of Betrayal. A mystical magic created from the mystical knowledge of the ancient sun god's death. It could awaken or bestow intelligence upon items, causing them to commit acts of betrayal. As the scene of the ancient sun god being dismembered appeared, as if triggering a chain reaction, the lightning streaking across the sky suddenly became more frequent, occasionally dropping golden light spots, and something began to stir in the spirit world depths, becoming quiet and dangerous. The surrounding aura instantly became chaotic and dangerous, permeated with extreme madness and evil, as if an extremely terrifying existence had cast its gaze upon this place. The dense, deep darkness was illuminated by the increasing silver-white lightning and golden light spots in the sky. Under the dazzling light, the middle-aged man in the dark classical court robe revealed a sinister smile, and his deep black eyes, tinged with a faint green, became more lively, giving the immediate impression that he seemed to have changed from before. Under Leyton's gaze, he casually tossed aside the beast-skin lantern he was carrying, spread his hands, and a difficult-to-describe smile played on his lips, as if he were sensing something, embracing something. Leyton exchanged glances with the strange marionette in front of him, and his right hand, wearing a bronze mechanical glove, gently rubbed twice. Tiny pale yellow stars floated around him, quickly outlining a balance-like pattern. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, pressing it against the marionette's chest through the air, and softly chanted a word in ancient Hermes. Death. In front of him, the marionette, with its hands spread as if embracing something, had a momentarily blank expression. Rust-red stardust suddenly surged from its heart, and crimson, almost white, flames ignited, rapidly decaying and heading towards death in an instant, finally exploding with a bang. As if triggering a chain reaction, within a few kilometers around, crimson firelight continuously erupted, accompanied by explosive sounds. Humph. A somewhat illusory and ethereal cold snort came from the extreme distance in the darkness, very unreal, as if echoing from the mists of history. The aura of Kotor flashed and disappeared. Leyton's eyes flickered, instantly becoming extremely deep. He attempted to peer into the river of fate to find traces of dark demonic wolf. A moment later, his eyes cleared again. After shaking his head with a slight disappointment, he rubbed his fingers, creating many invisible hands stained with a faint mist, controlling them to pick up the items left behind by the marionette that had just died nearby. Seeing the sudden outbreak of conflict end so abruptly, Klein, above the grey fog, still felt somewhat unreal. While carefully checking if there were any remaining marionettes nearby, he asked in his mind. How did you do it? Killing most of the surrounding marionettes in an instant, and they didn't even resist. Leyton, while collecting the worms of spirit that dark demonic wolf had no time to retrieve, murmured to himself. I turned one marionette, and had it link all the surrounding marionettes and itself together, so that the influence I exerted instantly affected all the marionettes. Turned. Klein felt it was somewhat unbelievable. He hadn't expected that marionettes could also be turned. Leyton nodded gently. The mystical reenactment I just used is called Feast of Betrayal, originating from the mystical knowledge of the ancient sun god being dismembered. Its effect is very simple. It can make items gain intelligence, or awaken their inherent intelligence, causing them to commit acts of betrayal. I exploited the characteristics of the Earl of the Fallen to distort the concept between marionettes and items, allowing Dark Demonic Wolf's marionette to develop its own intelligence and betray Dark Demonic Wolf. This isn't scientific, but it's very mystical. Dangers in the mystical world can come from various places. In the future, I'll have to be careful that my marionettes aren't turned by others. Klein muttered a few complaints to himself, and then asked about the use of the Worm of Spirit. They can be used to make talismans, or to create mystical items, and can also be materials for certain rituals or certain potions. They are considered a relatively high-grade material, especially since they themselves come from an angel. Leyton answered as if to himself, then sealed all the well-collected worms of spirit into a translucent amber and handed them to the invisible servant standing behind him. Having done all this, he suddenly spoke. I happen to have time. I can help you find a bizarro bane. Remember to earn more money during this time, otherwise I'm afraid you won't be able to afford it. Klein, above the grey fog, was silent for 2 seconds before chuckling. It seems your humanity is gradually recovering. After a pause, he continued. My marionettist potion hasn't started digesting yet, so there's no rush to collect materials. You can keep them for now, and I'll buy them from you when I've saved enough money. All right, as long as you're not afraid of me raising the price. As his words fell, Leyton's body suddenly blurred, disintegrating into complex streams of knowledge that surged like a torrent into the spirit world, moving towards a certain direction in the spirit world depths. Above the grey fog, Klein ended the mind link, and sat on the topmost chair of the mottled long table, gazing at the boundless grey fog, briefly falling into contemplation. If I were on Earth, I should be posting for help on a forum right now. Help, what do I do if my friend suddenly becomes an evil god? As he thought, Klein couldn't help but laugh out loud. He sat in the chair and rested for a moment, then spread his spirituality to envelop himself, simulating the feeling of falling, and left the space above the grey fog. In the spirit world depths, Leyton, in the form of information, surged forward like a torrent, filtering the constantly accumulating information in the spirit world, trying to find information about bizarro banes. Although bizarro banes, like spirit world plunderers, are primary materials for a bizarro sorcerer, their intelligence is far inferior to the latter. They lack the ability to communicate normally and will not interfere with anti-divination or anti-prophecy from the spirit world level. However, such monsters are also rare in the forsaken land of the gods, and coupled with the overly complex information accumulated in the spirit world, it is difficult to quickly filter them out without special means similar to erodes. After lingering in the spirit world for nearly half an hour, Leyton roughly determined the general activity area of the bizarro banes. The misty glow, composed of complex information, surged rapidly. The creatures active in the spirit world seemed to be completely oblivious to this light, allowing it to surge past them, and even pass through their bodies. Only a small number of spirit world creatures with strong auras would notice the anomaly and take evasive action. In just over 10 minutes, he arrived at an area where bizarro banes were active. Within the spirit world, his body reassembled from the complex and pure knowledge. His eyes appeared extremely deep, like the sea before a storm, clearly losing focus, a vast expanse. In such a state, he could easily peer into the long river that represented fate and extract some information from it. After confirming the presence of bizarro banes nearby using the prophecy messenger, he took a step forward, his figure rapidly fading and becoming transparent, detaching from the layered and accumulated spirit world, and arriving in reality. The frequency of lightning strikes in the sky decreased to 1 every 1 or 2 minutes. In the darkness, the aura belonging to the concealment, fallen, and mutated domains became exceptionally active. Leyton tapped his right index finger and thumb, both wearing mechanical gloves, together twice. The gloves on his hands quickly made clicking sounds, then a slit opened from the palm, emitting a scorching, brilliant white light. He slightly raised his hand, lifting his right hand to shoulder height, allowing the light from the glove to dispel the surrounding darkness. Using this light, he finally saw his surroundings clearly, a not too large, not too dense ruin of buildings, looking like a village. Their houses used a lot of bluestone as raw material, so some traces still remained. A deep, pale purple slowly emerged in Leyton's eyes. His gaze calmly surveyed the surrounding darkness for a few circles, discovering several monsters hidden in the darkness, but none of them were the bizarro banes he was looking for. After pausing in place for 2 seconds, he followed his intuition and stepped deeper into the ruins. He hadn't walked far when he suddenly heard a rustling sound, like some creature chewing on stones, very sharp and making one's teeth ache. When he moved a little closer, the sound quickly disappeared again. In 2 or 3 seconds, the sound reappeared in another direction, completely opposite to the previous one. Chapter 555, KWM Chapter 553 Leaving the Forsaken Land of the Gods. Leyton turned around, looking in the direction of the sound, and softly uttered an ancient Hermes word. Light. A clear, brilliant, and pure light descended from the sky, completely dispelling the darkness ahead, revealing the monster gnawing on the broken, decaying bluestone slabs in the ruins. It was nearly 4 meters tall, entirely grayish-white, with scale-like patterns carved into its body. Its head bore goat horns, and its mouth resembled a hound's, revealing fangs when half open. It held bluestone slabs in both hands, bringing them to its mouth, and a 7 to 8 meter stone-long halberd lay beside its feet. What was most striking about it were its eyes, burning with red light, and 6 pairs of grayish-white membrane wings. Meeting its gaze would gradually turn one to stone. 6-winged gargoyle. Leyton murmured as he looked at the monster that had revealed itself. Bang. Bang. Heavy footsteps echoed from the surroundings, and 2 more grayish-white, nearly 4-meter-tall 6-winged gargoyles emerged from the darkness. Each held a 7 to 8 meter stone spear, their eyes burning with red light fixed on Leyton. Did I just stumble into a gargoyle nest? He muttered to himself, his body suddenly becoming transparent and illusory, turning into a pile of foam. Under the illumination of the light, these foams reflected a dreamlike spectrum of colors, scattering and vanishing in an instant. The next moment, his figure directly appeared beside the 6-winged gargoyle that was still stuffing bluestone slabs into its mouth. His right hand, clad in a mechanical glove, pressed firmly against the 6-winged gargoyle's grayish-white stone body. Specks of bronze-colored light flowed from the mechanical glove, rapidly moving through the 6-winged gargoyle's body, gradually disintegrating its physical structure. Silently, the massive 6-winged gargoyle turned into fragments of mottled, decaying dust, scattering across the ground. Only its eyes, burning with red light, remained intact, detaching from its body and falling onto Leyton's right hand, which wore the mechanical glove. Having completed all this, Leyton turned his head to look at the other 2 6-winged gargoyles that had emerged from behind. They seemed greatly startled, rushing into the darkness behind them at a speed unbefitting their heavy bodies, their huge feet landing on the ground without making a sound. Leyton narrowed his eyes, reached out, and grasped at the air, condensing a white doll-like chess piece. He casually tossed the piece out. In the darkness, the 2 rapidly moving 6-winged gargoyles suddenly slowed their movements, unable to take a single step for a long time. Leyton carefully observed the 2 fleeing 6-winged gargoyles for a moment. Their grayish-white, massive stone bodies gradually became transparent, collapsing inward, and finally transforming into translucent phantoms the size of a normal human. Out of 3 6-winged gargoyles, only one was real. It seems it didn't realize its companions were fake. Things with stone brains really aren't too smart. After muttering a complaint, Leyton raised his left hand, and brilliant starlight swirled around him. These starlights, as soon as they formed, flew away, contracting and condensing in midair into gleaming spears. These spears easily pierced through the slowed translucent phantoms, gradually melting and disintegrating their bodies. Compared to 6-winged gargoyles, the bodies of bizarro banes are much more fragile. I feel like if the sunlight I just summoned had been a bit more intense, it could have directly melted them. Leyton thought, evaluating as he moved closer, preparing to pick up the items formed from the beyonder characteristics within the 2 bizarro banes. They were peculiar eyes, predominantly dark, with intricate, unclear patterns around them, and pupils like lightless water. Leyton picked up the main eyes of the 2 bizarro banes separately, then summoned several invisible servants, handing them the formed beyonder materials. After the invisible servants withdrew, he once again transformed into a pure information flow creature, rapidly approaching the giant king's court by means of sights in the spirit world. Time passed, and the frequency of lightning strikes in the sky increased from once every 1 or 2 minutes to once every 3 or 4 seconds. At the location of the giant king's court, an unobservable light, composed of countless pure and complex information, surged from the spirit world. This light carried a peculiar rhythm, as if it had integrated with this magnificent palace, moving freely within it without triggering the guards. At the main entrance of the giant king's court, an indistinct, shimmering light, difficult to perceive, gathered in midair. These lights suddenly became chaotic and distorted, as if they could collapse into countless information streams at any moment. In a certain instant, these lights abruptly vanished from their original spot, completely disappearing without a trace. Outside the forsaken land of the gods, on the ocean formed from the sea of ruins, a hazy, shimmering light composed of countless complex and pure knowledge slowly floated in midair, as if it had entered a state of sluggishness. The moment Leyton left the forsaken land of the gods, countless prayers echoed in his ears. They were male or female, distant or near, ethereal or hoarse, carrying intense and pure emotions, earnestly confiding their confusion and stating their pleas. It was as if a long-accumulated torrent of prayers had been received all at once. Leyton felt an overwhelming din in his ears, an urge to silence the entire world. After a long while, Leyton finally managed to sort out the prayers echoing in his ears, directly blocking the irrelevant ones, marking those that required a response, automatically responding to some, and handing a portion over to the hidden sage. Having readjusted his state, Leyton reconstructed his body from the complex and pure information. He instinctively raised a hand to touch his cheek, murmuring, "My state is also more stable now that I've successfully received faith. The humanity that was suppressed and the emotions that were lost are gradually returning. This is a good thing. The more stable my humanity, the more of myself I can retain when I merge with my main body on the western continent later, and I might even be able to separate again." After a moment of silence, he turned to look at the giant king's court behind him, bathed in the orange-red twilight, draped in a layer of golden red. The giant king's court, seen from the Sea of Ruins, was even more magnificent and spectacular than when seen from within the forsaken land of the gods. It was more like a scene from a myth, more befitting giant King Ormur's divine kingdom. After quietly gazing at the giant king's court for a few seconds, his body once again dematerialized, disintegrating into streams of complex and pure knowledge, surging away towards the outskirts of the Sea of Ruins. On the future, sailing in the northern Sonia Sea, Katlia, leaning against the captain's cabin's bay window and looking out at the crew on deck in the distant sea, suddenly turned her head. Directly in front of her, on the dark brown desk, a letter had appeared at some unknown time. The Queen's reply, "Isn't she planning to come over?" Katlia murmured, a hint of disappointment in her tone. She then quickly approached, picked up the letter from the desk, and unfolded it before her eyes. "I cannot give you precise revelation, as this involves the hidden sage, and the very pinnacle of this sequence. I cannot make any form of prophecy regarding it. If you accept his blood as the sequence 4 advancement ritual, you will be fine as long as he remains himself, and you might even gain some benefits. But if his personality completely vanishes, you are very likely to become a devout follower of the hidden sage, just like Bornova. My advice is, do not take the risk. Advancing a few months earlier or later makes no difference and will have no impact. Recently, the knowledge the hidden sage has been imparting to mystery priors has contained many directional messages, always mentioning, more or less, an existence representing knowledge and mysteries. He has begun to actively interfere with beyonders of the mystery prior pathway, influencing our minds and beliefs, which also makes this pathway more dangerous. The god of church of the god of steam and machinery has begun to pay attention to this matter. This might be a sign of the war of the gods. You can no longer remain on the fringes of the Moses ascetic order collective. Once war breaks out, it will be quite dangerous for you. If you have time, you can come to La Cha soon. I will be heading into the depths of the fog sea shortly, and I don't know when I'll be able to return, or if I'll return at all." Katlia's fingers gently rubbed the paper. The letter burst into scarlet flames, quickly turning to ash, which was then swept out the window by a sudden gust of wind, scattering onto the sparkling sea. She walked to the desk and sat down, picking up paper and pen to begin writing her reply to Bernadette. "I have already received the oracle from the hidden sage. All members of the Moses ascetic order should have received it. He has added descriptions such as, the essence of all knowledge, and, the root of all mysteries, to his honorific name. Does this mean he has truly mastered this pathway and become a sequence 0 hermit? Also, why do you say this is a sign of the war of the gods? Can the god of steam and machinery not tolerate the existence of a true god from an adjacent pathway?" At the end of the letter, she wrote, "The future is currently docked in the northern Sonia Sea. I will return to La Cha Island in the Fog Sea as soon as possible." After writing the reply, she simply folded the letter and then stood up to quickly set up the ritual for summoning a messenger. In a moment she didn't notice, a speedster traversing the spirit world appeared from the passage created by the ritual, circled the captain's cabin a few times, and then picked up the folded letter from the desk before returning to the spirit world. Katlia only felt a gentle breeze around her and saw an extremely blurry figure flash before her eyes. When she looked down at the desk in front of her, the folded white letter paper was gone. Katlia looked at the closed spirit world passage and murmured, "What exactly is the Queen's messenger? Perhaps only when I become a sequence 4 mysticologist will I be able to clearly see its figure under the gaze of the eyes of mystery prying." Chapter 556, KWM Chapter 554, Ocean Festival. Backlund, Constant City, Mid-Seashire County. The weather here was already nearing summer, with warm sunlight spilling down. People wore light, simple coats and many decorations resembling fishing nets and hooks, like somewhat mismatched sailors, walking along the coast and chatting with each other. Streams of complex and pure knowledge surged from the spirit world, reforming Leyton's body in an inconspicuous corner. After leaving the ocean evolved from the Sea of Ruins, he didn't return directly to the southern continent. Instead, he planned to first find Lawrence to trade for a traveler or secret sorcerer characteristic to create a chessboard that would complement the dice he obtained with Sassiton. The mid-seashore is an inland sea, the sea breeze here isn't as violent as in other sea areas. The gentle, slightly humid sea breeze mixed with warm sunlight beating down on one's body felt exceptionally comfortable. Especially for Leyton, who had spent some time in the forsaken land of the gods shrouded in darkness, he had never felt sunlight so kind. He walked along the coastline with the boisterous crowd, experiencing the unique lively atmosphere of humanity. The sense of detachment caused by the accumulation of divinity on his body was slowly fading. Although it was slow, he genuinely felt the various emotions emanating from the surrounding crowd, gradually trying to integrate into them. Just then, a small boy, dressed like a sailor, wearing a soft hat, and with a long string of various sailboat models around his neck, looking about 13 or 14 years old, approached and very familiarly struck up a conversation. "Sir, are you also from the inland, coming for the Ocean Festival? It's the Ocean Festival today. No wonder it's so lively." Leyton muttered to himself, then looked up and scanned his surroundings. He had been quietly focusing on the enthusiastic emotions emanating from the people around him just now, not paying much attention to details. Now, upon closer inspection, he noticed that people here, more or less, carried elements related to fishing boats and the ocean. The Ocean Festival was originally a celebration held by fishermen, sailors, and maritime merchants to thank the sea for its bounty. As more and more people joined the celebration, the festival grew grander, and with the advancement of the Church of the Lord of Storms, it became one of the most important festivals in coastal cities. For followers of the Lord of Storms, this was equivalent to the Church of the Evernight Goddess's winter solstice. He reined in his wandering thoughts, looked down at the little boy walking beside him, and chuckled. "You could say so. I just happened to be passing by and came across this celebration, so I decided to take a look." The little boy put on a composed, adult-like demeanor, lowering his voice slightly as he spoke. "I see. Sir, I recommend you visit the coastal shipyard. It's the largest shipyard in all of Leyton, usually not open to the public. Only during these few days of the Ocean Festival do they allow outside visitors to tour it. They have the most advanced steamships in the world there. If you're lucky enough, you might even get a chance to experience boarding a ship, and you can also draw or buy some small prizes." As he spoke, he reached up and tugged at the long string of sailboat models hanging around his neck. Leyton chuckled and replied, "Did you win all these?" The little boy tilted his chin slightly and proudly declared, "Of course." He paused for 2 seconds, then scratched his head somewhat awkwardly and whispered, "My father used to be a priest of the Church of the Lord of Storms. These are all prizes I've collected from the annual festival events. While they might not be as exquisite as the models in those backlund shops, they hold a meaning those models don't. These are made by the church, models blessed by the Lord of Storms. Of course, if you want to buy one, it's not impossible. You directly call him Lord of Storms, so you're not a follower of the storm. In that case, are you very short on money?" Leyton asked, while raising a hand to touch his head. The little boy reacted quickly, bending over and turning his head, muttering discontentedly, "Don't touch my head, I won't grow tall. Besides, what does whether I'm a storm follower or not have to do with whether I'm short on money?" Leyton ignored the little boy's resistance, as if he had anticipated his movement, easily placing his hand on his head. Seeing the little boy looking annoyed but unable to show it, he chuckled twice and pointed to a golden sailboat model at the very bottom of the string around his neck. "Then I'll buy a sailboat model. Does it have a name?" "It looks a bit like the Golden Dream of Vice Admiral Iceberg." The little boy pouted with a hint of complex emotion. How could the Church of the Lord of Storms make models of a pirate's ship? This is the giant whale, which used to travel between Sonia Island and Pritz Harbor in Leyton. It was once Leyton's most advanced semi-steam sailing ship, and it was decommissioned a few years ago. If you want to buy it, 20. No, 10 pounds. Leyton let out a laugh. "Are you sure you haven't used the wrong currency unit?" He paused, then added, "It's not impossible, but you'll need to be my guide for 2 days and show me around the celebration here." "No problem." The little boy, Sean, nodded repeatedly, unhooking the sailboat model from the end of his string while introducing himself. "My name is Sean Colt, you can just call me Sean. Where do you want to go first? The coastal shipyard, Swordfish Pier, or Fountain Square are all very good. However, considering the need to find a place for lunch at noon, I recommend Fountain Square. There are many good restaurants there, very popular with people who come to Mid-Seashore County for vacation or travel." Sean, acting like a little expert, slowly analyzed the sightseeing routes for Leyton, while handing over the golden sailboat model he had already unhooked. Leyton chuckled, reaching out to take the model, while his other hand went into his pocket, making a fumbling motion. When he pulled it out again, he was holding a handful of gold coins. Sean, somewhat stunned, cupped his hands together and took the handful of gold coins Leyton offered, holding them to his chest and carefully counting them. "No problem, exactly 10 gold coins. But why do you carry so many gold coins? Aren't banknotes more convenient?" As a mysticism enthusiast, throwing gold coins is a good way to divine. Leyton casually brushed him off. His gaze followed the moving crowd ahead and saw Lawrence, wearing a dark overcoat, a semi-tall black top hat, and holding a black cane. As if sensing the gaze upon him, Lawrence's azure eyes looked towards Leyton, a flicker of surprise in his eyes, then he quickly approached. Leyton turned his head to look at Sean, who had already put away the gold coins and was helping him analyze the best route in order to explore the Ocean Festival celebration. He reached out and patted his shoulder, saying, "Wait for me at Fountain Square this afternoon. I need to finish what I came here for first, then I'll have time to enjoy myself." With that, he stepped forward to meet the approaching Lawrence. "Ah." Sean raised his hand, held it stiffly in the air for a moment, then slowly lowered it, his expression full of confusion as he muttered to himself. "What a strange person. Did I just encounter a child trafficker? Someone willing to spend 10 gold coins to buy an ordinary sailboat model probably can't be a swindler, can they?" He reached for the left pocket of his coat, which contained the 10 gold coins. Feeling the heavy weight and hard touch in his pocket, he felt as if the recent experience was somewhat unreal. On the other side of the constantly moving street, Leyton nodded slightly to Lawrence, greeting him. "Good morning, Mr. Lawrence. You look much better than the last time we met. It seems your life has been quite fulfilling recently." Lawrence took off his semi-tall black top hat, held it to his chest, and bowed slightly, saying, "Good morning, Mr. Tynes. I didn't expect to meet you at the Ocean Festival celebration. You don't seem like someone who would suddenly appear at such a celebration, so are you here for me?" Leyton nodded slightly, then shook his head. "Originally, I was just here for you. But now, I think I can also spend 2 days here and enjoy the lively atmosphere of the festival." Lawrence raised his hand, placed the semi-tall black top hat back on his head, and then said with a smile, "Do you need me as your guide? I've lived in Mid-Seashire County for decades, so I'm quite familiar with it." "No, I've already found a guide." As he spoke, Leyton gestured with his gaze towards Sean on the other side of the street, who was curiously observing the area through the crowd. Lawrence followed Leyton's gaze, his eyes pausing on Sean for 2 seconds. A silver-white flash flickered in his azure eyes, making them appear somewhat profound and vast. A moment later, he suddenly said with a hint of emotion, "His fate seems not to be peaceful in the future." Leyton looked at Lawrence with slight surprise. Although a traveler who had experienced the astrologer stage could be considered a master of divination, to draw a conclusion with just a simple glance, as he had just done, already fell within the realm of prophecy. As if seeing the doubt in Leyton's eyes, Lawrence chuckled and explained. "During my travels, I encountered a Chaos Walker from the Fate pathway. I recorded many Beyonder abilities related to Fate from him. Although this mystical knowledge involving Fate is very obscure and difficult to understand, relying on the accumulation from the astrologer stage, the more I recorded and used them, the more information I was able to interpret. This has improved my abilities in divination and prophecy. Leyton nodded slightly, no longer focusing on this topic, and turned to Sean, saying, "His fate will intersect with mine at some point in the future, but going from the Mid-Seashire coast to the southern continent, for a child, doesn't seem like an easy task no matter how you look at it." Chapter 557, KWM Chapter 555 Magical Chalk Box. Lawrence glanced at Sean in surprise, then withdrew his gaze and chuckled, "The future. So you think highly of him?" "Not really, I just coincidentally became a little interested." Leyton shook his head, then added, "Perhaps, we should find another place to talk." "My apologies, I was negligent. There's a very good coffee shop nearby. Perhaps we could go in and sit for a while." As he spoke, Lawrence turned his body, gesturing for Leyton to follow, then led the way, a half-step ahead of Leyton, while quietly expressing some of his doubts. A blood moon suddenly occurred a while ago. It had already happened once this year, without any warning. At that time, I almost lost control and became a monster in my sleep. Some records left by the Abraham family ancestors indicate that the occurrence of a blood moon is not without reason. Does this mean that some hidden, unknown changes occurred at that time? Leyton was silent for 2 seconds, recalling the timeline in his mind, then gave his conclusion. A while ago. It was probably when the primordial moon's blessed was killed, and that evil god reacted to it. Lawrence was clearly surprised by this answer. The primordial moon was not an evil god with a particularly strong sense of presence, basically only circulating among the sanguine and the life school of thought. The former still maintained their faith in their ancestor Lilith and were very resistant to other existences who held the moon's authority. However, considering that this was also an evil god who held the moon's authority, he felt it was only natural for him to cause the blood moon night. He paused, then asked curiously, "The primordial moon's blessed? Is it a blessed system similar to the Church of the Earth Mother? Or does it simply refer to an existence that received a god's blessing?" Leyton calmly explained, "The latter. It's a kind of paper doll that accepted power from the primordial moon during long-term bloody sacrifices, gradually mutated, and came to life, similar to a mystical item. The primordial moon's followers know how to use them. As he spoke, he had already arrived at a coffee shop called Black Romance under Lawrence's guidance. The coffee shop was quite spacious, but there weren't many people inside, scattered in different seats. Compared to the bustling street, the shop was as quiet as if it had already closed. After finding a seat by the window near a corner, Lawrence skillfully hailed a waiter and ordered 2 cups of black coffee from the Paws River Valley. After the waiter left, he looked at Leyton and said with a low chuckle, "Today is the Ocean Festival, and most people are out participating in the celebration. It's estimated that people will only gradually go to bars, coffee shops, or return home to rest after they feel tired in the afternoon." As Leyton gently nodded, his right hand, wearing a mechanical glove, lightly tapped the edge of the table twice with his fingers. Spirituality spread out like ripples, forming a wall of spirituality that encompassed the area. After doing all this, he leaned back slightly against the chair, his gaze falling on Lawrence, and calmly said, "I need a beyonder characteristic of a traveler or a secret sorcerer to create a mystical item. Is your Abraham family willing to trade a collected beyonder characteristic or mystical item to me, or tell me some information so I can hunt a traveler myself?" Lawrence was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "I have a mystical item corresponding to a traveler. If you need it, you can buy it from me. A secret sorcerer is already at the demigod level. Even in the major churches, the number of grade 1 sealed artifacts is limited. I have no right to decide the fate of such a mystical item, it must be approved by the Elder Council." After a 2-second pause, he continued, "Besides the Abraham family, the Theosophy Order also possesses some apprentice pathway formulas and beyonder characteristic. They believe that spirit is the essence of man, and the body is merely a cage that binds the spirit. People commit evil because they are influenced by the body. They must obtain knowledge through spirituality, allowing the spirit to gradually free itself from the body, and then, after layers of trials from the astral body, finally escape the material world and return to the purest and true self, achieving eternal salvation. However, these are probably just their disguises, or a part of their doctrines. According to my understanding, most of their members belong to the Demonist sect and are an identity used by the Demonist sect to be active in various places. We suspect that the Demonist sect possesses a beyonder characteristic of a planeswalker." Leyton leaned back in the wooden chair, quietly listening to Lawrence's narration. He didn't care that the other party had steered the conversation towards the Theosophy Order and calmly nodded, "I understand. If I want to buy that mystical item from you, how many gold pounds or other things do I need to pay?" Lawrence almost without hesitation stated his conditions, 15,000 pounds, or, help me recover a beyonder characteristic of a secret sorcerer later. Leyton said almost without thinking, "All right. I will give you 15,000 pounds by tomorrow. If you need help recovering the secret sorcerer beyonder characteristic later, you can also find me. I don't mind earning this money back." During their conversation, the waiter had already brought over the brewed coffee. Lawrence picked up the coffee cup from the table and took a sip, then began to introduce the effects of the mystical item he possessed. "I call it the magic chalk box. It looks like an ordinary iron-gray small box containing 3 colors of chalk. It automatically refills after use, but only after all the chalk inside has been used up. The blue chalk can draw a door on a wall or floor leading to the desired location in your mind. The greater the distance, the higher the probability of deviation, but as long as the destination is within a city, there will generally not be too many problems. The yellow chalk can be used for divination. Whether you write down the question you want to ask or simply throw the chalk, you will get a relatively accurate answer. Do not ask vague questions, as this will make the divination result dangerous. The red chalk can turn drawn objects into reality. For example, if you draw a lightning bolt will indeed strike nearby. However, if the drawn object is too abstract or too complex, it will appear as an illusion or a random magical attack. It has 2 negative effects. One is that the holder will suffer from severe claustrophobia, and the other is that after each use of the chalk inside, they will get lost and encounter uncertain dangers. It must be quickly immersed in boiling hot water to avoid this negative impact. Claustrophobia. Leyton murmured softly. His powerful spiritual intuition allowed him to glimpse some blurry images from the fragmented words. After a 2-second pause, he said thoughtfully, "This traveler seems to have had a bad experience in his life, so much so that a strong spiritual imprint was left within his beyonder characteristic, which manifested in the mystical item it formed." Lawrence was silent for a moment, his voice sounding somewhat dejected as he said, "This came from a family member during Emperor Rosel's time. He tried to find a sufficiently hidden place to avoid the ravings he would hear during advancement. No one knows where he went or what he encountered. This mystical item was discovered decades later, and the family members at the time only learned about it through divination. Because it overlaps with my own beyonder abilities, I don't carry this mystical item with me. When do you need it? I can go get it anytime. No hurry. Let me raise the gold pounds first." Leyton chuckled in response, picking up his coffee cup and bringing it to his lips. Leyton sat with Lawrence in the coffee shop for about an hour, discussing many topics from mysticism to the current international situation. Towards the end of their conversation, Lawrence brought up his desire to travel to the Paws River Valley. The meaning of travel is not just to have been to different places and seen different scenery. A traveler is also a witness, which is a further interpretation of a scribe. I have a premonition that in the Paws River Valley, which is undergoing drastic changes, the traveler potion in me will be completely digested. As he spoke, a deep silvery white glint flashed in Lawrence's eyes, as if he had seen some of his own future. Leyton gently nodded, "That is your freedom, but I need to remind you that the Aurora Order Saint of Secrets is also in the southern continent, spreading the faith of the true creator." Lawrence chuckled twice, then said, "I am no longer young, and naturally no longer impulsive. I will not appear before him unless I am 100% confident." After communicating with Lawrence, Leyton casually found a hotel with vacant rooms and used a fake identity to check himself in for 2 days. He then followed the waiter to his room on the 3rd floor of the hotel. After closing the door, he walked directly to the full-length mirror against the wall, reached out and drew a Eyes of Mystery prying symbol reflecting a book on the mirror's surface, while chanting an incantation under his breath. As the spirituality spread, faint blue light rippled in circles on the mirror's surface, and brilliant stars shimmered into existence, outlining the symbol he had just drawn on the mirror. Amidst the shimmering water, a figure identical to him, but with different attire, emerged in the mirror. Below the mirror, Bugs Bunny, wearing a black tailcoat and a top hat, was curiously lying on the mirror, patting the surface repeatedly with his fleshy paws, seemingly wanting to see if he could pass through from the other side of the mirror. To the left and right of Bugs Bunny, Orange Cat Ritz and Cowcat Bree, wearing the same black top hats, were pressed against the mirror, curiously scrutinizing it up and down. Chapter 558, KWM Chapter 556 The Invention of Bugs Bunny. Ritz, a somewhat chubby orange cat, extended a paw and rubbed his chin, looking as if he was deep in thought. He said, "This is a bit like the demoness's mirror magic, but the distance is far greater. What principle is it based on?" On the other side, Bree, the cow cat, lightly coughed and said, "It must rely on an angel-level sealed artifact. Only angels and true gods can respond to prayers worldwide." Leyton lightly touched the mirror surface, ignoring the two cats' conversation. He turned and said, "Have you two seen the manuscript for the second-generation difference engine? If you can achieve the mutual conversion of electromagnetic information, image information, and language information, you can invent a device that doesn't require beyonder abilities and can communicate in real time over a large range." "What is electromagnetic information?" Bugs Bunny, nestled between the two artisan cats, blinked his red eyes. He could understand every single word, but when they were put together, he couldn't understand them at all. Behind him, the prophet clone half-crouched, gently pinching his soft rabbit ears as he explained, "The electromagnetic signal that my main body mentioned is an electromagnetic wave carrying useful information. If you want to understand it in depth, you can go to the Golden Dream and ask Edwina for a makeup lesson." Bugs Bunny's furry face showed a human-like shock. He took 2 steps back and shook his head repeatedly, saying, "I don't want makeup lessons. Makeup lessons at the Church of the God of Knowledge and Wisdom require tests." To Bugs Bunny's right, Bree, who had been deep in thought, suddenly jumped up from the ground, shouting excitedly, "I understand. Using the computing power of the second-generation difference engine, we can record and analyze constantly changing electromagnetic signals, and then decode them according to certain rules to restore the hidden information." Ritz, on the other side, his eyes lit up, and then he also jumped up and said, "Exactly. Let's go find Glenn. She can transform into an information creature, so she must also know the rules of information transformation." The two cats quickly high-fived in midair, then swiftly ran out of the room. Bugs Bunny watched the two artisan cats' departing figures with a simple, bewildered expression, then turned his head to look at Leyton in the mirror and asked, What did they understand?" "A scientist's business, you don't need to understand," Leyton replied calmly. Finally, he added, "How is your biologist potion digesting?" When the topic of potion digestion progress came up, Bugs Bunny, who had been simple and confused, suddenly changed his expression. He straightened his back, slightly tilted his chin, and said, "It's digesting very quickly. I feel like I can completely digest the potion on me in another 2 months. I've studied all those monsters from the forsaken land of the gods, and I've even crossbred many plants with mystical item effects. Although there are still some flaws, they can already be considered mature works." Leyton's gaze fell on the prophet clone in the full-length mirror. He asked with some curiosity, what kind of things has he invented? The prophet clone lowered his eyes to look at Bugs Bunny standing at his feet, and with an inexpressible expression, he sighed, "It's hard to describe. You'll have a better understanding if you see it for yourself." After speaking, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a handful of silver powder, sprinkling it on the mirror surface. Then, he rubbed his fingers, extending his spirituality. The silvery white powder quickly adhered to the mirror surface, soon emitting a glow, making the mirror appear as if covered by a layer of ripples. Gradually, new images emerged in the mirror. On both sides of the quiet street, vertical pillars wrapped with verdant vines stood tall. At the top of these pillars were flower buds of various sizes, clustered together to form a giant flower cluster that would require 2 or 3 people to embrace. Bugs Bunny explained at the opportune moment, these are night-glowing flowers. They bloom at night and emit dazzling light, which can replace gas streetlights. This saves resources and is easier to popularize. The prophet clone's voice immediately followed, but the light emitted by each of these flowers is a different color. In the evening breeze, the entire street turns into a disco hall. It'll definitely be good with a few more improvements. Bugs Bunny's rebuttal sounded somewhat lacking in confidence. It seems like it has been improved more than once. Leyton sighed inwardly, then asked, what else? A ripple spread through the full-length mirror, and the image quickly changed. A lush apple tree appeared in the image, laden with many green and red apples, swaying on the branches, making one feel very hungry. Below the tree, there were also 2 people lying on the ground, looking terrified, foaming at the mouth, and already unconscious. Bugs Bunny raised his head and explained loudly, this is the fright apple tree. As long as a living creature passes by, this tree will emit the sound it fears most in its heart to drive them away and protect its fruits. Moreover, the more creatures it scares, the better the apples on the tree taste. Scaring people, especially beyonders, has the best effect. The prophet clone continued, so Bugs Bunny planted the trees in the city, and now legends about fear wraiths have spread throughout the city. However, this strange apple tree is not entirely useless. I transplanted them to the forest behind the school to punish students who don't pay attention in class. Now their learning efficiency is unexpectedly high. The image in the mirror quickly changed. In a glass greenhouse, a young female worker wearing thick earmuffs pulled a green-leafed plant from a clay pot, revealing its root system, which resembled a human infant's embryo. The moment it was pulled from the clay pot, the plant let out a wailing shriek. In the image, the greenhouse glass shattered piece by piece amidst the shriek, continuing for nearly half a minute before the plant finally quieted down. This is mandrake, my most outstanding creation. It is a panacea with extremely high medicinal value, and it can also be used as a beyonder ingredient to concoct beyonder potions with paralyzing, sedative, hypnotic, and hallucinogenic effects, or as part of ritual magic. When introducing mandrake, Bugs Bunny put his hands on his hips, head held high, and his voice sounded very proud. The prophet clone rarely agreed, nodding and saying, this plant can be considered a living plant. Its only negative effect is that it emits a terrifying wail comparable to a wraith's shriek. At low sequence, it is enough to be used as a weapon. Planting and harvesting are difficult, but the effect is good. Currently, we can only rely on the undead creatures under Mr. Pullup to plant them. After a 2-second pause, the image of mandrake in the mirror disappeared. The prophet clone standing in front of the mirror raised his hand and pressed the mirror frame, calmly saying, these few items have side effects within an acceptable range and are generally practical crops. Besides these, he has also crossbred tasteless coffee, eggs with wings growing from their shells, tomatoes that cannot be cut with a knife, vines that spray water everywhere, mushrooms that need to eat meat. These are all things I improved after diligently collecting everyone's opinions. They were the ones who said they wanted a way to refresh themselves without drinking coffee, that they loved eating chicken wings, and they complained to me that tomatoes were inconvenient to transport and that they didn't want to clean their rooms every day. It's all because they didn't express their needs accurately, which is why I failed. Bugs Bunny's voice grew softer and softer as he spoke, gradually lowering his head, pouting, and occasionally glancing at Leyton in the mirror. After a moment of silence, Leyton praised with a sincere expression, you are a genius. Whether useful or not, being able to crossbreed these things in itself is a skill. Bugs Bunny tugged at the corners of his mouth, revealing an exaggerated smile, of course. I'm a rabbit who's going to become a nature walker. As long as you're happy. Leyton looked at the prophet clone standing behind Bugs Bunny, his expression a bit strange. He communicated with the other party with his eyes. Are you deceiving him again? He didn't even ask me what the sequence before nature walker is called. The prophet clone shrugged, then changed the topic, you suddenly contacted me. Is there something you need me to do? Leyton quirked his lips, raised his right hand, which wore a mechanical glove, and chuckled, help me ask Sasser if he can get a sequence 4 or sequence 3 hangman pathway beyonder characteristic. I plan to embed a few gems in the glove to make it a low-grade, omniscience and omnipotence. Also, help me raise £15,000 in cash and have Knowledge Rabbit deliver it directly to Lawrence. I bought a mystical item corresponding to Traveler from him. The prophet clone in the mirror raised his hand and pressed his forehead, looking troubled. He said, Infinity Gauntlet. What, do you also want to try the feeling of snapping your fingers and making half the people on this planet disappear? The Infinity Gauntlet has 6 gems. Besides omniscience and omnipotence, what else do you plan to put on it? Can that glove on your hand coordinate the conflicts between so many beyonder characteristics? Also, next time there's such a large transaction, give me a heads up. Don't overestimate your wealth too much. The Paz River Valley is an insatiable pit, and our liquid funds are not abundant. Next time for sure, Leyton waved his hand, then continued, That's why we need to find a hangman pathway beyonder characteristic first, to use the hurting ability to accommodate the other beyonder characteristics. The glove itself only serves to reduce negative effects. The prophet clone nodded expressionlessly and said, for us, knowledge is power. As long as we master the corresponding knowledge, it's very easy to use beyonder abilities from different domains. This low grade, omniscience and omnipotence, is just a toy for you. Why not give it to me? I can become the most comprehensive and powerful saint. When I'm tired of playing with it, I can consider lending it to you. Leyton nodded lightly in response, then directly cut off the connection. The water in the full-length mirror rippled twice, and the reflected image dissipated, revealing the hotel room and Leyton's figure once more.